Chapter 1 Transformed into a Mountain. Tozia Mountain Asa Mountain, Tozia Mountain Ataza Mountain, Tozia Mountain Stelasa Mountain. Before his transformation, Liu had never comprehended this phrase, but no weefin lie understands the meaning. For has become a mountain. A towering peak, rising thou sands soft meters into Theski. Themarethotov, this fills Li with indignation. Why sit thatather swatch reverse dimensions become a revered lords, prodigies, or even descendants soft celestial beings? At the very least, they become a demoniture Sorman Strauss offspring, while has been reduced to a mere mountain, incapably of movement. Without limsories, it feels Saisifus Saul is Mural Yafikedto is Grand Mountain. Fortunately, his spiritual awareness Salo Shim to persevere thing upon the mountain, fourth is mountainese indecence. Life is a mountainese rather dull, yet liwe, bange inherently a homebody, fin sits some waddlerable. Realm first stage spirit mountain. Virtue 210000. Divine ability blessing goth mountain god. Gazing at thysin caging panel, Liu fin shimself perplexed. His virtue has remained a mere 2 points since a beginning, and he's a talos asto how he might accumulate Marie. Asa mountain, lacking hands sand feet, the concept of performing good deeds becomes subtly practical. As fourth a divine ability, blessing goth mountain god, has Skama to understand it clearly. By expending his power, Hecken condense set of in talisman and bestow blessings upon others, granting Themaminzi benefits. However, has yet utilize a thigh's ability, leaving high mung curtain no fit specific advantages. Setting aside his chaotic thoughts, Liu turned Shiskazita Thifu Tofta Mountain. In contrast to the previous days, he now observes a few makeshift shelters constructed off wood scattered about the base. A group of fragged, pallid refugees gathered together. Amidst Temisapili of firewood, up in which a pot simmers, producing a grayish porridge. Liu watches with keen interest. From the murmur soft he refugees, he learns that the same individual Shay fled from neighboring Fong County. Approximately half a month ago, the magistrate of Fong County celebrated his 60th birthday with a grand banquet, inviting nearly all the prominent figures of T County. But how could have foreseen Hudeminster Disister would strike that very night? Monsters rampaged through T County town, slaughtering and feasting on the populace, resulting in the deaths of over 90,000, souls in a single night from a population of Marathonon 100,000. Those who survived were Retha Fortuna Tefua managed escape during the calamity. This group's consists soft host fortunate survivors. Initially, they intended to flee to the nearby Tahua County, less than 10 miles away. However, the magistrate of Tahua County, aware of the disaster in Fong County, Hadel Reedy issued an order to seal the county gates, strictly prohibiting a triferion from Fong County. Having been turned away, these are refugees from Fong County wandered through various places, ultimately finding refuge at the Futofta Mountain, known locally as the Great Divine. They thought this legendary mountain might protect them from being devoured by demons. Little do theorialize ethetly ui soon aware of his newfound at least, he Great Divine Mountain. Itis likely a rumor that circulated pre-ordo his arrival. Brother Wu, since Dahua County want Latusin, Erwator return to Fong County? Akal Dofa Buddha leave nor 12 spoke up, confusion evident in Althfulfus. Theather Sterned Hirgezistern. Their success few less escape from Fong County and their survival thus for have relied heavily on Wu's leadership. Without Brother Wu, they would have perished long to join Fong County. Thus, the whole Gria trust in Wu's words. Wuze, aman in his 30s, had on see served in the imperial army. Thoth his face he appear shaggard, he's is shine you with determination, exuding a burnt spirit. Wicanoch return to Fong County. Wu's plead resolutely. Theminster Disister hash just stock heard Theer, and near Liverion the county town perished. Theorist the quith blood, and demons thrive in such environments the Arsur still lurking there. Having served in the imperial army, has occasionally heard about Thena Sharif Demon San Nosthat they flourish in environment saturated with blood. For it is in such conditions that they can rapidly enhance their power. The demons raise a city to create such atmospheres for their own growth. We can't go back do is that me and we must remain at the foot off this divine mountain? Fetchold spoke he again, glancing nervous at the surrounding forest. Without a protective ray of the imperial court, any dimming coos live o'er them. Even a ferocious beast could easily overpower this group. Wu Zesigadan nodded. The nearest county avers of Intimaliza way. Into des chaotic world, we might no Tevin make he at there before falling pretatha demons. In Thizareo frampampmans, the imperial court is overwhelmed, making Jatun realistic to expect military assistance to Keltheminsters. In thirlier year softy upheaval, the court would prompt dispatch troops to suppress them, butas the number of dem and surged, the court kana case. For the common folk to survive, Thema strella solely on fate. Casting Iskazi towards the towering great divine mountain behind him, Wuza feels a flicker of hope. Perhaps this legendary mountain can indeed offer them protection. Soon, the poor giant apothecans, and Wuza beckon Severionido. Unbeknownst to them, Liua has been observing them from the shadows. As Thesan sets and darkness envelopes the land, their refugees retreat to their shelters for rest, and definitely withdraw his gaze. Watching this group scurry in Gabudith's mountains, amusing. Moreover, has gained da Yaldhofen formation from their conversations. The Great Chu dynasty, the ruling genitio of this land current, lie reside in the northern region of the Great Chu dynasty, within the jurisdiction of Qingzhou. The Great Chu dynasty encompasses a total of 11 prefectures, with kings ranking the lower tiers. And the demons the swat intrigues most. From the accounts of these individuals, itis cleared hat demons are brutal and savage, feeding inhuman flesh, leaving salation in their wake. Thecheus wrought Bademan scamba traced backing tie years. That year, a blood-red meteor fell from Thesky, which the court's astronomical department deemed as higher of calamity. From that point onward, tracess off demons began tosurfus within the Great Chu, prompting the court to dispatch troops for repression. Yet these sedments spread like wildfire extinguishon, and an other blaze forth, impossible to eradicate entirely. Theflames grow ever larger, ultimately escaping the court's control and spirulingin chase. In larger cities like county towns, the protective ray of the imperial court offers some as curity, deterring Gordon Eridamont's fromerish invading. However, village sins Malaire towns lacking such protections horrendously. Almost all have been ravaged by demons, their blood saturating Theskis, and a pervasive ray of resentment blankets the entire Great Chu. Even county towns under the court's protection are not entire, least if a powerful demons can breach the protective Rondreek Hivoquidin. Once that bloodlust overwhelms the court's protective ra, other demons may disregard it entirely and invade death towns, unleashing unspeakable slaughter. Half a month ago, Feng City fell victim to formidable men's assault. Chapter 2 In a World of Chaos, the Rat Demon Strikes at Night. What a chaotic world of demons. Liu sighed. Hecken and lie imagine how our duous life must be for the common folk in such turbulent times. Merely stepping outside a brings Tedria doff being devoured by demons. Demonsari adeptat begling the heart softman, ensnaring thermins. The magistrati of Taohua County's refusalto Woozy and his group Pintrius, in fact, quite reasonable. Unable to discern between demon sand humans, they can on-liar to a blanket ban, expelling our refugees Feng County. While thighs approach may seem harsh, I tinterest thesafidi of Taohua County's residents. Yet, Liu believes this sismerly temporary measure for the survival of Taohua County. Feng County and Taohua County realist hand twin time Elise apart, while it nearest to their countily is say daunting 7 time Elise away. With Feng County fallen, Taohua County stands Saloni in a precarious position. Once a marauding demon has feasted upon Feng County, its sights will undoubtedly turn towards Taohua County. In such a scenario, Taohua County cannot escape its fate. Unless the imperial court intervenes, which is evidently improbable. However, none of this concern Shemai Sputa Mountain, powerless to fictana change. As night falls, the forest dress on a test with the sounds saw various insects. Yet, rather than being bothersome, the symphony brings a sense of calm. Wu Zi sits outside the wooden shelter, unable to sleep. When camping in the wild, someone must keep watch otherwise, one might not know while minerand. Thecum fire has been extinguished while fire can repel beasts, it also attracts demons. They can discern the greater threat between beasts and demons. Suddenly, the cacophony of chirping insects ceases abruptly, on de neary silence descends. Wu's essence says the cangetants, his expression shifting as she hastily whatever. Brother Wu, what is happening? The group stirs from their slumber, bewildered as they glance around, seeing nothing amiss. Yet, They trust brother you implicit lihiwood natrazetham. Something gis approaching. Woos espiix in a head tone. He's is fixate to hedasini hand retrieve a samilitary knife from his back, gripping it tightly. A wavio falarm washes over the group. Upan observing Woos' expression, they surmise a thate. Wat approaches Cisnatamer beast, butadman. Indeed, the next mint, ackling crippier sesthenite. Squeak, squeak. It sounds like the shrill criavera. Up in hearing that sound, the Fisezovt here refugees spaled, their expression sterning tinough shirterer. This sound wasel to familiar to them, a hun tinjeko thought woodlinger in their memorius for a lefetime. On that fateful night in Phone County, Thier was filled with theory Chrysof's Iazia. It was the hordafrat dimens theorit dimen shade arrived. Donnet panic. Army ourselves, and Latus confront these beasts. Seeing is companions synastatofrite, user bukid theminalo, stern voice. A this command, the group snapped back to their senses. Having managed to escape from Phone County, they were in a cohorts in Ebion. They grasped their weapons, gritting theirtith with determination, vowing to take at least onoft hisa beasts done with them. Liu zensid the presentioft herit demens, themament thigh emerged. With his minden leashed, thray demonstrating in the shadow soft tetri shad nowhere to conceal themselves, all yade bear beneath his gaze. It was his first encounter with such malevolent creatures, and heffelte twingio fast astonishment. This paco frat demons weighs as large as dogs, their claws long gondras or sharp, glinting gominous them and light. Therefore was not the usual grey-black of common rots, beauty vivid crimson, as if drenched in blood. Thyrius glowed to deepered, betraying Garavinist hurst for blood. Most horrifying of foul waste the sheer number roft, Hezerat demons over 30 in total. Azuz and his companions armed themselves for defense, Thray demons sprang into action. With a powerful leap, Thray demons slon chet themselves forward, therefore Pazarchadan poised turns apart. Uzak ted decisively at a flash of his military knife, has struck down he first demon thatlaged them. Yet, the blady did not cleaveth the creature and twaton lie left a deep gash beneath its ribcage. Sensing blood, Thray demons became a frenzied, charging relentlessly toward the group. Ooze stood from at the forefront, his military knife held horizontally, single-handed lifting off 5 years sykes off to demons. Theather Salsa fought valiantly with fire weapons Theserat demonswerthuic stoftek creatures, Easalitis spachedbithos with a venomotkomoskal. Thufthi were numerous, Thegrufat avertin members, enough to sustain nascent defense for a time. Thessinuus gruesome within moments off battle, 3 rat demon slay slain, though was a sita hadal rita suffered nikazulti. Liui observed from the shadows, noting that the combat prowessoft Hezerat demons was natas formidable anticipated. However, their sheer numbers were overwhelming, Anuz's group sold not withstand them indefinitely. Moreover, lurking gint the darkness weighs a larger demon, like clithily drove the short. Without time elir reinforcements, their endurance would wane, and they would soon become the demon's next meal. Uses skills, however, were somewhat surprising to Liwe. With powerful strikes, each swing o' fist knife was executed with great force, a testament to his training in martial arts. Yet, despite his strength, his speed was somewhat lacking, resulting in frequent misses against the agile rediments. Duetto his delayed evasions, he endured severe brutalities lashes from the creatures. After 50 agonizing minutes soft struggle, Formerov was his companion chaperished. Exhausted and ascertained, the group faced Thegrum realita thought them might to hear it. Brother you, in my next life, I want to obey your brother. A killed lay in the ground, having just fought against the rot demons. But the small stature left them vulnerable Immershav Fromeradiman, had sent them sprawling, unobliterasigan. Uzashi art sang cat the sight toft Heshild's bloodied lips. Despite his military training gone martial prowess, have found himself powerless against these sea creatures, unoblito protect anyone. Washa true lidstein toprishir? Hahadieto avenge his wife and daughter how could he's imply accepts fate? The sacred mountain. Waste this nathefable sacred mountain spoke Nifin legends? We hate it not manifesteto protect them? Just then, a hoarser shriekier said the air. Anderataman, the Siziophas Malkalf, leaped into view. Upon witnessing the enormous demon, despair enveloped Tuzan dis companions entirely. Adamonoff this caliber was beyond the capability is of ordinary plea to withstand. As the Shirdirat demon emerged, it inhaled deeply, drawing the four sorpses lion gone the ground in toes, swirling black mist that enveloped them, dragging them in toits. With Thasnap its jaws, it began to chew, blood splattering like jus. Theotharat demons, witnessing this, rushed forward to lay pup thespeled blood from ground. Meanwhile, Liu watched the shorific scene unfold. Initially, he hadn't intention so intervening to save these individuals, but after witnessing Sprowis, he resolved to assist the group. Moreover, with such acro dress sitting at the foot of the mountain, he would not be so easily libered. Chapter 3. The Divine Mountain Manifestation, a Decision to Remain. As the first-tier rat demon made its appearance, it immediately instilled fear among the crowd led by Yuz. Except for Yuz and Xiaohu, the rest had already surrendered, consumed by an overwhelming sense of despair. Yuz, however, gritted his teeth and tightly grasped his military knife. While ordinary individuals could still contend with lesser demons using their martial skills, facing a first-tier demon was akin to confronting a hopeless fate. Any attempt to engage was tantamount to courting death. Yuz was acutely aware of this reality. On the battlefield, only a centurion who had entered the realm of cultivation stood a chance against such a foe. His own rank had merely been that of a team leader commanding 10. Only cultivators could confront demons of this caliber. The enormous rat demon chewed for a considerable time before swallowing its meal. Its crimson eyes then fixated on Yuz, who, despite the demon's limited intelligence, could sense that this man's vital energy surpassed that of the others significantly. Such vitality made for a far more delectable feast. Yuz shuddered under the demon's gaze, and the next moment, the colossal rat demon sprang into action. With a slight movement of its massive jaws, it expelled a bone that hurtled toward Yuz's face. Yuz's countenance shifted dramatically as he raised his military knife to defend himself. The sound of clashing metal resonated. The tremendous force sent Yuz flying backward, his body crashing heavily to the ground. The hand that clutched the knife trembled violently, his grip splitting, blood oozing forth. The knife clattered to the ground, now marred by a deep gash. The bone expelled by the rat demon disintegrated into a cloud of ash. Blood trickled from Yuz's lips, his expression darkening as he could already foresee his grim fate, that of becoming the demon's next meal. Just then, the divine mountain trembled slightly, and a vast expanse of white mist cascaded down from the summit, enveloping their heads. What was this? Fog rolling in during the night? Yuz looked up, his mind perplexed. In the next moment, an astonishing spectacle unfolded before him. A hand, formed of mist, suddenly emerged from the white vapor, lunging directly at the first-tier rat demon. The colossal rat demon, sensing the imminent threat, bristled its fur and attempted to flee. Yet, how could it escape the grasp of the ethereal hand? Before it could cover a mere dozen meters, the hand seized it, and before it could emit a shriek, it was crushed on the spot. The stench of blood and flesh erupted, splattering the ground. The remaining lesser rat demons, thoroughly terrified, cowered on the ground. Paralyzed with fear, Liu, unfazed, after obliterating the giant rat demon, proceeded to crush the lesser demons one by one. The scene reminiscent of squashing ants beneath one's heel, as the colossal hand gradually dissipated. The white mist retreated to the mountain's peak, the divine light retreating, bestowing the divine mountain with an air of mystery. Yuz and his companions were all left in astonishment. This was nothing short of a miracle. A hand descending from the heavens effortlessly vanquishing the savage demon. Such feats could only be performed by divine beings. The divine mountain had manifested its power. Realizing that the white mist had appeared following the mountain's tremor, and recalling the legends surrounding the divine mountain, the group quickly understood that this was indeed a divine manifestation. Overwhelmed with excitement, they all knelt on the ground, paying homage to the divine mountain. Yuz, too, found it hard to believe. Having served in the military, he had encountered cultivators. Yet even the most formidable among them could not conjure such a hand from thin air, crushing demons as if squishing ants. Perhaps only the most elite cultivators could achieve such feats, but those at such a level were no different from deities. Brother Yu, the divine mountain has truly manifested. It is protecting us. Xiaohu struggled to rise from the ground, his face pale yet brimming with joy. Yu stood up, wiping the blood from his lips, excitement coursing through him as he exclaimed, "Indeed, the divine mountain has manifested. The legends are true. The divine mountain will protect those under its care." Having escaped death, everyone felt immense gratitude toward the divine mountain, their hearts filled with reverence. With the divine protection of the mountain, they slept soundly that night, reassured and secure. Meanwhile, Liu, who had effortlessly crushed a swarm of rat demons, found himself slightly winded. In order to maintain this grand fade, he had exerted far more divine thought to summon the mist from the mountain's peak, transforming it into a visible hand for mortals to see. This elaborate maneuver had cost him a tenfold increase in energy. However, it was worth it, as it left Yuz and his companions in awe, preventing them from thinking he had merely struck down the demons without their notice. The following day, Liu suddenly discovered that the panel, which had remained unchanged for so long, had finally transformed. Realm, First Tier Spiritual Mountain Merit, 597-10000 Divine Ability. Blessing of the Mountain God. His merit had surged from the stagnant 2 points to an impressive 597 points. What could have caused this? Could it be the result of slaying the rat demon? Yet, if that were the case, why hadn't the increase been reflected last night? Was there a delay in this system? Puzzled, Liu contemplated, but soon he realized the reason behind the rise in merit. At the foot of the mountain, a newly crafted wooden table had been placed in the center of a makeshift shelter. Adorned with a censer holding 3 incense sticks, in front of the censer lay a plate containing several pieces of cured meat, alongside a bowl of rice and a side of flour. This was the best they could offer, considering Yuz and the others had little left. Great Mountain God, we thank you for the protection bestowed upon us last night. We humbly set forth these offerings, and we beseech you not to scorn our meager tribute. Before the altar, Yuz clasped his hands in prayer, his gaze reverent as he bowed deeply. The others knelt behind him, filled with awe, expressing their gratitude for the mountain god's life-saving grace through their supplications, while simultaneously imploring for continued protection. Observing this scene, and watching the merit slowly rise from 597 to 685 points, Liu finally understood the means of acquiring merit. As long as he accepted the offerings, he would garner merit points. Upon receiving the first offering, he obtained the spell Manifestation of the Body. Manifestation of the Body. Utilize magical energy to condense a temporary form, achieving a semblance of an external avatar. However, this avatar is fragile and cannot bear magical power. Liu felt a surge of excitement. There was a reward. The manifestation of the body was quite advantageous. Although it could not retain magical energy, it would allow him to step beyond the confines of the divine mountain, free from limitations. Even if the avatar were to perish, it would matter little, as he could reconstruct it using his magical energy. Glancing again at the panel, he noted, Realm, First Tier Spiritual Mountain Merit, 685-10000 Divine Ability. Blessing of the Mountain God Spell. Manifestation of the Body. Since Manifestation of the Body was classified as a spell rather than a divine ability, one could only wonder how much more powerful the blessing of the Mountain God might be. It would certainly be worth exploring this divine ability at an opportune moment. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, Yuz and his companions had completed their offerings to the Mountain God. Compared to the previous day, their spirits were visibly lifted. This was not merely due to a restful night, but also because of the assurance they felt. The Mountain God's protection was upon them. Through extensive discussions that night, they had decided to remain at the foot of the divine mountain, establishing their permanent residence there. With the Mountain God's protection, they believed they would be far safer than those dwelling in the county town, relying on the court's favor for their security. Chapter 4. The emergence of a village, the establishment of a temple. Having resolved to stay, Yuz and his companions set about clearing the land and felling trees. For long-term habitation, their makeshift shelters would no longer suffice, so they began to chop down trees to construct better dwellings. Yuz led a group of strong men into the forest to fell trees, while the others focused on tamping earth to create bricks. The few remaining women prepared meals and boiled water, while Xiao Hu and the other children assisted nearby. The scene at the mountain's foot became lively and bustling. Liu watched with keen interest as the nascent village gradually took shape through the efforts of these individuals. To his surprise, the first priority for Yuz and the others, after felling trees and drying bricks, was not to build their own homes. Instead, they erected a simple temple in the very center, moving the previously constructed altar inside, and placing offerings and incense upon it. To procure incense and candles, Yuz even ventured outside Taohua County to make purchases. Though they were barred from entering the county, transactions could still occur outside its borders. After all, The officials involved were not inclined to refuse a little profit. The grace of the mountain god is boundless. As we dwell at the foot of his mountain, we must offer our incense. For only then will the mountain god protect us from the attacks of demons, Hughes explained to the group, and no one objected. On the contrary, some felt their offerings were somewhat meager, concerned that the mountain god might disregard them. Hughes, realizing their finances were dwindling, expressed his inability to procure better offerings, suggesting that they first present the incense and candles, with a promise to provide more substantial tributes when their circumstances improved. The temple's construction became a matter of great importance, and within 2 days it was completed. However, they soon faced a dilemma. A typical temple would house a deity statue, yet they had never laid eyes upon the mountain god and had no idea what he looked like. The tales they heard were vague at best, describing the mountain as divine, with spirits that protect all life. Ultimately, Hughes decided against crafting a statue, reasoning that with the divine mountain before them, an image was unnecessary. Liu, however, paid little mind to the absence of a statue. For on the very first day the temple was erected, his merit had begun to rise steadily. Though the increase was modest, it was at least consistent, and he was nearing 2,000 merit points, realm, first tier spiritual mountain merit, 1954100000 divine ability, blessing of the mountain god spell, manifestation of the body though still a distance away from the coveted 10,000 merit points. With the temple established, it was merely a matter of time. Once his merits are fully accumulated, his realm should be elevated to AS for the first tier of the spiritual mountain. Liu found himself somewhat perplexed. He was unaware of the cultivation system of this world, nor did he grasp the hierarchical distinctions among practitioners. The likes of Wu Zhe and his companions were of too low a tier. Even if they had encountered cultivators, it would have been the weakest among them, rendering it impossible to glean any information from them. In contrast, the classification of the demon beasts was more widely known, ranging from the first tier, the weakest, to the 9th tier, which was the legendary demon sage, the latter being a formidable 3-tiered demon beast that had withstood the court's fate and breached Feng County. Its minions were countless. Liu was uncertain of his own strength and had no idea how he would fare against that 3-tiered demon beast. As for the demonic creatures, he had yet to encounter them, although he had heard Wu Zhe mention that they were even more terrifying than the demon beasts. Turning his gaze towards the manifestation on the panel, a thought struck him, and he decided to give it a try. Having traversed into this mountain for over half a year, he had grown weary of lying around, almost to the point of sprouting trees on his body. No, he actually had trees growing on him, and quite a forest at that. He was looking forward to being human once more. Silently reciting the incantation and channeling his magic, a wisp of white mist coalesced into a vague human form, swaying unsteadily as if a mere gust of wind could disperse it. Was this meant for me to shape? Observing the indistinct figure, Liu fell into contemplation. What should it resemble? Should it take on his original appearance? A few rather mischievous ideas flickered through his mind, but he ultimately shook his head in rejection. Perhaps he should mold it into the likeness of an old man, which would suit the fragile nature of this manifestation. Resolutely, Liu took matters into his own hands, crafting the form to resemble the character Qing Wei Dao Zhang from the television series Xian Jian Qi Xian. But a moment. The lifelike and ethereal Qing Wei Dao Zhang appeared on the mountainside. The newly transformed Liu poked and prodded at his own form, filled with a sense of novelty. However, he soon regained his composure. After all, this was not his first time being human, and he was no stranger to such experiences. Stroking his beard, Liu ambled about the mountain, a curious expression on his face. While he typically observed his mountain through divine perception, walking upon it himself was quite an extraordinary sensation. After more than 10 days, the village at the foot of the mountain had begun to take shape, with a row of 7 neat wooden houses nestled by the riverside. Wu Zhe and his 10 companions found the 7 houses sufficient for their dwelling. Should the need arise, they could expand further, as they were prepared for long-term development. During the village's construction, passers-by could hardly believe their eyes upon witnessing individuals daring to build homes at the base of the mountain. In these times, a village was hardly secure. Even a small town of a few thousand was not safe without the protection of the court's fate, and being targeted by demons would surely lead to doom. Surely, these few must be out of their minds to establish a village in the wild. Were it not for the daylight, one might suspect that demons had conjured a mirage to ensnare the unsuspecting. How foolish, akin to lighting a lantern in a latrine, inviting disaster. Such thoughts flooded the minds of the onlookers, who unanimously concluded that Wu Zhe and his group would not survive a month. While some observed with a cold gaze, there were also those with kind hearts. The woman from a horse-drawn carriage immediately dismounted upon witnessing the scene, urging Wu Zhe and his companions to leave and return to the county town for their safety, cautioning them that staying would invite the attention of demons, potentially costing them their lives. Wu Zhe recognized her intentions were well-meaning but could only respond with a wry smile. "We are from Feng County, and Taohua County 1T let us in." The woman was taken aback. She had not anticipated that this group hailed from Feng County. That explained their predicament, as Taohua County was inaccessible, and the nearest Tianyue County was over 70 miles away. Left with no alternatives, they had no choice but to reside at the mountain's foot. Being a benevolent soul, the woman offered, "I know some people in Taohua County. I could speak on your behalf to allow you refuge in the county." But her words trailed off as her gaze shifted, appraising Wu Zhe's robust physique. Wu Zhe, perceptive as he was, instantly understood her intentions. Had it been prior to the mountain god's manifestation, he might have readily agreed, for she did not appear to be malevolent. However, now, with the mountain goddess protection, there was no necessity to venture into the county, and indeed, the county might not be as safe as their current location. Thus, Wu Zhe firmly declined. Chapter 5. The sacred mountain will protect us. My apologies, madam, but we do not intend to go to Taohua County. We shall remain here, for the sacred mountain will protect us. Wu Zhe replied directly. Her surprise was palpable. She had not expected such a refusal. Had she been too hasty? Yet, the man's words did not seem to reject her earlier suggestion outright, hinting at other reasons. "The sacred mountain, is it the towering mountain behind you?" she inquired, gazing up at the majestic peak that pierced the clouds. The mountain ranges cascaded, exuding an overwhelming grandeur, with the summit resembling a sword thrust into the heavens. Indeed, it did exude an aura reminiscent of a divine mountain. Her maid, seemingly familiar with the legends, whispered, "Madam, I have heard my mother speak of a sacred mountain north of Taohua County, said to provide spiritual protection to all beings." Legends? The woman frowned. She was skeptical of such tales. There were no idols to worship in this place, nor any bustling temples or shrines, just a rumor of a sacred mountain possessing spiritual essence. If the mountain truly had such powers, this place would have long been a hub of worship. Observing the man's reverence as he spoke of the sacred mountain, she pondered whether he genuinely believed it would protect them. After contemplating her words, the woman resumed her attempts to persuade Wu Zhe to leave for Taohua County, yet all her efforts were met with refusal. Stubborn and unyielding, she ultimately decided to leave them to their fate. With a huff, she turned and climbed back into her carriage. Watching her depart, Xiaohu approached Wu Zhe with a grin, playfully nudging him. "Brother Wu, that lady is quite dignified and seems to fancy you. Why not give in to her?" Wu Zhe's expression darkened as he seized Xiaohu by the collar and gave him a sharp smack on the backside. "What are you eavesdropping for? You little rascal!" Xiaohu yelped, clutching his stinging rear as he scampered away. This was merely an interlude, and Wu Zhe did not dwell on it, for he had more pressing matters to attend to. The village had taken shape, and they now had a place to stay. The next challenge was to secure food. Previously, they had relied on resources brought from Feng County to sustain themselves, but their funds were dwindling. Marking the village's first hurdle, food, Wu Zhe gathered everyone to discuss their next steps. The eldest among them, Uncle Wu, hunched over as he stepped forward, stating, "I ventured across the river and found the land fertile. Ideal for cultivating rice. The area is vast. Even if we cultivate just 1/10, it would suffice to sustain us all." Upon hearing this, the group's faces lit up with joy. Uncle Wu was an experienced farmer. Having toiled in the fields his entire life, his judgment was undoubtedly reliable. "Wonderful. I'll rally Ernyo to clear the land across the river and aim to have it ready before spring. I am adept in water. I'll take charge of digging the irrigation channels and can fish in the river too." Excitement bubbled among the group as they discussed their plans, their hopes for the future growing brighter. Wu Zhe observed this scene, a rare smile gracing his face. While cultivating land for the long term was essential, they were currently facing an immediate food shortage. Though fishing in the river was possible, it would not suffice for their needs. Therefore, he decided to select a few individuals to accompany him into the nearby forests for hunting, while also foraging for wild vegetables. As soon as he announced this, Several young men stepped forward. "Brother Wu, I'll go with you. I want to hunt too." Wu Zhe selected those with the best skills, while Xiaohu expressed his desire to join the hunt but was promptly sent back. After reaching a consensus, they divided duties. Some would clear land, others would dig channels, and the hunters would set off, with everyone busily engaged in their tasks. That evening, when Wu Zhe and his companions returned from the hunt, each bore a game on their shoulders, wild boars, hares, and geese among them. However, Wu Zhe bore a deep scratch on his back. They had encountered a fierce tiger in the woods, and in a bid to save his companions, he had taken the brunt of its claw, yet they had ultimately escaped with their lives. After all, hunting was fraught with danger. Besides, with the mountain goddess protection, he was confident he would emerge unscathed. He reassured those who expressed concern for him. Days passed, and Liu continued to observe the village as progress. Watching it evolve from nothing to a burgeoning settlement, the rice paddies across the river had been half cleared. The irrigation channels dug, and they were now constructing wooden rafts for fishing. Almost every day, the villagers would rise early to pay homage at the shrine, and those heading out to hunt would light incense. Invoking the mountain goddess protection. As a result, Liu's merit points gradually increased, surpassing 3,000. However, this pace seemed sluggish compared to previous surges. After some contemplation, he surmised that the absence of offerings was likely the cause. In the earlier ceremonies, they had presented tributes alongside incense, albeit meager, yet they still qualified as offerings, thus yielding a greater increase in merit. Conversely, the daily incense offerings without tributes naturally resulted in slower accumulation of merit points. Liu contemplated that he could not directly demand offerings from them, as that would undoubtedly tarnish the image of the mountain deity. It would be better to let them act of their own accord. He turned his gaze towards the village, for today promised a splendid spectacle. A few days prior, Yuz had devised a plan to hunt the formidable beast known as the Forest King, the ferocious tiger. Initially taken aback by the audacity of Yu's intent, Liu wondered if he had become overconfident in daring to hunt such a beast. However, considering Yu's remarkable skills and the traps and weapons he had prepared, Liu recognized that success was not entirely improbable. With a well-thought-out plan and meticulous execution, slaying the tiger should not be insurmountable. Though the tiger was fierce, it was merely a wild animal. And they could indeed contend with it. Liu was quite eager to witness how they would proceed with the hunt. Meanwhile, in the village, Yuz was polishing his military blade, the gash in the middle smoothed out, appearing somewhat unsightly yet still sharp. "Brother Yuz, we are ready." Urchin approached Yuz, her expression a mix of anticipation and anxiety. With the imminent hunt for the tiger, his nerves were understandably frayed. Yuz nodded, sheathing his blade and rising to address the 5 hunters before him. This time, only 6 of them would venture to hunt the tiger. The beast had established its lair in the forest, lurking unseen while they remained exposed. Until it was eradicated, each of their hunts would be fraught with peril. Thus, the tiger must be vanquished, Yuz proclaimed, igniting a spark of fervor among the 5. The rest of the villagers gathered around, aware of Yu's mission to slay the tiger, their faces etched with concern. "Village head, the tiger is not easily dealt with. Please exercise caution," Uncle Wu spoke up, having recently taken to addressing Yuz as the village head. The others soon followed suit, echoing his sentiment. "Rest assured, Uncle Wu. With the mountain deity's protection, we shall be unharmed," Yuz responded, his heart brimming with confidence. Chapter 6. The Spirit Cave. The tiger transformed into a demon. Upon hearing of the mountain deity's safeguarding, the villagers felt a weight lift from their hearts. Though worry still lingered, "May the mountain deity protect us." Before setting off, Yuz led the 5 into the temple to offer incense, praying for the mountain deity's blessings. After their prayers, the group set forth without delay. The forest where the tiger resided lay to the south of the village, requiring them to navigate around a thicket of brush to reach it. During this period, Yuz had frequently hunted in this area, encountering the tiger on several occasions, each encounter perilously close to disaster. Had he not been forewarned, he might have already succumbed to the tiger's jaws. The need to hunt in this area, while remaining vigilant against the tiger, had become a considerable nuisance. After all, it is said that a thief can operate for 1,000 days, but one cannot guard against a thief for 1,000 days. Thus, Yuz ultimately resolved to eliminate the tiger. Ensuring no future troubles as they passed through the brush, The group unexpectedly crossed paths with a band of individuals. One among them recognized Yuz and exclaimed, "Brother Yuz, you're still alive." Yuz looked up to see a scholar, his face alight with surprise. "Bai Liang?" Yuz exclaimed, his own face brightening at the sight of the familiar figure. Bai Liang was a scholar with official titles from the court, and they were old acquaintances from Feng County. Their reunion felt akin to encountering a friend in a foreign land. After exchanging pleasantries, they recounted how each had escaped from Feng County that fateful night. Bai Liang sighed. "I too was invited to the county magistrate's birthday banquet. When the demons attacked the county, chaos ensued. The magistrate, being a figure of authority, was momentarily immune to their wrath and managed to flee with the official seal. I seized the opportunity to follow him and narrowly escaped. However, he soon insisted I leave, fearing that too many people would attract the demon's attention." Upon hearing this, Yu's fury ignited. It was no wonder that Feng County fell to the demons so swiftly. The magistrate had abandoned his post, fleeing with the seal that dictated the court's fortunes. That scoundrel was responsible for the deaths of countless innocents, Yu exclaimed, his voice laced with indignation. The nature of fate is elusive. Had the magistrate not fled with the seal that night, perhaps the demons would not have breached Feng County. Over 90,000 souls perished needlessly. "There's no use lamenting the past," Bai Liang said. Shaking his head, Yuz fell silent, aware that no amount of anger would change their fate. After inquiring further, Yuz learned that Bai Liang, despite his status, could not enter Taohua County either. Yuz was at a loss for words. In times of calamity, one must not rely on others for salvation. Bai Liang's words dripped with sarcasm. "Putting that aside, Brother Yuz, are you heading to the spirit cave?" Bai Liang inquired, noting their shared direction. "The spirit cave? What place is that?" Yuz asked, puzzled. "You don't know?" Bai Liang replied. Surprised, "It's a refuge. After Feng County fell, Captain Chun led a group of officials to the spirit cave. The others who escaped also made their way there. It is said to be situated in a location that wards off demons, providing a relatively safe haven." Yuz understood. Most who fled Feng County perished on the road, while some sought refuge in Tianyue County 70 miles away, and others, like them, sought a safer place to rest. It seemed most had congregated at the spirit cave, especially with Captain Chin's presence, as the authority of the court still commanded respect. But can Captain Chin not enter Taohua County either? He is of the court. The magistrate of Taohua County must be quite unreasonable. "We are not going to the spirit cave. We are heading into the forest to hunt the tiger," Yuz declared, revealing his intentions without hesitation. Bai Liang was taken aback, thinking he had misheard. "Hunt? Hunt the tiger? Yes, indeed. We are hunting the tiger," Yuz affirmed. Bai Liang feared that his friend had lost his mind. Given the current circumstances, how could one still entertain the notion of hunting a tiger? "Brother Yuz, in these chaotic times, why do you still wish to hunt tigers? We should flee to the spirit cave to avoid the demons," Bai Liang urged. "What spirit cave? We have the protection of the sacred mountain. The demons cannot harm us." Before Yuz could respond, Urching stepped forward, declaring proudly, "What sacred mountain protection?" Bai Liang questioned, perplexed. "It is the sacred mountain. The mountain deity's grace is boundless and will protect us all," Urching proclaimed, casting her gaze towards the towering sacred mountain, her expression filled with reverence. Bai Liang also looked towards the mountain, its grandeur undeniable. Yet he remained skeptical. "The sacred mountain will indeed protect us. Thus, Brother Bai Liang, I shall not go to the spirit cave." Yuz continued, pausing before earnestly adding, "Brother Bai Liang, if you trust me, you may join us at the sacred mountain. We have established a village at its foot. And with the mountain deity's protection, the demons pose no threat to our lives." "What mountain deity protection? Nonsense." Before Bai Liang could respond, voices from behind began to mock. "Indeed, I grew up in Feng County. I have never heard of a sacred mountain nearby. This person must be daft from fear of the demons, forsaking the safety of the spirit cave to remain here. Brother Bai Liang, do not waste time on fools. We must reach the spirit cave before nightfall." Hearing these remarks, Yu's expression darkened. Urching and the others glared angrily at the disrespectful individuals, the atmosphere thick with tension. Bai Liang hesitated, wanting to offer more advice to his friend. But seeing Yu's countenance, he realized any further counsel would be futile. Ultimately, he could only wish them well before turning back to his group. Yuz remained silent, grabbing hold of the furious Urching, and turned towards the forest. The direction of the spirit cave lay beyond the woods, so Bai Liang's group also ventured into the forest. Among the group, one who had previously spoken derisively remarked, "Brother Bai Liang, did your friend not say he was going to hunt tigers? We might as well see how they go about it." Laughter erupted among the group, all believing Yu's party to be overestimating their capabilities. Hunting a tiger was not something mere mortals could accomplish. Even if it was just a wild beast and not a demon, it was still the apex of wild animals. Bai Liang's expression darkened. Although he disagreed with Yu's decision to stay and not seek refuge in the spirit cave, they were old acquaintances, and he could not bear to see others ridicule Yu's. "Everyone, we are all refugees now. Let us refrain from harsh words," he said coolly. However, the others paid him no heed, continuing their derisive remarks. After escaping from Feng County for so long, the pent-up emotions of nearly a month had finally found an outlet. Meanwhile, Yu's and his group heard the jeers but chose to ignore them. For they had now entered the forest, the territory of the formidable tiger. Chapter 7. The Mountain Deity's Blessing, the Divine Movement Talisman. Roar. The tiger's roar reverberated through the woods as the group stepped into the forest, signaling the beast's awareness of their intrusion upon its domain. The resonant growl shook the trees, dislodging some of the dry, yellow leaves. Yu's expression shifted slightly. The tiger's presence seemed even more formidable than the last encounter. The faces of Bai Liang and his group turned pale. Upon hearing Yu's intent to hunt the tiger, they had assumed he was merely bluffing, but the sound of the tiger's roar shattered their misconceptions. They had thought they might be hunting a sickly or injured tiger, but this roar was unmistakably that of a king. Yu's and his 6 companions dared to claim they would hunt a tiger king. Was that not courting death? Bai Liang's face grew anxious as he called out to Yu's, "Brother Yu's, that is the tiger king. Do not be confused. Hasten to leave this mountain forest lest you meet your demise at the jaws of the ferocious tiger." Wu Zhe took a deep breath, aware that he might have acted impulsively. The ferocious beast had exhibited a rather lackluster demeanor in their previous encounters, yet today it appeared significantly more formidable. Which was indeed peculiar. "Brother Wu, should we retreat?" Qing inquired, his initial anxiety giving way to a sense of foreboding. Wu Zhe fixed his gaze on the rustling leaves deep within the forest, his expression grave as he solemnly declared, "It is too late. The beast is upon us." Upon hearing this, Qing and his companions' faces changed dramatically, but the hunting experience they had accumulated over time prevented them from succumbing to panic. The 5 swiftly drew their weapons, assuming defensive positions, their eyes locked on the foreboding path ahead, bracing for the impending confrontation. Observing this commotion, Bai Liang and the others realized that the ferocious tiger had indeed arrived, causing chaos to ensue among the crowd. Some turned to flee, while others stood frozen in fear, and a few began to vociferously curse. "What kind of lunacy is this? You've brought this monster upon us. Can any of you expect to survive? Run for your lives. The tiger is enraged. We are all doomed." The atmosphere of terror gripped everyone, evoking memories of that fateful night when Feng County was besieged by monstrous beings. The crowd scattered like frightened birds, fleeing in every direction. "Brother Wu, run!" Bai Liang shouted back to Wu Zhe just before he dashed away, a gesture of profound concern. Yet, Wu Zhe and his companions remained steadfast, their expressions stern as they focused intently ahead. The forest belonged to the ferocious tiger. Once chaos erupted, they would be utterly at its mercy. Before long, those who fled in panic began to scream as they stumbled into the woods, their cries mingling with the tiger's menacing roars. At this moment, Wu Zhe could finally ascertain that the ferocious tiger had indeed grown stronger since their last encounter. Qing quickly set up the traps. "If we do not act now, we shall truly perish here today," Wu Zhe urged decisively. Qing nodded, unstrapping his pack and, alongside the others, hastily prepared the traps. Liu had been observing the scene intently, witnessing the tiger's savage assault. This time, however, he refrained from intervening to rescue the hunters. He was no saint, compelled to save every stranger, especially when they offered no tribute nor showed respect towards his sacred mountain. To let these individuals face the consequences of their actions was, in his view, a necessary lesson. What surprised him, however, was the tiger itself. In previous encounters, he had perceived it as merely an ordinary beast. Yet now it was transformed. Its fur had morphed from a standard yellow and black to a blood-yellow hue, and its once vibrant eyes were now filled with a brutal ferocity. Had it undergone a transformation into a monstrous entity? Liu scrutinized the tiger as it prowled through the forest, contemplating the implications of its newfound power. Such a transformation indicated that it was no longer an ordinary beast, but had evolved into a formidable creature. Its physicality and strength significantly enhanced, accompanied by an insatiable hunger for blood. Wu Zhe was now faced with a daunting adversary, and it seemed that he would ultimately need to intervene. While he could not concern himself with the fates of others, he was determined to protect Wu Zhe and his companions. After all, having received their offerings, it was only fitting that he shield them from harm. Meanwhile, as the tiger pursued other fleeing individuals, Erqing and his group quickly completed the trap preparations. Although they understood that these traps might prove ineffective against the enhanced tiger, they felt compelled to make the effort. After all, should they fall short by even a fraction, they would rue the day. At that moment, the tiger noticed Wu Zhe and his companions, who remained motionless in the forest, and it abruptly shifted its course toward them. The individuals being hunted felt a wave of relief wash over them. Had they delayed a moment longer, they would have surely fallen into the tiger's clutches. They cast sympathetic glances toward Wu Zhe and his comrades, now in the tiger's sights. Bai Liang witnessed this turn of events with mounting anxiety. Wanting to shout a warning to Wu Zhe, but fearing that such a shout might attract the beast, he could only watch in despair. As the tiger advanced step by step, Wu Zhe inhaled deeply. His hands trembling, he too recognized that the tiger had likely undergone a transformation into a monstrous entity. Even before the transformation, their chances of survival had been slim. Now, facing the tiger in its current state, they were utterly without hope. Meanwhile, Erqing and the others were tense, their legs quaking as they seemed to sense their impending doom. Yet, despite their fear, they clutched their weapons tightly, harboring a flicker of hope as they glanced back at the majestic mountain. Would the mountain god protect them? Liu, of course, would protect them, but this time he did not intend to intervene directly. He had yet to test the divine blessing of the mountain god. And this presented a perfect opportunity. Unlike spells, this divine power required a greater expenditure of his energy. As he invoked the blessing, the once ample energy within him was suddenly drawn away, slowly coalescing into a brilliant golden light. When the light dissipated, a yellow talisman, radiating with white luminescence, floated in the air. The divine speed talisman. This was a remarkable talisman, and Liu recognized its purpose at a glance. It would permanently enhance speed. Upon activation, the bearer would gain the ability to travel 800 miles by night and 1,000 miles by day. It was perfectly suited for Wu Zhe in their previous battle against the rat demon. Liu had observed that while Wu Zhe possessed tremendous strength, his speed was lacking, resulting in numerous missed strikes. Now, with the enhancement from the divine speed talisman, his speed would increase dramatically, allowing his formidable power to truly shine. Furthermore, the talisman would not only boost speed but also enhance the overall vitality and spirit of the bearer, providing a comprehensive improvement. Divine Speed Talisman, activate. Liu focused his thoughts, and the floating talisman swiftly descended, merging into Wu Zhe's body. Chapter 8. Ascending to a new level, one stroke to slay the demon tiger. As the talisman integrated into his being, Wu Zhe momentarily froze, feeling a warm current surge within him, nourishing every limb and sinew. What is happening? The golden light had flashed by so quickly that he could scarcely comprehend it, only noticing that it descended from the mountain. Could it be that the mountain god had manifested? Wu Zhe mused, suddenly overwhelmed by an influx of powerful energy, and in an instant, he felt himself transcending. A faint golden glow radiated from his skin, causing Erqing and the others to gasp in shock. Fearing that Wu Zhe was on the verge of transcending to a higher realm. The mountain god's blessing, the divine speed talisman? Once the talisman had been activated, Wu Zhe finally grasped the situation. His heart racing with excitement and his face alight with joy, he immediately turned to kneel before the mountain, his gaze filled with reverence. I thank you, great mountain god, for the blessing. I shall not fail your expectations. With sincerity in his voice, he bowed 3 times before rising. Meanwhile, Erqing and the others were nearly frantic, unsure why Wu Zhe had suddenly knelt when the tiger was approaching. Brother Wu, what are you saying about the mountain god's blessing? And I just saw you glowing. What is happening? Erqing exclaimed, watching Wu Zhe's calm demeanor. a stark contrast to the earlier tension before the beast. I have received the mountain god's blessing. Wu Zei's simple declaration left Erqing and the others momentarily speechless. But as realization dawned upon them, they erupted in ecstatic joy. If that was the case, then they were indeed saved. Seeing that Erqing still wanted to speak, Wu Zei waved his hand, saying, "We can talk later. I must first slay this demon tiger." He then turned to face the advancing beast. Compared to their previous encounters, this tiger not only had a changed coloration but had also grown significantly larger. Exuding an overwhelming aura, Wu Zei stepped forward to confront the tiger head-on, his expression calm, his military knife firmly gripped in hand. Having received the talisman, he could distinctly feel the changes within him. His strength and endurance had surged dramatically. Most notably, his speed had undergone a remarkable enhancement. He recalled his time in the military, where instructors had taught them to hone their skills with the blade. Unfortunately, his natural aptitude had been lacking, and despite 5 years of training, he had never truly grasped the techniques, ultimately relying on sheer diligence to rise to the position of squad leader. Without mastering the techniques, he had remained a mere foot soldier, a pawn in the grand scheme. Even when his loved ones were victimized by practitioners, he had been powerless to intervene, forced to watch helplessly as his wife and daughter perished before his eyes. Remembering those painful memories, Wu Zei's hands trembled slightly as he suppressed his rage. This wretched world, rife with demons and chaos, was further compounded by the corruption within the court, where deceit and treachery thrived. After the death of his wife and daughter, he had sought justice but received only brutality in return. No one respected a lowly soldier. The court was all too aware of the disparity between practitioners and ordinary people. Since that day, he had felt as if his spirit had died. Returning to Feng County to survive in the homeland of his late wife, he had trained relentlessly, yet his lack of talent had thwarted his efforts, leaving him stagnant. But now, the dream that had once seemed unattainable had materialized so easily. With the blessing of the mountain god, after receiving the talisman, his physical capabilities had been significantly enhanced, breaking through the barriers that had hindered him for over a decade. The floodgates had opened, allowing him to grasp the essence of cultivation, finally stepping over the threshold and becoming a true practitioner. This unexpected turn of events was beyond Li Yu's expectations. The divine talisman was extraordinary, yet it was not typically capable of transforming an ordinary person into a successful practitioner. It appeared that Wu Zei had indeed practiced before, demonstrating diligence and depth, making him a person of substance. Li Yu contemplated this while continuing to observe Wu Zei. The novice cultivator appears to be no weakling, seemingly stronger than the first-level rat demon encountered a few days prior. Meanwhile, the ferocious tiger below remains in the process of demonization and has yet to reach a higher stage. For Wu Zei, who is now a cultivator, it would take but a moment to dispatch it. A group of onlookers, who had not yet fled the scene, watched in astonishment as Wu Zei, instead of retreating, boldly approached the ferocious tiger. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Has this fellow gone mad? Is he willingly courting death? Those vile creatures, they deserve to perish. They lured us into the mountains, only to have the ferocious tiger set its sights on us and bring about our doom. A few among them ground their teeth in frustration, the very same individuals who had earlier mocked Wu Zei. Watching him march towards his demise, they felt a twisted sense of satisfaction. Wu Zei, "You truly are insane," Bai Liang murmured. His face paled. "I urged you to join me in the spirit cave, yet you refused. Now, it seems you are destined to meet your end at the jaws of a tiger." He forced a bitter smile, convinced that Wu Zei was doomed. However, the scene that unfolded next left them utterly flabbergasted. Wu Zei, now a cultivator, exuded an entirely different aura. Previously, he had been brimming with raw, explosive energy, but now, his eyes sparkled with clarity, his demeanor transcending the mundane, as he stepped lightly, strolling as if he were a chivalrous hero. The hearts of his companions, Erqing and the others, raced with trepidation. While Wu Degu had claimed to have received the blessings of the mountain god, witnessing him charge towards the demon tiger left them filled with apprehension. At that moment, the ferocious tiger was merely 10 paces away when it suddenly accelerated. Leaping high into the air, its savage eyes locked onto Wu Zei, its massive jaws agape as it let out a mighty roar. Even from several meters away, Wu Zei could smell the stench of blood emanating from the tiger's maw. "Come then, let me test my blade against you." Beast. With a swift motion, Wu Zhe unsheathed his military knife, his body sinking as he took a step to the side, instantly appearing on the right. His astonishing speed causing the ferocious tiger to miss its mark completely. Is this the power of the divine movement talisman? Such incredible speed. Wu Zhe was awestruck by his own swiftness. The tiger, enraged by its failure, turned and lunged at Wu Zhe once more. Yet Wu Zhe continued to stroll leisurely, effortlessly evading the tiger's attacks, as if he were toying with a mere dog. The tiger lunged several more times, but not once did it even graze Wu Zhe's clothing. This spectacle left the onlookers gaping in disbelief. The once ferocious tiger now seemed like a mere plaything before Wu Zhe. Hiss! How can he move so swiftly? Is he even human? A cultivator. Could it be that he is truly a cultivator? The thought of Wu Zhe potentially being a cultivator caused the expressions of the crowd to shift dramatically. Especially those who had ridiculed him earlier, their faces now ashen. Bai Liang, in particular, was incredulous. As Wu Zhe's friend, he knew him well. How has Wu Zhe become so formidable? Wasn't he supposed to be lacking in talent? How did he suddenly transform into a cultivator? As Erqing and the others watched Wu Degu toy with the tiger, their tension melted away, their faces flushing with excitement. In the midst of the commotion, Wu Zhe felt an immense joy as he tested the speed of the divine movement talisman. The furious tiger, now thoroughly enraged, intensified its attacks. Observing this, Wu Zhe leveled his military knife, coldly declaring, "It is time to send you, beast, to your demise." With a flash of cold light, the knife sliced through the tiger's neck, blood arcing through the air in a beautiful trajectory. With a resounding thud, a massive tiger head rolled to the ground. Chapter 9. Reward, Mountain Suppressing Seal, Official Sacrifice. The ferocious tiger lay dead, slain by Wu Zhe's blade. Erqing and the others were left incredulous, soon erupting into excited cheers. The tiger is dead? Slain by Wu Degu. Bai Liang and his companions were left speechless, their minds reeling from the shock. Cultivators existed in Feng County, but they had never witnessed one in action, especially not slaying a demon. When the demon broke into Feng County that fateful night, the cultivators had fled even faster than they did. That was a third-level great demon. The strongest among them at the time was merely a guest elder invited by the county magistrate. A mere second-level cultivator. Faced with a third-level demon, that second-level cultivator fled faster than anyone, disappearing before the magistrate could even call for his protection, leaving the magistrate cursing in dismay as he ran. Now, witnessing a cultivator slice through a demon tiger with a single blow was utterly breathtaking. Bai Liang wiped his eyes, convinced he must have been mistaken. Wasn't he his friend always considered worthless? How did he suddenly soar to such heights, becoming a cultivator? A few individuals, sensing the tide had turned to flee. They had previously mocked Wu Zhe, and now, faced with his newfound prowess, they feared retribution and fled without a moment's hesitation. Bai Liang wore a complex expression as he stepped forward and spoke. "Wu Zhe, I never imagined you were hiding such depths. Even I was deceived. I always thought you were just an ordinary person." Wu Zhe turned to face Bai Liang. "Bai Liang, I have never deceived you. I was indeed an ordinary person before. But now you are a cultivator," Bai Liang exclaimed. Wu Zhe smiled, his joy evident as he turned to gaze reverently at the sacred mountain. "It is all thanks to the blessings of the mountain god that I have had the fortune to become a cultivator." He felt an overwhelming excitement within, for he sensed that the talisman granted by the mountain god was extraordinary, not only elevating him to the status of a cultivator, but also allowing him to enter the realm of law refinement. The talisman contained a method of cultivation, the divine movement technique. Such techniques are the foundation of a cultivator. Without a method, no matter how great one's innate talent, one cannot become a cultivator. Wu Zhe had previously practiced the Fire Heart Sutra issued by the court, which only allowed one to reach the threshold of entry, that is, the realm of law refinement. To advance further, one must possess a higher-level cultivation method. However, the divine movement technique contained within the talisman seemed limitless. This meant that if his talent was sufficient, he could cultivate to even more profound realms, potentially becoming a great cultivator of the 8th or 9th level. The talisman also indirectly enhanced his aptitude, ensuring he would not be stuck at the realm of law refinement, but could continue to advance. This was what filled Wu Zhe with such exhilaration. Bai Liang felt a pang of envy. Compared to a cultivator, His status as a scholar seemed utterly trivial. The mountain goddess favor. Are you referring to this sacred mountain? Bai Liang realized the significance. From the very beginning, Wu Zhe had mentioned the mountain god. Initially, he had been skeptical, but now he found himself believing. Indeed, it is the sacred mountain. Wu Zhe spoke with reverence, adding, Bai Liang, heed my advice. Do not venture to the spirit cave. Remain here, under the protection of the mountain god. There is no place safer than this. Bai Liang hesitated. He had begun to trust Wu Zhe's words. Otherwise, there was no way to explain his friend's sudden transformation into a cultivator. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Liang ultimately decided to heed Wu Zhe's advice and stay on the sacred mountain. The few others who were familiar with Bai Liang also chose to remain with him. You fools! The spirit cave is far safer. Captain Chen is also a cultivator. Staying here on the sacred mountain is tantamount to seeking death. One person exclaimed in exasperation, continuing to urge Bai Liang and the others to join them in heading to the spirit cave. As if it were the only truly safe and sacred place in their minds, however, Bai Liang and his companions had made up their minds, resolutely rejecting all further persuasion. Eventually, the group parted ways, with Bai Liang and his companions opting to remain on the sacred mountain, while the majority continued onward to the spirit cave. Something feels off. Those individuals seem suspicious. Observing from the shadows, Liu furrowed his brows. Under his divine sense, he couldn't shake the feeling that the person urging Bai Liang and his group to the spirit cave was quite unusual. However, that individual remained outside the sacred mountain, preventing him from probing directly. The spirit cave may not be safe after all. Liu harbored some suspicions, but dared not draw conclusions, fearing he might have misjudged. Yet, this matter was not his concern. He would merely observe. He turned his attention back to the panel, noticing something had popped up that he had missed. Upon closer inspection, he found another reward. The recipient of the talisman has broken through the realm of law refinement for the first time and received a magical artifact, Mountain Suppressing Seal. Mountain Suppressing Seal contains the power of 1,000,000 mountains, capable of suppressing all evil spirits. It is particularly effective against demons and malevolent entities. Once subdued, they can be refined into harmless energy. What a treasure! After reading the description of the Mountain Suppressing Seal, Liu recognized it as a valuable item. However, he wondered about its rank and what level of demons or malevolent spirits it could suppress. Note: the power of the Mountain Suppressing Seal is tied to the strength of the bearer. The stronger the holder, the more potent the seal. Excellent, it even comes with a special explanation. As the rank increases, it truly becomes a remarkable treasure. However, since its strength depends on the bearer, the issue is that Liu was uncertain of his own power. Although the panel indicated he was at the first level of Spirit Mountain, he could dispatch a first-level demon with just a breath. Wu Zhe, now a first-level cultivator, would be as easy to defeat as blowing away a feather in his eyes. Thus, Liu suspected that his realm was likely different from that of the cultivators and demons in this world. After all, he was not human, but a sacred mountain. Meanwhile, after Bai Liang decided to remain on the sacred mountain, Wu Zhe began to gather the remains of the ferocious tiger. This creature was indeed a valuable asset. Although the tiger had not yet completed its demon transformation, it already exhibited demonic traits. Its blood and flesh, as well as its bones, were highly nourishing. Initially, Bai Liang thought Wu Zhe intended to bring it back for consumption, only to later realize that the tiger was meant to serve as a sacrificial offering. At the moment Wu Zhe killed the tiger, he had already conceived its purpose. He had actually preferred to capture the tiger alive. Dead offerings and live ones are not the same. However, he ultimately struck down the tiger with a single blow. In regard to the living sacrifice, he harbored concerns that the mountain deity might take offense. As living sacrifices are typically associated with malevolent and sinister practices, the mountain deity, known for his bountiful grace and protection of all beings, embodies the righteous path. How could he possibly accept a living sacrifice like those of the wicked? Weighing these considerations, he ultimately decided against the living offering. The malevolent tiger was quite large, comparable to a water buffalo. Such a substantial offering rendered the previous altar inadequate. A larger altar would be required to accommodate it. Once the new altar was constructed, with the incense burner set in place and the tiger's head positioned at the center, its body sprawled behind. All the villagers gathered, including the recently joined Bai Liang and a few others. Incense was lit, and the sacrificial rites commenced. Standing at the forefront, Wu Zei's countenance was solemn as he intoned. Chapter 10. The village's development, the Golden Dragon Temple. This ceremony marked the village's first official sacrifice. The transformed malevolent tiger was used as an offering, its carcass divided in two upon the altar, flanked by a goat and a wild boar on either side. The incense burner had been replaced with a larger one, crafted entirely from brass, gleaming brilliantly under the sun. The village now boasted a total of 17 villagers, joined by 5 newcomers, bringing the total to 20-2. At this moment, all 22 individuals were present to witness this sacred ritual dedicated to the mountain deity. Wu Zei, a mere warrior with scant knowledge of the written word and no prior experience with sacrificial rites, was unfamiliar with the ceremonial protocols. However, Bai Liang, being a scholar, possessed some understanding of these traditions and had hastily composed a sacrificial text for the mountain deity the previous night. Now, Wu Zei held Bai Liang's composition in his hands, his expression grave and respectful as he recited. On the 10th day of the 10th month in the 487th year of the Great Chu. In the year of the Yang Fire Horse, I, disciple Wu Zei, offer incense and sacrifice the demon tiger and 3 other creatures at the altar of the mountain deity. The realm is in turmoil. The court is corrupt, and malevolent spirits plague the world, bringing untold suffering to humanity. I beseech the mountain deity to bestow protection upon mortals, to vanquish demons and dispel evil, that the people may revere you as the supreme deity, ensuring peace in the realm, with demons retreating and your grace overwhelming, rewarding virtue and punishing vice. I humbly present this offering and sincerely pray for the mountain deity's blessings and the enduring warmth of the incense. May it be received with favor. I bow in reverence. After completing the recitation, Wu Zei knelt and bowed his head to the ground 9 times, with the others following suit, their expressions filled with awe. Rising, Wu Zei approached the fire pit, igniting the sacrificial text until it was consumed by flames. Liu observed this solemn ceremony, feeling a sense of divinity envelop him. As the text burned away, his merit points surged dramatically. Realm, first level of Spirit Mountain Merit, 762110000. Divine Power, Blessings of the Mountain Deity Spell, Manifestation Artifact, Seal of the Mountain. The merit acquired from this malevolent tiger was astonishingly high. Several thousand points, remarkably so. Clearly, there is a significant distinction between demonic beings and ordinary beasts. Moreover, this tiger had yet to ascend. Should it evolve into a true demonic entity, the merit points it would yield could be even greater. Reflecting on this, Liu felt a twinge of regret for having obliterated the rat demon outright. Had he preserved its entire form for Wu Zei to offer, the merit garnered would have skyrocketed, potentially allowing him to breach the second level of his realm. However, he was only a little over 2,000 points shy of the coveted 10,000. Without further offerings, the slow accumulation would likely take merely a month, soon enough. During the ritual, Wu Zei and the others could distinctly see the incense they offered swirling towards the mountain, as if drawn in by its very essence. To their astonishment, a faint aura of blood vitality was seen being drawn from the tiger's carcass into the mountain. Was this a manifestation of the mountain's divine presence, reveling in their offerings? Wu Zei and the others felt a surge of excitement, their reverence deepening. By the time the ceremony concluded, the tiger's body had lost its luster, reverting to a more beastly appearance. The flesh from the sacrifice could be kept for consumption. Although the flavor had diminished, it remained tiger meat, a substantial source of nourishment, with the bones and tail providing even greater sustenance. The young tiger gazed longingly at the tail, its eyes sparkling, only to be chastised by Wu Zei, who insisted it should eat the more substantial cuts of meat instead. Pushed aside to partake of the lesser meat, the young tiger begrudged its fate, watching as the men divided the tiger's tail amongst themselves. Brother Wu, do you truly require this? Bai Liang queried, a look of bewilderment on his face. Aware of Wu Zei's past, he noted that since the tragic loss of his wife and daughter, he had not sought the companionship of another. Consuming the tiger's tail would yield strength with no outlet for its use. It is for the purpose of cultivation, Wu Zei replied. The path of cultivation is not solely reliant on one's own rigorous training. Sometimes, external resources must be utilized. Although the tail had lost its extraordinary essence, it still possessed the capability to replenish one's vitality. Having something is better than having nothing. Bai Liang, enlightened, felt a pang of envy. He too yearned to cultivate and become an adept, Yet his talent was as dismal as Wu Zai's. Watching his equally untalented friend step onto the path of cultivation, he felt an overwhelming sense of admiration. Glancing towards the altar, then up at the enigmatic mountain, Bai Liang felt a stirring within him. How splendid it would be if he too could receive the blessings of the mountain deity. Time passed nearly a month, during which the village experienced no significant events. Everyone was fervently engaged in its construction. Once desolate wilderness now thrived with life, a small village rising from the ground in this month. Over a dozen refugees arrived at the mountain, increasing the village's population to over 40. Housing was becoming scarce. Yet new dwellings were under construction, causing the village to expand further. The previously rudimentary temple underwent renovations, now constructed with bricks and tiles, no longer a mere wooden shack. We must hasten the brickmaking. The mountain deity's temple remains too small and requires further expansion. Bai Liang wiped the sweat from his brow, gazing at the imposing temple before him. Mr. Bai, is this not sufficiently grand? The temple now spanned the size of 5 of our houses. All built from brick. Nair was somewhat perplexed, as in his perception, this temple was the largest he had ever encountered. Not nearly enough. Bai Liang shook his head, continuing, have you ever visited the Golden Dragon Temple? I have heard of it, but never been there, Nair replied. The Golden Dragon Temple is the foremost temple of the Buddhist sect, the pinnacle of all temples. I have visited, and it is unimaginably vast, at least half the size of Feng County. Bai Liang exclaimed, his tone filled with awe. The reputation of the Golden Dragon Temple echoed throughout the world. Even demons would show it deference. Half the size of Feng County? Nair was astounded. Never having conceived of a temple being so expansive, after processing this information, he stammered. So, does that mean we must construct a temple of equal size to the Golden Dragon Temple? He imagined the enormity of half Feng County and began to sweat profusely. That would entail an unimaginable quantity of bricks and tiles. Not quite. We merely need to make it larger by 2 more circles. Bai Liang chuckled. Relieved, Nair dashed off to resume brickmaking. Brother Bai, how are you finding your stay in the village? Wu Zai approached with a smile. Bai Liang nodded. His demeanor relaxed as he replied, I am accustomed to it, though it is a bit monotonous and arduous. Starting anew. However, it is remarkably safe. There is no place safer than here, and I can finally sleep soundly. Chapter 11. The escort team takes shelter. Trouble arises in the spirit cave. Initially, when he took residence at the mountain, Bai Liang felt slightly uneasy. After a few days of peace, he finally relaxed. There had been instances of minor disturbances from lesser demons, but they posed no threat, easily dealt with by Wu Zai alone. Without requiring the mountain deity's intervention, after enduring the anxious days of fleeing, Bai Liang finally experienced a period of tranquility. Do not worry. Everything will improve, Wu Zai assured him, radiating confidence. Here, under the protection of the mountain deity, amidst the current chaos wrought by demons, having a safe haven is a rare blessing. As long as the villagers recognize the mountain deity's renown, they will come forth to seek his protection. Bai Liang understood this well, responding with a smile, indeed, this place will only flourish with time. Thanks to the mountain deity's favor, it shall become a refuge for the people. Wu Zai nodded, and the two continued their discussion about the village's future. Both filled with anticipation. After a month of growth, Li Yu's merit points had reached 9865. Only a few days remained until he reached the coveted 10,000, allowing for a breakthrough in his realm. Throughout this month, he had been observing the village's development at the foot of the mountain, finding it akin to managing a simulation game. A sensation he quite enjoyed. To him, the village finally resembled an actual settlement. Though its numbers still fell short of 50 inhabitants, however, he remained unperturbed. Once the deity's reputation spread, refugees would flock to them in droves. Soon, he might find himself overwhelmed with the need for accommodations. Li Yu was also attentive to the cultivation of his followers, though he had yet to bestow further blessings, having granted them only to Wu Zai thus far. His reluctance stemmed from not wanting to give such blessings too freely, lest they lose their value. Moreover, this divine talisman was exceptional. From Wu Zai's brief remarks, he sensed that should others learn of it, it might attract unwanted attention. The path without limits would undoubtedly attract countless individuals from all corners of the world. Therefore, the divine decree cannot be casually bestowed. One must meticulously observe the character, loyalty, and various attributes of individuals. Otherwise, one might inadvertently nurture a treacherous wolf, leading to significant troubles with malevolent forces as dusk approached. A contingent of individuals appeared near the sacred mountain, and Liu sensed it immediately. Expanding his divine consciousness, he swiftly discerned the situation of the group. There were a total of 18 individuals, all clad in armor and wielding weapons. At the center of the formation were 3 horse-drawn carts, each laden with several large boxes, adorned with a flag that read Liyuan Escort Company. Was this a convoy of guards? Liu was momentarily taken aback, astonished that in such a chaotic era plagued by demons and monsters, there were still those brave enough to escort goods. Upon seeing the leader, he felt reassured. It turned out the leader was a first-tier cultivator, while the others were all skilled martial artists. As long as they did not encounter a formidable demon, this assembly was sufficient for self-preservation. After all, one does not encounter demons every day. Otherwise, the Great Chu would have long since crumbled. Merchants transporting goods and farmers venturing out to cultivate the land must leave the county town. As long as they travel by day and return home by night, they can significantly reduce the likelihood of encountering demons. The convoy was currently heading towards a village at the foot of the mountain. Liu conducted a preliminary probe and determined that these individuals bore no ill intentions. About a quarter of an hour later, as the convoy approached the village, the villagers finally noticed the approaching group. In a moment, Wu Zhe emerged from the village, gripping a military saber and wearing a vigilant expression. Bai Liang and Urching followed closely behind, prepared to respond to any unexpected situations. Upon seeing Wu Zhe, the convoy halted, and the leader, Chen Jianqi, stepped forward, clasping his hands in salute. Liyuan Escort Company, Chen Jianqi, greetings, brother. Seeing no malice from the newcomer, Wu Zhe felt a slight relief in his heart and returned the gesture. Wu Zhe, the master of Qinshan Village. Qinshan Village was a name collectively chosen by everyone a few days ago, and he had been elected as its master. Although Bai Liang had arrived later, he was educated and a scholar, thus becoming the deputy master. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Jianqi soon articulated his purpose. They were escorting a shipment from Tianyue County to Taohua County, but with nightfall approaching, traveling at night was a grave taboo. Therefore, they sought lodging for the night at Qinshan Village, intending to set off for Taohua County the following morning. After making this request, Chen Jianqi courteously offered a bag of silver. Wu Zhe initially refrained from accepting, choosing instead to consult Bai Liang before ultimately agreeing. That is acceptable, but you must not enter the village. You may only camp outside. Wu Zhe nodded, establishing clear boundaries. The convoy leader, Chen Jianqi, acknowledged this condition willingly. They sought refuge here primarily for safety in numbers. Observing that this village seemed recently established with a sparse population, the presence of residents indicated a semblance of safety. Moreover, he could discern that the master of Qinshan Village, like himself, was also a cultivator, which made the prospect of staying here even more comforting. In the event of a demon encounter, having allies was far preferable to facing the threat alone. Soon, Chen Jianqi and his escort set up camp at the outskirts of Qinshan Village. Wu Zhe remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on the newcomers to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Once the camp was established, Chen Jianqi approached Wu Zhe with some specialties from Tianyue County. After Wu Zhe granted him entry into the village, he stepped inside. Observing the newly established village, he felt a sense of intrigue. In these times, few villages could survive independently. After all, small villages with limited populations lacked the protection of imperial favor. Should demons arrive, they would surely perish. Even with Wu Zhe being a first-tier cultivator, it would be futile, for demons typically appeared in swarms. The temple within the village caught Chen Jianqi's attention. At first, he assumed it to be Wu Zhe's residence. However, upon closer inspection, it was not. It resembled a shrine with an altar and incense burning. Was this an ancestral hall or a temple? Though filled with curiosity, he understood the importance of discretion and refrained from probing further. After presenting the specialties to Wu Zhe and engaging in polite conversation regarding the frequency of demon appearances in the vicinity, Chen Jianqi retired to rest. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Chen Jianqi bid farewell to Wu Zhe before departing for Taohua County. On this very day, news spread throughout the surrounding areas of Taohua County, even reaching Qinshan Village. Something had gone awry at Lingku Cave. Bai Liang found Wu Zhe, his face ashen, and when he uttered this news, his heart raced with trepidation. What happened? Seeing Bai Liang's panic-stricken countenance, Wu Zhe's brow furrowed deeply. Bai Liang swallowed hard and exclaimed, "They are all dead." Everyone at Lingku Cave is dead. Upon hearing this, Wu Zei's expression shifted dramatically. There were nearly 1,000 refugees at Lingku Cave. This was not something that Qinshan village could contend with. How could it be that even the cultivators, including several at the refinement stage, had perished suddenly? Bai Liang was consumed with fear, reflecting that had he chosen to accompany those individuals to Lingku Cave for refuge over a month ago, his fate would have mirrored theirs. The 4 others who had also opted to stay behind shared his sentiment, relieved that they had made the right choice. What had transpired? Had the demons from Feng County targeted Lingku Cave? Wu Zei's mood darkened. Although he had experienced some unpleasantness with the people from Lingku Cave, they were, after all, fellow victims of demon oppression, and he could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. Moreover, that represented over 1,000 lives. These individuals had barely escaped from Feng County, seeking refuge in Lingku Cave, only to meet a similar fate. Utter annihilation. Li Yu, upon hearing Bai Liang's words, immediately turned his gaze toward him. Lingku Cave. He had previously suspected that the individual who had persistently urged Bai Liang and the others to seek refuge there was somewhat dubious. However, at that time, the person had stood outside the sacred mountain, beyond his divine consciousness's reach, preventing him from conducting a thorough investigation. Now, his instincts proved correct, as Lingku Cave indeed harbored a significant issue. Yet he had not anticipated the gravity of the situation. Over 1,000 lives extinguished. Curiosity tinged his thoughts. Was it the demons wreaking havoc once more? Bai Liang inhaled deeply, suppressing his tumultuous emotions, and grimly stated, it was not demons. It was dark creatures. The revelation left Wu Zei gasping in shock. The chaos wrought by demons invariably invited the presence of darker forces. Among these, the dark creatures instilled the greatest fear. Unlike demons, which, at least, were tangible and visible, brutal and savage yet confrontable, dark creatures were far more sinister. Employing insidious methods to manipulate hearts and minds, they could blend seamlessly into crowds, making them nearly impossible to detect. Once they struck, it would undoubtedly result in a calamity of monumental proportions. For ordinary folk, dark creatures represented the most significant threat, even more so than demons. Upon learning that dark creatures were responsible, Liu couldn't help but feel validated in his suspicions. He had previously harbored doubts but had refrained from asserting them. Having never encountered a dark creature himself, now it seemed evident that the individual from that day had indeed been possessed, relentlessly coaxing people toward Lingku Cave, orchestrating a trap to ensnare them all. In light of this revelation, the dark creatures were indeed formidable. In just over a month, they had managed to lure 1,000 desperate refugees to Lingku Cave, only to unleash a brutal massacre upon them. Moreover, these dark creatures exhibited remarkable caution, sensing danger and avoiding proximity to the sacred mountain. Liu's desire to uncover the truth behind the events at Lingku Cave intensified. The dark creatures had cunningly lured over 1,000 individuals to the cave. Although this seemed a substantial number, it paled in comparison to the over 90,000 lives claimed by demons in Feng County. However, his divine consciousness could not reach such great distances, rendering him incapable of directly witnessing the scene at Lingku Cave. Yet he could manifest a semblance of himself. While the projection would be weak, it should suffice to ascertain the situation. Without hesitation, Liu activated his projection, causing an ethereal elder to materialize at the foot of the mountain. Previously, Bai Liang had mentioned the location of Lingku Cave, so he directed his projection toward it. Within Qinshan village, immediately following Bai Liang's account of the calamity at Lingku Cave, Wu Zei convened with several others to strategize their response to the dark creatures. Aware of the dark creatures' aptitude for manipulation, they resolved to maintain heightened vigilance towards outsiders, lest they fall prey to temptation. At that moment, Bai Liang and the others began to realize the gravity of the situation. The individual who had persuaded them to seek refuge at Lingku Cave a month prior was undoubtedly suspect. The ease with which they had been swayed to abandon their reservations now filled them with dread. It was clear they had been ensnared by the dark creature's allure. Otherwise, given his nature of weighing pros and cons, he would never have made such a hasty decision. The choice to remain at the sacred mountain had come only after he had witnessed Wu Zei's prowess and engaged in careful deliberation. Yet back then, he had trusted that individual's words without having seen anything firsthand, merely relying on that person's encouragement to make a definitive choice. Indeed, the dark creatures were insidious and elusive. Bai Liang felt a deep sense of regret, even questioning whether it had been rash to allow the Liyuan escort company to stay the previous night. After solidifying their strategy against the dark creatures, Wu Zhe and the others returned to their respective tasks. The village was in a phase of development, and numerous pressing matters required their attention, alongside plans for the future. During this period, the village's population had grown from 20 to over 50 individuals. They all firmly believed that Qinshan village would continue to flourish, with the potential to evolve into a small town, a bustling city, or even a brand new county in the future. Taohua County. This county, though not much larger than Feng County, boasts a population exceeding 100,000 and occupies a slightly larger area. Ever since the calamity struck Feng County, the citizens of Taohua County have been enveloped in unease, apprehensive that the tragic events of Feng County might soon befall them as well. Fortunately, the county magistrate acted promptly. At the very moment disaster struck Feng County, he sealed the gates of the town, allowing exits but prohibiting any entries, thereby significantly mitigating the danger. However, this measure was undeniably inhumane, as over 10,000 individuals fled Feng County, with at least 7,000 or 8,000 passing through Taohua County before being turned away. Nevertheless, the people of Taohua County were largely supportive of this approach. What concern is the safety of the Feng County populace to them? When their own lives are at stake, they harbor no compassion whatsoever. After nearly 2 months of tranquility, with no sign of the demonic entities, it was believed that Taohua County was safe. However, news from the Lingku Cave ignited panic among the inhabitants of Taohua County. Demonic creatures. These are far more terrifying than the previously encountered entities. Some unique varieties of these demons are capable of eluding the imperial aura and infiltrating the county to wreak havoc. Employing insidious tactics. Upon receiving this alarming intelligence, the county magistrate immediately instructed his officers to intensify patrols within the town. Any suspicious individuals discovered would be promptly incarcerated. Better to err on the side of caution than to let a potential threat slip away. The majority of those apprehended were innocent souls. After all, if demonic entities were so easily exposed, could they truly be called demons? At this moment, within the magistrate's residence, Chen Jianqi from the Liyuan escort agency, who had taken refuge at Qinshan village, stood in the main hall. He had come to deliver the escort goods, which happened to belong to the county magistrate. The magistrate of Taohua County, Wang Hu, occupied a position of authority, his corpulent figure engulfing the entire redwood table and chair, the ends of his drooping mustache glistening with grease. Pray tell, what did you encounter on your journey from Tianyue County? Magistrate Wang Hu inquired languidly. Beside him stood an elderly monk, head bowed and eyes closed. Chapter 13. Guest Escort, Manifestation Exterminated. Chen Jianqi hesitated, fully aware that the magistrate was interrogating him. The Liyuan escort agency had traversed through Feng County and the Lingku Cave, both notorious strongholds for demons. Naturally, the escort team was affected by the turmoil caused by the demons. Fortunately, the Liyuan escort agency possessed sufficient strength to avoid being directly imprisoned, yet interrogation was unavoidable. The journey had been relatively smooth, encountering 7 demonic entities, 6 of which were ordinary demons, while the 7th was a first-tier rat demon encountered near Feng County. Chen Jianqi carefully chose his words and continued. We did not encounter any demons near the Lingku Cave. However, we were approached by a group of refugees who were exceedingly eager to lead us to the Lingku Cave for shelter. Obligated by my duties, I had to refuse their offer. Upon mentioning this, an inexplicable dread washed over Chen Jianqi that day. He had indeed felt a moment of temptation at the insistence of the overly enthusiastic refugees. Contemplating that after such a long journey, resting for a day at the Lingku Cave would be quite agreeable. Fortunately, the Liyuan escort agency adhered to strict regulations, and he dared not overstep. Coupled with his status as a practitioner of the law refinement realm, his willpower was significantly stronger than that of an ordinary individual, thus he remained untempted. Magistrate Wang Hu squinted as he listened, slowly asking, and then, Chen Jianqi hesitated momentarily before stating, we arrived at the Divine Mountain and spent a night at Qinshan village at the foot of the mountain. The next morning, we proceeded directly to the county town. He did not withhold any information, recounting all that transpired during the journey. Wang Hu's eyes narrowed, and he snorted coldly, the Divine Mountain? Qinshan village. I have served as magistrate in Taohua County for many years and have never heard of such a village. You are lying. The magistrate's elongated eyes fixated on Chen Jianqi, his face etched with suspicion. Chen Jianqi was taken aback and quickly replied, My lord, I assure you, I did not lie. I truly spent the night at Qinshan village at the foot of the Divine Mountain. If you doubt my word, you may send someone to investigate. A cold sweat broke out on his brow, as he sensed that the magistrate might be testing him. Otherwise, how could the magistrate of Taohua County be unaware of a village located less than 10 miles from the county town? Wang Hu straightened slightly, fixing his gaze on Qian Jianqi. After years of serving in office, he possessed keen insight. He could tell whether Qian Jianqi was being deceitful. At this moment, Qian Jianqi's reaction did not appear to be one of lying. Yet, in this current world, what village could possibly survive independently? Such a village would have long been targeted by demons and thoroughly ravaged. You claim there is a village called Qinshan Village at the foot of the Divine Mountain. Wang Hu questioned coldly. Indeed. Qian Jianqi affirmed with conviction. Wang Hu continued, then I ask you, in a world rife with demonic chaos, what village could possibly endure to this day? Having spoken, Wang Hu fixed his piercing gaze upon him. Qian Jianqi promptly responded, My lord, that Qinshan village has only recently been established. The houses there are constructed from new timber, and even the fields have only just been cultivated. Qian Jianqi had observed Qinshan village closely. After all, in these tumultuous times, how could he afford to easily take refuge in an unfamiliar village, recently established? Wang Hu furrowed his brow slightly. Yes, my lord, I also assessed the villagers. They appear to be refugees who escaped from Feng County. Their village leader is a practitioner of the law refinement realm, Qian Jianqi added. Wang Hu scrutinized Qian Jianqi for a long moment before shifting his gaze to the elderly monk beside him. Noticing the monk give a slight nod, Wang Hu turned back, a smile breaking out on his greasy face. It seems I have misjudged. I hope you can forgive me, brave Qin. He uttered these words of apology. Though his tone remained somewhat flat, with the matter seemingly resolved, Qian Jianqi felt a wave of relief. As for the magistrate's change in demeanor, he could comprehend it. In the current administration, few officials were truly virtuous. Subsequently, Wang Hu invited Qian Jianqi to sit and share tea as they discussed the escorting of goods. Having come from Tianyue County, there were certainly goods in Taohua County that needed to be escorted back. After a brief conversation, Qian Jianqi took his leave from the magistrate's residence. However, as he departed, Wang Hu reminded him of one final task. Upon passing Qinshan village, extend an invitation from the magistrate to the village leader. Wu Zhe, to serve as a guest escort in Taohua County. In chaotic times, practitioners were a rare commodity, and Wang Hu had no qualms about securing additional protection for his safety. Qian Jianqi naturally agreed. He believed that Wu Zhe would likely accept, as the magistrate had offered generous terms, expressing a willingness to welcome all villagers from Qinshan village. With only about 50 individuals, once thorough checks were completed, there would be no issue entering the county town. After all, huddling together outside the city offered little safety compared to residing within it. Surely, Wu Zhe would understand this rationale, within a dense forest. The figure resembling Taoist Qingwei advanced step by step at Liu had already traversed over 10 miles based on by Liang's directions. Throughout this journey, aside from the various dangers, the frailty of his current form was truly a hindrance. Otherwise, he would not be moving so slowly. It was nearly dusk by the time he approached his destination. Ahead lay the Lingku cave, and looking up, he could already see a vast gorge. The gorge was bordered by a waterfall, presenting a picturesque scene, with lush trees reminiscent of the landscapes of Gillen in his previous life. Such beauty seemed incongruous with the notion of demonic creatures. Within the gorge, there lay a colossal cave, the Lingku Cave. Yet, it could now be aptly renamed the Demonic Cave. As soon as Liu stepped into the gorge, he was met with a bone-chilling coldness that sent shivers down his spine. The small river flowing through the gorge did not carry clear spring water, but rather a vivid stream of blood. And this was before even entering the cave. What a harrowing impression! One could only marvel at the demons, whose impact was no less formidable than that of the previously encountered entities. Nevertheless, Liu was undeterred. Boldly advancing as he entered the cave, upon entering, he was greeted by an abyss of darkness. The air thick with the stench of blood. It seemed there were movements ahead. Peering intently, he was taken aback to discover a throng of people. These individuals were still alive. Heads crowded together, the cave was filled with people, each appearing dazed and frozen in terror, standing motionless. More disturbingly, without exception, every individual had a blood vessel thrust into their skull. Thousands of these vessels converged at the cave's apex. Liu raised his head to discern what they were connected to. But before he could grasp the situation, darkness enveloped him, and when he next opened his eyes, he found himself atop the divine mountain. His manifestation had been exterminated, however. This outcome was anticipated. Manifestations serve merely as eyes, a means to glimpse the situation. Now that his vision had been compromised, he had gleaned the events occurring within the Linku cave. Those individuals had become living corpses, exploited by the demonic entity, likely aiding its cultivation. Liu surmised this outcome. To uncover the specifics of what transpired, he would have to dispatch someone. The manifestation was too weak to effect any change. Merely observing. Chapter 14. Ascending to second-tier Ling Mountain. Divine powers manifesting heaven and earth. The events within the Linku cave were profoundly disturbing. Sending just anyone could likely result in fright. The most suitable candidate would naturally be Wu Zhe. Yet, Wu Zhe's strength was only that of a first-tier practitioner, making his journey perilous, likely leading to a 9 in 10 chance of demise. With no suitable options available, Liu decided to postpone the matter. After all, the Linku cave bore no direct relation to the divine mountain. His curiosity was merely piqued. As night fell, the villagers of Qianshan village began to rest. However, due to the chaos wrought by the demons, Wu Zhe had dispatched 2 individuals to take turns keeping watch. Wu Zhe believed that while the village was well protected under the divine mountain's shelter, one could not reside indefinitely in a state of comfort, leading to a loss of vigilance. This was a perilous notion. In a world besieged by demons, lacking a sense of crisis was akin to courting death. Thus, the people of Qianshan village must cultivate a sense of vigilance, remaining ever watchful against the demons. Even Wu Zhe himself was diligently engaged in his cultivation. Having stepped into the law refinement realm nearly a month ago, his foundation had solidified. Should he face the rat demon from a few months prior now? He felt confident that he could sever it with 3 strikes. In conjunction with the divine movement talisman, it could effortlessly slay foes in a single stroke. It was only during his cultivation that he realized the terrifying nature of the divine movement talisman bestowed by the mountain god. This talisman not only enhanced his innate qualities but also significantly accelerated his training speed. The inherent techniques within the talisman were remarkably profound. The more he pondered upon them, the more he could grasp their intricacies. The enhancement brought about by the divine movement talisman was nothing short of comprehensive, particularly in terms of speed, which surpassed all expectations. The distance from Qianshan Manor to Taohua County spanned over 10 miles. And should Wu Zhe activate the divine movement talisman to travel, he could likely reach his destination in less than the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense. Moreover, his speed would only increase with his growing prowess. Should he break through to become a second-tier cultivator, the improvements granted by the talisman would be even more substantial. Upon realizing the extraordinary nature of the divine movement talisman, Wu Zhe felt an even greater reverence for the mountain god. Previously, he had assumed the mountain god was merely a deity of the mountains, but it now seemed evident that he was far more than an ordinary mountain deity. As for deeper considerations, he dared not dwell on them. The matters pertaining to the mountain god were beyond his reach. The following day, as the villagers arrived at the temple to pay their respects, Liu's merit points finally reached a total of 10,000. With the merit points maxed out at 10,000, his realm ascended, promoting him to the second-tier spiritual mountain. This unlocked divine abilities and the manifestation of his Fa Xiang within the world. Upon this elevation, Liu immediately felt his spiritual consciousness expand exponentially. While at the first-tier spiritual mountain, his consciousness could only encompass the entirety of the divine mountain. However, now it extended to cover a radius of 10 miles around the mountain, even allowing him glimpses of Taohua County's town. The vast enhancement of his consciousness invigorated him. He was no longer bound solely to the divine mountain. With a radius of 10 miles of spiritual consciousness, it meant that as long as Wu Zhe and the others remained within this range, he could swiftly intervene if danger arose. Following the breakthrough, he sensed a significant increase in his internal strength, which had grown considerably. Yet, lacking a comparative reference, Liu remained unaware of his true power. The unlocking of divine abilities explained the manifestation of Fa Xiang Tiandi. Upon hearing the name of this divine ability, a surge of excitement welled within him. This was indeed a formidable skill. Upon its invocation, it would condense his power into a visible form, exuding an aura of divine might with devastating force. Finally, he possessed an offensive divine ability. Liu rejoiced. Prior to this, the blessings conferred by the mountain god and the manifestation of his form were not offensive abilities. This limitation rendered his attacks rather singular, relying solely on spiritual consciousness. Although he later obtained the mountain-suppressing seal, it too could only be manipulated through his consciousness, leaving him in a similar predicament. Now, with at his disposal, he could manifest this ability in the face of adversaries, swinging his fists against them. For a mountain, each strike was a rare opportunity. Following his promotion, his status panel transformed accordingly. Realm: Second Tier Spiritual Mountain. Merit: 12, 100, 000. Divine Abilities: Blessing of the Mountain God. Spells: Manifestation. Artifacts: Mountain Suppressing Seal. His realm transitioned from the unremarkable first-tier spiritual mountain to the equally unremarkable second-tier spiritual mountain. You had anticipated a transformation in the subsequent tiers, but it appeared they remained consistent as spiritual mountains. The merit points escalated from 10,000 to a staggering 100,000 for the next promotion. He estimated that the next realm would likely be the third-tier spiritual mountain, with minimal changes expected. Spending 2 months to accumulate 10,000 merit points, he wondered how long it would take to amass the next 100,000. Clearly, the village's population was still insufficient. If there were more people, he could garner greater merit. Initially, he had considered allowing Wuza and the others to develop the village independently, but it seemed that to expedite his ascension, he must personally engage in the village's advancement. Only with the village flourishing, attracting more inhabitants and higher quality offerings, could he swiftly elevate his realm. However, he knew that this endeavor could not be rushed and required careful planning. As for the new divine ability, Liu was eager to experiment with it. Naturally, manifesting on the divine mountain would create quite a stir. Fortunately, his consciousness now spanned 10 miles. Thus, he opted to find a location outside the divine mountain to practice. Without hesitation, he released his consciousness, searching the vicinity. In an instant, he discovered a nest of first-tier rat demons over 7 miles from the divine mountain, nestled within a shadowy lair. At the deepest level of the lair lay a massive blood-colored second-tier rat demon, slumbering peacefully. How dare such creatures rest so close? Especially a horde of scorned vermin. Excellent, they shall be my target. With a calm demeanor, Liu invoked in an instant. The heavens and earth shifted, and a towering figure, 100 feet tall, materialized in the air, exuding a palpable sense of oppression. The giant's visage was obscured but radiated golden light, resembling a deity descending to the mortal realm. Its mere appearance startled the rat demons awake. The second-tier rat demon, sensing an unprecedented sense of peril, abandoned its offspring and fled the lair in a frantic escape. But could it truly escape? The manifested fixated on the rat demon, snorting disdainfully as a colossal hand descended, effortlessly flattening the fleeing second-tier rat demon into a mere puddle of flesh. Then, with another hand, he swiftly dispatched the first-tier rat demons that had yet to react in less than half a minute. The entire nest of rat demons was annihilated. The power of this divine ability was indeed formidable. Liu marveled inwardly. Dealing with these rat demons was akin to a dimensional strike. Next, he proceeded to cleanse the area within 10 miles of the divine mountain of any lurking beasts. With a mere sweep of his consciousness, he dispatched them without hesitation. In just the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the task was completed. Henceforth, no creatures would inhabit the 10-mile radius surrounding the divine mountain. Chapter 15. How can we build countless grand houses to shelter all the people of the world in joy? With the acquisition of the ability, Liu felt an overwhelming sense of confidence. He believed that even facing a third-tier great demon from Feng County would be a mere matter of a single strike. It was said that third-tier great demons possessed consciousness, could speak, and were capable of strategizing with intellect akin to that of humans. This was precisely why third-tier demons were referred to as great demons. With consciousness comes a clear distinction from first- and second-tier beasts. And even stronger demons could take on human forms. Now armed with offensive capabilities and an expanded range of influence, Liu contemplated sending Wuza to explore the Lingku Cave. The divine mountain was over 10 miles from the Lingku Cave, just outside the reach of his consciousness, necessitating Wuza's physical presence. Fortunately, he could intervene, and with the blessing of the divine talisman, Wuza could easily escape should danger arise. As long as he remained within Liu's sphere of consciousness, he would be safe. Thus, Liu directed his attention toward Wuza, who was diligently cultivating within the village. Initially intending to manifest his form to meet Wuza, he found it overly cumbersome and instead entered Wuza's mind through his consciousness, summoning him. Upon hearing the resonant call from deep within his mind, Wuza awoke in astonishment. "Who are you? How did you enter my mind?" For a moment, he feared he had drawn the attention of a malevolent entity. "The divine mountain is I, and I am the divine mountain," came Liyu's simple yet profound response. Upon hearing this, Wuza's expression shifted from tension to exhilaration as he quickly knelt, his voice brimming with excitement. Disciple Wuza pays respects to the mountain god. I beg your forgiveness for any previous transgressions. It was impossible for Wuza not to be exhilarated. This was the mountain god, though the mountain god had previously intervened to save them and granted him blessings. They had never witnessed the mountain god's true form or heard his voice. Now that the mountain god had reached out to him, Wuza was overwhelmed with joy. He felt certain that this was indeed the mountain god, for he could sense the immense power of this consciousness, mysterious and untouchable. Moreover, the stirring of the divine talisman within him was unmistakable. This was a gift from the mountain god. "Fear not, for my manifestation today carries 2 directives for you," Liu stated calmly, yet to Wuza's ears, the voice resonated with divine sanctity. Upon learning that the mountain god had instructions for him, Wuza immediately straightened, adopting a serious demeanor. "Mountain god, please speak, regardless of whether it involves traversing a mountain of blades or a sea of flames. I shall dedicate myself fully, even at the cost of my life." In Wuza's heart, the mountain god had become a being more divine than any deity. Whatever the mountain god's request, he would spare no effort to fulfill it. Satisfied with Wuza's attitude, Liu nodded approvingly. He had not misjudged Wuza. He was indeed a loyal and righteous individual, possessing remarkable valor. "The first directive is this. In these chaotic times of demons and turmoil, the common folk suffer greatly, living in fear of imminent peril, their lives hanging by a thread. How can we build countless grand houses to shelter all the people of the world in joy? If there are refugees with nowhere to turn, you may bring them to the divine mountain. All who come shall be welcomed, and I shall protect them." Liu spoke slowly. Qianshan manner expanded. So too would the merit he could accumulate. Moreover, by providing sanctuary for these displaced individuals, he would derive joy in shielding them from the marauding demons. This was a win-win situation, a tremendous victory for all. Upon hearing the mountain god's first directive, Wuza felt a surge of respect and his heart swelled with fervor. Tears welled in his eyes. The age of demons had persisted for 8 long years. During this time, countless lives had been lost. The authorities had done nothing, and the religious sects, focused solely on their own affairs, offered assistance only when financially incentivized by the wealthy families. The remaining populace was left to fend for themselves. Abandoned to their fate, he was but one among the masses, and when Feng County fell to the great demon, there was no aid from the authorities, nor any effort made to rescue the refugees. The so-called Taoist and Buddhist sects, renowned for their prowess in vanquishing demons, have not come forth to exorcise the malevolent spirits. The refugees, left to fend for themselves, sought warmth in numbers, only to be expelled from Taohua County, finding themselves bereft of any sanctuary in this vast world. Fortunately, divine providence eventually smiled upon them, guiding them to the sacred mountain. The mountain deity, in a display of boundless grace, showed compassion and intervened to rescue them. Now, the mountain deity intends to summon all those refugees with nowhere to turn, offering them protection under his auspices. This is the true essence of divinity, the embodiment of righteousness. Liu observed Wu Zhe, who shed tears of profound emotion, feeling a sense of bewilderment. He thought to himself, "Why are you crying?" Wu Zhe wiped the tears from his cheeks and bowed deeply several times, his tone imbued with sincerity. "Great mountain deity, I express my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of all the people of the world for your divine grace. Your protection will save countless lives. I pledge to do my utmost to bring every refugee without a place to go to the sacred mountain." After speaking, he bowed once more with fervor. Once Liu noted that he had finished bowing, he continued, "Regarding the second matter, you are aware of the situation at the Lingku Cave. Go there and investigate to ascertain what has transpired. Do not fear. Should danger arise, I shall intervene." Wu Zhe's expression turned serious, and he declared with unwavering resolve, I shall fulfill the task entrusted to me by the great mountain deity." With that, having relayed his instructions, Liu's consciousness departed. He had faith in Wu Zei's capabilities. Given his character and nature, as long as he was afforded room to grow, he would undoubtedly become a formidable individual in the future. This also served as a test for Wu Zei. If he could not even pass these trials, then he would not warrant the considerable investment Liu had made in him. After Liu's departure, Wu Zei did not rise immediately but knelt for a considerable time before finally standing up. Once on his feet, he was consumed with exhilaration. The great mountain deity had manifested before him and entrusted him with a mission. The significance of this was monumental. Previously, although they had resided at the foot of the sacred mountain and worshipped the great deity, there had never been a true manifestation of his presence. This had left some in the village feeling uncertain, questioning whether the mountain deity genuinely regarded them or merely offered casual assistance. They feared that one day, the deity might overlook them, leaving them vulnerable without his protection. Now that the great mountain deity had finally revealed himself, it indicated that he had indeed been watching over them. Entrusting them with a mission further acknowledged their status as denizens of the sacred mountain. Henceforth, they could proudly declare themselves residents of the sacred mountain, no longer needing to append their identity with the foot of the mountain and Qianshan village. Chapter 16. Investigating the Lingku Cave. The emergence of demonic beings. Upon exiting the dwelling, some villagers noticed that Wu Zei appeared different today. "Zhuangzhu, why do you seem even more spirited today? Have your cultivation levels increased?" One villager inquired, initially believing that Wu Zei had made further progress in his training. Wu Zei took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and shook his head with a smile. "It is not an increase in cultivation, but rather the great mountain deity has manifested and sought me out." "Not an increase in cultivation? What? The villager's voice faltered mid-sentence, suddenly feeling something was amiss, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Did you just say the great mountain deity has manifested?" Doubts crept into his mind, questioning if he had misheard. Nearby villagers, drawn by the commotion, gathered around. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement, all eyes fixated on Wu Zei. "What? The great mountain deity has manifested? Zhuangzhu, is that true? Did he really appear in the village? Brother Wu, where is the great mountain deity? I wish to pay my respects." The crowd buzzed with inquiries, and soon the entire village had congregated. Upon hearing the news, Bai Liang rushed over, equally incredulous. "Brother Wu, they say the great mountain deity has manifested. Is this true?" he asked Wu Zei. Wu Zei nodded with a smile, his expression earnest. "Indeed, the great mountain deity has truly manifested." This revelation sent the crowd into a frenzy of excitement. Bai Liang, also astonished, quickly inquired about the deity's current whereabouts. Eager to pay his respects, Wu Zei regretfully shook his head, explaining that the great mountain deity was enigmatic, having only appeared to him before departing. Bai Liang, upon hearing this, felt a pang of disappointment but did not lose hope. Since the great mountain deity had manifested once, it stood to reason that he would do so again. Moreover, it indicated that all their efforts had not gone unnoticed by the deity. As long as they diligently served him, they would eventually receive his favor. Wu Zei then urged everyone to quiet down, adopting a serious tone. The recent manifestation of the mountain deity signifies a divine decree. Having been blessed by him, we must fulfill our duties. After hearing this, all present expressed unanimous agreement, some even brimming with eagerness. To serve the divine was indeed a monumental blessing. "Zhuangzhu, what tasks does the great mountain deity wish us to undertake?" "I, Ernyo, shall be the first to volunteer." Before Wu Zei could respond, others were already clamoring with anticipation. "Everyone, please remain calm. The mountain deity's instructions cannot be accomplished in haste. It requires our collective effort to succeed." Wu Zei outlined the great mountain deity's directives, which entailed developing Qianshan village and welcoming refugees to the sacred mountain to provide shelter for the masses. As he concluded his address, the crowd fell silent, taken aback by the enormity of the tasks assigned to them, their reverence for the great mountain deity deepening. Those who had endured hunger understood the value of sustenance. The villagers had faced the threats of demons. Recognizing the rarity of a safe haven, the mountain deity's intention to embrace all refugees and protect them was a truly noble endeavor. Truly, the great mountain deity deserved boundless appreciation from the world. Bai Liang could not help but express his admiration, feeling a surge of respect for the deity. However, the task of welcoming refugees would not yield immediate results. Qinshan village was still in its early stages, with food and housing barely meeting current demands. To accommodate refugees, thoughtful planning was essential. Wu Zhe briefly shared the future plans for Qinshan village, stating that within a 10-mile radius of the sacred mountain, development could commence as per the mountain deity's instructions. He entrusted Bai Liang with these responsibilities, as he himself had more pressing matters to address. He chose not to divulge the second task assigned by the mountain deity, considering that he was the only cultivator in the village, and the villagers could not assist with that. However, he did confide in Bai Liang about it, initially concerned about the dangers posed by the Lingku cave. Bai Liang felt reassured upon hearing that the great mountain deity would ensure Wu Zhe's safety. "Brother Wu, go forth without worry. I shall keep watch over the village and ensure that no major issues arise." Bai Liang assured Wu Zhe as he prepared to set off. Wu Zhe nodded, feeling a sense of trust in Bai Liang. After bidding farewell, he turned and made his way towards the Lingku cave. The journey to the Lingku cave spanned over 10 miles, but with the aid of the Xinqing talisman, Wu Zhe could cover that distance in just a quarter of an hour without rushing. Li Yu's consciousness trailed behind Wu Zhe until they reached the 10-mile mark, at which point he halted. The remainder of the journey would be left to Wu Zhe alone. With the blessing of the Xinqing talisman, Li Yu harbored no concerns about Wu Zhe encountering danger. As Wu Zhe approached the Lingku cave, he sensed a significant drop in temperature, an eerie chill enveloping the air. With each step forward, he felt an increasing sense of foreboding. After walking another 100 paces, he beheld a vast canyon, within which lay the Lingku cave. A stream trickled from the canyon, its waters a disturbing shade of crimson. Wu Zhe furrowed his brow, perplexed. Hadn't all those within the Lingku cave perished long ago? Why, then, did blood continue to flow from it? Had the demons once again abducted people? At that moment, Wu Zhe felt a surge of anxiety. This was his first proactive search for demons, and to claim he was unperturbed would be a lie. Drawing a deep breath, Wu Zhe steeled himself and stepped into the canyon. Upon entering, he immediately spotted a cave. This must be the Lingku cave. He mused. Without hesitation, he leaped inside. The moment he entered, a pungent stench of blood assaulted his senses, catching him off guard and nearly causing him to retch. As he turned to locate the source of the odor, his pupils dilated in shock. Thousands of individuals stood in the center of the Lingku cave, their expressions vacant, eyes glazed, and mouths slightly agape. Above them, blood vessels connected to their heads, as if siphoning something from them. Wu Zhe gasped in horror. The sight before him was utterly chilling. Had he not been battle-hardened and witnessed the devastation wrought by demons in Feng County, he might have been paralyzed with fear at this moment. Countless blood vessels converged at the cave's ceiling, and as Wu Zhe looked up, he beheld a grotesque entity hovering above. It resembled a spider, yet it lacked legs, replaced instead by a myriad of grotesque blood vessels, all linked to the living dead below. Just as Wu Zhe lifted his gaze, the monstrous being sensed his presence and, in an instant, a blood vessel shot toward him, aiming to pierce his skull. Wu Zhe reacted swiftly, drawing his military knife and, with a decisive strike, severed the blood vessel. Chapter 17. Li Yu intervenes, suppressing the demonic entity. As the blood vessel was severed, the creature emitted a piercing howl. The sound was excruciating, causing a tingling sensation in Wu Zhe's ears and raising goosebumps across his skin. In the next moment, several more tendrils lunged toward Wu Zhe's expression shifted. He drew his military blade, managing to sever only 3 of the writhing appendages. The remaining tendrils surged toward him from various angles, aiming to pierce the crown of his head. Yet, with the power of the divine movement talisman, Yu's was not so easily ensnared. Harnessing the talisman's strength, his figure vanished in an instant, reappearing at the entrance of the spirit cave. Having failed twice to land a hit, the creature seemed enraged by Yu's evasion. In a flash, countless tentacles erupted forth, ensnaring Yu's and rendering escape impossible. Faced with such a predicament, Yu's could only retreat momentarily, unwilling to confront the tentacles head-on. Suddenly, a figure appeared in his mind. Sever all the tentacles connected to the heads of those individuals. It was the voice of the mountain deity. Yu's heart stirred, and without hesitation, he altered his course, activating the divine movement talisman to weave through the gaps between the tentacles and re-enter the cave. Li Yu had been covertly observing. Initially, His spiritual consciousness could not penetrate the spirit cave. However, he discovered that by utilizing the divine movement talisman within Yu's, he could project part of his consciousness, thus witnessing all that Yu's beheld. Since Yu's had entered the cave, Liu had been silently watching. The creature's form was utterly grotesque, a clear abomination. Its upper body resembled that of a spider, while its lower half bore the traits of a squid, yet it possessed countless more tentacles than any squid. So this was the true appearance of the creature? Repulsive, indeed. Liu felt a sense of disdain, noting that the aesthetic of the monster paled in comparison to that of the. Moreover, through observation, he discerned that the creature was siphoning the vitality of those unfortunate souls who were still alive. Though the tentacles had drained their essence while supplying just enough sustenance to maintain their vital signs. Yet, in essence, these individuals were as good as dead. Their heads had long been penetrated by the tentacles, their consciousness extinguished, leaving behind only the shells of their bodies. Liu urged Yu's to sever the creature's tentacles to disrupt its cultivation. If he could also provoke it to emerge from the spirit cave, that would be even better. Yu's dodged the creature's attacks, plunging directly into the midst of the living corpses, blade in hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck at the tentacles protruding from their heads. A blood-curdling roar erupted from the creature, fully enraged by Yu's actions. With each strike, Yu severed a multitude of tentacles. As tentacles fell, the drained individuals collapsed, their bodies instantly shriveling into mere skins stretched over bones. Yu continued to swing his blade, and in mere moments, he had severed over 100 tentacles. The creature, now thoroughly incensed, unleashed a veritable storm of tentacles, numbering in the hundreds. Though Yu's was swift, evading such a ferocious onslaught proved challenging. Caught off guard, a tentacle struck him in the chest, sending him hurtling against the cave wall, kicking up a cloud of dust. However, he had already severed half of the tentacles, siphoning the life force from the refugees. Seeing that the creature had been sufficiently provoked, Liu commanded Yu's to flee the cave and head towards the mountain. With the divine movement talisman at his disposal, Yu's could escape at will. Unless one could transcend two major realms, it would be impossible to catch him. Following the mountain deity's directive, Yu's did not hesitate for a moment. Activating the talisman, his figure vanished once more, leaving only a golden streak racing towards the cave's exit. The enraged creature would not allow Yu's to escape unchallenged. Half of its cultivation resources had been obliterated by this human. With a thunderous roar, the creature began to move, its countless tentacles bracing against the ground as it crawled towards the cave's exit. Though it crawled, the creature's speed was anything but slow. It swiftly emerged from the canyon, pursuing Yu's fleeing form. At this point, Yu's had already covered several miles, nearing the 10-mile range of the mountain. His chest throbbed from the tentacle's impact, but the discomfort was negligible. With the creature in hot pursuit, his heart brimmed not with fear, but with exhilaration. Were it not for the mountain deity's command to flee towards the mountain, he would have considered turning back to launch a counterattack using the speed granted by the divine movement talisman. Although the creature appeared horrifying and employed sinister tactics, it seemed lacking in direct combat prowess. While he could not slay the creature, it also posed no threat to him. Through observation, Liu confirmed that the creature's realm was not particularly high, merely at the second stage, yet it was significantly stronger than an ordinary second stage. The key lay in the creature's methods. Those densely packed tentacles delivered a far more intense impact than any second stage. It was closing in. Sensing the tremors beneath him, Yu's turned in astonishment to see a mass of darkness rapidly approaching. He pivoted to flee further, but the mountain deity's voice rang out once more, no need to escape. Upon hearing the mountain deity's words, Yu's immediately halted, a spark of anticipation igniting within him. Was the mountain deity preparing to personally eliminate the creature? Liu's spiritual consciousness focused on the frenzied creature barreling towards Yu's. They had now entered the mountain's domain, and he was ready to intervene. As the creature approached the boundary of the mountain, it seemed to sense impending danger. However, the person who had obliterated half of its cultivation resources stood directly before it, and its rage clouded its judgment. Thus, it charged recklessly forward. This time, the creature exerted itself fully. Previously, it had been siphoning the vitality of the refugees and could not confront Yu's with full force, allowing him to exploit the situation. Now, it was determined to tear this man to shreds. The already massive creature surged, its size multiplying several times in an instant, resembling a monstrous beast emerging from the forest, sending countless animals fleeing in terror. "You despicable wretch!" The creature's mouth uttered 3 indistinct words. Liu was somewhat taken aback. Despite the creature being merely at the second stage, it could articulate human speech. Although its words were somewhat garbled, they indicated a level of intelligence. Yu's, initially eager to engage, was startled by the creature's ability to speak. If it could converse, it was no longer something he could confront. It was wiser to stand aside and await the mountain deity's suppression. As the monstrous spider surged, countless tentacles twisted together, forming a colossal hand that descended menacingly towards Yu's. Yet, at that moment, a flash of golden light pierced through, shaking the ground and unleashing a tempest. The golden light gradually coalesced in the air into the form of a giant. Sacred and extraordinary, with an enigmatic visage, the giant merely raised a hand, effortlessly blocking the spider's assault. This was the manifestation of the law of heaven and earth. As the law of heaven and earth emerged, the imposing giant stood firm, radiating golden brilliance, exuding an overwhelming presence. The spider's assault, in the face of the giant, resembled an ant attempting to shake a tree. Utterly laughable. Witnessing the mountain deity's intervention, Yu's eyes widened in shock. His expression one of sheer astonishment. Compared to the last time the mountain deity had acted, the current display of might was palpably greater. The impact was profoundly overwhelming, as if a deity had descended to cleanse the world of its impurities. "Is this the true form of the mountain deity?" Yu murmured, feeling the giant exude an air of sanctity that rendered him unable to gaze directly upon it. Meanwhile, the spider, having endured a strike from Liyu's law of heaven and earth, was left in a state of disarray. As a creature of darkness, facing the divine aura emanating from the giant, it instinctively felt a sense of suppression that ignited its fear. "What are you?" The spider croaked, its tone laced with trepidation, its obsidian eyes betraying its dread. Having only recently come into existence, the creature, due to its unique nature, had developed a basic understanding of the world and its perception. No human cultivator should possess such capabilities. The scene before it was utterly unprecedented. "God," Liu replied indifferently, unwilling to engage in further discourse with the creature, and struck down once more. The spider shrieked, emitting a piercing cry as countless tentacles plunged into the ground, using it as leverage to hurl its body away. Observing the creature's futile struggles, Liu grew impatient. The golden hand descended from above, swiftly grasping the spider's form. As it writhed, an uncountable number of tentacles clung to Liyu's hand, creating a grotesque and repulsive sight. "Spare me, great deity. I am willing to offer my demonic seed. I beseech you, grant me my life." Feeling its form on the verge of rupture, the spider pleaded desperately, searching for a sliver of hope. "Demonic seed? What is that?" Liu pondered inwardly. The spider hastily elaborated. "The demonic seed is unique to our kind, an external manifestation of our cultivation level." Upon hearing this, Liu understood. Essentially, the demonic seed represented the spider's entire cultivation. Yet, such a trifling second-stage creature's cultivation was hardly of interest to him. Without an ounce of hesitation, Liu tightened his grip, and the spider erupted in a burst of dark mist, dissipating without a trace, devoid of any gruesome spectacle. After its demise, the spider's form transformed into swirling black vapor. Slowly vanishing into the ether, it appeared that there was a significant distinction between demonic creatures and Liu mused. While possessed physical bodies, demonic creatures exhibited a peculiar constitution. For instance, this spider was entirely composed of dark mist. Yet, while alive, it appeared no different from normal beings, even feeling akin to flesh when touched. Only upon its demise could one discern its non-corporeal nature. Disciple Yu's bows before the mountain deity. Yu's knelt before the giant. His tone earnest. Liu turned to him, nodding gently. "Indeed, your performance was commendable. Overall, he was quite satisfied with Yu's conduct. In the face of danger, he remained calm and composed, neither careless nor intimidated by his adversary." "Thank you, mountain deity, for your recognition." Yu's expression was one of exhilaration. This was the first time he had received praise from the mountain deity, signifying that he had earned the deity's approval. Upon returning, one must diligently cultivate oneself. In these times of rampant demons, enemies will only grow stronger, and one's cultivation must keep pace. Liu earnestly advised, it is impractical to personally intervene every time danger arises. It is imperative to nurture those under his command to possess the capability for self-defense. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to my training, Wu Zhe declared with unwavering determination. Liu nodded in satisfaction before retracting his divine form. The colossal figure that had stood between heaven and earth gradually dissipated, along with the sacred pressure that had accompanied it. The mountain deity departed. Wu Zhe sighed in relief and rose from the ground. The overwhelming aura emanating from the mountain deity had been nearly suffocating. Even at such a distance, he could still feel that oppressive force. Fortunately, this mission had concluded splendidly, earning him commendation from the mountain deity, which filled him with great excitement. Upon returning to Qinshan village, Bai Liang immediately sought him out to inquire about the completion of the task assigned by the mountain deity. Wu Zhe smiled and nodded, assuring him that all was well and that the mountain deity was very pleased. Upon hearing this, Bai Liang also broke into a smile. The mountain deity's satisfaction with Wu Zhe implied satisfaction with the entire Qinshan village, thus enhancing its favor in the eyes of the mountain deity. Subsequently, Bai Liang presented his meticulously crafted 5-year development plan for Qinshan village, which included recruiting refugees, expanding the village, cultivating wasteland, and constructing irrigation channels, among other initiatives. Although Wu Zhe was not particularly well educated, Bai Liang's straightforward writing was comprehensible enough for him to grasp. Bai Liang, you truly excel in planning. Within a day, you have organized the village's future so methodically. After reviewing the plan, Wu Zhe could not help but express his admiration. Bai Liang merely smiled in response, then added, there are additional ideas not documented here. For instance, once Qinshan village flourishes, we might consider merging it into a town. Wu Zhe felt a stirring in his heart. This was indeed crucial. As Qinshan village inevitably attracted more inhabitants, it would be inappropriate to continue referring to it merely as a village. Thus, merging it into a town became quite necessary, and further development into a new county city was merely a matter of time, but of course, that was still far off and not something to be considered at present. Very well, Bai Liang, you shall oversee this, while I devote myself entirely to my cultivation, Wu Zhe stated. The mountain deity had urged him to expedite his advancement, and he dared not disobey. Therefore, he planned to dedicate himself to rigorous training in hopes of breaking through to become a second-tier practitioner at the earliest opportunity. Bai Liang, in full support of Wu Zhe's commitment to cultivation, took it upon himself to handle the village's mundane affairs. Thus, Wu Zhe began to seclude himself, immersing himself wholly in his training, while Bai Liang gradually assumed control of Qinshan village's operations. After 5 days had passed, a group arrived at Qinshan village. Chen Jianqi from Liyuan Escort Agency comes to pay a visit to brother Wu Zhe, a resonant voice announced from outside the village. Hearing this while meditating, Wu Zhe ceased his training, turned, and made his way outside. Brother Qin, it's good to see you, Wu Zhe greeted as he stepped out of the village, encountering the entourage of Chen Jianqi. This time, like the last, the cart was laden with goods, though the contents had changed. Next to Chen Jianqi stood an individual clad in court uniform, whom Wu Zhe recognized as an officer from Taohua County. Chapter 19. Transporting Demon Seeds, Offending the Wang Family. As Chen Jianqi and his party entered the sacred mountain S vicinity, Liu had already set his sights on them. Not because of the people, but rather due to the goods in the cart that caught his attention. Through his divine perception, he detected a faint aura of demonic energy emanating from the cargo, an identical sensation to that released by the demon spider he had crushed previously. Upon sensing the demonic aura, Liu's first instinct was to suspect that the Liyuan Escort Agency could be targeted by demonic creatures. However, upon closer observation, he sensed something amiss. The demonic energy within the cargo had evidently been deliberately concealed, and various meat scents surrounded it, suggesting the owner had taken precautions. Did Chen Jianqi, responsible for the escort, know that the items they were transporting posed a problem? Liu attempted to probe the contents directly with his divine perception, only to find that someone had set a trap, implementing a restriction. As soon as anyone sought to investigate the goods, the trap would trigger, notifying the creator and destroying the contents within. Moreover, this restriction was quite sophisticated. Even a third-tier practitioner would struggle to dismantle it. The secrecy was remarkably high. Liu quickly recognized that there might be some hidden agenda at play. While the restriction could deter others, it would not hinder him. His divine perception surged forth, effortlessly bypassing the restriction to reveal the items imbued with demonic energy. There were 7 jet-black orbs, each the size of a pigeon egg, carefully encased in jade boxes. This is a demon seed? With just a glance, Liu surmised the nature of the items. Demon seeds are the condensed essence of a demon's cultivation. Previously, the demon spider had sought to offer up its demon seed for survival. Yet Liu had dismissed it without a second thought. Now, he was astonished to discover that someone in Taohua County had entrusted the Liyuan escort agency with the transport of demon seeds. It is worth noting that demon seeds are contraband in the Great Chu dynasty. If apprehended, one would be charged with collusion with demons, leading to the execution of the entire clan. Liu merely examined the contents without any intention of seizing the demon seeds. They held no value for him. He would consider them filth even if offered. He then shifted his focus back to the escort group, hoping to glean information about the owner of the goods. "Haha, Brother Wu Zhe, it's good to see you," Chun Jianqi exclaimed with a smile upon Wu Zhe's emergence, presenting gifts brought from Taohua County. However, Wu Zhe declined to accept them, instead regarding Chun Jianqi expectantly, as if awaiting him to speak. Sensing Wu Zhe's demeanor, Chun Jianqi felt a bit awkward but quickly regained his composure, discarding pleasantries to directly state the purpose of his visit. "Brother Wu Zhe, I have come to relay a message from County Magistrate Wang." County Magistrate Wang. Wu Zhe furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before realizing this referred to the magistrate of Taohua County. However, he had no connections with County Magistrate Wang. What could he possibly want to convey? "Indeed, it is the Wang County Magistrate," Chun Jianqi confirmed, proceeding without further ado to relay that the magistrate wished to invite Wu Zhe to serve as his bodyguard, offering exceedingly generous terms, including the opportunity for others in the village to seek refuge in Taohua County. After delivering this message, Chun Jianqi remarked, "Brother Wu Zhe, you have encountered a benefactor, and no longer will you endure the hardships of the wild. Constantly on guard against the encroachment of demons in Taohua County, you would lead a life of stability." He assumed Wu Zhe would be elated, for in his view, the dilapidated Qianshan village could not possibly compare to the safety and comfort of Taohua County's urban center. Wu Zhe's expression remained calm throughout. Upon hearing Chun Jianqi's words, he replied, slightly displeased, "Brother Chun, I'm afraid I must decline. I will not be going to Taohua County, nor will I serve as the magistrate's bodyguard." Chun Jianqi was taken aback, initially believing he had misheard. "Brother Wu Zhe, what did you say? You do not wish to go to the county city?" Wu Zhe resolutely shook his head, confirming that he had indeed not misspoken. Chun Jianqi, wanting to say more, paused, realizing he had little connection with Wu Zhe, having met only once. Thus, he clasped his hands and stated, "Since Brother Wu Zhe has made his decision, I shall refrain from further discussion. My role was merely to convey the magistrate's message. I hope you can forgive any offense." Wu Zhe's expression softened slightly, but at that moment, the officer accompanying Chun Jianqi grew displeased. He stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Wu Zhe, deriding him with scornful words. "Who do you think you are? The magistrate possesses a kind heart, unable to bear to see refugees suffer outside. He kindly offers you the chance to enter the county city for refuge and even to serve as his bodyguard. Do you have any idea how fortunate you would be to serve the magistrate? There are countless individuals in the city who would leap at the opportunity, yet here you are, blind to his benevolence. If you refuse to go to the county city, do you think you can survive long in this desolate village? Once demons set their sights on you, the villagers will merely become their fodder. Utterly foolish. If you do not go to the county city, then remain here and await your demise." Upon hearing the officer's words, Wu Zhe's expression darkened significantly. He felt an urge to retaliate but was promptly restrained by Bai Liang, who intervened. "Brother Wu Zhe, he is an officer. Do not harm him." Bai Liang's face was equally grim, yet he understood the gravity of the situation. Although the current regime was unstable, it still functioned normally. If they harmed an officer today, it was highly likely that the county city would retaliate against Qianshan village tomorrow. Bai Liang was acutely aware of this reality. Officers were utterly inept when facing demons, often cowering in fear. Yet, when it came to dealing with their own people, they wielded their power with ruthless vigor, unleashing their pent-up frustrations upon the innocent. Wu Zhe, having served in the military, was well aware of this. He took a few deep breaths to quell his anger, casting a cold glance at the officer. The officer, feeling the weight of Wu Zhe's gaze, took a few steps back, fear creeping into his heart. Concerned that Wu Zhe might lose control, he retreated, leaving with a few harsh words directed at Wu Zhe. Chen Jianqi observed the exchange and, witnessing the officers return to the county to lodge a complaint, sighed, "Brother Wu Zhe, you may have landed in hot water. Offending the county magistrate will not bode well for you. Although you and your companions are not within the county city, you shall not escape unscathed. I have adhered to the law and committed no wrongdoing. What trouble could County Magistrate Wang possibly cause me?" Wu Zhe retorted. Though he spoke in such a manner, he was acutely aware that trouble was undoubtedly looming. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Jianqi addressed Wu Zhe, saying, "Brother Wu, we are bound for Tianyue County. Why not accompany us? It is far safer there than in Taohua County. Tianyue County is a large city with a population exceeding 500,000, a figure that is a full 5 times that of Taohua County. The greater the populace in a county, the more the favor of the imperial court, thus ensuring a heightened sense of security." Chapter 20. The County Magistrate's Fury, Village Development. Chen Jianqi felt a pang of guilt. The calamity that befell Qianshan village could be traced back to him. Having traversed the martial world for many years, he possessed a strong sense of loyalty. Since he was the one who had invited this trouble, it was only natural for him to lend a helping hand. Otherwise, how could he hope to maintain his standing in the martial community? Upon hearing Chen Jianqi's words, Wu Zhe's opinion of him shifted considerably. Tianyue County lay over 70 li away, and the longer the procession, the greater the risk of attracting demons. The fact that Chen Jianqi had the audacity to invite them to seek refuge in Tianyue County clearly demonstrated his sincerity. However, Wu Zhe could not acquiesce. He shook his head firmly, saying, "Thank you for your kind offer, Brother Chen, but we shall not go to Tianyue County. Here, we are under the protection of the mountain deity, and we feel quite safe." Taken aback by the refusal, Chen Jianqi refrained from further insistence. He was, however, puzzled by Wu Zhe's mention of the mountain deity and inquired, "Brother Wu, are you referring to the deity enshrined in the temple within your village?" During his last stay, he had noticed the temple situated prominently in Qianshan village. Initially, he found it peculiar, assuming it was merely an ancestral hall. Indeed, the temple was dedicated to the mountain deity. Wu Zhe confirmed with a nod. Suddenly, Chen Jianqi raised his gaze to the towering, majestic sacred mountain, its peaks piercing the clouds, imbuing the scene with an aura of mystery. While he harbored doubts regarding Wu Zhe's assertions, he chose to voice no challenge. Having roamed the martial world for years, he had encountered countless tales akin to this one regarding local deities, yet the truth behind them was often elusive. Although he had never witnessed a truly miraculous temple, he maintained an attitude of cautious belief rather than outright skepticism. This mindset had contributed, in no small part, to his success in safeguarding caravans over the years. Since Brother Wu does not wish to journey to Tianyue County, I shall not press the matter further. I bid you farewell, and may our paths cross again." Chen Jianqi clasped his hands in salute, for he had pressing duties and could not linger. He needed to expedite the safe delivery of precious cargo back to Tianyue County, a consignment that was a gift from County Magistrate Wang to County Magistrate Min Qianyue. Wang had invested significant resources, insisting that Chen deliver the goods intact and without opening them, travel safely. "Brother Chen," Wu Zhe reciprocated with a respectful gesture. After watching the caravan depart, he turned back with a grave expression, returning to the village. Bai Liang followed closely, speaking solemnly, "Having offended County Magistrate Wang, I fear we may soon face his wrath. Let them come. We shall meet force with force." Wu Zhe replied decisively. "If we are not afraid of demons, why should we fear a drunken fool of a magistrate? Moreover, Qianshan village lies over 10 li from Taohua County. Should Wang seek trouble, it would not be so easily attained. Even if he does pursue us, I will not allow him to succeed." Bai Liang nodded slowly, his own concerns somewhat alleviated. After all, Qianshan village had the protection of the mountain deity, and nothing untoward was likely to occur. Meanwhile, the constable who had hastened back from Qianshan village to report the incident immediately made his way to the county office, where he found Wang Hu. Wang sat at the head of the table, leisurely sipping tea, while the elderly monk at his side remained bowed, hands clasped in a meditative pose. Glancing at the constable kneeling below, Wang inquired mildly, "How did the matter proceed? When do the practitioners from Qianshan village plan to arrive?" The constable trembled, crying out in despair, "My lord, the master of Qianshan village has audaciously spurned your invitation." Wang's hand froze mid-sip, his brow furrowing as he demanded, "What transpired?" The constable hurriedly recounted the events, embellishing as he went, "My lord, Wu Zhe has shown blatant disrespect for your authority, even daring to threaten me as a practitioner. Had I not fled swiftly, I would have surely faced a beating." His indignation was palpable. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Wang's expression darkened considerably. Humph! Ignorant country folk, blind to the inevitable, do they truly believe that by becoming practitioners, they can defy the edicts of the court? Wang's tone grew increasingly irate. In all his years as an official in Taohua County, he had never encountered anyone bold enough to defy his commands. Perhaps there had been instances in the past, but those individuals had surely met their demise. Send word to Captain Wang. Have him take 100 constables and eradicate that Qianshan village. Bring Wu Zhe before me. Wang commanded with a sweeping gesture. The kneeling constable's face lit up with excitement. With Captain Wang's involvement, Wu Zhe was as good as finished. Not so fast. At that moment, a deep voice interrupted. Wang turned to see the elderly monk, who had remained silent until now. "Master Sangue, do you have reservations?" Wang's tone shifted to one of respect. Master Sangue raised his head, his wrinkled visage betraying neither joy nor sorrow, and spoke slowly. "County Magistrate Wang, we are in a critical period. Captain Wang cannot leave the county at this juncture. It would be unwise to create further complications." Realization dawned on Wang, and he smacked the back of his head. "I nearly jeopardized the grand scheme. Thank you for your reminder, Master Sangue." Wang expressed his gratitude promptly. He then turned back, his demeanor shifting as he coldly stated, "Do not send Captain Wang. Instead, you shall take a dozen men to Qianshan village to collect taxes as a routine matter." While he could not directly annihilate Qianshan village, he still had countless methods to create trouble. Once the larger matters were settled, he would address Qianshan village subsequently. "Understood, my lord." The constable nodded and withdrew. After his departure, Wang turned to Master Sangue. "Master, I have sent the demonic seed to Min Qianyue as you instructed. Do you believe he will acquiesce to our demands?" Master Sangue nodded gently, replying, "Indeed, County Magistrate Min is nearing 80 and cannot endure many more years. The demonic seed can grant him an additional decade of life. He will find it difficult to resist such temptation." Upon hearing this, Wang's smile gradually returned, and he spoke with flattering undertones. "Master Sangue, your powers are akin to divine craftsmanship, transforming demonic entities to serve your will. Truly remarkable. There is no need for flattery, County Magistrate. Once the plan succeeds, your gains will far surpass those of County Magistrate Min." The old monk replied calmly, "Then I shall extend my gratitude to Master Sangue in advance." In Qianshan village, after the constable returned to Taohua County to lodge his complaint, Wu Zhe resumed his cultivation within his abode. In recent days, he had been employing the divine movement talisman, achieving greater results with less effort, and he felt he was on the brink of a breakthrough. Thus, he was determined to seize the moment and strive to become a second-tier practitioner. Bai Liang was tasked with managing village affairs, planning for its development, and recruiting refugees. Xiao Hu was selected by Bai Liang to spread the word that Qianshan village, under the protection of the mountain deity, welcomed all seeking refuge from demons, regardless of their backgrounds, as long as their pasts were untainted by wrongdoing. Bai Liang permitted Xiao Hu to disseminate the news only within a 10-li radius of the sacred mountain. Progress was slow, as they could only wait for passers-by to venture near the mountain before persuading them. They allocated a portion of their remaining funds to encourage travelers to spread the word further. The village's resources were running low, but Bai Liang and the others had brought enough to last for quite some time if spent judiciously. However, many who heard the rumors about Qianshan village expressed skepticism. Most of those wandering nearby were locals, with few outsiders in sight. Tales of the sacred mountain's miracles had circulated for ages, yet its powers had never manifested until now. Given the recent calamities associated with the demonic caves, very few dared to believe that Qianshan village was truly safe. They feared it might become the next site of disaster. Xiao Hu, accompanied by a few children, struggled for 2 days to persuade passers-by but attracted not a single soul. In fact, after the news spread, the number of refugees passing by the sacred mountain dwindled, as if they were wary of Qianshan village. Bai Liang sighed upon learning of this development. Their approach had indeed been too hasty. The events at the demonic caves had occurred not long ago, making it challenging to invite refugees now. Naturally, many would be unwilling to trust that Qianshan village was safe, and instead, they would likely recoil from it. Xiao Hu's youthful face bore traces of self-reproach. He felt that his efforts had fallen short, leading to the lack of visitors to Qinshan village. Ruffling Xiaohu's hair, Bai Liang reassured him, "Do not blame yourself. You have done well enough. The timing simply isn't right for attracting people to our village." After comforting Xiaohu, Bai Liang sought out Wu Zhe to discuss how to address this predicament. Upon hearing the situation, Wu Zhe pondered for a moment before responding, "This issue is indeed difficult to resolve. We must wait until the fear of the demonic caves dissipates before we can persuade them further." Bai Liang, upon hearing this, felt equally helpless. The repercussions from the demonic caves left Qinshan village shunned. Even when its inhabitants ventured outside, they were treated as pariahs, avoided at all costs. Previously, they could exchange hunted game for food. But that was no longer an option. They could only wait for the storm to pass. Bai Liang muttered to himself. Liu, too, was acutely aware of the challenges facing Qinshan village. Yet, he found himself powerless to assist. It would not do to reveal his divine nature to those unwilling to believe, merely to showcase the mountain deity's miraculous powers. He had entertained such thoughts, but ultimately dismissed them. If every issue required his intervention, what purpose would the faith of his followers serve? Moreover, he was not in a hurry. He allowed the people of Qinshan Manor to resolve matters at their own pace. It is through enduring hardships that individuals truly grow. This experience would serve as a crucible for these individuals. Glancing at the panel, he noted that since advancing to the second tier of Ling Mountain, his strength had surged immensely, and the very essence of the mountain had undergone a transformation from within. Liu could perceive that the internal rock layers had changed qualitatively, evolving from ordinary stone to translucent crystal. Could an elevation in realm truly induce such physical transformation? He found this notion quite astonishing. If he were to break through further, would his body not metamorphose from that of a mere hill into a genuine divine mountain? However, attaining such a breakthrough was no simple feat. He currently lacked even 1/10 of the merit points required to reach the third tier. Realm, second tier Ling Mountain merit, 1,563,100,000 divine powers. Blessing of the mountain deity, manifestation of heaven and earth magical techniques, physical manifestation magical artifacts, mountain suppression seal during this period. Qinshan Manor had not conducted any sacrifices, resulting in a sluggish accumulation of merit points. Although there was a steady daily increase, the village's population was too scant to yield significant gains. Currently, he could garner approximately 150 merit points per day. To amass a total of 100,000 points, it would require a full 2.5 years. If the population of Qinshan Manor were to double to 500, the daily increase would rise to 1,500 points, substantially shortening the timeline to break through to the third tier of Ling Mountain. And if the number reached 5,000, a mere 7 days would suffice for the breakthrough, not accounting for the offerings made during sacrifices. If there were highly valuable offerings, the growth of merit points would accelerate even further. An unexpected guest. His spiritual sense detected a group of officials clad in court attire entering the sacred mountain's domain. Each wearing a grim expression and armed with blades, Liu was aware that County Magistrate Wang sought to invite Wu Zhe to serve as a guard in Taohua County, but Wu Zhe had declined. Thus incurring Wang's displeasure, it seemed trouble was now upon them. However, among this group, only one was a practitioner, and merely at the first tier. Wu Zhe should be capable of handling him. Under his spiritual scrutiny, the intentions of these individuals were laid bare. Since they posed no threat to Qinshan Manor, Liu chose to remain a mere spectator. Half an hour later, the officials dispatched by Wang finally arrived at the outskirts of Qinshan Manor. Panting and fatigued. Apart from the leading practitioner, the others appeared corpulent and lethargic, evoking the image of gluttonous sacks. The little tiger, having ventured out to relieve himself, was so frightened by the sight that he hastily pulled up his pants and dashed back to the village. Moments later, the little tiger re-emerged, followed closely by Wu Zhe and several others. Upon seeing the garments worn by these individuals, he immediately understood that trouble had arrived. At the forefront of the officials was Qian Ku, the apprentice of Captain Wang. Qian Ku raised his head with an air of arrogance and coldly declared, "By the order of County Magistrate Wang, I have come to Qinshan Manor to collect the head tax. Land tax, house tax, water tax, timber tax, hunting tax, and fire tax." He listed more than 10 types of taxes in one breath before concluding, "The total tax amount is 967 taels and 8 coins, with a frosty gaze." He directed his attention towards Wu Zhe. "Wu Manor Master, please hand over the taxes. Should you fail to comply, We will have to escort you to the county's dungeons for a brief stay. At this moment, the expressions of Wu Zhe and his companions turned profoundly somber. Nearly 1,000 taels in taxes. What does that signify? In this day and age, a single tael of silver could sustain a person for half a year. Bai Liang fixed his gaze on Qian Ku and spoke in a low voice. The laws of the court have long stipulated that lands cultivated by refugees are exempt from taxes for 3 years. Oh? Then we shall remove the land tax and deduct 8 coins. You still owe a total of 967 taels. Qian Ku replied nonchalantly. Bai Liang continued, Qianshan Manor does not belong to Taohua County. It falls under the jurisdiction of Feng County. Where does County Magistrate Wang derive the authority to levy taxes upon us? Who told you that it does not belong to Taohua County? Feng County has ceased to exist, thus the lands previously under its jurisdiction naturally now belong to Taohua County, Qian Ku sneered. Engaging in a battle of wits with these officials was futile. Surely there were those among them who could match his prowess. Bai Liang found himself at a loss for words, feeling akin to a scholar encountering a soldier, unable to articulate his reasoning. This individual was clearly relying on his power to act unscrupulously, leaving them powerless. At this juncture, Wu Zhe interjected, If we refuse to pay, what will you do? Refusing to comply. Defying the court's orders will result in your imprisonment. Awaiting interrogation. Qian Ku's tone was icy. The atmosphere thickened with tension as both sides glared at one another, their demeanor fierce. The officials, emboldened by their equipment, regarded the villagers of Qianshan Manor with disdain, akin to viewing beggars. Yet, they were but a backdrop. The focal point remained the 2 practitioners in the center. Wu Zhe and Qian Ku locked eyes, sparks flying between them. The moment Qian Ku uttered his words, Wu Zhe realized that the situation could not be resolved amicably. If this were the case, then let their true strength be revealed through combat. Wu Zhe drew his military knife, casting a cold glance at Qian Ku. Ha ha ha! Excellent, very spirited. Let me witness the prowess of a practitioner who emerged from among the refugees. Qian Ku bellowed with laughter, his expression suddenly turning fierce as he unsheathed his twin blades and lunged at Wu Zhe. A fierce killing intent enveloped his blades, slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh. Wu Zhe held his breath, gripping his knife with both hands, positioning it defensively across his chest. Upon contact, a resounding bang echoed as both combatants were forced to retreat 3 steps. Their initial clash served merely to gauge one another's strength. Qian Ku's expression darkened as he processed the outcome. Both fighters retreated 3 steps, seemingly evenly matched. However, he had launched a full offensive while Wu Zhe had merely defended with his blade. Ultimately, Wu Zhe had been pushed back 3 steps, yet the force of the rebound had also compelled Qian Ku to stagger back 3 steps. The first exchange had made their strengths abundantly clear. You have military experience? Qian Ku's gaze sharpened as he recognized the military knife in Wu Zhe's grasp. Coupled with the earlier defensive stance, it was evident that he employed the court's demon-slaying sword technique. Wu Zhe remained silent, merely regarding him with a steady gaze. Shall we continue? At this, Qian Ku's expression flickered with uncertainty. In a confrontation between practitioners, a single exchange could determine superiority. Though they were both first-tier practitioners, there were still disparities within the same realm. It was evident that his strength paled in comparison to Wu Zhe's. Persisting in this conflict would only lead to his own detriment. Yet, as one bound by the orders of County Magistrate Wang, refraining from action was not an option. Ultimately, gritting his teeth, Qian Ku declared, Why not continue? What of the demon-slaying sword technique? My twin blades are not to be trifled with. With that, he wasted no time waiting for Wu Zhe's response and launched his attack. Wu Zhe promptly countered, effortlessly managing to defend against the twin blades with his single knife. After only a few exchanges, Qian Ku found himself thoroughly suppressed. Not only was Wu Zhe's swordsmanship superior, but his cultivation was also more advanced. This was without Wu Zhe employing the divine movement talisman. Had he done so, he likely would have subdued Qian Ku in the very first exchange. As the battle progressed, Qian Ku's forehead glistened with perspiration, and ultimately, he was forced to evade Wu Zhe's assault, leaping back over 10 meters to declare his surrender. This left the accompanying officials utterly dumbfounded. The county magistrate had dispatched them to collect taxes, expecting to wield their authority and oppress the common folk. Yet, how was it that they hadn't even begun before one of their own had capitulated? In stark contrast, Qianshan Manor erupted in cheers, reveling in the fact that their manor master had successfully repelled the court's enforcers. Upon surrendering, Qian Ke's expression was grim. Yet, the truth remained. Wu Zei's strength surpassed his own, leaving him powerless to retaliate. Unless Captain Wang, a second-tier practitioner, intervened, they were at a stalemate. Yet, County Magistrate Wang had indicated that Captain Wang was preoccupied with more pressing matters and would not be present. Having accepted this defeat, Qian Ke gritted his teeth and, after leaving a veiled threat, turned to lead his subordinates away. The manor master had triumphed. The villagers began to cheer, their faces radiant with excitement. In the past, whenever they encountered court officials, they had always bowed and scraped, complying with whatever demands were placed upon them, feeling deeply humiliated. Now, standing before the officials, they finally had the opportunity to hold their heads high. The little tiger, with an excited expression, approached Wu Zei and asked, "Brother Wu, why didn't you just kill that person? Wouldn't that have been better?" Bai Liang promptly slapped the back of the little tiger's head, saying, "What do you know, you little brat? If we were to kill Qian Ke, Qianshan Manor would be locked in a deadly feud with County Magistrate Wang." The little tiger grinned, rubbing the back of his head, wearing a look of half-understanding that Wu Zei, however, did not share in the joy. His expression was grave. While this current trouble had passed, there was a chance that even greater difficulties lay ahead. County Magistrate Wang would not simply let this matter rest. With Qian Ke, a first-tier practitioner, having been sent fleeing, the next confrontation would likely involve a second-tier practitioner. I must return to my cultivation and strive for an early breakthrough. Wu Zei felt a surge of urgency rise within him. After exchanging a few words with Bai Liang, he hurried back to his quarters to resume his training. Liu observed all of this unfold. The disparity between Wu Zei and Qian Ke had taken him by surprise. He had not anticipated Wu Zei's strength to be so greatly superior to that of his peers within the same realm. While the demon-slaying sword technique certainly played a role, it ultimately stemmed from the advantage of cultivation level. It seemed his training pace was quite rapid, nearing that of a second-tier practitioner, Liu mused. The enhancement provided by the Divine Movement Talisman was indeed astonishing that Wu Zei, who had initially been an ordinary individual without any innate talent for cultivation, had not only gained talent through the talisman but had also surpassed the bounds of genius. He had somewhat underestimated the blessings of the mountain deity. With thoughts of the mountain deity's blessings in mind, he felt it was time to seek another candidate for receiving the talisman. Relying solely on Wu Zei as the sole practitioner of Qianshan Manor was insufficient. He had already settled upon a candidate, Bai Liang, the only scholar in the village. Through his observations over the past period, Liu discerned that Bai Liang possessed commendable character and a strong sense of independence. As the deputy lord, he refrained from constantly consulting Wu Zei about various matters. Demonstrating his ability to make decisions autonomously, he was indeed a promising candidate, worthy of cultivation. However, Liu decided to wait a while longer, seeking an opportune moment to bestow him with a talisman. Ever since Qian Ke sought trouble at Qianshan Manor and subsequently fled in disgrace, the village had returned to a state of tranquility. Xiao Hu continued his efforts to persuade refugees to come to Qianshan Manor. But the results were disheartening. After nearly a month, fewer than 10 individuals, filled with trepidation, had arrived at Qianshan Manor. These were desperate souls, with nowhere else to turn, lacking funds and provisions. Faced with the certainty of death, they grit their teeth and approached Qianshan Manor, resigned to their fate. If it truly was a trap set by demonic creatures, they would accept their demise. But if, as the child claimed, they were under the protection of the mountain deity and had ample sustenance, then they would find hope for survival. On their first day at Qianshan Manor, these newcomers felt a sense of unease. However, after a few days of experiencing plentiful food and the comfort of being well fed, they began to feel that even if the manor revealed its true nature and a horde of monsters emerged to consume them, it would still have been worthwhile. As 2 weeks passed, the anticipated monsters never materialized, and they continued to enjoy their daily meals. The scholarly deputy lord even allocated a section of land for them to construct homes. Later, they were assigned a tract of barren land, which, once cultivated into fertile fields, would belong to them. Chapter 23. The Girl Xue, Wu Zei's Breakthrough. Such days left the newcomers at Qianshan Manor feeling as if they were living in a dream. They had homes, land, and enough to eat. In this chaotic world beset by demons, how many common folk longed for such a life? "Mother, will we live here from now on?" a girl of around 10 years old asked, her wide eyes fixed on her mother. The mother gazed back at her daughter with a tender smile, replying, "Yes, from now on, Mother and Shueshue will always live here." Yay! Shueshue jumped with joy, and no longer would she have to run around, sleep in trees, go hungry, suffer from the cold, or witness death. The woman watched her daughter, tears streaming down her face. After so long of being uprooted, they had finally found their refuge. "Shueshue, finish your porridge, and then Mother will take you to pay respects to the mountain deity." "Okay." Shueshue obediently squatted down to drink her porridge. After finishing, she took her mother's hand and headed toward the temple in the village center. Upon their arrival at Qianshan Manor, the deputy lord's requirements were simple. They must worship the mountain deity, visiting the temple daily to offer incense. This was the rule of Qianshan Manor, and everyone was obliged to comply. Entering the temple, they noticed the empty walls before the offering table, devoid of any idols. Initially, the woman was puzzled by the absence of a statue, but soon she understood. They were paying homage to the mountain deity, and the sacred mountain loomed right before them. What need was there for an idol? Of course, they were unaware that the true reason was that the people of Qianshan Manor did not know what the mountain deity looked like, hence no statue was erected. Shueshue, not yet 10, was petite and appeared frail due to long-term malnutrition. Her legs were thin, with bones visible at her knees. Upon entering the temple, the typically lively and chatty Shueshue fell silent, kneeling on the hard ground without a hint of discomfort. Closing her eyes and clasping her hands together, she whispered, "Mountain deity, Shueshue has come to pay her respects. I just had a big bowl of porridge, and my tummy feels a bit uncomfortable." She hoped the mountain deity would bless her, alleviating her bloated belly. After finishing her quiet supplication, Shueshue imitated the adults and bowed several times. Then, lowering her head, she stared at her round belly, waiting for it to deflate. The woman, observing her daughter's antics, could not help but chuckle, quickly pulling Shueshue up and gently scolding her. "Shueshue, do not be foolish. The mountain deity is a divine being immensely revered. How could he concern himself with your little tummy? You must apologize to the mountain deity." Shueshue wished to argue but heeded her mother's words, kneeling once more and softly saying, "Mountain deity, I am sorry for disturbing you. In the future, do not speak your thoughts aloud. If you do, they will not come to pass." The woman guided Shueshue out of the temple, continuing to impart wisdom to her daughter. Meanwhile, Shueshue kept her gaze fixed on her belly until she saw it slowly deflating, at which point she erupted into joyous cheers. "The mountain deity is so kind to Shueshue." Releasing her mother's hand, Shueshue dashed back into the temple to bow again before the mountain deity. Witnessing this scene, Liu couldn't help but smile. Just moments ago, he had subtly assisted the little girl in digesting her meal, allowing her belly to return to its normal state. He had taken quite a liking to this little girl, who had only recently arrived at Qianshan Manor. With her adorable appearance, vivacious spirit, and an extraordinarily pure heart, she was endearing to all. Unlike others who came to worship, beseeching blessings for family safety, wealth, and the dispelling of misfortune, Shueshue's requests were refreshingly unique. Each time she visited the deity, she would quietly express her amusing wish to alleviate her bloated belly. Initially, Liu had paid little heed, but as the determined girl continued her daily visits, he found it amusing and decided to grant her wishes. This added a touch of levity to his otherwise mundane existence. Over the past month, the accumulation of merits had not been substantial. Although Qianshan Manor had welcomed around 10 new residents, the increase in merit points had only risen from approximately 150 to 180 daily. After a month, the total merit points amounted to 5,400, still far from the coveted 10,000. Given Liu's laid-back disposition, he felt little urgency regarding his cultivation progress, thus remained unperturbed. In this month, Qianshan Manor flourished rapidly under Bai Liang's adept management. Free from any significant disturbances, Wu Zhe had devoted himself entirely to his training, with Bai Liang handling most affairs, only emerging to confer with him during unpredictable moments. Now, nearly 50 acres of fertile land had been cultivated. An impressive feat. The rice seedlings planted earlier had grown lush and vibrant, reaching over a meter in height. In a little over a month, they would be ready for harvest, yielding rice. A portion of the land was allocated for vegetable cultivation, while another section was planted with fruit trees sourced from the nearby forest. After some children, including Xiaohu, returned with fruits, Bai Liang ordered the entire trees to be uprooted and transplanted to Qianshan Manor. ensuring future bounties of fruit. However, traveling to the cultivated land across the river proved inconvenient, necessitating boat rides. Bai Liang decisively planned the construction of a wooden bridge over the river. The subsequent arrivals volunteered to construct the bridge, feeling a sense of guilt for having only been idle in the village. Although they occasionally helped with minor tasks, they hadn't contributed meaningfully. Once Bai Liang consented, these individuals eagerly joined the bridge-building team. The construction of the wooden bridge was nearing completion, while more houses were rising in the village. Anticipating the future expansion of Qianshan Manor, Bai Liang instructed the lumber workers to persistently fell trees, resulting in the depletion of a significant portion of the forest. A substantial stockpile of timber had been amassed, and although the houses were rudimentary, they were sturdy enough for habitation. The villagers were zealously engaged in building their community, while Wu Zhe remained wholly focused on his cultivation. At that moment, inside his dwelling, Wu Zhe furrowed his brow, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he entered the final phase of his breakthrough. The spiritual energy in the air coalesced around him, creating a sensation akin to a gust of wind for passing villagers. Liu, noticing this phenomenon, descended his consciousness and witnessed Wu Zhe attempting to break through to the second tier of cultivation. This marked Wu Zhe's third attempt at such a breakthrough, having failed on the previous two occasions. Yet, Liu felt confident that this time, success was within reach. Chapter 24, The Path of Laws. Past hatreds, above Qianshan Manor, the spiritual energy formed a swirling vortex, continuously spiraling. From above, it resembled a colossal sea beast poised to engulf everything in its path. However, this swirling vortex was visible only to cultivators. Thus, the significant commotion failed to attract the attention of the villagers, who continued with their daily pursuits. Only Bai Liang, privy to the situation, gazed anxiously at Wu Zhe's residence. Wu Zhe had informed him of his intent to break through. Requesting Bai Liang to keep watch and prevent any interruptions, he had been on guard during Wu Zhe's previous attempts as well. Having witnessed the failures of the past, Bai Liang felt a tinge of apprehension. Would his brother Wu Zhe succeed this time? Bai Liang pondered aloud. Truthfully, he was astonished that Wu Zhe, having only begun his cultivation journey a few months prior, was now poised to attempt to break through to the second tier. Such rapid progress was unprecedented, even among the most gifted cultivators in the imperial capital. Bai Liang found himself questioning whether his friend harbored some hidden talent or had been possessed by a powerful demon. How else could one explain such astonishing speed in cultivation? It was almost otherworldly. In response, Wu Zhe attributed his extraordinary progress to the blessings bestowed by the mountain deity, which only deepened Bai Liang's envy and anticipation for when he might receive similar divine favor. He yearned for growth, especially the aspiration to become a cultivator. In a world rife with demons, where all else was deemed inferior, only the path of cultivation held true value. To put it plainly, strength reigns supreme. Only those who cultivate their skills possess the power of self-preservation, allowing them to stand firm amidst chaos. Unlike Wu Zhe, who is unburdened and free, he has family ties. He hails from the Bai family, a minor noble lineage in the capital, though they remain part of the elite class in his youth. A conflict with his father drove him to leave home in a fit of anger, ultimately leading him to achieve the status of a scholar through his own efforts. After 7 years away, he returned to the Bai family only once, to attend his mother's funeral. That visit slightly eased tensions within the family. Yet a rift remained. His relatives scorned him for lacking ambition, deeming him inferior to his cousin, who possessed remarkable talent for cultivation, and they regarded him with cold disdain. In the Bai family, the title of scholar held little value. In the current court of the Great Chu dynasty, not only scholars but even the highest-ranking graduates were overshadowed by cultivators. There were even discussions among ministers about abolishing the imperial examination system. Fortunately, the current emperor, not entirely inept, ultimately rejected this proposal, allowing the examination system to endure. Thus, Bai Liang departed the capital alone, settling in the border town of Feng County in Qingzhou. If he could become a cultivator and return to the capital, he would demonstrate to his family the truth of the saying, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Bai Liang harbored a deep-seated resentment, concealed within the recesses of his heart, never uttered to another soul. Meanwhile, within the confines of the room, Wu Zhe reached a critical juncture. A vortex of spiritual energy above him suddenly surged downwards, frantically flooding into his body. And in that instant, He felt as if he might explode. Ultimately, he persevered through sheer willpower, blood seeping from his skin as the barriers within him broke open, granting him a wave of exhilaration. Wuza rose to his feet, his face alight with excitement, feeling the spiritual energy circulate within him. I did it. I've broken through to the Tongfa realm, becoming a second-tier cultivator, Wuza exclaimed, his tone filled with fervor. Once, he had merely aspired to be a cultivator. Now, he had transcended the Lianfa realm, achieving the status of a Tongfa cultivator. In the next moment, Wuza leapt, soaring out of the room and floating in the air. Bai Liang, who had been waiting outside, initially thought he was imagining things when he saw a figure emerge from the building. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Wuza. Seeing Wuza hovering in the air, Bai Liang immediately deduced that the breakthrough had been successful, and his own voice brimmed with excitement. Brother Wuza, you've succeeded. Wuza looked down at Bai Liang, slowly descending to stand before him, his face betraying uncontainable joy. I did it. Thank you, Brother Bai Liang, for your vigilance today. No need for pleasantries. Let me see what distinguishes a second-tier cultivator from us mere mortals, Bai Liang replied eagerly, stepping forward to poke and prod at Wuza's body. His face a mask of envy. Wuza, noticing the envious glint in Bai Liang's eyes, understood his friend's sentiments. Yet, he could only smile wryly. Although blessed by the mountain deity, he felt unworthy to request a similar blessing for Bai Liang. The mountain deity was a divine being, supreme and omnipotent, free to act as it pleased, beyond the control of any mortal. Bai Liang understood this truth as well, which is why he never sought blessings from the mountain deity. All he could do was perform his duties diligently, hoping to catch the deity's eye. The rest, he believed, was left to fate. After observing Wuza's transformation, Bai Liang remarked, "It seems you haven't changed much from us ordinary folk. Your skin is merely much fairer." The two exchanged a few more words when Bai Liang suddenly spoke gravely, "Brother Wuza, now that you are a second-tier cultivator, what do you plan to do about the grudges from the capital?" Having known each other for many years, Bai Liang was well aware of Wuza's past, just as Wuza understood Bai Liang's history. Wuza's expression faltered, his demeanor growing somber. "The vengeance for my slain wife and daughter is an eternal grudge. I cannot forget it for even a moment," he declared through gritted teeth. But then his tone shifted to one of calm resolution, stating, "This vendetta will be avenged. But not now. I still have duties to fulfill for the mountain deity. Once Qianshan Manor grows and produces more exceptional talents, and my cultivation advances further, then I will consider returning to the capital." After all these years, Wuza had gained much wisdom. Although the individuals who had murdered his family were merely first-tier cultivators, he, now a second-tier cultivator, could easily handle them. However, the capital was a different matter. The forces backing those individuals were formidable, and the city's guard alone would present a significant challenge. Revenge was inevitable. But the timing was not yet ripe. Bai Liang nodded in understanding, relieved. He had inquired about this mainly out of concern that Wuza, upon breaking through to the Tongfa realm, might be consumed by hatred and rush to the capital for vengeance. Having grown up in the capital, Bai Liang was acutely aware of its treachery. The elite guard of the imperial city consisted entirely of cultivators, immensely powerful. The foremost Taoist sect, Xinkongguan, and the leading Buddhist monastery, Jinlong Temple, both held sway in the capital. It could be said that the capital gathered the most formidable forces of the human race. With the combined might of these two sects and the imperial court's power, not to mention the countless experts stationed there, it was no wonder that demons dared not encroach, let alone simply observe. Thus, the prospect of assassinating a powerful noble in the capital was a daunting task. Chapter 25. The swift development of Qianshan Manor. The news of Wuza's breakthrough to the second-tier cultivator status quickly spread throughout the village. Upon hearing the news, the villagers could not hide their joy. With the manor's leader growing stronger, their village would surely be safer. Having resided in Qianshan Manor for several months, they had developed a sense of belonging and did not wish for their home to be threatened. The houses and fields within the village were built by their own hands. They were like their own children. The children, including Little Tiger, held Wuza in high esteem, aspiring to become cultivators themselves. Lacking the means to assess their cultivation talents, Wuza could only offer them the martial arts manual he had received during his military service in the court. If they possessed any aptitude for cultivation, through diligent practice, they might enter the Lianfa realm and become first-tier cultivators. The other young men in their 20s and 30s gazed at the manual with eager eyes. Wuza, seeing their enthusiasm, encouraged them to try, as long as it did not interfere with their daily work, allowing them to practice at night. Excited, the group shouted "Thank you, Manor Lord," before disappearing with the manual. Yet, Wuza held little hope for them. Cultivation must begin from a young age, and once one surpassed the age of 16, it became exceedingly difficult to cultivate, unless one was a genius with exceptional talent. However, geniuses were exceedingly rare. He held some hope for Little Tiger and the other children. Following his breakthrough to the Tongfa realm, Wuza's sense of urgency gradually dissipated. Yet, since Qian Ke's abrupt departure a month ago, Qianshan Manor had been peaceful. It seemed that the folks from Taohua County had forgotten the incident and had not sent anyone to cause trouble. Wuza hoped that County Magistrate Wang, caught up in his multitude of affairs, had truly forgotten about it. Nevertheless, he did not dare to take chances. The patrols continued as necessary, and vigilance in the village's defenses was paramount. As the first group of 10 or so who had come to Qianshan Manor encountered no dangers, the refugees wandering outside began to stir with anticipation. Some had already started making their way to Qianshan Manor, seeking refuge from the demons. However, Bai Liang's attitude towards these newcomers was no longer as friendly as it had been a month prior. He made it clear that the village would not provide shelter or food. Anyone seeking to eat and sleep there would have to work in the village. Previously, they had treated the first 10 arrivals with kindness because those individuals had braved the journey to Qianshan Manor when no one else dared to approach. Bai Liang appreciated their trust and thus had extended some privileges. Now, the new arrivals were merely opportunists who had come after confirming that Qianshan Manor posed no danger. Bai Liang was not particularly welcoming to these individuals. Though he did not treat them harshly, he simply required them to exchange labor for food and shelter. Even so, this arrangement was seen as a tremendous boon by the refugees. All they sought was a safe haven free from demonic incursions. Bai Liang's offer, that as long as they worked in the village, they would receive food and lodging, was a generous one. Those who performed well might even be granted their own plots of land. This ignited the refugees' enthusiasm, and many joined the village construction team. Qianshan Manor began to flourish, gradually expanding in scale. With the growing population, the merit points accumulated each day increased as well, and LIU's merit points had already surpassed 10,000 and continued to grow at a rate of over 400 points daily. Now, Qianshan Manor boasted over 100 residents, and the number was steadily rising. The news still required time to spread, but once it did, a wave of people would flood into the sacred mountain. This was precisely what Liu hoped to see. Aside from this, he had been studying a new artifact he had recently acquired, the Heart Mirror. This was a reward bestowed upon Wuza for breaking through to the Tongfa realm. When Liu first received the Heart Mirror, he was somewhat taken aback, but he quickly grasped the underlying principles. For each individual he blessed, whenever they broke through a realm, he would receive a reward. However, the rewards for each realm would not repeat. For instance, he had already received the rewards for both the Lianfa and Tongfa realms. If others he had blessed were to break through to those realms in the future, he would not receive additional rewards. He had not yet had the opportunity to utilize the previous reward, the Mountain Sealing Seal, and now he had acquired the Heart Mirror. The Mountain Sealing Seal was an offensive artifact, while the Heart Mirror served to peer into the hearts of others, revealing their true essence and spiritual presence. After experimenting a few times, Liu discovered that the Heart Mirror could not only reveal the hearts of others, but could even allow him to hear their innermost thoughts. However, the ability to listen to the voices of the heart can only be employed on mortals. Cultivators maintain a vigilant guard over their minds, rendering eavesdropping impossible, yet probing into the human heart remains feasible. Through the Heart Mirror, he identified 3 officials mingling among the refugees. These 3 individuals had received orders from Qian Ke to infiltrate the refugee camp and gather intelligence on Qianshan Manor. Just yesterday, Liu witnessed one of them transmitting the news of Wu Zai's breakthrough to the 2nd tier of cultivation. However, he chose not to intervene, merely observing the unfolding drama. He had already informed Wu Zai that these 3 were spies. How Wu Zai chose to handle them was no concern of his. Qianshan Manor was his source of merit points, and he would not allow anyone to disrupt it, not even the court officials. In Taohua County, Qian Ke was taken aback upon receiving the news of Wu Zai's advancement to the Tongfa realm. How could this be possible? That fellow had only sparred with me a month ago. Still at the Lianfa realm, and now, within just 1 month, he had ascended to the Tongfa realm? The official delivering the news affirmed that the intelligence was accurate and had been verified multiple times. Qianke's expression darkened as he waved his subordinates away and hurriedly made his way to the county office. Upon arriving, he disregarded the need for formal announcement and rushed into the main hall to confront Wang Hu. "Lord Wang, there is an issue with Qianshan Manor." Qianke's face was grim. Wang Hu was visibly displeased with Qianke's unannounced intrusion, his brows furrowing as he coldly inquired, "What is the issue? Is it that you dispatched a team only to have them routed in disgrace?" Wang Hu was thoroughly dissatisfied with Qianke's previous performance and seethed with anger at Qianshan Manor's defiance of his orders. Had there not been more pressing matters to attend to, he would have long sent Captain Wang to raze Qianshan Manor to the ground. Qianke's face stiffened before he replied, "My lord, there is indeed a problem. The manor's master, Wu Zhe, has recently broken through to the Tongfa realm, becoming a second-tier cultivator. According to the information I have gathered, Wu Zhe was merely an ordinary person a few months ago, having fortuitously advanced to the first tier, with everyone believing it was the result of over a decade of arduous training. Yet, after his first-tier breakthrough, he ascended to the second tier in less than 3 months. There must be something amiss." Upon hearing Qianke's words, Wang Hu's eyes narrowed. "Are you certain of this?" "Absolutely," Qianke affirmed with great conviction. The elderly Master San Gue, who had been keeping his head down, finally lifted it, his aged eyes gleaming with intrigue. Chapter 26. Master San Gue's Suspicions and Personal Investigation. Wang Hu was incredulous. He had never seen anyone transition so swiftly from the Lianfa realm to the Tongfa realm within a matter of months. Such rapid progression could only be achieved by the most extraordinary of talents. Could it be that Wu Zhe was a hidden gem of unparalleled cultivation genius? Wang Hu speculated, his gaze turning icy. If Wu Zhe truly possessed such talent and had already offended them, it was imperative to quash him before he could grow stronger, my lord. Wu Zhe cannot possibly be a genius. He served in the court's army and utilized the court's demon-slaying techniques. If he were truly exceptional, the court would have certainly noticed, Qianke asserted confidently. After hearing Qianke's words, Wang Hu exchanged a glance with Master San Gue, surprise flickering in their eyes. If Wu Zhe had indeed served in the military, he could not be a prodigy, as a county magistrate. Wang Hu was acutely aware of the court's various systems, especially regarding cultivators. If a true genius were discovered within the military, they would undoubtedly receive significant attention, either being courted by powerful families in the capital or eliminated, leaving no opportunity for their rise. Yet, if he was not a cultivation genius, what could account for his astonishing speed of advancement? Was it perhaps a stroke of fortune? Wang Hu's gaze flickered, lost in thought. As a cultivator himself, he had been limited by his poor talent, barely scraping into the Lianfa realm through the court's divine favor, and he could not compare his combat prowess to that of other Lianfa cultivators. If he could uncover the means by which Wu Zhe cultivated so rapidly, could he not ascend to the second tier, or even the third, fourth, or fifth? Master San Gue's voice slowly resonated. Unusual occurrences often conceal sinister motives. To break through to the Tongfa realm in just a few months is a feat only a select few prodigious disciples could achieve within Jinlong Temple. Wu Zhe must have employed unorthodox methods, practiced demonic arts, or even consorted with malevolent beings, selling his soul for power. A glimmer of gold flickered in his eyes as he turned to Wang Hu, County Magistrate Wang. I suspect that the incidents at the Spirit Cave may very well be linked to Wu Zhe, and that the death of the demon spider was caused by him. Wang Hu was momentarily taken aback, then appeared to connect the dots. The Spirit Cave was located only 10 miles from the sacred mountain. Quite close indeed. However, there were still some inconsistencies. For instance, when the demon spider perished, Wu Zhe seemingly had not yet broken through to the Tongfa realm. This point could be corroborated by Qianke, as he had clashed with Wu Zhe while seeking trouble last month, and both had been Lianfa cultivators at the time. The demon spider was a second-tier demon. Even if Wu Zhe had been a second-tier cultivator, dealing with it would not have been an easy task. After all, in a battle of equal cultivation levels, demons typically held the advantage over humans and other creatures. Wang Hu voiced his doubts. But Master San Gue merely smiled slightly and replied, "These points are not problematic. When he fought Qianke last month, he was merely at the first tier, indicating that he had concealed his true strength. While second-tier demons are indeed challenging, discovering their weaknesses can allow for easy subjugation. Moreover, this individual has experienced such rapid breakthroughs. There must be someone backing him." Having listened to Master San Gue's reasoning, Wang Hu became convinced that the demon spider in the spirit cave had indeed been slain by Wu Zhe. Meanwhile, Qian Ku was drenched in cold sweat, pondering the identity of the person he had offended, a second-tier cultivator, potentially backed by a hidden power. Why did it seem that there was always an air of conspiracy surrounding this matter? Wang Hu's expression darkened as he gestured for Qian Ku to withdraw. Once the hall was left with only the two of them, his tone turned icy. So, the demon spider we painstakingly nurtured has been annihilated by that brat? Master San Gui's expression also grew solemn. His gaze lowered as he spoke. It seems so. The assailant acted decisively, extinguishing even the demon spider's essence, leaving no trace behind. The spider was nurtured through secret arts, and he had the audacity to release it within the spirit cave without assigning anyone to guard it. Trusting in his ability to sense the spider's location through secret methods. Even if the spider were slain, he could still sense its essence. Little did he expect that the one who killed his spider would not even glance at the essence, obliterating it along with the spider. Wang Hu gritted his teeth in frustration. With the incident at the spirit cave, our plans have been compromised. Will we still be able to achieve our desired results? Master San Gui's lips curled into a faint smile as he replied, "Do not forget about Captain Wang. He is also a second-tier cultivator and can fill the void left by the demon spider, albeit barely." Wang Hu fell silent, aware that Captain Wang was his loyal confidant and also his brother-in-law. While he was reluctant to part with him, the thought of what he stood to gain upon successful completion of their plans reignited his fervor. After all, one cannot catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. A mere brother-in-law was insignificant in the grand scheme. Very well. I shall instruct Captain Wang to remain indoors for now, awaiting your command. Master San Gui, Wang Hu stated. Hearing this, Master San Gui nodded in satisfaction. He then narrowed his eyes and said, "The plan progresses as intended, but we must remain cautious regarding the incident at the spirit cave. I suspect that the forces behind Qinshan Manor are meddling from the shadows." Xinqing Temple? Wang Hu's pupils constricted. This was the foremost Taoist sect in the realm. Even the emperor would afford them some respect. What could their purpose be in this region? Were they here solely to sabotage their plans? And how could he counter them? County Magistrate Wang, do not panic. While Xinqing Temple is formidable, we at Jinlong Temple are no pushovers either. Master San Gui declared coldly. The stirrings caused by Xinqing Temple were merely an attempt to claim a share of the spoils. Whether they could seize that share depended on their capabilities. Wang Hu turned to Master San Gui, slightly bowing in deference, and asked with a smile, "What are your plans to deal with the emissaries from Xinqing Temple?" Master San Gui contemplated for a moment before responding. "I shall personally visit Qinshan Manor to discern what trick Xinqing Temple intends to play." Throughout their discussions, both had assumed Wu Zhe's backing was Xinqing Temple.as for Qian Ku's report about Qinshan Manor being under the protection of the sacred mountain, where a divine mountain deity frequently manifested to safeguard the villagers. Both Wang Hu and Master San Gui dismissed it outright. One was a court official, and the other a disciple of the most esteemed Buddhist sect. Jinlong Temple. How could they possibly believe such tales? If deities truly existed in this world, where were they during the chaos wrought by demons? To them, these were merely the tricks of Xinqing Temple to beguile the hearts of the people. Chapter 27. The Emergence of the Soul, the Yin Spirit Realm. At Qinshan Manor, Xiao Hu stealthily entered the temple, clutching a box in his hands. The temple had grown considerably, with the main hall now furnished with an altar for daily offerings by the villagers. The rear had been partitioned into several rooms, where the affairs of the village were typically deliberated. This moment, in one of the temple's chambers, Bai Liang and Wu Zhe sat across from each other. Engrossed in discussion, as Xiao Hu pushed the door open, the two paused their conversation. "Brother Wu, Brother Bai, I've brought the items," Xiao Hu declared, placing the box onto the table. Wu Zhe picked up the box, opened it, and upon seeing the contents inside, dipped his finger in slightly to smell it, then nodded in approval. "This is good. Xiao Hu, you have done well this time," Wu Zhe praised. Xiao Hu, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head and said, "Brother Wu, can I join tonight's operation?" Observing Xiao Hu's eager expression, Wu Zhe resolutely declined. Matters of adults are not for children to meddle in. Your primary task now is to diligently cultivate and strive to become a practitioner. Only then can you truly be of assistance. Xiao Hu's face fell, and he protested, "Becoming a practitioner is not so easy, Brother Wu. I am almost 12, not a child anymore. I can help, Please take me along." As he spoke, he turned to Bai Liang for support. However, both men ignored him. Xiao, who was a restless child, always unable to sit still. Wuza understood his temperament, but his refusal wasn't due to concern for Xiaohu's safety. Rather, it was to temper his impetuous nature. If he remained this hasty in the future, how could he accomplish anything? "Xiaohu, you should return. It is impossible for your brother Wu to take you along. Go back and diligently cultivate. Once you become a practitioner, you will naturally be included." Bai Liang spoke slowly. After hearing this, Xiaohu left the temple reluctantly. Once he was gone, the two began to discuss serious matters. "The 3 traitors have been identified, Brother Wuza. How do you intend to deal with them?" Bai Liang asked with a serious expression. Wuza pondered for a moment and replied, "For now, let us not concern ourselves with them. Find a place to confine them. Just ensure they do not die. These 3 are officials. If they die, it will be a significant problem." Bai Liang nodded in agreement, understanding the gravity of the situation. "These are merely scouts. The real trouble lies ahead with the bigger fish." Wuza's expression grew grave as he continued. "The news of my breakthrough to the Tongfa realm should have reached Taohua County by now. And the county magistrate will certainly have his suspicions. I wonder what his reaction will be." Bai Liang furrowed his brow, feeling that the situation was quite troublesome. They had already offended the Wang family. And now Wuza's abnormal cultivation speed had been revealed that it would be difficult for the Wang family to ignore Qianshan Manor at this point. In any case, he will surely send someone to our Qianshan Manor again. Or even come personally, Bai Liang speculated. "If he comes, how shall we respond?" Wuza inquired, looking at Bai Liang. Bai Liang could not think of any effective countermeasures. After all, Qianshan Manor lacked the necessary foundation. Facing the county magistrate of a town, they could not muster a strong resistance. Even though Wuza had now broken through to become a second-tier practitioner, Taohua County was not devoid of second-tier practitioners, and the head of the Wang family was one of them. With no means to counteract, they could only wait and see what would unfold. Bai Liang sighed. However, fortunately, even if the situation becomes more complicated, Qianshan Manor is ultimately at the foot of the sacred mountain, with the mountain god providing support, so they are not overly anxious. "Here, you take this for now. It may prove useful later," Wuza said as he handed the box to Bai Liang. Bai Liang, however, wrinkled his nose in disdain but reluctantly accepted it. As night fell, the lights in Qianshan Manor began to glow, creating a much more pleasant sight than the previous darkness in the past. The village was deserted by nightfall, but now everyone dared to venture out. As long as they stayed within the boundaries of Qianshan Manor, they felt secure. Several figures stealthily approached the vicinity of Qianshan Manor. The leader, sporting a bald head that glinted under the moonlight, spoke cautiously, "Master Sangu, this is Qianshan Manor." Qianku followed closely, speaking with care. However, Master Sangu had been frowning since entering the sacred mountain's domain, feeling an ominous sense growing stronger as they neared Qianshan Manor. It seemed as though a pair of eyes was watching him from the skies. Master Sangu looked up to check the heavens, and upon confirming there was nothing, he felt a slight sense of relief. Perhaps he was merely overthinking. Projecting one's spirit out of the body required at least a practitioner of the Yin spirit realm, and Zwanking Temple could not possibly send such a strong practitioner to Qingzhou. Sangu mused silently. As he sensed an unseen presence watching them from above, he speculated whether a practitioner was projecting their spirit to observe them. However, the Yin spirit realm was a 5th-tier practitioner level, a realm that could be regarded as powerful. Why would such a practitioner venture to the remote Qingzhou? Thus, it was likely just his imagination. Yet, it was evident that it was not merely his imagination. For someone was indeed watching them from the Liu had been keeping a close watch on them since they entered the sacred mountain's territory, not for any reason other than the fact that this old monk was too conspicuous. A 3rd-tier practitioner, he was the highest-ranked practitioner Liu had encountered thus far, on par with the 3rd-tier monster from Feng County. Upon first sighting the old monk, Liu was taken aback. He recognized Qian Ku as an official from Taohua County, and with Qian Ku leading the old monk into the sacred mountain, it suggested that the monk also hailed from Taohua County. However, if Taohua County possessed a 3rd-tier practitioner, why did they not assist when Feng County was in peril? Even the refugees fleeing from Feng County seeking refuge in Taohua County were turned away. Clearly, a 3rd-tier practitioner could at least drive away a 3rd-tier monster, if not defeat it. Yet, the county magistrate of Taohua County did not allow this old monk to intervene or even show himself. There was something amiss here, something significant. Was the Wang family possibly hiding something? Liu suspected that there was a conspiracy at play. The calamity in Feng County might not have been an accident. There was also the Lingku Cave, which Bai Liang had previously mentioned. After Captain Qian and his group were denied entry into the county, it was the head of the Wang family from Taohua County who recommended the Lingku Cave to them, claiming that it was located in a favorable position, boasting extraordinary energy, and effective for exorcising demons and warding off monsters. After hearing the head of the Wang family's words, Captain Chun led the surviving refugees to the Lingku Cave. Subsequently, a horrific incident occurred there. All individuals became fodder for the demon spiders, with none surviving. Considering all this, Liu was now fairly certain that the county magistrate of Taohua County posed a significant problem. Chapter 28. Ambush and Counter-Ambush, Strike. The moment the old monk appeared, Wuza received a warning from the mountain god. His expression suddenly turned serious as he said, "Someone is approaching Qianshan Manor, and their strength is considerable." Bai Liang's expression also became grave as he asked, "Can you handle it?" Wuza shook his head. The warning from the mountain god indicated that this person's realm surpassed his own, likely a third-tier practitioner. Currently, he was only a second-tier practitioner and was no match for them. Upon hearing this, Bai Liang's brow furrowed. If Wuza was not a match, then Qianshan Manor had no means of resistance. Although the mountain god offered protection, it made them seem utterly powerless. Do not worry. That person will not act recklessly. If they truly intended to strike, they would not have sneaked into Qianshan Manor. Wuza analyzed. These individuals had infiltrated stealthily in the dead of night, indicating they wished to avoid drawing too much attention. Bai Liang nodded, taking out the box that Xiaohu had brought earlier. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "Should we use this? What if it proves ineffective? Let us use it. After all, it's worth a try. If it doesn't serve a purpose, it won't matter," Wuza decided. Bai Liang nodded and hurriedly turned to make other preparations with the box in hand. Wuza exited the temple, following the mountain god's guidance to a thicket on the northern side of Qianshan Manor. At that moment, in the thicket, Master Sangu and Qianku were waiting for the insider within Qianshan Manor. The night air was filled with the sounds of insects, which irritated Master Sangu, who said unhappily, "Why hasn't the insider emerged yet? Could something have gone wrong?" Qianku quickly replied, "Master, do not fret. The falcons are the strongest among the county officials and possess exceptional infiltration skills. They have successfully completed similar covert missions in the past without incident. They are likely just trying to evade the villagers' gaze. We should wait a little longer." As he spoke, Qianku sounded confident. The 3 falcons were his trusted subordinates, and he had great faith in their ability to carry out tasks. Master Sangu scrutinized him for a moment, causing Qianku to feel uneasy under his gaze. Finally, Sangu sneered, "Do you think the Zwanking Temple's elite are inexperienced? How many ordinary people can conceal themselves before them?" With that, he turned his gaze ominously toward the direction of Qianshan Manor. "We cannot wait any longer. The insider may have already leaked information, and the elites from Zwanking Temple may be preparing to ambush us based on the clues provided by the insider." Upon hearing this, Qianku's expression changed, and he panicked. Then, "Master, should we hurry to evacuate? Otherwise, if they successfully ambush us, it would be disastrous. Evacuate." Master Sangu's wrinkled face twitched slightly, revealing a hint of a mocking smile. "Do you think I am so easily ambushed by those from Zwanking Temple? If they do not come, that is fine. But if they dare to ambush me, this place will be their grave tonight." Qianku, hearing this, thought to himself, "This old monk really knows how to boast." He naturally did not believe it. Zwanking Temple was the foremost sect in the world, and none within were mere amateurs. Although this monk hailed from the renowned Jinlong Temple, even against Zwanking Temple, it would at best be a stalemate, not a complete domination. However, he dared not voice these thoughts, instead flattering Master Sangu, "Master, your Buddhist teachings are profound. Those from Zwanking Temple are but trifles before you, unworthy of mention. However, the young one is merely at the refinement stage and cannot withstand even a single strike from those formidable adversaries. Thus, I beseech you, might we retreat a short distance?" Qianku spoke cautiously, fearful of offending the old monk. Master Sangue cast a calm glance at Qianku, fully aware of his thoughts. He did not share Qianku's desire and replied in a tranquil tone, "Fear not. In this remote land of Qingzhou, the Xinqing Temple would send no more than an ordinary Taoist of the Tongfa stage. I an adept of the entrance to the mysterious realm, hold a distinct advantage over those of the Tongfa stage. Upon hearing that the old monk was a practitioner of the third tier, Qianke felt a surge of relief, believing their safety was assured. A third-tier practitioner could easily dominate the vicinity of Taohua County. Just then, a rustling sound emerged from the thicket ahead. Someone was approaching. Qianke immediately tensed, speculating whether it was his subordinates or members of the Xianqing Temple. Master San Gue narrowed his eyes and gazed into the distance. As a practitioner of the entrance to the mysterious realm, he possessed divine perception and had already discerned the identity of the approaching figure. It was a second-tier practitioner. As the newcomer drew closer, Qianke's expression shifted slightly upon recognizing the individual. Wu Zhe, what brings you here? He had not anticipated that the visitor was not his subordinate, nor a member of the Xianqing Temple, but rather the lord of Qinshan Manor. Wu Zhe. In that moment, it seemed he grasped something, his eyes widening as he pointed a finger at Wu Zhe, exclaiming, You cannot possibly be affiliated with the Xianqing Temple. Can you? Qianke's reaction left the newly arrived Wu Zhe somewhat perplexed. What Xianqing Temple? Is that not the most prestigious Taoist sect in the world? When did Wu Zhe become associated with the Xianqing Temple? What nonsense are you spouting? Wu Zhe's face darkened, casting a fleeting glance at Qianke before shifting his focus to the old monk. Upon seeing the old monk, Wu Zhe's heart sank. Indeed, a practitioner of the entrance to the mysterious realm. Master, what brings you to Qinshan Manor at this late hour? Wu Zhe inquired politely, clasping his hands together. He. Master San Gue assessed Wu Zhe, realizing from Qianke's words that this man was the lord of Qinshan Manor. After emitting a vague chuckle, Master San Gue clasped his hands in prayer and lowered his head to chant a Buddhist incantation. Umitba, I have come to seek a spiritual artifact that was sealed within the spirit cave not long ago. Might Wu Zhe have encountered it? The spirit cave? A spiritual artifact? Wu Zhe paused slightly. Was that not a demonic entity? It was obliterated by the mountain deity's true form. Wu Zhe furrowed his brow and replied, I have never seen a spiritual artifact, but I did encounter a demonic entity in the spirit cave, which has already been exterminated by the mountain deity. Master San Gue raised his head slowly upon hearing this. So, you mean to say that the spiritual artifact was indeed exterminated by you? Wu Zhe? It was a demonic entity, not a spiritual artifact. Furthermore, I did not slay it myself. I lacked the capability. It was the mountain deity who personally dealt with it. Wu Zhe reiterated, simultaneously realizing that this old monk might be seeking trouble. He discreetly activated his body's movement talisman, ever vigilant against an attack from the old monk. Master San Gue shook his head, his tone remaining unperturbed. That was a spiritual artifact nurtured by me, not a demonic entity. Should you harbor any greedy thoughts and steal that artifact, I would trouble you to return it to me. Chapter 29. Distorting reality, driven away in terror. Wu Zhe's heart ignited with fury. This old monk was spouting lies with his eyes wide open. He twisted the truth, claiming a demonic entity was a spiritual artifact, and accused him of stealing said artifact. He suppressed his anger and replied in a harsh tone, Master, I have never seen any spiritual artifact within the spirit cave. You must be mistaken. Or perhaps the entity you nurtured was never a spiritual artifact but a demonic one. Master San Gue remained unperturbed by Wu Zhe's words, continuing to shake his head with a look of sorrowful compassion. Umitba, I nurtured the spiritual artifact within the spirit cave to harmonize with the cave's Li Hua Sun position, repelling demons from 10 miles away. Yet fate did not favor me. You, Wu Zhe, forcibly entered the spirit cave and stole the artifact, causing the cave's spiritual energy to dissipate, disrupting the Li Hua Sun position and allowing demons to wreak havoc, leading to the suffering of countless citizens. As he concluded, Master San Gue let out a soft sigh. Upon hearing this, Qianke was rendered speechless. He was unaware of the sordid dealings between Master San Gue and County Magistrate Wang. Thus he immediately assumed that Master San Gue spoke the truth. What a malevolent heart! For personal gain, he stole the spiritual artifact, resulting in the deaths of countless refugees. Wu Zhe, you are guilty beyond redemption. What punishment shall you face? Qianke glared furiously at Wu Zhe, knowing full well that he was not truly concerned about the thousands of deceased refugees, but rather using this pretext to lash out at Wu Zhe. You lie? Wu Zhe's face flushed crimson, nearly exploding with rage. This was the second time he had been wronged. The first was when his wife and daughter were murdered, and he was falsely accused. He never anticipated that this shameless old monk would so brazenly distort the truth. Clearly, he had entered the spirit cave to drive out the demonic entity, yet it was twisted into a tale of him stealing the spiritual artifact, allowing the demons to thrive and causing the deaths of thousands. There were no spiritual artifacts in the spirit cave, only demonic entities. I see you, old monk, are nurturing demonic entities. Wu Zhe erupted with anger. No longer fearing the old monk's prowess in the entrance to the mysterious realm, Qianke sneered. You dare to argue? Master Sangue is a high monk of Jinlong Temple. You claim that the master nurtures demonic entities? Ha ha ha, what a monumental joke. Jinlong Temple? Wu Zhe was taken aback. He had certainly heard of the world's foremost Buddhist sect. However, he did not believe that the shameless old monk before him could be a monk of Jinlong Temple. Indeed, Master Sangue is a high monk of Jinlong Temple. You, lowly peasant, stole the master's spiritual artifact, resulting in the deaths of thousands. You deserve the death penalty. Qianke scolded angrily, drawing his sword to strike at Wu Zhe. After having been defeated by Wu Zhe previously, he had been harboring a grudge. Now, having received news that Wu Zhe had advanced to the second tier, becoming a practitioner of the Tongfa stage, he felt a twinge of doubt and seized the opportunity to test his abilities with Master Sangue by his side. Upon seeing Qianke charge at him with a drawn sword, Wu Zhe did not even spare him a glance. With a swift motion, he drew his sword and effortlessly slashed towards Qianke, sending him flying over 10 meters. Lying on the ground, blood trickled from the corner of Qianke's mouth as disbelief washed over him. This fellow truly has become a practitioner of the Tongfa stage? He felt a sense of unwillingness. He had been stuck at the refinement stage for 7 or 8 years, while Wu Zhe had broken through to the Tongfa stage in merely a few months. Why was that? A chant echoed as Master Sangue stepped forward. A stream of mysterious light surged from his body and entered Qianke, instantly healing his wounds. Wu Zhi, you have stolen the spiritual artifact, causing the deaths of thousands, and now, in your shame and anger, you have resorted to violence. You have already fallen into madness. The old monk, holding his prayer beads, cast a somber gaze at Wu Zhe. I, a disciple of the Buddhist sect, must take action to eliminate you. As he spoke, Master Sangue advanced, exerting the imposing pressure characteristic of the entrance to the mysterious realm upon Wu Zhe. Yet, he remained ever vigilant, anticipating the appearance of the Xianqing Temple's individuals behind Wu Zhe. He had already concluded that Wu Zhe was but a front for the Xianqing Temple. You old bald donkey! Cease your baseless accusations. You are distorting the truth. Wu Zhe's fury reached a boiling point. Were it not for his inferior realm compared to the old monk, he would have already unleashed a fist upon the monk's bald head. Wu Zhi, you are obstinate. I must fulfill my duty to the Buddha and slay you. Master Sangue's eyes narrowed, taking a step forward, instantly appearing before Wu Zhe, his hand outstretched like an eagle's claw, aiming for Wu Zhe's neck. Wu Zhe had long been prepared. As the old monk appeared before him, he activated his movement talisman and vanished in an instant. Master Sangue's attack missed, grasping only air. And a look of astonishment crossed his face. This speed. Something is amiss? Just now, Wu Zhe's speed had been so swift that even he could barely catch a glimpse. Was this the speed attainable by a practitioner of the Tongfa stage? Even with his cultivation in the entrance to the mysterious realm, he could not achieve such swiftness. Master Sangue immediately deduced that Wu Zhe must possess a speed-enhancing artifact, possibly provided by the individuals from the Xianqing Temple behind him. It seems I have not misjudged. Wu Zhi, you are indeed affiliated with the Xianqing Temple. Turning around to face Wu Zhe, who had reappeared to the side, Master Sangue smirked. What Xianqing Temple? I am a man of the Divine Mountain. Wu Zhe scoffed, a murderous intent surging in his gaze towards the old monk. At this juncture, was there any need for pretense? Very well, once I subdue you, we shall see how you continue to defy me. Master Sangue, dismissive, believed that with such speed, Wu Zhe could not possibly escape him. Merely an artifact. If the Xianqing Temple possessed it, so too must Jinlong Temple. With a swift motion, he retrieved a bowl from the sleeve of his robe. This was a magical artifact of considerable quality, on par with his own cultivation. As he held the bowl, it radiated rays of Buddhist light, inscriptions appearing on its surface, emanating a profound pressure. Wu Zhe sensed impending doom and immediately attempted to activate his movement talisman to flee. However, the bowl in Master San Gui's hand emitted a beam of Buddhist light, directly ensnaring Wu Zhe. In an instant, Wu Zhe felt his body grow exceedingly sluggish. Even lifting his foot became a slow endeavor. And the thoughts in his mind became sluggish as well. Alarm surged within him. What sort of object is this, so formidable? Observing Wu Zhe's immobilization, Master San Gui smiled faintly. Umitba, with this bowl in hand. Wu Zhe, you cannot escape. It would be prudent for you to summon forth the individuals from the Xianqing temple behind you. Wu Zhe gritted his teeth. What nonsense are you spouting, you old monk? He did not comprehend why the monk incessantly spoke of the Xianqing temple. He did not know anyone from there. However, Li Yu, who had been silently observing from the shadows, understood everything. The elderly monk seems to have misunderstood, mistakenly believing that the forces behind Qianshan Manor are being supported by the Xianqing temple, and that Wu Zhe is a product of their influence as well. Furthermore, the demonic spider in the spirit cave is likely a creature he has nurtured. Upon slaying the spider, he immediately suspected Wu Zhe and subsequently established a fictitious enemy for himself. It appears that this old monk may also be colluding with County Magistrate Wang, indicating that the situation is far from simple. Li Yu is not particularly interested in these conspiracies, yet he has set his sights on the possession of San Gui. He wonders about the power of magical artifacts in this world. He possesses 2 artifacts himself, both of considerable strength, and is curious to see how the artifacts of others in this realm compare. With this thought in mind, Li Yu prepares to take action. The divine mountain radiates brilliance, and a surge of power emanates from it, coalescing in the AIRDT this moment. Sangui's brow furrows anxiously. As the relic around his neck emits a faint glow, he is filled with dread. Without a moment's hesitation, Sangui shatters the relic, which immediately bursts forth with a kaleidoscope of colors. A beam of Buddhist light flashes, and Sangui vanishes from where he stood. Chapter 30. Qian Ku drifting through life, only regretting not meeting a wise ruler. Witnessing the sudden disappearance of the old monk, Wu Zhe is left utterly bewildered. However, he quickly realizes that it must be the divine mountain god intervening. The monk, sensing danger, has fled without a second thought. Liu is also taken aback. He was poised to capture the monk, yet this man possesses something that allows him to sense impending peril and escape in an instant. It is unclear what kind of magical artifact he used to teleport away. Initially, Liu had not anticipated that the monk would flee, considering that within the bounds of his divine mountain, no matter how swift one might be, they could not elude his grasp. Yet this time, he underestimated the monk. The Golden Dragon Temple, the foremost Buddhist sect in the world, evidently possesses some formidable resources. Liu murmurs to himself. Previously, he had heard from the villagers of Qianshan Manor about the Xianqing Temple and the Golden Dragon Temple. These 2 factions are the leading Taoist and Buddhist powers within the realm of Dechu, each with a half-saint residing within their ranks, representing the strongest in the mortal realm. Given such a foundation, it is not surprising that their disciples possess 1 or 2 life-preserving magical artifacts. Should he encounter disciples from such significant sects again, he must remain vigilant to avoid allowing another escape like tonight's. It is indeed regrettable that he could not obtain the monk's artifact. With the monk's escape, only Qian Ku remains, looking utterly dazed. Having just risen from the ground, he sees Master Sangui using the to restrain Wu Zhe and feels elated, believing he will finally avenge his previous humiliation by subduing Wu Zhe here. Yet, the turn of events unfolds with bewildering swiftness. Just as Master Sangui intends to speak after binding Wu Zhe with his expression suddenly shifts, and he removes the relic from around his neck, shattering it, and instantly disappears. Qian Ku is left in a state of terror. He turns to see Wu Zhe approaching him with a dark expression. With a resounding thud, he kneels and pleads for mercy, saying, "Wu Zhe, Lord Manor Master, it was not my intention to come here. It was County Magistrate Wang who compelled me to guide the old monk. I was forced into this. Do you think I would believe you?" Wu Zhe stands before him, gazing down with disdain. The last time Qian Ku forcibly collected taxes at Qianshan Manor, Wu Zhe had merely given him a light reprimand. Yet this time, he has brought along a 3rd-tier cultivator. Had it not been for the intervention of the divine mountain god, the consequences for Qianshan Manor would have been dire. Please, Lord Manor Master, you must believe me. I truly was coerced. County Magistrate Wang holds absolute power in the county, and his deputy, Captain Wang, is his own brother-in-law. Although I am a practitioner of the refining law realm, I have long endured oppression from Captain Wang. I can no longer bear it. Qianke's face is pale, tears streaming down as he cries with genuine distress. Wuze watches him intently, observing his performance. Qianke continues to lament. In the world of martial arts, one is often without choice. I am merely serving the court and must obey the orders of that corrupt official. If heaven grants me another chance, I would willingly abandon the darkness and embrace the light, never again to be a hound for the court. At this point, he raises his head, gazing steadfastly at Wuze. Lord Manor Master, Qianke has drifted through life, only regretting not encountering a wise ruler. If you do not reject me, I am willing to dedicate my remaining years to Qianshan Manor, serving loyally until my last breath. His eloquent words flow forth, and Qianke anxiously awaits Wuze's response. Wuze's eyelids twitch. He had no intention of killing Qianke, yet why has this fellow become so frightened? Allowing Qianke to join Qianshan Manor is out of the question. This man is clearly a lackey of Wang Hu, who knows what treachery lies within his heart. Wuze snorts coldly, his tone unfriendly. Scram. Although Qianshan Manor welcomes refugees, we do not accept just anyone, especially not someone like you. Qianke's complexion turns ashen, feeling as though his fate is sealed. Lord Manor Master, I truly am sincere in my desire to serve Qianshan Manor, willing to brave fire and water, without hesitation. Please, take me in. Return from whence you came. Depart from here with your insincere pleas. I may spare you this time, but should there be a next, even if you have the backing of the court, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Wuze's tone is deadly serious. Return and inform County Magistrate Wang that Qianshan Manor merely wishes to reside peacefully upon the Divine Mountain, seeking refuge under the protection of the Divine Mountain God in this chaotic era. Qianshan Manor does not provoke trouble, but we will not shy away from it. If you dare to trespass again, we are not afraid to retaliate. This time, Wuze is thoroughly incensed by Wang Hu. Having sought trouble multiple times and even sending that shameless monk to slander him has ignited a fire within him. Upon hearing this, Qianke is stunned. He did not expect Wuze to let him off so easily. At the same time, he feels a pang of disappointment. While his offer to join Qianshan Manor was rooted in self-preservation, he did harbor some genuine desire as well. His earlier words were a mix of truth and deception. It is true that he has been oppressed by Captain Wang, and it is also true that he is looked down upon by Wang Hu, especially after his failed attempt to forcibly collect taxes last month. Wang Hu's disdain for him has only deepened. As a practitioner of the refining law realm, his treatment is even worse than that of those with connections in the county office. After all, most of those individuals are Wang Hu's brothers-in-law. Qianke has no sisters or daughters. Even if he did, he would never push them into the fire to serve that gluttonous Wang Hu. When he spoke of wanting to join Qianshan Manor, he suddenly realized that escaping the court's insipid, scheming environment might not be such a bad thing. However, his reputation is already tarnished beyond repair, and Wuze would never accept him. With a slight sigh, Qianke rises from the ground and bows to Wuze. Lord Wuze, I will convey your words to County Magistrate Wang. Farewell. With that, he turns and departs. Watching Qianke's retreating figure, Wuze frowns. He has a nagging feeling that this fellow seems to have changed in some way, yet he cannot pinpoint how. Shaking his head, he decides not to dwell on it. The matter is resolved, and he turns back toward Qianshan Manor. Bai Liang has made numerous preparations on his behalf, but it seems they will not be needed now. The Divine Mountain God has directly intervened, scaring away their adversaries. In the shadows, Liu puts away his heart mirror, feeling somewhat astonished. He did not expect Qianke to genuinely wish to join Qianshan Manor. The heart mirror can peer into one's heart and discern truth from falsehood. While it cannot directly overhear the thoughts of practitioners, it can still glean a general sense of their mental activities. When Qianke expressed his desire to join Qianshan Manor, he took out the heart mirror to ascertain the truth of his words. Initially, Liu thought that Qianshan Manor, lacking in combat power, might welcome such a practitioner. However, Wuze remained highly vigilant and did not agree to allow Qianke to join. Perhaps this is for the best. Qianke has already harbored ulterior motives. Returning to Taohua County, He might even serve as an informant for Qianshan Manor in the county. Liu has now confirmed that Wang Hu is connected with the old monk and the spirit cave. These individuals are plotting some conspiracy, and the calamity in Feng County may even be related to them. Chapter 31. Is there a mysterious power behind the divine mountain? The demonic spider in the spirit cave. The 7 demonic seeds transported by Liu on escort and various other points of suspicion all direct attention toward Taohua County. And who holds absolute authority in Taohua County? It is none other than County Magistrate Wang. Tonight, the old monk is indeed a practitioner of the profound realm and a disciple of the Golden Dragon Temple. Taohua County lies on the outskirts of Qingzhou, a sparsely populated region. What could possibly draw a disciple of the Golden Dragon Temple to such a barren land? The evidence is laid bare before them. These two must have ulterior motives. Yet, Liu is not a constable and has no obligation to investigate these conspiracies. He is also disinclined to interfere. As long as their schemes do not encroach upon the divine mountain or threaten its interests, he will not concern himself with their machinations, should these individuals be foolish enough to provoke him. They shall not escape the consequences of his wrath. 20 miles from the divine mountain, by the shore of a lake, a faint light flickers. An old monk sits cross-legged on the ground, breathing heavily. His face bears an expression of fear, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, leaving him exceedingly weak. The relic of his master was detonated by him, releasing the full force of its Buddhist power and teleporting him 15 miles away. Yet, still uneasy, he pushed himself to flee another 5 miles, until he could no longer move. The Yin God Realm. At the very least, a powerhouse of the Yin God Realm. Sangue's voice trembles. The suffocating aura of death is utterly terrifying. In the face of a practitioner 1 realm above him, even a wisdom realm powerhouse does not instill such a sense of pressure. Only a Yin God Realm practitioner, 2 realms above him, would exude such an oppressive force. Had it not been for the relic left behind by his master, he might have truly met his end in Qingzhou. Gazing at the relic in his hand, now reduced to dust and devoid of luster, Sangue feels an acute sense of loss. This relic was formed from the ashes of a high monk of the Yin God Realm after their golden body was incinerated. Within this narrative lies the formidable power of the 5th-tier Yin spirit, capable of withstanding a strike from an opponent of equal rank when unleashed in full force. However, in a desperate bid for escape, he resorted to using the relic, a one-time life-saving artifact, which, once expended, would be lost forever. The loss of the Yin spirit's Buddha relic signifies that even if the subsequent plan with Wang Hu succeeds, this journey to Qingzhou is destined to be a bloodbath. Who, behind Qianshan Manor, has made their move? Sangue's gaze turned cold as he ground his teeth. Since his training began, he had never suffered such a significant loss, nor had he found himself in such a wretched state. Xinqing Temple would never dispatch a Yin spirit expert to this location, as it does not align with their interests. Sangue furrowed his brow. Yin spirit experts hold a position of esteem even within the Jinlong Temple and cannot be sent out lightly. The same applies to the Xinqing Temple. Typically, both parties would only assign 1 Yin spirit expert to oversee each state. A 6th-tier Yang spirit would rarely leave Zhengzhou. Presently, all the Yin spirit experts in Qingzhou were stationed within the state city, watching each other closely. If one were to depart, the others would detect it immediately. Thus, the possibility of a Yin spirit expert from Xinqing Temple stationed in Qingzhou is dismissed. Could it be a 5th-tier demon king? Or perhaps a 5th-tier demonic entity? Upon contemplating this, Sangue shook his head in negation. The numbers of 5th-tier demon kings and demonic entities are limited and are generally monitored by the court's Yin spirits, making unauthorized actions unlikely. Furthermore, the modus operandi of demonic creatures differs vastly from that of humanity. They are savage and brutal. When would they ever cultivate human influence or offer protection? That is a preposterous notion. With all possibilities ruled out, what remains is the Yin spirit expert behind Qianshan Manor. Most likely a rogue cultivator. These wild cultivators are unbound by sects or the court, free to come and go as they please, doing as they wish. The mysterious powerhouse behind Qianshan Manor must indeed be a rogue cultivator. Sangue's complexion grew increasingly grim, his heart sinking. He had come to Taohua County to gather resources for cultivation, hoping to advance and break through to the enlightenment stage. Yet, he unwittingly encountered a Yin spirit rogue cultivator here, forcing him to expend the relic left by his master, the only artifact for preserving his life. What purpose does this in-spirit rogue cultivator have on the sacred mountain? Is it to gather incense offerings? Remembering the intel from Qianshan Manor, it seemed a temple had indeed been established in the village, dedicated to the mountain god, with villagers visiting daily to pay their respects. It appears my suspicions were correct. They are indeed gathering incense offerings. Sangu chuckled coldly to himself. Is gathering incense offerings such an easy task? Are they not afraid of backlash? Who does not know that incense offerings are a valuable resource that greatly aids in cultivation? Yet, the drawbacks far outweigh the benefits. Without sufficient fortune and status, who would dare to bear the weight of the people's offerings? Only celestial deities are qualified to gather such offerings. Any mere cultivator who defies this will inevitably face severe repercussions, leading to their demise. History is replete with such examples, none of which survived. Even ninth-tier saints, in their pursuit of ascension, have built temples on earth to gather the people's offerings, only to meet their end when their status proved insufficient. How foolish! A rogue cultivator is just that, waiting to face retribution and perish. Sangue cursed vehemently, then resumed tending to his internal injuries. The explosive release of the relic's Buddha power had drained all his strength, resulting in a slight backlash. It is entirely normal for a third-tier cultivator to suffer backlash when forcibly employing a fifth-tier artifact. Given that the sacred mountain is protected by an spirit, he ought to refrain from provoking them. He hastily urged Wang Hu to expedite their plans, procure their goods, and leave this cursed place. After sitting in meditation for an hour, Sangue finally rose and made his way back to Taohua County. Upon entering the county city, he meticulously scanned his surroundings, ensuring no danger lurked before striding in confidently. Master Sangue. The gatekeepers lowered their heads in greeting upon seeing him. Sangue nodded indifferently and proceeded directly to the county office. Upon entering the hall, his gaze immediately fell upon Qian Ku, who had returned with news. Master Sangue, you have returned. Qian Ku's face beamed with joy as he hurried forward to offer flattering words. Sangue, however, fixed him with a piercing glare, his voice icy. How did you return safely? Qian Ku quickly recounted the events surrounding Wu Zhe's return, deliberately omitting any mention of his desire to defect. After listening to Qian Ku's account, Sangue felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seems my suspicions were correct, that Ein's spirit rogue cultivator is indeed interested in gathering offerings on the sacred mountain and has no interest in them. Wu Zhe instructed Qian Ku to convey that they should not provoke Qianshan Manor. Wang Hu, who had remained silent, was filled with indignation, his expression dark. What a splendid notion of avoiding trouble while simultaneously fearing it. When did court officials begin to be threatened by a lowly commoner? He remained oblivious to the encounters Sangue and Qian Ku had faced on the sacred mountain. Upon hearing Qian Ku's words, his fury boiled. Qian Ku attempted to say something, but was met with Wang Hu's disapproving glare, which urged him to leave quickly. Ultimately, he could only depart the county office, seething with anger. Chapter 32. The Hidden Truths of Feng County's Demonic Disaster. Chang Qianfeng. After Qian Ku's departure, Wang Hu turned his gaze to Master Sangue, harboring some discontent but not daring to express it. Master Sangue, what exactly transpired? Is Qianshan Manor's small village truly so challenging to deal with? How many people did Xianqing Temple dispatch? He understood that Sangue was a practitioner of the entry to the mysterious realm, effectively the local sovereign within Taohua County, able to act with impunity. For a third-tier cultivator to suffer such setbacks indicates that Xianqing Temple must have dispatched an entry to the mysterious realm practitioner, and perhaps more than once. Sangue inhaled deeply, responding gravely. County Magistrate Wang, I advise you not to provoke Qianshan Manor in the future, or you may find yourself unaware of your own demise. He hesitated to discuss the matter further, as it was far too humiliating. Having even shattered his master's relic, Wang Hu was taken aback, scrutinizing Master Sangue's expression. Why? Has Xianqing Temple set its sights on this place? Doubt filled his mind. Jinlong Temple and Xianqing Temple were of equal standing. So why would Sangue fear Xianqing Temple so? If outsiders were to learn of this, they would likely mock him, and even members of Jinlong Temple would think Sangue had sullied their honor. Humph, Sangue scoffed. If it were merely Xianqing Temple, would I be in such a wretched state? If not Xianqing Temple, then who? Wang Hu's confusion deepened. If it were not Xianqing Temple, what could possibly invoke fear in Jinlong Temple? Demonic creatures? While indeed powerful, the territory of the human race dominates within the Great Chu, not so fearful as to this extent. The court. The court lacks the resources to bolster a remote mountain village. With such strength, they would do better to reinforce the defenses of various county cities. Behind Qinshan Manor stands Ain's spirit rogue cultivator. San Gue exhaled heavily, speaking with conviction. Wang Hu could hardly believe his ears. What? Ain's spirit? San Gue's words prompted him to spring up from his seat, his expression one of utter shock. Impossible. Ain's spirit, a fifth-tier cultivator. How could such a powerhouse possibly be found on the sacred mountain, sheltering a mere village? Ain's spirit. What does that even imply? Such a being could roam freely within the Great Chu, unafraid of demons. They could even venture into the strongholds of demons beyond the borders and return unscathed. A practitioner who has reached such a level is undoubtedly considered a formidable force, a cornerstone of human cultivation. Such beings, if willing to submit to a particular faction, could enjoy unparalleled privileges and resources for cultivation. If serving the court, they could even be appointed as a third-grade official, with titles and mansions at their disposal. Wang Hu could not fathom the notion that Ain's spirit would disregard all these benefits to come to the remote borders of Qingzhou to protect a dilapidated village. Nothing is impossible. If it were not for Ain's spirit, would I be in such a precarious situation? San Gue's countenance was grim. Wang Hu was drenched in cold sweat, his expression growing frantic. What do we do now? Ain's spirit is right beside us. Does that mean our plans have already been seen through? Ain's spirit, as the name suggests, has cultivated their primordial spirit, allowing it to leave their body during the night and roam the cosmos. However, by day, the primordial spirit must return to the body, lest it be scorched by the sun's rays. Only upon reaching the yang spirit realm can one ignore the blazing sun and allow their primordial spirit to venture forth. When the primordial spirit departs, it remains unseen by others. However, if Ain's spirit chooses to investigate, their actions would be laid bare before their eyes. San Gue shared these concerns, yet he replied, "You need not worry. That Ain's spirit rogue cultivator likely seeks to avoid unnecessary complications. They are gathering offerings on the sacred mountain for their own purposes, which does not conflict with our plans. Furthermore, our trivial matters are unlikely to catch the attention of Ain's spirit. We simply need to avoid provoking them." Upon hearing this, Wang Hu felt a sense of relief, though unease still lingered. He silently vowed that once their plan succeeded and they secured their goods, he would leave this cursed place. Having served in Taohua County for 5 years, he would then return to the state capital, where he could secure a favorable position. Should we expedite the plan to avoid any unforeseen issues? Wang Hu inquired. San Gue nodded. What was initially meant to be a waiting game must now be hastened. Summon Cheng Qianfang. With so many casualties in Feng County, the blood pills produced will surely be plentiful. San Gue spoke with a calm demeanor. Cheng Qianfang was the magistrate of Feng County, and on the night of the demonic disaster, he was the first to flee, taking the official seal with him. After escaping, he had driven away unrelated personnel, bringing only a handful of trusted family members into Taohua County, where they had since remained in hiding. Wang Hu nodded and immediately dispatched someone to summon Cheng Qianfang. Before long, a gaunt, skeletal old man strode in. Though Cheng Qianfang appeared frail and aged, he walked with a vigorous stride, exuding an imposing presence. County Magistrate Wang, Master San Gue, what brings you to summon this old man? Cheng Qianfang inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Cheng County Magistrate, we must expedite our plans and bring them to a swift conclusion. Wang Hu spoke gravely. Upon hearing this, Cheng Qianfang's expression shifted dramatically. How can this be? The plan has not yet reached its final stage. To conclude it now would surely yield an incomplete outcome. As he spoke, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Wang Hu, he challenged, County Magistrate Wang, I am wagering the lives of 100,000 souls in Feng County with this endeavor. I have already lost my reputation, and I cannot even dare to return to the provincial capital. I now rely solely on your promised outcome. If you intend to abandon me now, know that I am not one to be easily deceived. Casting aside all caution, Cheng Qianfang had indeed retained some contingency plans for himself. Otherwise, he would be left utterly depleted without a clue. Wang Hu quickly replied, Do not fret, Cheng County Magistrate. I have no intention of discarding you. The premature conclusion is a necessity due to unforeseen circumstances. What unforeseen circumstances? Cheng Qianfang furrowed his brow. Wang Hu promptly recounted the events concerning the shadowy realm of the Divine Mountain, causing Cheng Qianfang's face to pale in shock. Yet, he could not help but suspect whether Wang Hu was attempting to deceive him. Only after Master San Gui nodded in affirmation did Cheng Qianfang begin to accept the truth of the matter. What then shall become of my share? If we conclude prematurely, will the effects you promise still hold? Cheng Qianfang's expression darkened. Master San Gui spoke slowly. There will certainly be effects, albeit somewhat diminished, yielding only 70 to 80% of the original potency. Cheng Qianfang frowned, wanting to voice further objections. Yet, at that moment, Master San Gui, growing impatient, snorted, "Enough. Cheng Shizhude, the loss of merely 20 to 30% of effectiveness is not insurmountable. There is no need to feign grievance in front of me. Which of those involved in this plan has suffered greater losses than I? In pursuit of the Divine Mountain, I have detonated the relics left by my ancestor, yet I have not complained. Who among you has the right to voice discontent?" Chapter 33. The Divine Mountain reveals its might. Population surge. At Master San Gui's words, Cheng Qianfang fell silent. Wang Hu, too, refrained from further comment, for the primary executor of the plan was Master San Gui. They were merely assisting. Master San Gui's demeanor softened as he said, "We have offended that rogue from the shadowy realm. It is unwise to linger here. Our immediate priority is to conclude swiftly. Secure the items in hand, minimize our losses, and depart." Having lost the relics of his ancestor, they could only obtain what was available to recoup some losses. Otherwise, they would suffer a catastrophic defeat. Let us proceed as Master San Gui suggests. Cheng Qianfang ultimately acquiesced to the early conclusion. He then produced 5 white jade vials, which Master San Gui received and poured out the crimson pills within. Each pill was translucent and blood red, exuding a fragrant aroma, devoid of any anticipated foulness. There are 25 blood pills in total. Cheng Qianfang declared 90,000 people, and this is all we have. Wang Hu frowned, suspecting Cheng Qianfang of hoarding. Cheng Qianfang merely scoffed. "The great demon resides in Feng County. Go ask it why we have so little." "Very well, demons are inherently greedy. It is only natural for them to bear the burden of this cost, even if it is substantial." Master San Gui returned the blood pills to their vials and spoke calmly. He then instructed Wang Hu to promptly inform Min Qianyue of Tianyue County, for she was the final link in the plan. To conclude early, they would require her assistance, and as for Captain Wang, you must act swiftly. You may proceed. Wang Hu nodded coldly in acknowledgement, as Wang Hu and his companions hastened to wrap things up. The Divine Mountain presented an entirely different scene. Following the frightful encounter with the rogue from the Xian realm days prior, Qianshan village had returned to a state of tranquility, with the arrival of the first batch of refugees seeking shelter in Qianshan village. Peace had been maintained, leading to an influx of additional refugees. The already expanded Qianshan village quickly became overcrowded, with the population swelling to over 500 individuals. This unexpected surge delighted Li Yu. For with over 500 people offering daily tributes at the temple, his merit points increased by over 1,500 each day. Upon checking his panel, he found his merit points exceeding 20,000. Realm, Second Stage Ling Mountain Merit, 2461-210-0000 Divine Ability. Blessing of the Mountain God, Manifestation of Heaven and Earth Spell, Manifest Body Artifact, Mountain Sealing Seal, Heart Mirror at the current rate of 1,500 points per day. He would require merely 2 months to break through to the 3rd Stage Ling Mountain. This unforeseen windfall brought Li Yu great joy. Seemed that even without a grand sacrificial ceremony, the growth of his merit points would not slow. Just yesterday, Wu Zhe had conferred with Bai Liang and others, deciding to hold a grand sacrificial ceremony once a year. The ceremony for this year had already been conducted with the demon tiger, so the next one could only take place the following year. With the anticipated prosperity of Qianshan village next year, the upcoming ceremony would be even more grandiose and lively. As the village's population increased, so too did the challenges that accompanied it. While the issue of housing remained unresolved, food supplies were quickly dwindling. The rice that had been sown would not be ready for harvest for another month. Yet the provisions prepared for the village could scarcely support so many mouths. Although Erqing led hunting parties into the mountains daily, the game was limited, and the nearby forests had been nearly depleted of prey, leaving little to sustain such a large group. Faced with this pressing dilemma, Wu Zhe found himself at a loss for solutions. Ultimately, it was Bai Liang who stepped forward, employing decisive measures to compel the arriving refugees to surrender their possessions. These refugees had managed to survive after the fall of Feng County naturally possessing some savings. Now, as they sought refuge in Qianshan village, Bai Liang made it clear that they could not expect to be supported for free. If they wished to find sanctuary, they must first relinquish their belongings as a form of protection fee, and of course, Bai Liang assured them that this was merely a temporary measure. Once the village had harvested its grain and overcome this hurdle, their contributions would be returned. Initially, the refugees were reluctant, but a robust man with a broad back interjected, "You've been consuming and living off others for nearly 10 days. Now you're reluctant to part with a bit of money? Have you no shame?" After dismissing his words, the burly man promptly began to surrender all his silver. Bai Liang held a favorable view of this individual, recognizing his integrity, with the burly man leading by example and shaming some others into compliance. The remaining refugees began to produce their own funds. Bai Liang took charge of recording the contributions, meticulously noting the amounts surrendered by each individual. After the burly man had submitted his silver, he stood beside Bai Liang and remarked, "Zhuang Master Bai, there's no need for you to keep track of this. Do you truly intend to return the silver to us?" Bai Liang, with a serious expression, replied, "I said I would return it, and I will honor that promise without fail." The burly man paused, suddenly moved, and after a moment, he said, "Zhuang Master Bai, you need not feel obligated to repay us. Just being able to reside in Qianshan village and escape the torment of the demons is enough for us to be deeply grateful. What is a little wealth matter in comparison? In this tumultuous world, a safe haven was worth its weight in gold." Bai Liang shook his head, setting down his brush with a solemn demeanor. "Qianshan village is not a faction that collects protection fees. Thus, we do not accept payments from the refugees seeking refuge. What we are doing now is a matter of necessity in the face of adversity. Once we overcome this crisis, we will indeed return the funds. And in the future, those seeking refuge in Qianshan village will not be subjected to any further fees. The mountain goddess decree is to protect all people. It is an act of selflessness. If we were to demand payment from every individual seeking our protection, could that still be considered selfless? That would entirely alter the nature of our intentions. Hence, it is imperative that we return this money. I cannot set such a precedent, or the path of Qianshan village will be irrevocably skewed." The burly man looked astonished, struggling to comprehend Bai Liang's actions, yet he was profoundly impressed. "Zhuang Master Bai, although I may not fully understand, I can see that you are a good person. From now on, Qianshan village will be my second home." Du Tiandao spoke with utmost sincerity, bowing slightly to Bai Liang. Bai Liang smiled, finding himself fond of this man, recognizing his loyalty from the earlier actions. Bai Liang continued to record the contributions of all the refugees until it was nearly dark. The total amount collected, converted into silver, amounted to over 1,000 taels. This sum was considerable enough to sustain all of Qianshan village for 3 months if used to purchase food in the county town. Bai Liang immediately instructed Erqing to take several individuals to procure supplies. Du Tiandao volunteered to accompany them. Assessing his imposing stature, Bai Liang consented to his presence. Chapter 34, Village Construction, The Population Dilemma. Erqing and the others set out to purchase food, and within a day, they returned with several carts brimming with provisions. Du Tiandao, true to his robust nature, effortlessly pulled a cart on his own, while others struggled to manage a single cart collectively. This display took Bai Liang by surprise, initially leading him to believe that Du Tiandao was a practitioner. Upon inquiry, he learned that Du Tiandao was not. Rather, his immense strength was a natural gift from birth. In the past, others had recognized his innate power, mistaking him for a promising candidate, only to discover that his cultivation aptitude was utterly lacking. What a pity! Bai Liang sighed slightly. With such raw strength, if only he possessed the talent for cultivation, he would be formidable indeed. Regrettably, the heavens do not endow individuals with perfection from birth. While Du Tiandao was gifted with extraordinary strength, he was deprived of any innate aptitude for cultivation, unless the mountain deity might bestow their favor upon him. However, such a blessing is not easily attained. It depends on Du Tiandao's performance. One must remember that Bai Liang himself has yet to receive the mountain deity's grace. Once the issue of food was resolved, the urgency in Qianshan village dissipated, and the villagers began to eagerly participate in the construction of their community. As the population grew, management became a challenge. Bai Liang, being merely a scholar, had never overseen such a large group and could only learn gradually, accumulating experience as he went. He selected 5 individuals from the village's founding elders to serve as captains. responsible for managing the villagers beneath them. These 5 were older and seasoned villagers, each tasked with different domains. For instance, Uncle Wu, adept in agriculture, led his team in clearing land, planting crops, weeding, and fertilizing. Nyo, who previously made bricks, continued his work, guiding his team in soil excavation, brickmaking, and tile production. The hunting team was still under the leadership of Qing, who selected robust young men from the village to teach them hunting skills before allowing them to venture into the wilderness. Initially, Qing accompanied them, ensuring they remained safe from fierce beasts. Only after they developed a keen sense of safety were they permitted to operate independently. The remaining 2 teams were responsible for logging and handicrafts, led by a married couple named Su Liang and Wang Shui. Both had followed Wu Zhe from the outset of village formation, with Su Liang dedicated to logging from the beginning. Although somewhat slow-witted, he possessed immense strength and was remarkably focused on his work, often prioritizing his tasks over meals when called by his wife. When Bai Liang appointed Su Liang as captain, he hesitated and repeatedly declined, believing he wasn't suited for the role. However, after Bai Liang and his wife Wang Shui persuaded him, Su Liang accepted the responsibility as captain. He threw himself into his work with even greater vigor. His wife, Wang Shui, led the women in the village in various domestic tasks, such as sewing, cooking, and caring for the children. These were the duties of the 5 captains, while Bai Liang continued to oversee the remaining tasks. Wu Zhe, the village head, occasionally lent a hand, but mostly remained indoors to cultivate his skills. Since advancing to the 2nd tier of the Tongfa realm, Wu Zhe felt a profound enhancement within himself. The Shunqing talisman, as he had anticipated, grew even more powerful alongside his cultivation level. When he fully activated the Shunqing talisman during his training in the Lianfa realm, it took him approximately half a stick of incense to reach Taohua County. Now, he required only the time it took to brew a cup of tea. However, despite its speed, the Shunqing talisman demanded significant energy, which he used sparingly. Before entering the Tongfa realm, he had harbored some trepidation, fearing he might encounter a bottleneck following his breakthrough. After all, his innate talent had already set a ceiling on his potential. Fortunately, upon breaking through to the Tongfa realm, Wu Zhe did not encounter any so-called barriers. His cultivation continued to progress smoothly. What an extraordinary artifact the Shunqing talisman, bestowed by the mountain deity, turned out to be. At this moment, Wu Zhe truly comprehended the terror of the Shunqing talisman. A commoner, devoid of any talent, could cultivate without encountering bottlenecks, and at an astonishingly rapid pace, surpassing even that of gifted individuals. It was nothing short of miraculous. Wu Zhe's reverence for the mountain deity deepened. With such a mysterious and extraordinary ability, the mountain deity's status surely transcended that of an ordinary deity. The children in the village had begun to practice the Fire Sutra, but regrettably, none had demonstrated any results. Bai Liang felt somewhat disheartened, as individuals with cultivation talent were indeed rare. It was no wonder the imperial court did not impose stringent regulations on cultivation techniques. They had little fear of theft. Nevertheless, Bai Liang did not allow himself to be discouraged. If the children like Xiao who were unable to cultivate, he would expand the scope and encourage the newly joined children to begin their training. Once one joined Qianshan village, they would be treated equally. When distributing the Fire Sutra, the villagers were filled with excitement. They had not anticipated that their refuge would also offer cultivation techniques. They had never encountered such favorable treatment before. Bai Liang harbored no grand hopes, for finding individuals with cultivation talent was no simple task. He had more pressing matters to address, namely the population issues in Qianshan village. The current population was nearing 600. Yet the gender ratio was alarmingly skewed. Nearly 500 were men, while women numbered less than 100. Such a ratio was exceedingly abnormal, yet it was unavoidable in times of chaos. Men evidently found it easier to survive. Among those who escaped the calamity in Feng County, men constituted at least 70%. With so few women, the long-term development of Qianshan village would be precarious. After all, one could not expect 5 men to share a single wife. The thought was terrifying. Hence, Bai Liang needed to find a way to attract more women to join Qianshan village. This dilemma weighed heavily on him. One of his friends, Shangguan Qiuyu, who had previously forsaken the spirit cave to join Qianshan village, noticed Bai Liang's distress and hesitated to speak. Brother Bai, regarding the challenge you've mentioned, I possess a rather effective solution, though I'm unsure whether I should share it. Shangguan Qiuyu's expression was uneasy as he looked at Bai Liang. What solution? What could possibly be inappropriate to discuss? Bai Liang's eyes brightened upon hearing there was a way to resolve the issue. Shangguan Shuyu glanced around to ensure no one was listening, then leaned in closer and whispered, "It's simply a matter of women, isn't it? There are plenty in the brothels, and you don't even need to persuade them to come to Qianshan village. Just pay to redeem them." Upon hearing Shangguan Shuyu's words, Bai Liang's expression stiffened, and he looked at him with a strange gaze. Chapter 35. I've only heard of it. I've never been there. Shangguan Shuyu felt uncomfortable under Bai Liang's scrutiny. Sitting up straighter and saying, "Brother Bai, I merely suggested it. If you find it feasible, then use it. If not, then disregard it." He regretted his words, as he typically maintained an image of propriety. What he had just said had tarnished that image. "No, Brother Shangguan, your suggestion is indeed plausible. I just wonder how much silver is needed to redeem a woman." Bai Liang's tone was earnest, genuinely considering Shangguan Shuyu's proposal. Although the notion of courtesans sounded distasteful, and people might look down upon them, in these chaotic times, who could afford to be picky. Furthermore, these women were not voluntarily fallen. Most were driven by hardship and desperation to sell themselves to brothels. Hearing Bai Liang acknowledge his suggestion, Shangguan Shuyu's demeanor grew serious as he spoke. "As for this matter, I have a friend who knows quite a bit about it. He mentioned that redeeming an ordinary courtesan would cost at most 10 taels of silver. For those of slightly better quality, the price might double, while for high-class courtesans, it could easily reach hundreds or even thousands of taels. This is all hearsay from my friend. I've never been there myself." Shangguan Shuyu emphasized earnestly. Bai Liang nodded gently, calculating that the redemption prices were indeed quite steep. High-class courtesans were not within his consideration. Qianshan village required only women, so ordinary ones would suffice. 10 taels of silver per ordinary courtesan. It would cost 100 taels for 10 and 1,000 taels for 100. Given the current population ratio in Qianshan village, at least 400 women would need to be recruited. But where could he find so many courtesans? A single brothel might have at most 100 women, and to redeem everyone, they would need to consent. If all were redeemed, how could the brothel continue to operate? Thus, he could only redeem a dozen from one brothel, requiring dozens of brothels to meet the need. These concerns paled in comparison to the main issue. The silver required for redemption. 4,000 taels of silver. Bai Liang inhaled sharply. Such a sum was astronomical. Where could he procure that amount? Although Qianshan village was thriving, it was still impoverished, and the scant silver they had was earmarked for purchasing food to sustain their lives. They simply could not spare such a large sum to redeem women from brothels. This matter would have to be set aside for now. They would revisit it once they had more funds. Bai Liang sighed, acknowledging that they would have to wait until they were financially stable. Shangguan Shuyu nodded, cautioning Bai Liang once more before leaving, reiterating that he had only heard of such matters and had never experienced them firsthand. Bai Liang nodded repeatedly, refraining from exposing him on the spot. The development of Qianshan village was entirely within Li Yu's view. Observing how the village, which once occupied a mere small area, had now transformed into a substantial estate, he felt a sense of wonder. It was akin to playing a management game, though this was very much real. The wooden houses in the village had gradually been replaced by brick structures. The brick kilns operated day and night, and everyone was filled with vigor, each brick imbued with the laborer's sweat. The main thoroughfare of the village had even been paved with bluestone bricks, as this road led to the temple. Bai Liang placed great importance on it, instructing the villagers to quarry bluestone from nearby mountains to create bricks for the path. The temple renovation was also complete, constructed entirely of new yellow bricks that gleamed brilliantly under the sun. The roof was adorned with new tiles, each a carefully crafted masterpiece, while the subpar tiles were kept for the villagers' personal use, reserving only the finest for the temple. The temple had been expanded several folds, now covering nearly an acre of land, featuring a main hall for daily worship, along with 2 auxiliary halls and a rear chamber. The 2 side halls are typically utilized for discussing matters of importance. Currently, Bai Liang is attending to affairs in the right side hall, where villagers come to report any issues that may arise. The left side hall serves as a training ground for Wu Zhe, who diligently practices within the temple each day, simultaneously safeguarding it against potential harm. The back room of the temple is reserved for deliberating significant matters, and entry is generally restricted to the village's crucial leaders, such as Wu Zhe and Bai Liang, while ordinary villagers are not permitted. The main hall remains the place of worship, with the offering table at its center still devoid of any deity statue. It seems that the villagers have tacitly accepted the notion that the sacred mountain is ever-present, rendering a statue unnecessary. Liu, too, is not overly concerned. The acquisition of merit points merely requires the supposition that the worshippers are paying homage to him as the mountain deity. Whether or not a statue exists is of little consequence, as long as the merit points continue to accumulate. He is apprehensive about the villagers crafting a statue in his likeness. What if it turns out unappealing? An unattractive statue would not suffice, and an overly splendid one would be equally problematic. Thus, Liu sees no need to reveal his true form for the sake of a statue, as that would diminish the grandeur of his mountain deity persona. Therefore, he chooses to maintain an air of mystery, believing that this approach is most prudent. During this period, his merit points have exceeded 50,000, placing him halfway to a breakthrough in his realm. The population of Qinshan village has reached a plateau, as all nearby refugees have sought refuge within its confines. Fewer than 10,000 managed to escape from Feng County during the calamity, with thousands fleeing to Tianyue County. While several thousand perished on the journey, over 1,000 met their end in the Spirit Cave, and nearly 1,000 more succumbed to starvation thereafter. Ultimately, it is estimated that fewer than 1,000 survived. Qinshan village has gathered nearly 600 individuals, clearly nearing its limit. To attract more inhabitants, efforts must be made to draw from other counties. However, those counties have not experienced disasters akin to that of Feng County. Their residents live in relative safety. Why would they abandon the comforts of their towns to seek refuge in an unfamiliar Qinshan village? Consequently, the population of Qinshan village remains stagnant for the time being. Liu is also aware of the words spoken by Shangguan Xiuyu. He internally praises the individual for their ingenuity in proposing such a solution. While ordinary folk may not be inclined to migrate to Qinshan village, the same cannot be said for courtesans in this world. Those who have fallen into such a profession are often coerced. If they could be offered freedom and have their debts redeemed, they would likely be indifferent to the prospect of living in a newly established village. However, redeeming courtesans requires funds, and Qinshan village is currently too impoverished to provide such sums. Liu, being merely a mountain, lacks any gold mines within his terrain and can only express his helplessness in this matter. For the refugees seeking to join Qinshan village, he has scrutinized each one with his heart mirror, and fortunately, there are no significant issues among them. A few individuals of questionable character have surfaced, but this poses no real threat, especially with Wu Zhe, the cultivator, keeping them in check. Chapter 36. The second blessing of the mountain deity, the spiritual thought talisman. As the village develops and constructs, Liu remains attentive to Wu Zhe's cultivation. Following the acquisition of the talisman, Wu Zhe's innate limitations have been shattered, and his path of cultivation now consists of gradual accumulation, focusing solely on breaking through when he reaches the threshold of a new realm. This method of cultivation is remarkably straightforward, yet relying solely on the absorption of celestial essence yields a relatively slow progress. Other practitioners typically seek various rare herbs and treasures to aid their cultivation. But Wu Zhe has none to rely on but himself. Liu estimates that for Wu Zhe to break through to the third stage of the profound realm through his own efforts, it would take at least a year or two, even with the assistance of the spiritual movement talisman. Otherwise, the time frame would only extend further. Despite this, Wu Zhe remains invigorated, as his previous circumstances rendered cultivation a mere dream. In addition to Wu Zhe, Bai Liang has also garnered Liu's attention. As the only scholar in Qinshan village, he is the second candidate for the blessings of the mountain deity. Since Bai Liang joined Qinshan village, he has consistently demonstrated commendable dedication, pouring his heart and soul into his work. Liu had previously resolved to observe him for a while, and upon confirming his exemplary performance, he decided to bestow a blessing upon him. Over this period, Bai Liang has excelled, not only committing himself wholeheartedly to the village but also managing affairs with remarkable organization and diligence. Liu, recognizing such loyalty and excellence, deems it entirely appropriate to grant him a blessing. He invokes the blessing of the mountain deity, feeling a significant portion of his strength being drawn away. Golden light begins to coalesce from the mountain peak, slowly gathering into a singular point before merging completely. Once the golden light has fully converged, it transforms into a golden talisman that pierces the air and descends directly toward the temple below. The brilliance of the golden light is striking, and the villagers all gaze upward in awe. What is that? A beam of golden light? Has the mountain deity manifested? The villagers, filled with excitement, abandon their tasks and kneel in reverence towards the sacred mountain. In the right side hall, where Bai Liang is engaged in his duties, he hears the commotion outside and feels perplexed. What has transpired in the village? Rising from his seat, he prepares to investigate the situation. Just then, a radiant golden light floods the entire room, startling Bai Liang, who is yet to comprehend what is unfolding. The golden light envelopes him, solidifying him in place. Wu Zhe, who is training in the left side hall, notices the extraordinary phenomenon and hastens to the right side hall. Upon witnessing the familiar sight, he is filled with both astonishment and joy. He recognizes that this is the blessing of the mountain deity, and that Bai Liang is also receiving such a blessing. Wu Zhe sincerely rejoices for Bai Liang, having witnessed all his contributions to Qianshan village. He understands that Bai Liang longs for the mountain deity's blessing, just as he himself does. However, as the mountain deity is divine, no one can decipher his intentions or predict whether he will bestow blessings again. Enveloped by the golden light, Bai Liang gradually regains his senses after a brief moment, and upon realizing what is happening, he is overwhelmed with excitement. Yet, this is not the time for celebration. He promptly sits cross-legged and focuses intently on receiving the blessing from the mountain deity. Once the golden light has fully entered his being, the blessing concludes. Bai Liang slowly opens his eyes, a glimmer of golden radiance flashing within them. The spiritual thought talisman. This is the talisman bestowed upon him by the mountain deity. A resplendent golden talisman hovers within his sea of consciousness, permanently enhancing his spiritual thought. Upon receiving the talisman, he acquires the method of spiritual thought, significantly elevating his perception. In the future, when his primordial spirit departs, he shall be able to traverse the North Sea and the Kangwu Mountains. In simpler terms, his spiritual awareness will surpass that of ordinary practitioners. Spiritual awareness is a trait that only practitioners at the profound realm can possess, and Wu Zhe has yet to cultivate such awareness. Yet, Bai Liang, having received the talisman, has already surpassed the threshold of the refinement realm and possesses spiritual awareness. Although his range of perception is limited to a few dozen meters, this is still quite formidable. More importantly, he is eager about the method of spiritual thought contained within the talisman, which, like Wu Zhe's method of spiritual movement, is unrestricted by realm. Bai Liang's heart swells with exhilaration. He has never felt this excited since achieving the status of a scholar. After the initial thrill, he quickly makes his way to the main hall, bowing respectfully. Disciple Bai Liang expresses profound gratitude for the blessing from the mountain deity. The mountain deity's grace is boundless, and I have no means to repay it. From this day forth, through fire and water, in the face of demons and monsters, should the mountain deity command, I shall be the first to respond. After bowing 9 times, Bai Liang gradually rises. As he senses the power of a practitioner within him, he cannot contain his excitement. At this moment, he longs to laugh heartily, yet in the temple, he refrains from making a sound. After years of cultivation with no success, he had long since lost hope of becoming a practitioner. It was only upon arriving at the sacred mountain and witnessing Wu Zhe's journey that the flickering flame of ambition within him was reignited. Now, having finally realized his long-held wish, the joy in his heart is beyond measure. Congratulations, Bai Liang, on receiving the blessing of the mountain deity. You have successfully broken through and become a practitioner. Wu Zhe, who has witnessed the entire event, finally speaks up to congratulate Bai Liang, his face glowing with delight. Bai Liang beams back, saying, all thanks to the mountain deity's benevolence. Otherwise, I would never have become a practitioner of the refinement realm in my lifetime. Receiving the mountain deity's blessing is merely the beginning. The road ahead is still long. Wu Zhe pats Bai Liang on the shoulder, and Bai Liang wholeheartedly agrees. He understands that after Wu Zhe received the talisman, the limitations of his innate abilities were lifted, allowing him to cultivate without barriers. Now that he, too, has received the divine talisman, he, like Wu Zhe, will no longer be constrained by innate limitations. Subsequently, Wu Zhe, curious, inquires about the nature of Bai Liang's talisman. Bai Liang does not withhold any information and readily reveals that it is the spiritual thought talisman. The spiritual thought talisman? Excellent. If that's the case, doesn't that mean you are now even more formidable than I? Wu Zhe exclaims in astonishment. Tio possess spiritual awareness at the refinement realm. Who would dare believe it? Each has its merits. Your spiritual movement talisman is no less impressive, Wu Zhe. Practitioners at the profound realm cannot even touch your hymn. Bai Liang responds with a smile. The two recognize the extraordinary nature of their talismans. This matter must remain confidential, lest it attract trouble. They agree to present the acquisition of the mountain deity's blessing to the outside world while withholding the specifics of their blessings. They will communicate the same to the villagers of Qianshan, as elaborating too much would be unnecessary. Ambiguity often yields better results. Chapter 37. Innate Divine Strength, Grandfather Mountain Deity. The news that Deputy Master Bai Liang had received the blessings of the mountain deity sent shockwaves through the hearts of all the villagers. This time, they had all witnessed the golden light descending upon the temple, and shortly thereafter, Master Bai emerged as a cultivator. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. Another practitioner had joined the ranks of Qianshan village. While the elder villagers were elated, they did not share the same fervor as the newcomers. Having witnessed the mountain deity's manifestations many times before, they regarded it as a commonplace occurrence. In contrast, the newly arrived villagers had only heard tales of the mountain deity's renown, never having beheld any miracles. The spectacle before them left them in awe, for indeed, a divine being existed. The mountain deity had truly manifested. The fact that Master Bai had been granted blessings and had directly become a cultivator was simply beyond belief. In that moment, everyone yearned to rush into the temple to pay homage to the mountain deity, beseeching the divine being for their own blessings. However, Urchin and a few others promptly intervened. Had so many people surged into the temple simultaneously, the newly constructed edifice might have been damaged. Bai Liang, with a serious demeanor, addressed the crowd. I understand your eagerness to worship the mountain deity, but order must be maintained. Enter one by one. Should anyone dare to cut in line before the temple, they will be expelled from Qianshan village. He could tolerate their playful banter and various opinions on other matters, but before the mountain deity, no disrespectful behavior would be permitted. Upon hearing this, the previously raucous crowd fell silent, forming an orderly line. Having spent some time in Qianshan village, they were well aware of its safety. Not only were they shielded from demonic incursions, but even robbers and wild beasts dared not approach. Amidst the chaos of the demonic realm, it was akin to a paradise. They had no desire to be cast out. One by one, the villagers entered the temple to pay their respects, praying for blessings from the mountain deity. Observing this, Urchin and the elder villagers could only shake their heads in dismay. The blessings of the mountain deity were not bestowed merely by a simple act of worship. They required dedicated service to the mountain deity, a sincere commitment to earn the divine favor. They had all witnessed Bai Liang's unwavering dedication to Qianshan village, devoid of any selfish motives, earning their deep admiration. Thus, they felt his receipt of the mountain deity's blessings was entirely justified. Simultaneously, Bai Liang's blessings stirred a sense of opportunity within Urchin and the others. The mountain deity had observed their actions, and should they perform commendably, they too might be granted divine favor. The elder villagers felt a surge of ambition. Eager to showcase their worth in the following days, the frequency with which villagers visited the temple surged. Whereas previously they would visit only once a day, akin to clocking in for work, they now went 2 or 3 times daily, even making a pilgrimage before bedtime. Despite the increased frequency of visits, Li Yu's merit points remained unchanged. It appeared that the accrual of merit points was not contingent upon the number of worship sessions. Li Yu pondered this, initially expecting a doubling of merit points, only to find himself disappointed. Nevertheless, his merit points had exceeded 60,000, leaving him just over 30,000 shy of his goal. Recently, one individual in the village had captured Li Yu's attention, a burly man named Du Tiandao. Li Yu had noticed him when he took the lead in contributing funds, deeming him to possess commendable character. While others rushed to the temple multiple times a day, Du Tiandao maintained his routine of visiting once daily, dedicating the rest of his time to labor for Qianshan village. Naturally endowed with immense strength, Bai Liang, after careful consideration, assigned him the task of quarrying blue stone from the mountains. The previous wooden bridge had proven unstable, requiring frequent repairs, which were cumbersome. Thus, Bai Liang resolved to dismantle the wooden structure and construct a stone bridge in its stead. However, the quantity of stones required was substantial, and their weight made transportation from the mountain a daunting challenge. Hence, Du Tiandao, with his innate strength, undertook this responsibility, accomplishing the work of dozens single-handedly. Occasionally Wuza, despite being a practitioner, would assist in transporting stones but found himself outperformed by Du Tiandao. After all, practitioners required a steady supply of spiritual energy. which they needed to replenish upon depletion. In contrast, the naturally strong Du Tiandao needed only to maintain a full stomach to work tirelessly throughout the day. Wuza was left astonished, and when he compared his strength to that of Du Tiandao, he was taken aback to find them nearly equal. This revelation was astonishing, for he was a practitioner of the enlightened path. While practitioners did not typically excel in raw strength, they were not comparable to ordinary individuals. It was evident that Du Tiandao's innate strength was extraordinary, though it was regrettable that his talent for cultivation was lackluster, even inferior to Bai Liang's. Li Yu, utilizing his spiritual sense, investigated Du Tiandao and confirmed that he was an ordinary person whose immense strength was solely due to his natural endowment. It seemed this world was not only home to cultivators but also extraordinary individuals and phenomena. He could only reflect on this. Though there were indeed strong individuals on Earth in his previous life, their strength had limits. Du Tiandao's capabilities surpassed those of an ordinary person. Beyond Du Tiandao, Liu also kept an eye on a girl named Shui. This endearing and innocent child still visited the temple daily, making whimsically absurd requests of him, the mountain deity. Today, Shui had been helping her mother with needlework when she accidentally pricked her finger, drawing blood. Without delay, she bounced into the temple, first mimicking the adult's serious demeanor in her worship before whispering, "Grandpa Mountain Deity, Shui's finger is bleeding. I pray for you to make it stop." After her soft-spoken plea, she bowed a few more times, gazing intently at the tiny drop of blood on her finger. Liu found himself both amused and exasperated. While others sought blessings, this little one remained true to her essence, asking for assistance with her minor ailments. He held a fondness for her and granted her wishes each time, reminding her not to share this secret with anyone, including her mother. Shui's large eyes sparkled with joy as she noticed her finger healing, pain alleviated, and she beamed, "Thank you, Grandpa Mountain Deity. Shui loves you the most." The little girl leapt up and circled the offering table, promising the mountain deity that this was their secret before darting out of the temple to help her mother. Chapter 38. The Girl with Cultivation Talent. It was a rare delight for someone to call him Grandpa. Considering his mental age, Liu was still under 30 in his previous life. He had never even held a child, let alone a grandchild. Shui was not only pure and lively but also industrious. From her mother, he learned that Shui was not yet 8, merely 7.5 years old. Previously, Liu had assumed she was around 10, for she exhibited remarkable maturity. This only underscored the rarity of well-behaved children in the current era. 7-year-old Shui was a beloved figure in the village, with many adults often teasing her. Peers her age enjoyed playing with her, but she seemed to prefer visiting the temple daily to chat with her mountain deity. Bai Liang, attending to village affairs in the left hall, frequently encountered Shui bouncing into the main hall to worship. He and Wuza often shared smiles over the uniqueness of this little girl. Wuza even gifted her a copy of the Fire Heart scripture, encouraging her to practice and see what effects it might yield. Initially a casual gesture, he held no expectations. Yet one day Shui joyously bounded into the temple, seeking out Bai Liang. Master Bai, Shui has succeeded. Shui wants to become a cultivator. With her big eyes sparkling, she stood outside the left hall, bursting with excitement. Hearing her sweet voice, Bai Liang hurriedly stepped out, looking at her with curiosity. Shui, what do you mean? You've become a cultivator. Shui nodded vigorously, her face radiant with pride. Yes, the skills you taught me, Shui has mastered. Now Shui is a cultivator. Bai Liang took her small hand and began to investigate. He soon discovered a faint trace of spiritual energy circulating within her body, indicative of a cultivator absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Bai Liang's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he regarded Shui with newfound respect. He hurried to the right hall to summon Wuza, exclaiming, "Brother Wuza, there is someone in our village with cultivation talent." Wuza, equally astonished by the news, inquired, "Who is it?" Bai Liang replied, "It's the girl who bounces into the temple every day." Shui? Wuza immediately recalled the lively and adorable girl. Bai Liang then led Wuza to Shui. Wuza personally investigated her situation, confirming that she indeed possessed cultivation talent, and it appeared to be quite promising. Remarkable, after just a few days of practice, she already has spiritual energy within her. Such talent would be considered above average even in the capital. Wuza marveled, completely taken aback by this unexpected boon. "Master Bai, will Shui also become a cultivator? When can she soar like you?" The little girl gazed up at Wuza with wide, hopeful eyes. Wuza smiled gently. Shue Shue, you are still young. Although you possess cultivation talent, you have yet to embark on the path of cultivation. So you are not yet a cultivator. Although Shue Shue has already gathered spiritual energy within her body, she still has a considerable distance to cover before she can ascend to the realm of a refiner. Wuza and his companion are equally uncertain about how long it will take for them to cultivate, as they have taken shortcuts, becoming practitioners through the divine talisman bestowed by the mountain god. They themselves do not fully comprehend the proper process for ordinary individuals to become cultivators. The little girl's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she inquired how one might become a practitioner. Wuza exchanged glances with Bai Liang, and ultimately, it was Bai Liang who, with some reluctance, stepped forward and said, Shue Shue, you need only to diligently cultivate, following the teachings of the Fire Heart Sutra step by step. When the time is right, you will naturally break through and become a practitioner. Upon hearing the words of the Master Bai, Shue Shue puffed out her cheeks, feeling that the Master's explanation was rather convoluted and ultimately uninformative. Bai Liang felt helpless as well. Had he, Uncle Bai, achieved the refiner realm through his own efforts, he might have had the experience to impart. However, he had relied on the power of the divine talisman to become a practitioner. And Wuza was in the same boat. Two half-baked practitioners could hardly provide Shue Shue with any substantial advice. Moreover, they dared not speak carelessly, fearing the dire consequences of offering erroneous guidance. Thus, they could only offer vague reassurances, encouraging Shue Shue to comprehend the nuances of cultivation on her own. Relying on the little girl's innate talent, perhaps she would grasp the essence of it. Shue Shue, why not ask the mountain god for guidance? Perhaps the mountain god will provide you with some insight, Wuza suddenly suggested. Looking at the little girl, Shue Shue's eyes brightened, and she eagerly nodded her head before turning around and skipping joyfully towards the main hall of the temple. Seeing this, Wuza let out a sigh of relief. He had genuinely feared that the little girl would continue to press for answers. If she did, his image as a master would surely be tarnished. Upon entering the main hall of the temple, the little girl knelt in reverence and whispered, Grandfather Mountain God, Chuchua wishes to become a practitioner, but Uncle Bai and Uncle Wu are too foolish to teach me. So I can only seek your guidance. Listening to the little girl's murmurs, Liu felt somewhat speechless. If Wuza and Bai Liang were perplexed, he too was at a loss. Moreover, while Wuza and Bai Liang were at least human, he could only be regarded as a mountain. His method of cultivation involved receiving incense offerings, which was entirely different from others. How could he impart such knowledge? Liu felt a headache coming on. The concerns of Wuza were also his own. It was a rare occurrence for Qianshan village to have a gifted cultivator, and they could not afford to offer misguided advice. Furthermore, since the little girl was deeply cherished by him, he felt even less inclined to risk offering erroneous guidance. In the end, Liu could only reiterate Bai Liang's previous words. Shue Shue, you need only to diligently cultivate, following the teachings of the Fire Heart Sutra step by step. When the time is right, you will naturally break through and become a practitioner. As for the specifics of cultivation, she would have to seek her own understanding. Upon receiving a response from Grandfather Mountain God, Shue Shue's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed reverently at the offering table. Grandfather Mountain God is truly remarkable. Shue Shue feels enlightened. The little girl felt as though she had gained immense insight and bowed several times in gratitude before skipping away. Upon exiting the main hall, Wuza and his companion approached to inquire whether she had received any guidance from the mountain god. Shue Shue nodded vigorously, her expression one of awe. Grandfather Mountain God is incredible. With just a few words, I now know how to cultivate. As she spoke, the little girl pouted and glanced at Bai Liang, unlike Uncle Bai, who went around in circles and ended up saying nothing at all. Bai Liang's face flushed with embarrassment as he replied, How could I compare myself to Grandfather Mountain God? His guidance is truly invaluable, he thought to himself. How remarkable it is that the mountain goddess' mere words could bring such joy to Shue Shue. He felt he could never measure up. Chapter 39. Qian Ke's unease. A major event approaches. News of the little girl Shue Shue's cultivation talent spread rapidly throughout the village. In no time, Shue Shue and her mother became the center of attention in Qianshan village, with acquaintances of Shue Shue's mother beginning to forge familial connections. Each day, visitors seeking to establish kinship nearly trampled the threshold of their home. Faced with such a scene, Shue Shue's mother, Li Shi, could only maintain a forced smile it wasn't until Bai Liang reprimanded these visitors that the commotion finally subsided. Simultaneously, Bai Liang arranged for Li Shi and her daughter to relocate to a more central location within the village, closer to the temple. Now that Li Shui, or Little Shui, was recognized as a gifted cultivator, she naturally warranted special attention. Bai Liang directly instructed Li Shi to refrain from work and to focus solely on caring for Li Shui at home. Li Shui would remain at home to cultivate, with the village ensuring that any necessary supplies were delivered. Both Wu Ze and Bai Liang regarded the only individual in the village with cultivation talent with utmost seriousness. Had they been more knowledgeable about the breakthrough to the refiner realm, they would have personally guided Li Shui in her cultivation. Since Bai Liang became a practitioner, he found his responsibilities had somewhat diminished compared to before. As he needed to focus on his cultivation, he entrusted the less critical affairs of the village to 5 team leaders. Only significant matters would require his attention, allowing him to dedicate the time saved to his cultivation. The 5 team leaders were diligent and had received training from Bai Liang, so they managed village affairs adeptly. In fact, by eliminating the need to report decisions back to Bai Liang, the efficiency of village operations improved even further. Su Liang led the lumbering team. Having stripped the surrounding forest bare, it was now decided that they would venture 3 miles away to the redwood forest for timber, though the distance posed challenges for transporting the felled trees back to the village. Thus, Su Liang planned to construct a boat to facilitate the easy transport of lumber via the river. Meanwhile, Ernyo initiated the construction of a new kiln, not for brickmaking but for pottery. One kiln sufficed for bricks, but the village was in need of various ceramic vessels. Therefore, as soon as Ernyo had free time, he promptly began erecting the new kiln to prepare for pottery production. Wang Chui discovered a mulberry grove not far from the village and found some silkworm eggs on the mulberry trees. She organized the village women to construct a large structure for silkworm farming, hoping to eventually sell the silk for profit. Qing had ceased hunting, allowing the young individuals he trained to take over the task. Now, he had fenced off a large area of wasteland beside Uncle Wu's rice fields to raise mountain chickens, wild boars, and goats. These were merely younglings he had encountered while hunting, which he brought back to the village for rearing. Continuous hunting would deplete resources, and the best long-term solution was to engage in breeding. The manure from the livestock was utilized by Uncle Wu to nourish the crops, and now the rice fields had expanded to over 100 acres. Not only was rice being harvested, but various vegetables were also ready for picking, including eggplants, corn, tomatoes, and peppers. The development of Qianshan village was thriving, with everything progressing positively. Meanwhile, in Taohua County, ever since the monk San Gue was frightened away, no one had dared to trouble Qianshan village again. This news brought great relief to everyone, as the absence of official interference allowed Qianshan village to develop even more swiftly. Lius Merit Point Sword, Taohua County. Ever since that night when he returned to the county in a state of disgrace after fleeing from Qianshan village, Qian Ku had fallen further out of favor with the Wang family. Although it was San Gue, the monk who had fled first, leaving him behind, it was still not an excuse for his current predicament. Yet, Wang Hu continued to regard him with cold disdain. Qian Ke harbored a bubbling anger within, itching to voice his indignation, but he dared not, suppressing his frustration deep inside. One day, while drinking at an inn to vent his feelings, an elder passed by him, causing Qian Ku to freeze mid-sip. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, staring at the elder in shock. This was none other than the county magistrate of Feng County, Cheng Qianfang. He immediately recognized the identity of the elder before him. Just as he was contemplating approaching to confirm, the elder had already walked far away. Qian Ku stood up, leaving behind some silver coins on the table, and followed after him. At that moment, he was filled with questions. Wasn't Magistrate Cheng supposed to have fled Qingzhou after Feng County fell? The information he received from Wang Hu indicated that after Feng County's fall, the provincial officials were enraged and had ordered that Cheng Qianfang, who had fled the county, be imprisoned in the dungeons as punishment for his cowardice. Cheng Qianfang had been terrified and had escaped Qingzhou, his whereabouts unknown. Yet now, he reappeared in Taohua County. This was simply too bizarre. Filled with suspicion, Qian Ku stealthily trailed behind the elder. Following him through twisting alleys, Qian Ku watched as the elder entered a small courtyard. He did not dare to follow any closer, for even as a cultivator, he would surely be discovered if he drew near. Thus, he remained in place, waiting. After about 4 or 5 moments, someone exited the small courtyard, leaving Qian Ku in a state of shock, nearly crying out. Wang Hu, County Magistrate Wang? Qian Ke's expression turned astonished, and the number of questions swirling in his mind multiplied. To avoid detection, he hurriedly departed from the area and returned home. Even after closing the door behind him, his heart raced uncontrollably. County Magistrate Wang is actually in league with Magistrate Chung? He could hardly believe it. There must be some unspeakable secrets at play here. Harboring criminals was a capital offense. Wang Hu could not possibly be ignorant of this fact, yet he chose to conceal Chung Qianfeng in Taohua County. What should he do? Should he report this to the provincial officials? But Qingzhou was nearly 1,000 miles away. How could he even do that? Qian Ku was torn, feeling as though he had uncovered a monumental secret. He dared not dwell too deeply on it, for it likely involved much more than he could fathom. The monk San Gue might also be entangled within this web. Suddenly, Qian Ku regretted having followed after them, now that he was aware of something so significant. He feared it might ensnare him as well. Lying on his bed, he drifted into a restless sleep, burdened with thoughts. The following day, Qian Ku, burdened with heavy thoughts, made his way to the county office. He hesitated to seek out Wang Hu, and after much deliberation, decided to approach Captain Wang for a subtle inquiry. Captain Wang was Wang Hu's brother-in-law and a trusted confidant, so he likely possessed some insider knowledge. Upon reaching Captain Wang's residence, Qian Ku knocked for quite some time with no response. It was only when a constable arrived to inform him that Captain Wang had been on a mission for several days and had not returned to the county office that Qian Ku's unease grew. Had it really been several days since anyone had seen him? A sudden feeling of dread washed over Qian Ku, as if something significant was about to unfold. It struck him that he, too, had not laid eyes on County Magistrate Wang for several days, save for the clandestine meeting with Wang Hu the day prior. The old monk had also vanished, leaving no trace in the county office. Could it be that something truly ominous was in the air? With a growing sense of alarm, Qian Ku departed the county office and ventured toward a secluded corner of the county town. Chapter 40. Conspiracy in the Shadows, Madness. Upon leaving the county office, Qian Ku walked along the narrow paths of the town, his demeanor one of palpable anxiety. He fervently hoped that his fears were unfounded. After a short while, he arrived at a temple situated to the west of the county town. The temple's entrance bore a plaque inscribed with the words Golden Dragon Temple. This had been constructed at the behest of Wang Hu when the monk San Gue arrived in Taohua County, and the monk typically resided within its walls. Gazing at the tightly shut doors of the Golden Dragon Temple, Qian Ku furrowed his brow. The temple had previously welcomed visitors daily, drawing many worshippers seeking the Buddha's blessings. He approached a nearby small shop and inquired with the shopkeeper, "Sir, has the Golden Dragon Temple been closed these past few days?" The shopkeeper scrutinized Qian Ku for a moment, noting his constable's uniform. Before nodding in response, "It has been closed for quite some time, having ceased to receive visitors half a month ago. The esteemed monk brought in from the prefecture has not made an appearance either. Perhaps he has returned to the prefecture." Half a month? Qian Ku's confusion deepened, and after exchanging a few more words with the shopkeeper, he departed. Arriving at the side of the Golden Dragon Temple, he stood before a tall wall, contemplating whether to scale it for a closer look. This action was fraught with danger. If discovered, the consequences could be dire. Ultimately, he steeled himself, thinking that being discovered was a risk he must take as a subordinate of Wang Hu. Surely he would not meet with severe repercussions. Resolute, he took a deep breath and leapt lightly over the wall, easily entering the temple grounds. Inside, the temple was eerily quiet, the candles in several halls extinguished, casting a dim light that suggested they had been unlit for quite some time. The incense burners had burned out long ago, with no one to replenish them. As Qian Ku moved cautiously through the temple, he glanced around, the silence almost suffocating, each footstep echoing ominously. Just as he entered the main hall, the temple bell suddenly tolled dong. The resounding, sonorous chime reverberated throughout the temple, transforming the previously tranquil atmosphere into one of unsettling activity. In an instant, Qian Ku beheld numerous shadows kneeling on the ground, their faces obscured yet radiating fervent zeal as they fervently worshipped the statue of the Buddha. Turning his gaze, Qian Ku found the statue seemingly gazing down upon him, its eyes filled with mockery. The scene before him was profoundly bizarre, and a cold sweat broke out over his body. He was certain he was not hallucinating. These shadows were undeniably real, but how had they come to be in the temple? At that moment, footsteps echoed from behind the hall, and Qianke's expression shifted as he swiftly concealed himself behind the statue. County Magistrate Chung, you should refrain from venturing out these days. It would not bode well if you were seen. Wang Hu's voice resonated slowly. Upon hearing this voice, Qianke's heart sank. County Magistrate Chung, I have been cooped up in Taohua County for so long. I only ventured out briefly yesterday. Surely, County Magistrate Wang is being overly cautious? Chung Qianfang remarked with a cold scoff. Better to be cautious. The plan has reached its final stages. Magistrate Min has sent word that we can wrap things up in 3 days, Wang Hu replied. Chung Qianfang's eyes brightened, and he smiled. The sooner we conclude, the better. I cannot bear to remain in this wretched place for a moment longer. Once the items are secured, I shall make my way to Baijiang Prefecture to seek refuge with an old friend. Wang Hu nodded in agreement and cautioned Chung Qianfang against making any public appearances. At such a critical juncture, it is best to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Chung Qianfang reluctantly agreed, indicating that he would remain in the temple for the next few days and would not venture out. Alas, I am not as ruthless as County Magistrate Wang. Even a brother-in-law is a worthy sacrifice, Chung Qianfang teased, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Hu. Wang Hu maintained his composure, responding calmly, a mere brother-in-law is of little consequence. As for an unruly concubine, she can be dealt with. Chung Qianfang was taken aback, then replied, You truly are ruthless, County Magistrate Wang. I could never bring myself to harm a beautiful concubine. Ha ha, Magistrate Cheng. You jest. Is your ruthlessness not evident in your sending over 90,000 souls of Feng County to their doom? Wang Hu sneered. Chung Qianfang's expression remained unchanged as he coolly replied, We are all in the same boat. So let us not be hypocritical. Calmly, Wang Hu continued, And as for the citizens of Taohua County, they too shall not survive the coming days. Qianke, hiding behind the statue and eavesdropping on their conversation, was drenched in cold sweat. What had he just heard? County Magistrate Wang and the others were orchestrating a nefarious scheme. They were using Captain Wang as a pawn, and Wang Hu was prepared to eliminate his own concubine. The implications of their discussion chilled him to the core. The calamity in Feng County was of human design? Furthermore, Wang Hu seemed intent on replicating the disaster in Taohua County. Had he lost his mind? For a fleeting moment, Qianke wished he had misheard, yet the clarity of their dialogue left no room for doubt. This was a conspiracy, a sinister plot concealed in darkness. The participants included County Magistrate Chung, County Magistrate Wang, and Magistrate Min from distant Tianyue County. The mastermind behind this scheme was undoubtedly the monk Sangue. No wonder all his previous suspicions had been resolved at this moment. He finally understood why, during the calamity in Feng County, the esteemed monk, despite being a third-stage practitioner, had failed to render aid. Even later, when Captain Qian attempted to seek refuge in Taohua County, he had been ruthlessly turned away and sent to Lingku Cave, where all had perished in the ensuing disaster. All the unusual actions that had previously puzzled him now made perfect sense. Once Wang Hu and Chung Qianfang had moved far away, Qianke felt an overwhelming urgency to leave. He exited the main hall, his figure flickering as he vaulted over the temple's high wall and hurried away. Taohua County was no longer a safe haven. Wang Hu's malevolence was evident. He was clearly intent on repeating a catastrophe in Taohua County to fulfill his own nefarious agenda. Captain Wang had most likely already met with misfortune, and the county town was left with only a handful of first-stage practitioners, utterly incapable of mounting any resistance. The county magistrate of Tianyue was in league with Wang Hu, making it futile to seek help from them, unless he could convey the message directly to the prefecture, but the distance from Taohua County to the prefecture was nearly 1,000 miles. By the time the news reached them, it would be too late. Qianke could scarcely fathom the depths of Wang Hu's madness, willing to sacrifice the lives of nearly 200,000 souls across 2 counties. This was sheer insanity, a cruelty more savage than that of any demon. At that moment, he even suspected that the calamity in Lingku Cave was connected to County Magistrate Wang. Upon returning home, Qianke hastily packed only the essentials and set off toward the county town's gates. The constables on duty recognized him and did not impede his passage. With a heart full of urgency, Qianke dashed out of Taohua County without pause, yet for reasons unknown, he found himself heading toward the sacred mountain 10 miles away. Chapter 41. Qianke seeks help, summoning the mountain god. With Wang Hu and his ilk being inextricably linked, the prefecture's distant aid would prove insufficient. At this moment, the only entity Qianku believed capable of thwarting their plans was the sacred mountain. If the monk Sangue had been forced to retreat in disgrace, it was a testament to the mountain's might. Behind Qianshan Manor, there was undoubtedly a powerful practitioner of at least the third stage. This was Qianku's conviction. Thus, he resolved to reach the sacred mountain and relay all that he had witnessed to Wu Zhe, beseeching the hidden stronghold within the mountain to intervene and save the citizens of Taohua County. Though he was a hound of the imperial court, he could not align himself with the demons. County Magistrate Wang and his cohort had clearly allied themselves with the demons, indistinguishable in their malice. Qianku's pace quickened as he made his way to the sacred mountain, arriving at the outskirts of Qianshan Manor in a mere quarter of an hour. Lord Wu, Qianku from Taohua County seeks an audience, he called out, gasping for breath. Before long, someone from within Qianshan Manor emerged, and upon seeing Qianku in constable's garb, their expression shifted, prompting them to swiftly return to the village to summon help. Moments later, Wu Zhe and Bai Liang appeared together, their faces stern as they regarded Qianku. You again? Last time we were kind enough to let you go. This time, are you here under orders to bring trouble to Qianshan Manor? Wu Zhe's tone was unfriendly, for this was Qianku's third visit to the manor. As the saying goes, third time's the charm, and having spared him twice before, Wu Zhe was not inclined to show mercy a third time. Lord Wu, I would never dare to cause trouble for Qianshan Manor. I am here to seek assistance. County Magistrate Wang. He has lost his mind. Qianku hastily explained, his voice tinged with fear. What do you mean by lost his mind? Wu Zhe inquired, bewildered, suspecting Qianku might be up to some trickery. What is it? Speak plainly. Bai Liang interjected impatiently, his brow furrowed. Taking a deep breath, Qianku slowly recounted the alarming events he had witnessed. As Wu Zhe and Bai Liang listened, their expressions grew increasingly grave. Finally, Bai Liang interrupted, saying, Wait, let us discuss this inside the village. The revelations disclosed by Qianku were nothing short of astonishing. Bai Liang could hardly fathom the extent of panic that would ensue from the dissemination of such news. Nodding in agreement, Qianku composed himself and followed the two into the village. The trio made their way directly to the temple, and upon entering, Qianku was taken aback by the sight of the sacred structure. As it was his first visit to Qianshan village, he was aware that the village held the mountain deity in reverence, and it was evident that this temple had been erected in honor of that very god. Once inside, Bai Liang led Qianku to the rear chamber of the temple. After they settled, Bai Liang, with a serious expression, turned to Qianku. Without any preamble, Qianku recounted his encounter with Cheng Qianfang, detailing how he had followed him and ultimately infiltrated the temple to overhear Cheng's conversation with Wang Hu, leaving nothing concealed. Upon hearing Qianku's account, Wu Zhe and Bai Liang exchanged stunned glances, their faces betraying their shock. That scoundrel Cheng Qianfang is hiding in Taohua County? Wu Zhe exclaimed, his fury igniting. From Qianku's words, it was evident that Cheng had deliberately fled with the official seal that night, leading to the senseless loss of over 90,000 lives, an act of sheer madness. How could a government official dare to act in such a manner? Bai Liang's complexion darkened. It was no wonder that Cheng had sought to expel them that day. The thought of the lives lost in Feng County fueled his growing rage. With a resounding thud, Wu Zhe slammed his hand against the table, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. This wretch deserved 1,000 tortures. Consorting with demons, he would not die a good death. He cursed vehemently, recalling the horrific scenes from Feng County that left him feeling suffocated with anger and dread. He felt powerless as his fellow villagers perished at the hands of the monsters, while he could only watch in despair. The calamity was orchestrated by Cheng Qianfang himself. The fear he experienced that night left a lasting shadow over him. Too many lives had been extinguished. The battlefield had never witnessed such carnage. It was nothing short of a massacre. What could they possibly want by slaughtering so many? Bai Liang, regaining his composure, began to analyze the situation. What else could it be? They must be dabbling in some dark arts, performing sacrifices, Qianku uttered coldly. Having worked under Wang Hu, he was all too familiar with the man. Years ago, Wang had leveraged the court's fortune to advance to the realm of refining methods. Yet due to innate limitations, he had made no further progress. However, an ambitious individual like him would never simply relinquish his aspirations. After the arrival of monk Sangue, Wang had been in constant company with him. Secretly conspiring, who knows what. It now appeared that Wang had been plotting these deranged plans for quite some time. Isn't monk San Gue from Jinlong Temple, the disciple of the so-called foremost Buddhist sect in the world? Yet he would associate with demons? Wu Zei's tone dripped with sarcasm, having harbored disdain for the bald monk. But now, the pressing matter is to stop them. Otherwise, in 3 days, the tragedy of Feng County will befall Taohua County, and everyone will perish. Qianke finally articulated his urgent purpose to Wu Zei, and Bai Liang exchanged glances, and ultimately Bai Liang replied coldly, "What relation does Taohua County have with our Qinshan village? Moreover, you claim that monk San Gue is the mastermind, yet he is at the 3rd stage of the realm, while you, Brother Wu, are merely at the 2nd stage. What can you possibly do to stop him?" Wu Zei nodded slightly. Although he could leverage the power of the Xinqing talisman to evade anyone at the 3rd stage, that was the extent of his advantage. Furthermore, monk San Gue possessed a magical staff that could easily restrain him. Qianke grew anxious and pressed. "Wu Zhuozhu, there is no need to deceive me. Your Qinshan village undoubtedly has powerful individuals behind it. That night, when monk San Gue was frightened away, wasn't it due to the intervention of your hidden powerhouse? I am pleading on behalf of the 100,000 citizens of Taohua County. Min County Magistrate from Tianyue County is their accomplice. I need not mention how far the state capital is. The only ones nearby with the strength to assist are you, Qinshan village." Upon hearing this, Bai Liang shook his head. "You are mistaken. There are no powerful figures behind Qinshan village. Brother Wu is the strongest among us." "How can that be? Who frightened monk San Gue away that night?" Qianke clearly did not believe him. To scare off monk San Gue, one would need to be at least a 3rd stage practitioner. And Wu Zei's rapid ascension seemed somewhat suspicious, suggesting that Qinshan village had powerful supporters, not a person, but a deity. Wu Zei spoke with profound respect. "A deity?" Qianke was taken aback, instantly recalling the mountain deity worshipped by Qinshan village. Indeed, it was the deity. The mountain deity protects us. When that bald monk dared to cause trouble, it was the mountain deity's wrath that sent him fleeing. Bai Liang explained slowly. Chapter 42. The Divine Light of the Temple. Journey to Tianyue County. When Qianke arrived at Qinshan village, Liu had been observing the scene with his divine sense. Listening to the conversation in the rear chamber, he felt a sense of surprise. Previously, he had sensed a connection among Feng County, Taohua County, and the Lingku Cave, which puzzled him. However, he had been too lazy to delve deeper, avoiding a thorough investigation. Now, he finally saw through the fog and grasped the truth of the matter. Monk San Gue had colluded with Wang Hu, Chang Qianfeng, and Tianyue County's Min Qianyue, collectively orchestrating a conspiracy. They not only allied with demons but also directly caused the deaths of over 90,000 citizens of Feng County. Now, they aimed to replicate that calamity in Taohua County. Liu could not help but admire the ruthlessness of these individuals. Their actions were utterly deranged, resorting to any means necessary to achieve their goals. They blatantly disregarded their identities as officials of the court, treating the citizens within their jurisdiction as mere livestock to be slaughtered for trade with demons. In retrospect, it seemed that the 7 demon seeds transported by Lu Yuan escort that night must have been a gift from Wang Hu to Min Qianyue of Tianyue County. Had the world deteriorated to such an extent? Partnering with demons, treating citizens as cattle, and the court remained indifferent. Previously, he had thought it remarkable that the court could still function amidst the chaos wrought by the demons. Now, it appeared that such a situation likely stemmed from some form of collusion with the demons, allowing them to maintain a semblance of stability. Yet, he wondered what precisely monk San Gue and his cohorts sought. Willing to sacrifice nearly 200,000 lives in exchange for something. The so-called foremost Buddhist sect in the world was not what it claimed to be. In the rear chamber, upon realizing that the being who had intervened that night was the mountain deity worshipped by Qinshan village. Qianke was astounded. It made sense. Only a divine being could enable Wu Zei, a person without any qualifications, to break through to the 2nd stage in just a few months. Moreover, he now recognized that Bai Liang had also become a practitioner. This revelation left him utterly shocked. Feeling a surge of excitement, he thought, if the mountain deity were willing to lend assistance, the crisis in Taohua County could easily be resolved. Wu Zhuozhu, I implore you, for the lives of the 100,000 citizens of Taohua County, please beseech the mountain deity to manifest and save the people. Qianke spoke earnestly. In Taohua County dwelled his friends, relatives, and everything familiar. He could not bear to see Taohua County suffer the same fate as Feng County, where its citizens were treated like livestock, slaughtered by demons. Wu Zhe hesitated. While Taohua County was not directly related to Qinshan Village, much of what Qinshan Village acquired came from Taohua County. Should Taohua County fall, the surrounding 70 miles would be left with only Qinshan Village inhabited. The thought of the lives of 100,000 people brought memories of that fateful night in Feng County rushing back to him. Wu Zhuozhu, if the mountain deity is willing to manifest and assist, I will establish a temple for the mountain deity in Taohua County, allowing the citizens to come and pay their respects. Ensuring the incense never ceases, Qianku added. Wu Zhe ultimately nodded, leading Qianku to the main hall of the temple. You kneel and pray. Let us see if the mountain deity will respond. Wu Zhe instructed. Upon hearing this, Qianku immediately knelt down and bowed deeply several times. In this chaotic world of demons, where human hearts are treacherous, Monk San Gue of Jinlong Temple, in collusion with County Magistrate Wang Hu of Taohua County, County Magistrate Chang Qianfang of Feng County, and County Magistrate Min Qianyue of Tianyue County, conspired with demons to harm over 100,000 citizens. Their ambitions do not cease, as they seek to sacrifice the lives of 100,000 citizens of Taohua County to gain profit in league with demons. Great mountain deity, your grace is boundless, and your celestial might is unfathomable. Qianku of Taohua County beseeches the great mountain deity to manifest. As his voice fell, he bowed deeply once more. Wu Zhe and Bai Liang watched him with bated breath, both hoping for the mountain deity's response, for the lives of over 100,000 souls hung in the balance. Liu silently observed the scene, feeling a mixture of emotions. That night, Wu Zhe had not accepted Qianku but had instead let him leave. And unexpectedly, fate had conspired to unveil Wang Hu's scheme. With a flicker of his divine sense, a golden light appeared within the temple, gradually dissipating. Instantly, Wu Zhe and Bai Liang's faces lit up with joy. Indeed, the mountain deity had manifested. Qianku stood up, bewildered by the unfolding situation. When the golden light appeared, he felt an indescribably sacred pressure that left him breathless. Wu Zhuozhu, what does this mean? Has the mountain deity consented? Qianku asked uncertainly. Wu Zhe smiled and replied, that golden light just now was the mountain deity manifesting. He has agreed. With Wu Zhe's confirmation, Qianku finally felt a sense of relief wash over him, collapsing onto the ground. From the moment he uncovered the conspiracy to his escape from the county, he had not paused for even a moment, his mind constantly on high alert. Now, as he relaxed, he realized how utterly exhausted he was, drained of strength. Bai Liang waved his hand, signaling for someone to support Qianku for a rest. He then resumed his discussion with Wu Zhe regarding the conspiracy of Monk San Gue and his cohorts. When the golden light had appeared moments ago, they had also received the mountain deity's decree. The mountain deity commanded me to journey to Tianyue County to ascertain the situation there, Wu Zhe stated succinctly. Having ascended to the second tier of cultivation, the 70-mile trek posed no challenge for him. Exercise caution, for Tianyue County is a significant city where third-tier practitioners abound. Bai Liang cautioned. Wu Zhe nodded, yet remained unperturbed. With the godly movement talisman in hand, even a third-tier practitioner could not harm him should he choose to flee. After imparting a few more instructions, Wu Zhe set forth alone towards Tianyue County. Time waits for no one. As Qianku had mentioned, in 3 days, the plan would culminate and action would commence. Thus, Bai Liang and the others had but 3 days to prepare. Once Qianku regained his composure, Bai Liang approached him directly. Qianku, you must return to Taohua County at once and gather intelligence. Should there be any developments, inform us immediately. Qianku's expression faltered, a hint of trepidation evident within him. Yet, he ultimately gritted his teeth and acquiesced. It had been some time since his departure from Taohua County, and should he wish to return, he must do so promptly to avoid raising suspicion. After bidding farewell, Qianku hurried back to Taohua County. Meanwhile, Liu pondered his merit points. Realm, second tier Ling Mountain. Merit, 962001000000. Divine power, blessing of the mountain deity, law manifestation of heaven and earth. Spell, manifestation of form. Artifact, mountain sealing seal, heart mirrored. He needed just over 3,000 points to reach 100,000 and ascend to the third tier of Ling Mountain. Given the current rate of merit point accumulation, 2 days would suffice, conveniently aligning with the day before the implementation of the plan by the 3 returnees. Upon breaking through his realm, his divine consciousness would expand further, allowing him to perceive not just Taohua County but also Tianyue County with clarity. He would discern the intentions of those around him with utmost precision. Chapter 43. A disruption from Xianqing Temple. The scheme of the three returnees was known only to Wu Zhe and Bai Liang. Thus the villagers of Qinshan Manor remained unaffected, continuing their orderly development and construction activities. Wu Zhe's departure went unnoticed by the others, who assumed the manor lord was still in the temple engaged in cultivation. Bai Liang had his own matters to attend to, yet he made time to visit Li Shui. Presently, Li Shui was regarded as the treasure of Qinshan Manor, the sole child possessing cultivation talent, and everyone held her in high regard. Upon arriving at Shui's residence, Bai Liang observed her crouched on the ground, teasing ants with a twig. Shui, why are you not cultivating today? Bai Liang smiled as he squatted beside the little girl. Shui shook her small head, her childish voice chiming, I practiced yesterday. Today, Shui wants to play. Bai Liang felt a sense of helplessness at this response. If others possessed cultivation talent, they would yearn to seclude themselves and cultivate daily. Yet, for Shui, her enthusiasm for cultivation seemed lacking. Aside from the excitement she exhibited on the day she discovered her ability to cultivate, her interest waned thereafter. Bai Liang surmised the reason. As the only child with talent in the village, she found it dull without anyone to practice alongside her, leading to a cycle of one day of cultivation followed by one day of play. Nevertheless, even under these circumstances, Li Shui's cultivation progress astounded Bai Liang. Truly, her upper-middle-level talent allowed her to achieve remarkable results in a short span. Shui, tell Uncle Bai how you could cultivate every day. Bai Liang held high hopes for Li Shui, wishing not to see her squander her talent. However, the little girl pouted, turning her head away, unwilling to engage with him. Just then, Li Shui returned and, upon witnessing the scene, smiled apologetically. I apologize, Lord Bai. Shui can be a bit willful. Please do not hold it against her. Saying this, Li Shui entered the house to prepare a cup of tea, which she offered to Bai Liang. He waved his hand, standing to say, how could I dare hold her accountable? Shui is now the precious gem of Qinshan Manor. I cherish her dearly. After exchanging a few brief words with Li Shui, Bai Liang took his leave to tend to his own affairs. Once Uncle Bai departed, the little girl blinked her large eyes, stood up from the ground and tiptoed toward the door, clutching her clothes. However, a large hand swiftly grasped the back of her neck, pulling her back inside. No, I want to find Grandfather Mountain Deity, she exclaimed. Her soft, endearing voice strikingly adorable. Li Shui smiled. Uncle Bai wants you to cultivate. Once you finish, Mother will take you to find Grandfather Mountain Deity. Ultimately, Shui reluctantly returned indoors to continue her cultivation. Li Yu observed this exchange with a knowing smile. It was entirely normal for the little girl to be playful and reluctant to cultivate. This was akin to children in his previous life resisting study. Every child has their innocent whims. The key was to balance work and play. The girl's exceptional talent must not be squandered. Thus, upon witnessing the manifestation of the divine in the temple, he instructed Bai Liang to closely monitor the girl's cultivation to prevent any laziness. This was but a minor matter. Though Shui was mischievous and sometimes resistant to Bai Liang's persuasion, he ultimately entrusted her upbringing to Li Shui. Fortunately, although the little girl was playful, she remained obedient. Listening to her mother's words, with her occasional pouting merely a form of expressing her discontent, Liu eagerly anticipated how far Li Shui might progress through her cultivation. If coupled with his blessing of the mountain deity, would she not surpass Wu Zhe and Bai Liang in strength? Just as this thought crossed his mind, 3 furtive figures intruded upon the sacred mountain's domain, capturing his attention. His divine consciousness reached out, revealing a scene in a thicket over 5 miles from Qinshan Manor, where 3 individuals, 2 women and 1 man, were present. Their attire was peculiar, clad in dark blue Taoist robes, their hair secured with hairpins, embodying the appearance of Taoist priests. Are these Taoists from this world? Li Yu pondered, surprised at their presence on the sacred mountain. The leading figure was a female Taoist, her features delicate, eyes clear, and her countenance exquisite. Even in her robe, her figure was strikingly accentuated. The female Taoist spoke with a frigid tone. The location mentioned in Master Qian Kuan's letter is indeed here. In this chaotic world, divine artifacts are more prone to change, and saints arise. Yet how could a holy being emerge in this desolate wilderness? One among the trio, the lone male Taoist, questioned skeptically, Qing Tian, do not speak nonsense. Master Qian Kuan's predictions are infallible. He cannot be mistaken, chided the petite female Taoist, her tone tinged with displeasure. Qing Tian's face broke into a smile as he sought to appease. My apologies, Qing Quan Jr.'s sister. It was a slip of the tongue. Humph, Qing Quan scoffed, turning her gaze to her senior sister, asking, Senior sister Qing Qiu, what does Master S' prediction truly imply? Is it possible that a saint will indeed emerge in Qingzhou? Her heart evidently bore skepticism. The great Chu human race had not witnessed a saint in nearly 800 years. The strongest among them were merely half-saints. To step beyond that threshold and become a saint was akin to climbing to the heavens, impossible without great opportunity. Fortune and momentum.it is unlikely that a mere fifth-tier Yin God practitioner could predict the emergence of a saint. Qing Qiu replied thoughtfully, Does that mean we have come in vain? The younger sister, Qing Quan, bore a distressed expression, acutely aware that their journey from Baijiang Prefecture to Qingzhou had consumed over a month. Qing Qiu shook her head with a smile. Not quite. Although Master Qian Kuan may not foresee such earth-shattering revelations, his predictions as a fifth-tier Yin God practitioner still hold significance. Qing Tian, wearing a puzzled expression, inquired about this significance. After a month of arduous travel, he was already filled with dissatisfaction. Were it not for Qing Quan's insistence on accompanying her senior sister to Qingzhou, he would have been reluctant to make the trip. The prediction is undoubtedly genuine, but it does not necessarily indicate the emergence of a saint. It could signify a great opportunity in this place. Qing Qiu stated coolly. Upon hearing of a great opportunity, Qing Quan and Qing Tian's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Qing Tian suddenly recalled something, exclaiming, Oh no! It seems that Jinlong Temple has already gotten a head start. A few days prior, they had encountered a monk of the Entering Mysteries realm near Taohua County. They recognized each other's identities during their brief encounter. Initially, he had given it little thought, but now he realized that the monk from Jinlong Temple was likely drawn here by the great opportunity foretold by Master Qian Kuan's predictions. Chapter 44. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits. There is yet another lurking figure. Qing Qiu merely smiled, saying, No matter. Our arrival lacked direction, and with disciples from Jinlong Temple present, we can seek their counsel. Her tone was calm, yet Qing Tian detected an underlying intent to kill. Indeed, Master Sister's foresight is commendable. While the mantis captures the cicada, the yellow bird lies in wait. Since that bald donkey seeks to take the lead, he should not blame us for intercepting his move. Qing Tian's face lit up with a grin, appearing confident in his ability to outmaneuver the monk. But that bald donkey is an Entering Mysteries practitioner. He will not be easy to deal with. Qing Quan expressed her concerns. Among the three, the highest cultivation belonged to Master Sister Qing Qiu, yet she merely stood at the pinnacle of the law manifestation realm. Having encountered the monk recently, it was reasonable that he, being from the Jinlong Temple's third generation, possessed a higher realm than they did. Haha, dear Qing Quan, you need not worry. Before our departure, I specifically sought out Qian Ci and procured several talismans to easily handle an Entering Mysteries practitioner. Qing Tian boasted proudly. Hearing this, Qing Quan frowned slightly, questioning, Why would you seek out that old coot Qian Ci when Master and he are at odds? By asking him for talismans, aren't you putting Master in a difficult position? Qing Tian had anticipated that his actions would earn him praise from his junior sister, but to his surprise, he was met with skepticism. Junior sister. What do our master's affairs have to do with us juniors? Qian Ci is our esteemed uncle. As his disciple, is it so outrageous to request a few talismans from him? He began to defend himself, somewhat dismissively. What's the big deal? Qing Quan raised her voice, glaring at her senior brother, and retorted, That old scoundrel Qian Ci has seduced our master's wife, displaying moral decay and beastly conduct. Master and that old wretch are sworn enemies. You, as Master's direct disciple, not only failed to stand up for him but dare to ingratiate yourself with that old fool. If Master were to find out, how heartbroken he would be. Qing Tian's face turned ashen from her rebuke. Yet he dared not counter the sentiments of the junior sister he admired. Ultimately, it was Qing Qiu who stepped in to mediate, saying, Enough, junior sister. Qing Tian is only concerned for the safety of this expedition. He harbors no ulterior motives. Let us put this matter behind us, sister. Qing Quan felt a swell of injustice in her heart. Was it wrong for her to speak up for their master? Why did the most favored senior sister not defend him? Qing Qiu chose not to engage further with Qing Quan and instead redirected the conversation. let us find a place to rest. We've been on the road for a month and are weary. We should recuperate before seeking that monk. Qing Tian immediately spoke up, Sister, there seems to be a village ahead called Qian Shanzhuang. Not far from Taohua County. It would be a suitable place for us to rest. Qing Qiu nodded, and the three of them made their way toward Qian Shanzhuang. In the shadows, Liu observed the trio heading toward Qian Shanzhuang, contemplating how monks and Taoists had both arrived. Not only were they not ordinary individuals, but the monk they had encountered was a disciple of the esteemed Jinlong Temple, the foremost Buddhist sect in the land. Now, these three Taoists hailed from Xianqingguan, the leading Taoist sect. What a remarkable gathering of two paramount sects on this divine mountain. Although they were merely junior disciples, their presence was bound to complicate the situation. First, the monk from Sangue had plotted in Taohua County, intending to sacrifice the lives of its citizens for profit. Now, the disciples from Xianqingguan arrived, having interpreted omens that led them to seek opportunities, only to fortuitously cross paths with the scheming monk. To add to the chaos, a traitor named Qian who had approached the divine mountain to inform Liu of the impending conflict. Now it had truly become a chaotic melee. However, for Liu, the arrival of the Xianqingguan disciples merely added a layer of inconvenience, posing no substantial threat. After all, these three had yet to reach the Xian realm. He could scarcely be bothered to even glance in their direction. Based on his own estimations, as a second-tier spirit mountain, he was at least on par with practitioners of the 4th to 5th tier, which encompassed the realms of Wuxian and Yinshan. He might be stronger than those in the Wuxian realm but somewhat weaker compared to those in the Yinshan realm. Yet, weakness did not equate to defeat. He was, after all, a divine mountain, fundamentally different from mere practitioners. The giant manifestation of his Dharma form could easily crush a Yinshan practitioner with a single blow, while a punch from a Yinshan practitioner would likely have little effect on the mountain, merely creating a dent in the earth. His true form towered thousands of feet high, stretching for miles. A mere hole in the ground was insignificant to him, devoid of any sensation. This was a crushing disparity of life levels. Therefore, even if a Yinshan practitioner were to arrive, Liu remained unperturbed. He paid little heed to the three from Xianqingguan, though he was curious about their words. The eldest sister among them mentioned that their uncle practiced divination and had predicted that a sage would emerge from the divine mountain. A sage? Indeed, signified a practitioner of the 9th tier. From what Liu had gathered from Wu Zhe and his companions, there were no 9th tier sages among the human populace within the Great Chu realm. The strongest individuals were merely at the peak of the 8th tier, close to sage level, and were referred to as half-sages. For instance, the Emperor of Great Chu, the Abbot of Jinlong Temple, and the Master of Xianqingguan were all half-sage powerhouses. Their presence in the capital had ensured that, throughout the chaos caused by demons, the city had never faced an attack, allowing its citizens to continue their lives of pleasure and indulgence. However, these three clearly did not place their trust in their uncle's divination, while Liu found it credible. Who would have thought that a mere Yinshan practitioner could deduce his existence? Quite impressive, the emergence of a sage. This evidently referred to him, for who else in proximity to the divine mountain could hold such a distinction? Yet, while the Taoist's divination was indeed remarkable, one detail was amiss. It was not a sage that was emerging, but rather a sacred mountain. Unfortunately, Qing Qiu and her companions misunderstood their uncle's meaning, thinking the omens merely indicated an opportunity. Shaking his head, Liu noticed that the three from Xianqingguan were approaching Qian Shanzhuang, and he promptly alerted Bai Liang to prepare for their arrival. While Bai Liang was attending to affairs, he was taken aback by the mountain god's reminder, quickly regaining his composure. The foremost Taoist sect, Xianqingguan. His expression grew solemn. Why had such a formidable sect suddenly intervened at this critical juncture? His mind was filled with questions, but he hastily exited the village, only to encounter the three from Xianqingguan just as they arrived at Qianshanhao. There is actually a practitioner of the refining law realm here. Qing Tian spoke with suspicion, gazing incredulously at Bai Liang as he stepped out of the village. Practitioners were not uncommon, but in this remote borderland of Qingzhou, they were indeed rare, especially not in a county but rather in a rural setting. I am Bai Liang, the deputy head of Qian Shanzhuang. May I ask who you are? Bai Liang inquired cautiously, cupping his hands in greeting. That I am Qing Tian, a disciple of the Qing character lineage from Xianqingguan, came the proud reply, as Qing Tian looked up at Bai Liang with lofty disdain. Chapter 45. Uninvited guests, questioning, despite already having received the mountain god's warning and knowing the identities of the three before him. Bai Liang still attempted to display shock upon hearing Qing Tian's words. Xin Qingguan, are you referring to the sect renowned as the foremost Taoist sect in the land? Bai Liang exclaimed in astonishment. Haha, it seems you possess some knowledge. Qing Tian responded with a slight smile, nodding calmly. Indeed, we are disciples of the foremost Taoist sect, Xin Qingguan. Qing Qiu and Qing Quan remained composed, having grown accustomed to outsiders expressing shock upon hearing the name Xin Qingguan. So, you are disciples of Xin Qingguan. May I inquire what brings you here? Bai Liang continued to feign ignorance, struggling to maintain his composure in front of the three. Qing Tian's dissatisfaction was palpable as he coldly remarked. Knowing we are disciples of Xin Qingguan, wouldn't it be courteous to invite us in for a rest? Initially, he had thought this individual had some insight, having heard of Xin Qingguan's renown. But now it seemed he was simply dim-witted. Oh, esteemed Taoists, please. Bai Liang feigned realization, hastily stepping aside to invite the three into the village. Qing Tian's expression softened slightly, then turned to his senior sister. Sister, let us proceed inside. Qing Qiu nodded indifferently and stepped into Qian Shanzhuang, with Qing Tian and Qing Quan following behind. Bai Liang walked alongside Qing Qiu, noticing that she was the leader among them. However, as he approached, he noticed the female Taoist's brow slightly furrow. Bai Liang awkwardly smiled, retreating a bit to maintain his distance. Esteemed Taoists, may I ask what brings you to our divine mountain? If there is anything you require assistance with, please feel free to ask. Bai Liang inquired with a smile, pondering the trio's intentions. You had merely informed him of uninvited guests from Xin Qingguan without disclosing their purpose for being there. He thought it best not to pry and to focus on his own tasks. Qing Qiu spoke in a tone that conveyed a sense of distance. I am curious, in this barren land of Qingzhou, how does an ordinary commoner like yourself become a practitioner? Her gaze bore into Bai Liang, laden with scrutiny. Qing Tian and Qing Quan turned their attention to him as well, one with a questioning look, the other with curiosity. Under the collective scrutiny of the three, Bai Liang remained undaunted, responding naturally, allow me to clarify, I am Bai Liang, a scholar holding an official title bestowed by the court. This statement indicates that he is not an ordinary citizen but possesses a certain status. Oh, it seems you were once a scholar. Qing Tian scoffed, his words laced with disdain for the scholars. The Bai family of the capital. My father is Bai Yinhe, Bai Liang declared. Upon hearing this, it was Qing Qiu and the others who were astonished. The Bai family of the capital? Which Bai family? They were not shocked by Bai Liang's words, but rather they could not recall any Bai family in the capital. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Liang added, my grandfather was the top scholar of the 6th year of Kang'an. The top scholar of the 6th year of Kang'an? A change of expression crossed the faces of the others as they recalled. It is now the 14th year of Kang'an, which means the 6th year was 8 years ago, the very year when the chaos of demons began. So much transpired that year that even now, when the people of Dechu hear the 6th year of Kang'an, they become sensitive. Naturally, the top scholar of that year garnered much attention, not due to his greatness, but because his fate was tragic. Caught in the turmoil of the demonic chaos, the top scholar of that year was deemed ominous. After being named the top scholar, he received no rewards and was ignored, ultimately dismissed from the court and never called upon again. Qing Tian's interest peaked, and he began to appraise Bai Liang with newfound curiosity. How intriguing! Back then, the Bai family was considered a prominent household in the capital, but since the rise of practitioners, the Bai family's status has plummeted to that of a mere footnote, and a wonder, a direct descendant of the Bai family, like you, has fallen to the role of a deputy lord in a village at the borders of Qingzhou. Upon hearing this, Bai Liang's expression turned serious as he replied, it is not a fall from grace, but rather a fortunate opportunity to become the deputy lord of Qianshan village. He spoke these words sincerely. Had he not become the deputy lord of Qianshan village, he would have never been connected to the divine decree bestowed by the mountain god. Qing Tian's eyes revealed a mocking glint, and he grew disinterested in further inquiries. Though the Bai family has fallen, it is not unusual for them to produce practitioners. Bai Liang offered no further explanation and left to attend to his affairs after arranging matters for the three. He dared not assign anyone to watch them. After all, they were practitioners, and ordinary folk could hardly keep an eye on them. Even if he could not monitor them, he did not wish to jeopardize the goodwill of the three from Xinqing Temple. Fortunately, he had little inclination to concern himself, for this was the territory of the mountain god, and no matter how formidable they were, they could not act recklessly at the foot of the sacred mountain. Senior sister, this village is quite peculiar, different from those we encountered on our journey, Qing Quan remarked with suspicion. Presently, while villages are scarce, they do exist in the borders where Qingzhou meets Baijiang Prefecture. There are troops stationed. And demons are rare, allowing many villages to be preserved. Chapter 46. Revealing Flaws, Buddha Seed. Qianshan village is so unique that it exudes a distinctly different ambience. The inhabitants here are not emaciated. Each person's eyes sparkle with vitality, devoid of the lethargy often seen elsewhere. Moreover, the village is still under construction, with the villagers working with great enthusiasm, fostering an atmosphere of vibrant life and flourishing growth. Qing Qiu nodded gently and spoke. It is indeed somewhat different, but nothing particularly extraordinary. It is quite normal. The village is newly established, and everyone is filled with vigor. This is to be expected. However, she found the temple in the center of the village particularly intriguing. Noticing her gaze directed towards the temple, Qing Tian promptly stated, "That is the deity worshipped by the villagers, said to be the mountain god of this sacred mountain. The villagers even claim that the mountain god will manifest and protect them." "Do you believe in that, junior brother?" "Ha, how could I possibly believe in such things?" Qing Tian scoffed. "Several thousand years ago, the path to immortality was severed, and no sage has ascended since. Our world now is but an isolated island, cut off from the rest. The path to immortality has been closed. Even if deities truly existed, how could their will descend upon us? It is evidently impossible. Senior brother, these are merely rumors and should not be taken seriously." Qing Quan frowned and cautioned. "After all, they at Xianqing Temple still venerate the three pure ones. Let us not concern ourselves with such trifles. Our purpose here is to seek opportunities," Qing Qiu interjected, preferring not to delve into such minutiae. However, Qing Quan was curious and wandered to the temple, eager to glimpse what the mountain god of Qianshan village looked like. Upon entering, she found the offering table completely bare, devoid of any offerings. She thought perhaps she had misjudged and inquired of a villager, only to discover that the mountain god had no idol. The sacred mountain stands before them. Why would an idol be necessary? Qing Quan was tempted to ask further whether, should other places establish mountain god temples without the presence of the sacred mountain, idols would still be erected. Ultimately, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, fearing it might provoke the villagers. Unlike her senior sister and brother, she did not look down on ordinary people and was considerate of their feelings. Liu had been observing the three from Xianqing Temple, for they were all practitioners of the Tongfa realm. Should any harm befall Qianshan village, Bai Liang alone, being merely a practitioner of the Lianfa realm, could not handle it. While Bai Liang was occupied with affairs, he remained alert, utilizing his divine sense to keep a watchful eye on the three from Xianqing Temple. Their level of cultivation did not yet grant them divine perception, so the three remained unaware of being surveilled. It was only when the two female practitioners changed their clothes to wash up that Bai Liang finally withdrew his divine sense. Having been well versed in the teachings of sages, he upheld his principles firmly. In Taohua County, after reporting to Qianshan village, Qianke returned to the county town feeling anxious and unsettled. He could not pinpoint the source of his unease. Upon his return to Taohua County, the gate guards did not detect anything amiss, allowing him to pass through easily. However, he had fled the county in haste without informing anyone of his destination. When the Wang family sought him out, they found no trace of him, and no one knew where he had gone. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qianke hurried to the county office to meet with Wang Hu at this moment. Wang, whose demeanor was dark, his gaze contemplative as it fell upon Qianke. Under such scrutiny, Qianke felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly asked, "Sir, may I inquire what business you have with Qianke?" He endeavored to maintain a calm tone, concealing his trepidation in front of Wang Hu. "Where have you just been?" "The gate guards reported that you went outside the city." Wang Hu spoke slowly, his tone even. Qianke's heart skipped a beat, and he replied in a hushed voice, "I went to the mass grave outside the city to see my parents. His parents had perished at the hands of demons. Their bodies lost and piled in the mass grave. Oh, did you burn incense there?" Wang Hu's expression remained unchanged as he inquired. Qianke quickly nodded, saying, "Yes, I burned incense and bowed to my parents." Wang Hu scrutinized Qianke closely before gesturing for a guard to approach him. The guard inspected Qianke's forehead and sniffed his clothes. Reporting to the Sir, there are indeed marks on Captain Qian's forehead from bowing. And his clothing carries the scent of incense, the guard reported. Wang Hu nodded, his expression softening slightly. Seeing this, Qian Ku breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have navigated this situation. However, Wang Hu's next words immediately ignited his anxiety. The scent of incense on your clothes. Did you go to Jinlong Temple to burn incense? Wang Hu's gaze turned cold as he fixed his stare on Qian Ku. Qian Ku's heart sank. What does that mean? Could it be that Wang Hu already knew he had been to Jinlong Temple and even overheard their conversation? He could never admit to it. If he did, he would not leave the county office alive. Qian Ku shook his head vigorously, asserting, "No, I haven't been to Jinlong Temple in a long time. The scent of incense on me is from when I burned incense for my parents." He added that one could still see the incense and burned paper money at the mass grave, and if the Sir did not believe him, he could go and check. Naturally, Wang Hu had no intention of trekking to the mass grave. He merely scrutinized Qian Ku for a few moments, seemingly verifying the truth of his words. Qian Ku stood there, drenched in cold sweat. After a moment, Wang Hu finally revealed a faint smile and waved for him to leave. Qian Ku felt a weight lift from his heart. Thanking Wang Hu before turning to exit the county office, I asked there any issue with Master Sangue. Wang Hu's expression darkened as he watched Qian Ku's departing figure. Sangue stepped out from behind a screen, frowning as he shook his head. No, the Buddha's seed has not reacted. He should not have been to the temple. Not him? Then who infiltrated the temple? Wang Hu's expression grew more ominous. The original plan had been set, but unexpectedly, Master Sangue detected that someone had infiltrated the temple upon his return. It was a practitioner. They had promptly invited practitioners from the county to interrogate them, ultimately pinpointing Qian Ku as the suspect. However, Qian Ku arrived, and yet the Buddha seed did not react, indicating he had not visited the temple. Could it be that Qian Ku concealed something from the Buddha seed? Wang Hu was reluctant to accept this conclusion. He felt that the one who had infiltrated the temple was most likely Qian Ku. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that the temple encountered trouble just as Qian Ku left the county? It was impossible. The Buddha seed is sentient and possesses a nature akin to that of a Buddhist arhat. To conceal oneself from the Buddha seed's perception is nearly impossible without profound knowledge of Buddhist teachings. Master Sangue asserted with certainty. The Buddha seed was cultivated at great cost using the secret techniques of Jinlong Temple. Even practitioners of the ancient realm would struggle to deceive the Buddha seed's sensitivity if they did not understand the Dharma. Chapter 47. 300,000 blood offerings. Close the county gates. So who could it be? Wang Hu's expression remained grim. With the Buddha seed on the verge of maturation, it was best to avoid any unforeseen complications at this critical juncture. Master Sangue pondered for a moment, recalling the three individuals in Taoist robes he had encountered a few days prior. This time, it might truly be the people from Xinqing Temple attempting to intercept them. His gaze was cold and ruthless. The Buddha seed he had painstakingly nurtured at such great cost was now threatened by the audacity of those from Xinqing Temple. Wang Hu's expression darkened further. The appearance of a rogue cultivator at the Yin God realm was one thing, but now Xinqing Temple had the gall to intervene. Did they truly believe he could be manipulated at will? Rising from his seat, Wang Hu produced the official seal. Crafted entirely from white jade, it shimmered with a subtle luminescence, exuding an aura of profound mystery, containing within it the very fortune of the court. Capable of suppressing an entire region. After all, his term in office was nearing its end. He had little to fear in employing it this once. Wang Hu's eyes narrowed. The court's fortune could indeed dominate a locality, and it could also be wielded against adversaries. However, using it would significantly deplete the local fortune, and once employed, the energy of the jurisdiction would diminish, leaving him with fewer resources when confronting demons in the future. Yet, Wang Hu dismissed these concerns, for the Buddha seed was on the verge of manifesting. Once he divided it, he could return to the provincial capital of Qingzhou, spend some money to smooth things over, and secure himself another fine position. Moreover, the citizens of Taohua County were destined for death. Wasting the court's fortune here would be a squander. For now, he had no knowledge of the whereabouts of the people from Xinqing Temple. The priority remained the Buddha seed. Master Sangue spoke, casting a glance at the official seal in Wang Hu's hand, his eyes glimmering with interest. This was a valuable item. If it could be consumed by the Buddha seed, it would grow even stronger, yielding greater effects to it, should only be used in dire circumstances. Better to reserve it for the Buddha seed's consumption. Fortune, indeed, was a mysterious concept. The Emperor of Dechu had achieved the semi-saint realm through the backing of the court's fortune. Wang Hu nodded. He too wished to avoid using the court's fortune unless absolutely necessary. While it was profound, it could also result in backlash. Mildly, one might suffer injuries and vomit blood. Severely, one could die abruptly. Typically, such powers were not invoked unless one was at a dead end. It was essential to consider that every fraction of the Dechu court's fortune spent would be a fraction less. And once it was exhausted, the dynasty would face obliteration. San Gue then inquired about the situation in Tianyue County. Wang Hu replied, Min Qianyue has arranged everything. He is willing to offer 100,000 commoners as payment for a kidney and an arm of the Buddha seed. San Gue nodded, that is acceptable, but we shall take the kidney for Cheng Qianfang and instead request a lung. He then asked, how does he intend to transport 100,000 people out of Tianyue County? With a total population of 400 to 500,000, it would be quite challenging to move 100,000 at once. However, Min Qianyue had issued an edict, claiming that the court required land reclamation, thus conscripting 100,000 impoverished individuals under the pretense of opening up new lands, effectively facilitating their removal from the county seat. Wang Hu slowly continued, adding the 100,000 from Tianyue County. The nutrients required for the Buddha seed will be sufficient. Though it feels somewhat rushed, it is indeed quite perfect. Master San Gue calculated briefly, feeling a pang of regret for the demonic spider nurtured in the spirit cave. Had the spider not been slain by the rogue cultivator from behind the divine mountain, its transformation into nutrients would have fostered an even more perfect Buddha seed. Yet, perfection was elusive. The unexpected emergence of an God realm adversary was something he had not anticipated. Thus, he could only proceed as planned. With 300,000 transformed into nutrients for the Buddha seed, complemented by a dozen first-tier and 6 second-tier demons and cultivators, such a grand undertaking, coupled with secret methods of cultivation, would surely ensure the Buddha seed's success. The thought of the Buddha seed's imminent birth sent a thrill through Master San Gue. He had been trapped in the entry-level realm for far too long. As a disciple of the Jinlong Temple's 3rd generation, he was almost caught up by those of the 4th generation. In his desperation, he had resorted to retrieving secret methods from the temple's scripture repository, plotting and scheming on the fringes of Qingzhou. By promising certain benefits to the 3 county magistrates, he ultimately stood to gain the lion's share from the Buddha seed, sufficient for him to break through to the realm of divine enlightenment. In truth, he had contemplated a black scheme, yet the county magistrates he collaborated with were all backed by the court's fortune, making them formidable opponents. Thus, he abandoned that notion in favor of a cooperative approach, which would ultimately benefit everyone. The blood sacrifice had already been prepared. Would it be the same rat demon that struck first? Wang Hu inquired. Blood sacrifice, meaning human lives. Master San Gue shook his head, sneering that rat demon is too greedy, demanding the Buddha seed's head. I cannot grant such a request. Thus, it must be eliminated. Wang Hu's eyelids twitched upon hearing this. A 3rd-tier great demon, slain by Master San Gue just like that. However, this was to be expected. Cultivators typically surpassed their demonic counterparts of the same tier, yet they were weaker than magical beasts, existing in a liminal space between the two. Being a disciple of Jinlong Temple, Master San Gue had little trouble dealing with a demon of comparable rank. Once the rat demon was dispatched, who would take its place? Wang Hu remained perplexed, as the rat demon was the ideal scapegoat. As for them, it was impossible to take a life. They could not bear such a crime. The old monk has found another wolf demon, a peak 3rd-tier creature. Master San Gue spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Wang Hu felt a twinge of concern. If it were to consume 200,000 lives and break through to become a 4th-tier demon, what would happen then? Master San Gue seemed aware of Wang Hu's apprehension, reassuring him, do not worry. I have made a pact with the wolf demon. Neither party may betray the other, lest they meet a swift demise. A pact was a type of secret method, typically employed to bind both parties. Once established, as long as one's strength did not exceed the other's by 2 major realms, one could not act against the other. Otherwise, one would suffer the backlash of the pact. With that, I can rest easy. Wang Hu thought, feeling a sense of relief. As long as the people from Xinqing Temple did not cause trouble, their Buddha seed plan would succeed flawlessly. However, since the people from Xinqing Temple had already appeared near Taohua County, Was it really likely they would not intervene? Clearly, that was impossible. Wang Hu promptly ordered the county gates to be sealed, preventing anyone from entering or leaving the county seat. The people within the county were also forbidden from exiting. They could only remain inside. Upon learning of Wang Hu's decree, Qianku immediately sensed something was amiss. Wang Hu's intentions were clear. He was preparing to take action. The thought of the entire Taohua County seat becoming a cage, with its citizens trapped like fish in a barrel, awaiting their doom, sent a chill down Qianku's spine. Yet, with the gates now closed, he had no means to send a warning. He had to inform Qianshan Manor immediately and relay the news to Bai Liang. Grinding his teeth in determination, Qianku seized his paired daggers and stepped out of his home. However, as soon as he exited, he was confronted by a squad of constables. "You have disappointed me greatly." "Qianku, 100,000 impoverished souls." The constables parted to make way, as Wang Hu approached slowly from behind, his expression dark and his gaze toward Qianku filled with palpable malice. Qianku's complexion shifted dramatically, and he hastily replied, "My lord, I do not comprehend what you mean." "Ha! At this juncture, you still feign ignorance." Wang Hu snorted coldly, and two guest guards at the refinement realm stepped forward, directly seizing Qianku. His paired daggers clattered violently to the ground. "I have just issued an order to close the gates, yet you are out and about, inquiring and wandering near the gates, and now you are armed. What do you mean by this?" Wang Hu's tone was frigid, his gaze fixed on Qianku as though he were staring at a corpse. Qianku's heart sank. He realized the futility of his situation, having been caught red-handed. Ultimately, he had acted too hastily, exposing a flaw. Yet, he did not concede defeat, continuing to defend himself. "Lord Wang, I was merely performing my duty. With the gates closed, many citizens are discontent, and some have begun to stir unrest. I was inquiring to ascertain who was causing the disturbance, and my wandering was simply part of a routine patrol. As for carrying weapons, it was because I detected suspicious individuals and intended to apprehend them." "Qianku," Wang Hu's voice rose in fury, his icy glare fixed upon him. "The evidence is irrefutable, and you still dare to argue? Do you truly believe that just because you are a cultivator, I would hesitate to execute you?" According to the laws of Dechu, the punishment for cultivators was halved, and they were not to be imprisoned. Thus, Wang Hu believed Qianku was relying on his status as a cultivator to act with impunity. "My lord, I am not disputing. I am merely stating the facts," Qianku replied. "Very well, then I shall see just how resolute you truly are." Wang Hu waved his hand, ordering for Qianku to be dragged away. Unwilling to back down, Qianku shouted, "Lord Wang, you know full well what you have done. You cannot bear the lives of 100,000 people in Taohua County. Retribution will surely come." "Ha? It is indeed you." Upon hearing Qianku's words, Wang Hu's gaze turned icy. "Yes, it was I. You conspired with Cheng Qianfang, allied with demons, and slaughtered 100,000 innocent souls in Feng County. Now you seek to do the same in Taohua County. Your crimes deserve 1,000 deaths," Qianku shouted, striving to make his voice heard by all, yet the constables remained unmoved by his words. Wang Hu looked at Qianku with a mocking expression, sneering, "You see? No one believes you. Even if you shout in front of them, nobody will trust you. Do you know why?" Qianku's heart grew cold. He shouted towards his former colleagues, but they gazed at him with disdain. One of them cursing, "Get lost! You lunatic! Lord Wang is a court official, and Master San Gue is a disciple of Jinlong Temple. How could they possibly consort with demons? Speak another word, and I shall have you executed on the spot." Qianku's expression faltered. He could not comprehend why this was happening. Wang Hu cast a disdainful glance at him, gesturing for his arrest, then turned to leave, as Qianku was dragged into the dungeon. He remained baffled, unable to understand why no one would believe his words. As Qianku was imprisoned by Wang Hu, Wu Zhe had already arrived at Tianyue County. Unlike the small county of Taohua, which had a mere population of 100,000, Tianyue County was a bustling metropolis with a population ranging from 4 to 500,000. Given its large populace, the vibrancy of the county was unmatched by Taohua. Upon entering Tianyue County, Wu Zhe was astonished to encounter gatekeepers who were all first-tier practitioners. Truly, this was a major county, and such a formidable guard would deter most demons from daring to invade. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but say, if only Feng County had the same level of defense as Tianyue County, it would not have been ravaged by a third-tier great demon. Upon entering Tianyue County, Wu Zhe observed a throng of people gathered in a frenzy, seemingly jostling to register for something. His purpose for this journey was to gather intelligence, so he swiftly made his way over and began to overhear various discussions. Land reclamation? Any land cultivated becomes entirely one's own, and for the first 3 years, there are no taxes. The magistrate Min is truly benevolent, unable to bear the sight of us common folk suffering, thus issuing such favorable policies for us. I want to sign up. My whole family will go together. 5 of us will cultivate the land, and I am certain we can manage at least 10 acres. Not only my family, but my in-laws will join too. The clamorous shouts were incessant, as a large crowd hurriedly registered, creating a scene of great excitement. Wu Zhe was utterly astonished. This policy seemed almost too good to be true. The cultivated wasteland belonged to the individual, with tax exemptions for the first 3 years. Under the laws of Dechu, any land reclaimed from wasteland belonged to the court, with the common people only having a 3-year usage right, after which the land would revert to the state, leaving farmers with no choice but to continue reclaiming more land. The land reclamation decree in Tianyue County was exponentially more favorable than the original regulations of Dechu. However, Wu Zhe was already aware that Min Xianyu and Wang Hu were cut from the same cloth, aligned with demons, ruthless, and more beastly than humans. Therefore, he did not trust that this decree was genuine. On the contrary, he suspected it might be a sinister plot. As he delved deeper into his investigation, he indeed uncovered troubling discrepancies. The 10,000 laborers summoned by Tianyue County were not to cultivate wasteland nearby, but were instead to venture over 5 miles away to the mountainous marshlands to reclaim land, taking a significantly circuitous route. Traveling such a distance for reclamation was clearly abnormal. Moreover, when Wu Zhe arrived, he had already noted that the terrain over 5 miles away was uneven and utterly unsuitable for agriculture. It was far more appropriate for a burial ground. Suddenly, a realization struck Wu Zhe. 10,000 people, a burial ground. Feng County also had 10,000 people, Taohua County had 10,000 people, and now Tianyue County summoned 10,000 laborers as well. Could it be? A chill coursed through Wu Zhe's body as he turned back to look at the crowd of impoverished individuals clamoring to register, his heart sinking. Has Min Xianyu lost her mind? Wu Zhe felt it was highly likely that his suspicions were correct. Otherwise, such coincidences were incomprehensible. He continued his investigation and discovered numerous other anomalies. For instance, the tools needed for land reclamation had not been prepared by Tianyue County. They merely stated that they were ready and stored 5 miles away in the marshlands. Additionally, there were no provisions for the laborers. Collectively, these red flags clearly indicated a grand conspiracy. Chapter 49. Encountering Chan Jianqi again. Unveiling the conspiracy. Wu Zhe immediately felt the urge to warn the people against registering, declaring this a scheme. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that such an action would be foolish. Meanwhile, 70 miles away at the sacred mountain, Liu was utilizing the divine talisman within Wu Zhe to project his consciousness into Tianyue County. He too witnessed the unfolding events and was appalled. Were these people insane? The slaughter of 10,000 souls? Devoid of any humanity, since his arrival in this world, Liu had never felt such a profound realization. Perhaps the demons were not as terrifying as humanity itself. For the sake of personal gain, they would stop at nothing, even sacrificing the lives of 300,000 commoners without a second thought. It was sheer madness. Having received a formal education, Liu could no longer endure the sight. With the court doing nothing and the reputable sects offering no assistance, the common folk had truly become mere fodder, left to be slaughtered at will, if they would not protect or cherish these lives. Then he would take it upon himself to safeguard them. Liu resolved to take action. If he were to wreak havoc near the sacred mountain and eliminate everyone, how would he gather merit points? The sacred mountain would not allow him to act as if it were merely a small hill. In Tianyue County, Wu Zhe's deep investigation naturally drew attention. Soon, some officers approached him, coldly questioning, "Outsider, what are you up to? Sneaking around? Do you have something to hide?" Wu Zhe maintained a calm demeanor and replied, "As a wanderer in the martial world, one must exercise caution and be ever vigilant against pursuing enemies." "Humph, do you expect me to believe that? You think it's necessary to eavesdrop on the recruitment of laborers to be wary of pursuing enemies?" The officer sneered, his gaze hostile. Perhaps your enemies are hiding among the laborers? Wu Zhe sensed the precariousness of the situation. These officers clearly intended to detain him. His fists clenched tightly, ready to defend himself. Just then, an unexpected voice rang out. "Oh, Brother Wu Zhe, what brings you to Tianyue County?" Upon hearing the voice, Wu Zhe looked up to see a familiar face approaching him with delight. Noticing Wu Zhe surrounded by officers, Qian Jianqi frowned and produced a copper badge from his waist. "From Liyuan Escort, Qian Jianqi, what are you fellows doing?" Upon seeing the badge, the officers' expressions softened, and they hurriedly responded. "This outsider entered the county and has been acting suspiciously, continuously gathering information. We were about to apprehend him." "Nonsense," Qian Jianqi retorted angrily. "Brother Wu Zhe is my friend. How could there be any issues? Are you questioning the Liyuan Escort? Dare not?" The officers, intimidated by the mention of Liyuan Escort, exchanged glances before reluctantly departing. As the officers left, Wu Zhe exhaled in relief and clasped his hands toward Qian Jianqi. "Thank you, Brother Chen. Had it not been for your timely arrival, I would have been in dire trouble." Qian Jianqi smiled, waving his hand dismissively. "It's no trouble at all. I still owe Brother Wu Zhe a favor. Besides, these officers are simply looking for trouble, likely hoping to extort some money from you as an outsider. I am quite accustomed to such behavior." After exchanging a few words, Qian Jianqi suddenly noticed something, gazing at Wu Zhe in astonishment. "Brother Wu Zhe, have you broken through to become a second-tier practitioner?" His tone was incredulous. It had only been a short time since their last meeting, and now Wu Zhe had already attained the status of a practitioner in the Tongfa realm. A stroke of luck. Wu Zhe smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate. Luck, indeed. Qian Jianqi's expression reflected envy. He had broken into the refining law realm long ago, yet the Tongfa realm still felt distant. After expressing his envy, Qian Jianqi inquired about Wu Zhe's purpose in Tianyue County and offered assistance. Wu Zhe contemplated briefly, feeling that Qian Jianqi was trustworthy. "Brother Qin, may I speak with you privately?" "Certainly," Qian Jianqi nodded decisively. The two men entered a tavern and secured a small room. As Wu Zhe recounted his findings, Qian Jianqi's expression fluctuated. Shock, anger, and fear played across his face. Once Wu Zhe finished, Qian Jianqi slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming, "These inhumane wretches, colluding with demons and treating the common people as mere prey." Qian Jianqi's heart was tumultuous, filled with fury. He recalled an incident during a previous escort mission to Taohua County, where he had sensed something amiss with Wang Hu and the monk San Gue, though he could not pinpoint it. Upon returning, he had delivered goods to Min Qianyu in Tianyue County. The magistrate's reaction was peculiar, refusing to allow their escort company on site during the unloading, driving everyone away to personally handle the cargo. It was highly unusual for a magistrate to take such direct action. Reflecting on it now, that shipment likely harbored significant issues. "So, Brother Wu Zhe, are you looking to disrupt the plans of San Gue and his associates?" Qian Jianqi, regaining his composure, asked Wu Zhe. Wu Zhe shook his head. "I lack the ability for that. I merely came to gather intelligence." Qian Jianqi furrowed his brow, speaking solemnly. "San Gue is a third-tier practitioner in the Ruxian realm, and with the support of 3 magistrates. He is an authority in this area. To thwart San Gue and his cohorts, we would need the assistance of practitioners at the Ruxian realm or higher, and one alone would not suffice. The head of Liyuan Escort is also their superior, and he just so happens to be at the Ruxian level. However, I cannot be certain if he will assist, and even if he does, it would only be one person, which is insufficient. Tianyue County is a major city, boasting 500 county soldiers, and their leader is a practitioner at the Ruxian level, but he is aligned with Min Qianyu." Qian Jianqi found himself in a predicament. Seeing this, Wu Zhe reassured him, "Rest assured, Brother Chen. We have already sought the mountain deity's blessing, and in due course, the deity will manifest to save everyone." Wu Zhe held unwavering faith in the mountain deity. Upon hearing his words, Qian Jianqi felt a twinge of peculiarity. He was aware of the mountain deity worshipped by the Qian family. Yet, observing his friend's reverence for the deity, he refrained from voicing any objections. Ultimately, Qian Jianqi stood and said, "I shall inform the head about this and seek his opinion. Brother Wu Zhe, while you are in the county, please do not act impulsively. Though you are powerful in the Tongfa realm, Tianyue County is not Taohua County. There are several practitioners at the Ruxian level here, I understand." Yuz nodded, indicating that he would not act rashly. After Qian Jianqi left the tavern, He hurried back to Liyuan Court. Upon finding the head of Liyuan Court, Qian Jianqi did not hold back and recounted everything that had transpired. The head of Liyuan Court was a middle-aged man in his 50s, with shining silver hair and pronounced lines on his face, exuding an air of authority. After listening to Qian Jianqi's words, Li Yuan furrowed his brows and uttered a decisive statement. The best strategy among the 36 stratagems is to retreat. We at Li Yuan Court shall take the first step and leave Tianyue County. Chapter 50. The ineptitude of the court, ceding lands and paying tributes. What? Li Yuan's words left Qian Jianqi utterly stunned. He had anticipated that the head would question him, express disbelief, or, upon believing him, become enraged and decide to thwart the conspiracy. However, he never expected that the head, without even considering verification, would immediately opt to flee. Boss, did you just say that Li Yuan Court is leaving Tianyue County? Qian Jianqi felt he must have misheard. How could the normally assertive head utter such words of retreat? Li Yuan stood up, his expression grave as he looked at Qian Jianqi, speaking with utmost seriousness. Indeed, Li Yuan Court must leave immediately. If we remain in Tianyue County any longer, the entire escort will be under threat, so we must depart. But, boss, our escort has established itself here in Tianyue County for years. How can we leave so abruptly? Isn't that a bit cowardly? Qian Jianqi could no longer restrain himself and voiced his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan chuckled and replied, Young Chun, do you think Li Yuan Court has thrived in Tianyue County for 5 or 6 years by chance? It is precisely due to our caution, our refusal to take sides, and our discretion. Now, we shall leave Tianyue County, wait for the storm to pass, and then return. By that time, Li Yuan Court will still be the foremost escort in Tianyue County, without suffering any losses. Li Yuan spoke. An air of pride emanated from him, clearly taking satisfaction in his ability to lead Li Yuan Court to its current stature. Yet this was a collaboration between Min Qianyue and the demons. A conspiracy that would lead to the slaughter of the innocent. It was an outrage that stirred the hearts of gods and men alike. If we do not intervene, the 100,000 souls of Tianyue County will perish at the hands of the demons. Qian Jianqi exclaimed urgently. However, Li Yuan remained unflustered, leisurely sipping from the teacup on the table. Young Chun, you are still young. It is natural for a youth to be filled with fervor, but I am different. I have a family, children still in their cradles. If I perish, who will care for them? Who will protect them? Can I rely on the court? At this point, Li Yuan let out a cold laugh and continued. The court, an entity that only knows how to cede lands and pay tributes, trading the lives of the common people for their own indulgent lives. Expect them to safeguard the populace is laughable. Do you know how many provinces the Great Chu had 8 years ago? 21. A full 21. Yet now, only 11 remain. Over the past 8 years, 10 provinces have been ceded, consumed by the demons, with the common folk reduced to mere fodder for their gluttony. Living in perpetual fear in such dire circumstances, what has the court achieved? The powerful families, noble officials, royal clans, and merchant sects, all immersed in their hedonistic revelries, utterly detached from the plight of the people. When the demons arrived, they chose to cede lands and pay tributes, never considering a counterattack or resistance. With such a court, this nation, and the people of this land, do they still have hope? Li Yuan's tone was filled with indignation, as if stirred by deep emotions. Qian Jianqi fell silent, aware of these truths, yet his youthful heart brimmed with an indomitable spirit. He believed that as long as the Great Chu lacked a sage, the emergence of a few semi-saints could alter the tide. Qian Jianqi spoke, still harboring hope for the court. Ha ha ha, I have heard such words since 8 years ago, the year the demons began their rampage. Yet, what has come of it? Each year, the same sentiment is echoed. But what has been the outcome? Those semi-saints have barely made a ripple, and the path to becoming a sage remains a distant dream. Li Yuan shook his head, coldly laughing. Initially, he had harbored some hope, thinking that the emergence of a sage could reverse the current plight of humanity. Yet, becoming a sage is no easy feat, achievable in mere years. The demons beyond our borders will not sit idly by and allow humanity to produce sages. Still, boss, you should not lose heart. We must simply act with a clear conscience. Can you bear to watch as hundreds of thousands of innocent lives are led to their doom by Min Qianyue and her ilk? Qian Jianqi protested. Li Yuan replied indifferently, Do you think such occurrences are rare? Allow me to tell you, I have traversed the land, encountering numerous cases of court officials colluding with demons. I have seen it all, and thus my heart remains unmoved. Chun Jianqi was taken aback, realizing that boss would not involve himself in this matter. After a moment of silence, he cupped his fist in salute to He Liyuan, saying, "If that is the case, I wish you a safe journey." He Liyuan frowned and turned to look at him. "I have shared all this with you to dissuade you from getting involved. Come with me to leave Tianyue County and wait for the storm to pass before returning." Chun Jianqi shook his head, his tone resolute. "Boss, I grew up in Tianyue County. Many uncles and aunts here have treated me well. I cannot just stand by and watch. Then go ahead, but do not regret it if you perish," He Liyuan said coldly. Chun Jianqi bowed, treating it as a final farewell, and then turned to leave. The middle-aged man gazed at the youth's retreating figure, his expression complex, before he let out a heavy sigh. He seemed to see a reflection of his younger self, back in the year of Kongan 6. The first year of the Demon's Rampage. Before Kongan 6, demons had existed, but they were in a position of weakness. It was only in Kongan 6 that blood-colored meteors fell from the sky, and both demon saints and demon lords emerged simultaneously. The situation reversed dramatically, with the balance of power shifting and humanity suffering consecutive losses of semi-saints, several continents being swallowed, leaving the populace in despair and desolation. The semi-saints of humanity, stricken with fear, could only remain cooped up in the capital, relying on luck for protection, hoping for survival. Ultimately, they had no choice but to cede lands and pay tributes, offering countless lives as sacrifices to the demons in exchange for a little more time. The court, meanwhile, proclaimed to the outside world that they were enduring humiliation, biding their time for the emergence of a human sage, at which point they would exact revenge for their blood debts. Then came year after year, leading to the present day, the 14th year of Kongan, with no sage having emerged, yet the lands of the Great Chu had already been ceded in large measure, and the population had decreased by 60%, with the court teetering on the brink of collapse. In those days, he too was filled with youthful zeal, but later was crushed by reality, becoming indifferent. Merely seeking to survive, he had witnessed the court send millions of impoverished citizens to the borders, herded like livestock into the realms of the demons. The court's powerful figures, in the face of the demons, would bend and scrape, wearing expressions of sycophancy. He would never forget the faces of those impoverished souls sent into the demon territories, their expressions filled with terror and despair. The fate of these people was all too predictable. They would become nothing more than sustenance for the demons. Since that time, he had lost all hope and ceased to lend his strength to the court, coming to Tianyue County to establish an escort, living a life of uncertain tranquility. Perhaps next month, the people of Tianyue County would become the compensation paid to the demons by the court, becoming fodder for their insatiable hunger. Chapter 51. The Min Brothers. A path to death, to get by. This was the mindset of He Liyuan and those who were privy to most of the inner workings. The powerful in the capital, reveling in their nightly festivities, were also, in a sense, evading reality, thinking that even if death were imminent, they would enjoy life to the fullest before their end. Thus, when Chan Jianqi proposed to intervene and thwart the conspiracy of Min Qinyue and others, he was promptly rejected. If they succeeded in stopping this time, what would happen next? The court, incapable of changing the current situation, meant that they, as mere ants, were even more powerless to effect change. After leaving Liyuan escort, Chun Jianqi hastened back to the tavern. Upon seeing Yuz, he wore an expression of guilt. "I apologize, Brother Yuz. Boss, he is unwilling to get involved in this matter. In fact, he intends to leave Tianyue County to avoid the storm." As he spoke, Chun Jianqi felt a twinge of shame. However, Yuz was not surprised by this. Anyone hearing of a confrontation against 3 county magistrates, along with a disciple of the Golden Dragon Temple who had entered the profound realm, would naturally feel a sense of retreat. Moreover, Tianyue County still had county soldiers, making matters even more complicated. "Fear not, I did not come to Tianyue County seeking aid. We have long had our own strategies in place," Yuz said calmly. Chun Jianqi appeared hesitant and asked, "Are you referring to the mountain deity worshipped by your Qinshan villa?" Since meeting Yuz, he had often heard him speak of the mountain deity, and even Yuz's current achievements were attributed to this figure. Chun Jianqi had never witnessed any divine miracles, so he had always maintained a skeptical attitude. Having interacted with many, Yuz understood that most people did not believe in the existence of divine beings or saints who protected a region. Thus, he could no longer be bothered to explain, knowing that only those who witnessed it firsthand would believe. Indeed, the mountain deity shall intervene. Brother Chen, if you do not believe, you may come to Qinshan Villa to witness the mountain deity's might. Yuz smiled. Chen Jinqi's expression grew solemn. Hearing Yu's words, he could only nod in agreement. In such a situation, he could only place his hopes in the mountain deity Yu spoke of. May it truly manifest and save the tens of thousands of innocent lives. Subsequently, Chen Jinqi inquired what he could assist Yuz with, but after some thought, Yu seemed to find nothing that could be done. The inquiries have nearly reached their conclusion. Now, all preparations are in place. Awaiting but the favorable wind. There is nothing more to be done. We shall simply bide our time, Wu Zhe remarked softly in the county office of Tianyue, due to its status as a significant urban center. The administrative building was considerably larger than that of Taohua County. Within the grand hall sat an elderly man, aged between 70 and 80. Despite his advanced years, he appeared vigorous, albeit with a hint of ferocity in his gaze. The servants nearby quaked in fear, as the master's temper had grown increasingly volatile of late, leading to the brutal punishment of his subordinates, resulting in the deaths of 7 or 8 over the course of a month. This had left the staff of the county office in a state of trepidation, each fearful that they might be the next to perish. Master, here is the list of the laborers for the land reclamation. Would you care to peruse it? An old steward presented a scroll, only to be met with Min Qinyue's impatient wave of his hand and a sharp rebuke. Do you bring such trifles before me? The steward, drenched in cold sweat, quickly sought forgiveness and scurried away. Min Qinyue's eyes were icy, his heart devoid of warmth. The lives of 100,000 souls, to him, were merely a string of numbers. Were it not for the fact that the allocation of Buddhist seeds had already been completed, he would have contemplated sacrificing another 100,000 in hopes of acquiring more corporeal forms of the Buddhist seeds. Feeling the surge of vitality within him, Min Qinyue inhaled deeply. The 7 demonic seeds sent by Wang Hu had all been absorbed and utilized. His once frail body now brimmed with strength, able to stand tall at dawn, and he reveled in this newfound vigor. After a moment, a battle-hardened elder clad in armor strode in. Jodi, you have arrived, Min Qinyue said with a casual tone. Brother, the county soldiers have assembled, awaiting your command. Min Jiu responded, his voice hoarse. Do not rush. Let Wang Hu and his men wait a day. We shall dispatch the 100,000 laborers tomorrow. Come, let us converse as old brothers. Min Qinyue said, a weary smile gracing his lips as he beckoned the seasoned general. Min Jiu nodded and naturally took a seat beside him. Jodi, it has been over 40 years since you have served me. Has it not? Min Qinyue reminisced, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. It has been a total of 48 years. Min Jiu replied solemnly. 48 years. Time truly flies. Now, both of us have aged, reaching our twilight years. With little time remaining, Min Qinyue remarked, his tone devoid of emotion. Min Jiu remained silent, fully aware that Min Qinyue had absorbed the demonic seeds, extending his life by several years. Rest assured, we are brothers. When this matter concludes, there shall be a share for you. This statement finally stirred a reaction on Min Jiu's face. Thank you, elder brother. Min Qinyue nodded gently before continuing, very well. It seems the provincial office has dispatched someone. Jodi, handle it as you see fit, kill if possible, or confine them if not. Min Jiu nodded and departed, at Qinshan Manor. Having gleaned the situation in Tianyue County from Wu Zhe, Li Yu surmised the monk San Gui's intentions. Sending 100,000 laborers to the mountains for slaughter was likely a tactic akin to that employed in Feng County. Allowing the demons to take the blame point, one could only wonder what price the demons would demand for such an act. Previously, he had considered a more passive approach, taking his time to develop. However, with these lunatics intent on exterminating the nearby populace, he could not acquiesce. If all the people were gone, how would his incense thrive? How would his merits grow? Thus, he resolved to take decisive action, ensuring that all would witness the might of the mountain god, while simultaneously seizing the opportunity to expand the influence of Qinshan Manor and attract more followers to strengthen their power. The 3 from Xinqing Temple rested at Qinshan Manor for a night. The following morning, they observed a familiar scene. All the villagers were at the shrine, paying homage to the mountain god, each face radiating profound reverence. This sight caused Qing Qiu to furrow her brow, sensing a shift. Qing Tian noted the gathering of incense, pondering aloud. The accumulation of incense seems to have transformed into a form of belief. Someone is harnessing it? Just a path to death. Qing Qiu replied coldly. The power of incense cannot be easily gathered. Even our ancestral masters, nearing the realm of saints, would not dare to touch it. Thus, Xianqing Temple's incense has always been dedicated to the three pure ones, and Jinlong Temple likewise venerates the Buddha. After uttering her thoughts, Qing Qiu fell silent. The entity capable of gathering incense would need to be at least at the Yin spirit realm, far beyond their reach. Despite being disciples of Xianqing Temple, they were in a borderland, where affiliations mattered little. Chapter 52. Ascending to the third tier of Spirit Mountain, the divine power of incense revives. Once the trio from Xianqing Temple discerned that Qianshan Manor was not ordinary, their demeanor became notably more subdued. Initially, they had perceived it as a mere village, not affording it much attention. However, they now recognized their oversight. This place is not suitable for prolonged stay. We should depart swiftly. Qing Qiu felt a sense of urgency, aware of the potential presence of a practitioner at the Yin spirit realm. Qing Tian and Qing Quan nodded in agreement, their apprehensions mirroring hers. If there truly was a master at the Yin spirit realm, they had likely been observed since their arrival at Qianshan Manor. Yet, no action had been taken thus far, indicating that the hidden master was disregarding them. It was prudent to leave while they remained unnoticed. Otherwise, they might find themselves unable to escape. Bai Liang had been observing the three with his divine sense and, noticing their apparent desire to leave, approached with curiosity. "Esteemed Taoists, are you departing?" he inquired, observing their hurried demeanor and sensing an unusual tension. It seemed they were apprehensive, a stark contrast to their previous arrogance. Now, as they regarded Bai Liang, they realized the reason for his calmness upon their initial encounter. He was not ignorant of Xianqing Temple's stature. They had initially assumed him a simpleton, unaware of the temple's significance. Now privy to the truth, they understood that they were the jesters in this scenario. He exuded confidence, supported by formidable backing, and thus had no need to ingratiate himself like other rogue cultivators. Qing Tian's expression darkened at Bai Liang's words, interpreting them as mockery, implying their fear was the reason for their hasty retreat. However, the current situation compelled them to bow their heads. Bai Liang's backing was a master at the Yin spirit realm, while they were merely at the Tongfa realm. "Indeed, we have tasks to attend to and cannot linger. We appreciate your village's hospitality." Qing Qiu spoke with a detached tone, her gratitude lacking sincerity. Bai Liang felt a flicker of doubt, puzzled by the sudden shift in the trio's demeanor and sensing a hint of hostility. "May the esteemed Taoists take their leave at their own pace. I shall not escort you," he replied, unable to fathom their abrupt change. After all, the trio from Xianqing Temple were not exactly amiable guests. Keeping them would only burden Qianshan Manor's resources. Thus, Qing Qiu and her companions turned and departed without hesitation, their movements sharp and decisive. Once they had distanced themselves, Qing Tian's expression soured, and he glared back at Qianshan Manor, grinding his teeth. That arrogant fool, relying on his connections. How dare he mock us? If it weren't for his backing at the Yin spirit realm, I would have slapped him into the ground. Qing Qiu quickly intervened, admonishing, "Do not speak recklessly." Realizing his misstep, Qing Tian promptly covered his mouth, glancing anxiously at the sky. After a prolonged silence, he finally exhaled in relief. "In the future, refrain from speaking carelessly. Misfortune can arise from the tongue. A practitioner at the Yin spirit realm can project their spirit out. They could be standing right before you, and you wouldn't even sense their presence." Qing Qiu's voice was icy. "I was wrong, sister," Qing Tian admitted, lowering his head in contrition. Qing Quan interjected, "Brother, do not be too extreme. He may have simply been polite, without any ulterior motives." She believed her brother and sister were being overly sensitive. "Yes, brother was too extreme. You are indeed correct, sister," Qing Tian replied, a smile breaking on his face as he nodded at Qing Quan. "Let us not dwell on this matter any further," Qing Qiu said firmly. In truth, she too suspected Bai Liang was mocking them, hence her earlier cold demeanor. However, out of caution towards the Yin spirit realm, she had opted to leave. Shifting the topic, the three began their journey towards Taohua County. The divination provided by Uncle Qian Kuan would not be erroneous. There were opportunities here, and the presence of disciples from Jinlong Temple indicated that these opportunities had already attracted attention. Curious, Qing Quan asked, "Sister, What do you think the opportunities mentioned in the divination could be? Before Qing Qiu could respond, Qing Tian chimed in, eager to ingratiate himself. Sister, what else could opportunities entail? Naturally, they refer to rare materials or various fortuitous encounters. Is that all? There is much more, as opportunities encompass a wide array of possibilities. It is impossible to enumerate them all at once. Just remember, sister, opportunities bring benefits. Qing Tian continued, inching closer to Qing Quan. Sensing her brother's subtle advances, Qing Quan furrowed her lovely brows and subtly distanced herself. Feeling awkward, Qing Tian pressed on, turning to his sister. Sister, it appears that the monk from the Jinlong Temple has already allied with local officials. It may not be easy for us to confront him. That is of little concern. They are merely officials of the court. Do they truly dare to act against us? They will merely observe from the sidelines. Ultimately, it will be a conflict between Xianqing Temple and Jinlong Temple. Qing Qiu replied with unwavering certainty. In contemporary Dazhu, both Xianqing Temple and Jinlong Temple are flourishing, a stark contrast to the past when the imperial court could impose restrictions. Now, however, the tables have turned. Officials of the court greet disciples of the two major sects with beaming smiles. Upon hearing this, Qing Tian felt a sense of relief. This opportunity is one they are determined to seize. Within Qianshan village, the villagers, after offering their incense and daily worship, busied themselves with their routines. Bailiang returned to oversee Li Shue's progress in her training. Only after assessing the little girl's advancement did he leave satisfied. This task was entrusted to him by the mountain deity, and he approached it with utmost seriousness. Little Shui, displaying her small white teeth, made a face at Bailiang's retreating figure, her expression filled with resentment. Ever since Bailiang took on the role of her supervisor, the girl had considerably less time for play. Now, upon seeing Bailiang, she would turn her little head away, refusing to meet his gaze. Being scorned by such a lively and adorable girl left Bailiang feeling somewhat aggrieved. The task assigned by the mountain deity resulted in him bearing the brunt of her ill will, and he could not voice his grievances. He could only endure in silence. He had already resolved that when Wuzi returned and the matter settled, he would delegate the responsibility of instructing Li Shui to Wuzi. Blessings need not be shared, but hardships must be borne together. Li Yu was also monitoring Li Shui's training progress. It was evident that she possessed above-average talent. Although her training speed was nowhere near that of Wuzi or Bailiang, it was nonetheless impressive. If not for the lack of training resources at Qianshan village, the girl might have broken through to the refining law stage within 2 months. Reclaiming his focus, he directed his attention to the panel, Realm, Second Stage Ling Mountain, Virtue, 99875100000, Divine Powers, Mountain Deity's Blessing, Manifestation of Heaven and Earth, Spells, Manifestation of the Body, Artifacts, Mountain Suppressing Seal, Heart Mirror. He was just 100 virtue points shy of reaching the full 100,000. Meanwhile, in Qianshan village, villagers continued to make their way to the shrine to pay their respects. Chapter 53. The First Clash Between Tao and Buddhism. Li Yu felt a surge of excitement. A breakthrough was imminent, and he wondered what changes it would bring. After about an incense stick's worth of time, as dozens of villagers entered the shrine to worship, Li Yu's virtue points finally reached 100,000. With the virtue value maxed out, his realm ascended to the third stage Ling Mountain. Unlocking divine powers, he gained the ability of Resurrection of Incense. Resurrection of Incense. Incense is virtue as well. It requires virtue points to wield, allowing the dead to rise from the grave. The higher the target's realm, the more virtue points consumed. As he broke through, Li Yu felt as if not just himself, but the entire mountain had undergone a profound transformation. His divine consciousness continually expanded, from an initial range of 10 miles, gradually extending to 20, 30, 40, and finally halting at 50 miles. The internal power of the divine mountain underwent a qualitative leap. The internal rock layers transformed from semi-crystalline to crystalline, dazzlingly brilliant. With his divine consciousness now encompassing a 50-mile radius, Li Yu felt a newfound clarity. A quick sweep of his consciousness revealed the 3 disciples of Xianqing Temple who had just stepped beyond his range. At that moment, they were crouched near Taohua County, unable to enter due to the closed city gates, and were merely observing the situation. Then, he directed his consciousness into Taohua County, marking his first encounter with this world's county town. Pavilions and towers, brick and wooden houses. Its architectural style was strikingly reminiscent of ancient times, rich with character. As his divine bird swept over, He took in all that unfolded within the county and the county magistrate's hall. A plump man with a round face sat at the center. This must be the magistrate of Wanghu County. He then glanced at the suddenly apprehensive San-Gui monk. This fellow was quite alert. Liu chuckled inwardly. His recent breakthrough had momentarily heightened his divine consciousness, alerting the monk. However, as he reined it in, San-Gui monk no longer sensed anything amiss and relaxed. San-Gui master, what just happened? Wang Hu inquired, noticing the monk's sudden change in expression. San-Gui shook his head, replying, my spiritual sense suddenly tingled, as if something were watching me, but it was fleeting and soon faded. Wang Hu, feeling a bit tense, asked, could it be that a wild cultivator from the Yin God realm has ventured into the county? It shouldn't be. San-Gui shook his head, smiling. While the projection of the primordial spirit is invisible to the naked eye, I, being a practitioner of Buddhism, am naturally sensitive to such matters. If it were indeed the case, I would have sensed it. That's a relief, Wang Hu sighed, relieved that it was not a powerful Yin God. Listening to their exchange, Liu found it amusing that they mistook him for a wild cultivator of the Yin God realm. In a wonder, they hadn't dared approach the divine mountain since that incident. They had become quite discerning. Contemplating whether to eliminate the two and nip any potential conspiracy in the bud, he ultimately decided against it, choosing to bide his time. His divine consciousness could only reach a 50-mile radius, while Tianyue County lay over 70 miles away, making it impossible for him to deal with Min Xinyue. Killing these two now would only stir up trouble, possibly frightening Min Xinyue away. Liu preferred decisive action. He believed in eliminating threats thoroughly rather than leaving loose ends for future retribution. Afterwards, Liu's divine consciousness swept through Taohua County, intrigued by this world's county town. Wait, where's Qianku? After scanning the entirety of Taohua County, he realized Qianku was nowhere to be found. Logically, with the county closed, he couldn't have gone outside, so he must be within the county. However, Liu couldn't locate him. He certainly didn't want anything unfortunate to befall this informant of Qianshan village, especially since Qianku had returned to Taohua County undercover with great determination. He couldn't let that effort go to waste. Liu meticulously searched every corner of the county until he finally spotted Qianku in a dark corner of the prison. At that moment, Qianku was dressed in prison garb, hair disheveled, bound by several iron chains, bloodied, lying on the ground, staring vacantly at the ceiling. Seeing this scene, Liu furrowed his brow. It appeared that Qianku had been exposed, resulting in his current predicament. He probed Qianku's life signs with his divine consciousness. He was still alive, albeit in a severely weakened state, with broken bones and depleted cultivation. Even though he was alive, he had been rendered useless. However, these matters posed no real problem for Liu. He had just acquired the divine power of resurrection of incense. As long as he consumed virtue points, he could restore Qianku's injuries. Yet, he refrained from using the ability immediately, deciding to wait until he had dealt with San-Gui and the others before tending to Qianku. As his divine consciousness departed the prison, he noticed that the trio from Xianxing Temple lurking outside the county had finally made their move. Led by Qingqiu, with Qingtian and Qingchuan following closely, the three of them were manipulating a talisman and chanting an incantation, their forms slowly becoming ethereal. This invisibility? Liu pondered, surprised at the talisman's function. It seemed the foremost Taoist sect indeed had its merits. Once concealed, the trio headed straight for the county gate. Boldly leaping over it to enter Taohua County, Liu observed them intently. Upon entering the county, they did not seek refuge, but instead made their way directly to the county magistrate's office. Soon, they arrived at the magistrate's door, at which point the talisman's effect dissipated, revealing their forms. The guards stationed at the magistrate's door were momentarily stunned at the sudden appearance of the three. And once they regained their senses, they immediately shouted, "There are demons!" At this cry. A swarm of guards rushed forth, surrounding the trio. Qingtian coldly declared, "Disciples of Xianxing Temple are here. Those who do not wish to die, step aside." Upon hearing the name Xianxing Temple, the guards' resolve faltered, and they hesitated to advance. It turned out to be the juniors of Xianxing Temple. No wonder the monk had sensed something amiss. A voice chanted a Buddhist phrase, and the guards parted to create a path as San-Gui stepped forward, with Wang Hu following closely, holding the official seal. I am Wang Hu, the magistrate of Taohua County. May I inquire what brings you esteemed Taoists to our humble county? Wang Hu inquired, a smile plastered on his face as he sought to ingratiate himself with the three disciples of Xianxing Temple. Wang Durian, this is a matter between our sects, and as an official of the court, it would be inappropriate for you to interfere, Qingqiu replied coolly, her tone unwavering. Wang Hu was momentarily taken aback, his anger simmering beneath the surface, yet faced with the disciples of Xianxing Temple, he dared not express it openly. He turned to San Gue with a stern expression. Chapter 54. A fierce battle, challenging across generations, Ba, San Gue chanted, smiling as he addressed the disciples of Xianxing Temple. This assertion is misguided. You are the Qing generation of Xianxing Temple. Although Wang County Magistrate is but a mere county official appointed by the court, he ultimately represents the authority of the state. Though Xianxing Temple may be the foremost Taoist sect in the land, it does not possess the power to overshadow the imperial court, does it? Do you believe that Xianxing Temple can now act with impunity, forcing the court to retreat? Qingqiu's expression darkened, a flush creeping into her cheeks. She nearly forgot the countless admonitions from her master to avoid engaging in verbal sparring with the bald monks of Jinlong Temple, as they were notoriously duplicitous, espousing righteousness while being capable of attacking from any angle. Bald monk, do not engage in sophistry here. Conflicts between sects have always been resolved by ourselves, with the court never intervening, Qingtian interjected, her tone decidedly rude. Haha, has it always been so? Then is it right? San Gue replied nonchalantly, his gaze fixed on the three, laced with a hint of mockery. It appears that they are speaking of you three juniors, whose martial skills are still far from perfected. Daring to engage him in combat? Do not resort to sophistry. Let us confront each other directly. Qingtian felt a surge of anger, eager to take action against the monk San Guida at that moment. Wang Hu stepped forward, positioning himself between the two parties, and with a smile he spoke. You are all esteemed disciples of significant clans, possessing extraordinary talents, akin to dragons and phoenixes among men. Any matters can be discussed openly. Let us not resort to conflict that might mar our harmony. As he spoke, he waved the official seal in his hand, casting a glance at Qingqiu and the others with a gaze that was both subtle and suggestive. Upon noticing Wang Hu's gesture, Qingqiu furrowed her brows, a slight heaviness settling in her heart. Wang Hu's actions clearly indicated that should a confrontation arise, he would undoubtedly side with the monk San Gue and might very well take action against them. Lord Wang, have you considered this thoroughly? Arbitrarily wielding the official seal, according to the laws of Dechu, you shall face severe punishment. Qingqiu's tone was frostier than winter's chill. From the outset, she had never anticipated that the county magistrate would assist the monk San Gue. After all, she was a member of the Xianxing Temple, which, by rights, should have held some weight. Yet the outcome was unexpectedly contrary. It was evident that Wang Hu had either received substantial benefits or engaged in clandestine dealings with the monk, now becoming allies in the same endeavor. This was troublesome. In a county with a population of 100,000, should the local fortune be stirred, it would rival that of even the practitioners in the Xian realm. Coupled with the watchful glare of the monk San Gue, the three of them, despite their prowess in the Tong Fa realm, would find victory elusive, even with their hidden cards. As an official of the court, it is my duty to maintain the tranquility of the county. There is no fault in utilizing the official seal to mobilize the local fortune, Wang Hu proclaimed with righteous fervor. Such righteousness. Sister, since there's no way to escape, let us fight them. Qingtian gritted her teeth. Although the situation was dire for them, their hidden cards were not to be underestimated. The outcome of this confrontation remained uncertain. Qingqiu nodded, her expression grave, fully prepared for a fierce battle. However, the monk San Gue remained calm and unhurried, instead inquiring. Ba, I am quite curious as to how you found your way to Taohua County and dare to lay hands upon an old monk. His gaze was piercing, seemingly attempting to discern the thoughts within the hearts of the three. The plan of the Buddha seed was impeccably devised. At least outside of Taohua County, it was impossible for anyone to be aware of it. Hence the monk's curiosity regarding how Qingqiu and her companions had uncovered it. Qingqiu, unwilling to conceal any information, coldly replied, "It was Master Qian Kuren who informed us." Qian Kuren? Upon hearing that name, the expression of the monk San Gue darkened ominously. So you are the disciples of that old man Qian Kun. It seems the Buddha does not wish for you to depart today. His gaze turned venomous, laced with hatred toward the group. The name Qian Kuren would forever be etched in his memory. The disciples of the Qian Qing Temple from the Qian lineage were of the same generation as those from the Jinlong Temple of the San lineage. In the past, during a disciple exchange between the two formidable factions, his opponent had been none other than Qian Kun. It was during that encounter that Qian Kun had shone brilliantly, showcasing his unparalleled talent, defeating him in merely 3 moves, and becoming a celebrated genius in the capital. In contrast, he, the vanquished, had been met with disdain from his fellow disciples, and his foundation had been severely damaged in that battle. Consequently, he, a disciple of the San lineage from Jinlong Temple, remained at the Qian realm to this day, while Qian Kun, the genius, had ascended to the realm of Yinshun, a strength sufficient to guard an entire province. Having destroyed my foundation, now he sends his juniors to humiliate me, attempting to obliterate my chances of a resurgence. What a venomous heart that old bastard Qian Kun possesses! The monk San Gui's heart was filled with understanding. He had come here to scheme, plotting to harm the lives of hundreds of thousands, investing considerable effort to nurture the Buddha seed, all in hopes of restoring his damaged foundation. Yet he had not anticipated that Qian Kun would seemingly have divined his intentions and dispatched disciples to thwart his plans, seeking to annihilate him. This relentless oppression had ignited the fury within the monk San Gui. Then let me first take your disciple's head to nourish my Buddha seed. With his eyes aflame with rage, the monk San Gui stepped forward, emitting a radiant golden light. A sacred sound resonated from his lips as a golden palm coalesced in midair, aiming directly at Qing Qiu and her companions. This is bad. Quickly evade. Qing Qiu was alarmed, not expecting this bald monk to launch a lethal attack without a hint of hesitation. The 3 of them formed hand seals, each conjuring a talisman that ignited spontaneously, causing their figures to vanish from sight. When they reappeared, they were already more than 10 meters away. Ultimately, external objects are merely external. How many 3rd-tier talismans can you possess? Mocked the monk San Gui with a cold smile. Producing from his possession, the body of the bowl shimmered with sacred script, transforming into 3 beams of golden light that ensnared the trio. A 3rd-tier artifact? Qing Tian gasped in shock, and upon regaining her composure, she drew forth a foot-long peachwood sword from her sleeve. Biting her middle finger, she let her blood drip onto the sword's surface. Immediately, the peachwood sword began to tremble, and in the next instant, it soared into the air, slicing through the 3 beams of golden light and severing them. The monk San Gui squinted, letting out a cold huff. It seems you have brought along quite a few fine items, but they will be of no use. In the end, it is still I who prevails. The disparity in realms cannot be compensated for by artifacts. Although the peachwood sword was indeed a 3rd-tier artifact, and perhaps even slightly superior to the wielder, Qing Tian, was merely a practitioner in the Tong Fa realm. Forcefully employing a 3rd-tier artifact already required considerable mental effort, and achieving even 70 to 80% of its potential was commendable. The monk San Gui enjoyed a significant advantage in realm and easily suppressed the threat. However, in the next moment, Qing Qiu, struck in the chest and bleeding from her mouth, drew forth a whisk. Also a 3rd-tier artifact. The expression of the monk San Gui shifted as he laughed heartily. A fine artifact indeed, but it will soon belong to me. This unexpected acquisition brought immense joy to the monk San Gui. Initially, he believed that nurturing the Buddha seed would suffice. Yet now it seemed that someone had delivered him artifacts from afar, compensating for the loss of his relics. Chapter 55. The Fortune of the Court. Pinnacle of the Qian realm, with 2 artifacts and a collection of 3rd-tier talismans, Qing Qiu and her companions barely managed to withstand the onslaught of the monk San Gui and were gradually gaining the upper hand. Sister, act swiftly, Qing Qiu cried out, signaling to Qing Quan. Gritting her teeth, Qing Quan decisively retrieved an oil lamp from her sleeve. She drew her sword across her wrist, allowing blood to flow and drip into the lamp. Reciting an incantation, the lamp was ignited, its flames glowing a ghostly white. The blood that fell within transformed into fuel, feeding the white fire. When the lamp burns, life flourishes. When it extinguishes, death ensues. The underworld ascends with white flames. Another incantation echoed from Qing Quan's lips, causing the white fire to blaze higher, ultimately reaching over a meter in height. The white fire bore no warmth. Instead, it radiated a chilling essence. What kind of artifact is this? The monk San Gui's expression shifted dramatically, as the white fire instilled a profound sense of crisis within him. The oil lamp was merely a third-tier artifact, yet its current power surpassed the boundaries of that tier. "Wang County Magistrate," the monk San Gue shouted. Wang Hu, too, was taken aback by the white fire. Upon hearing the call, he quickly stepped forward, holding the official seal, taking a deep breath. With benevolence vast as the heavens, "The world belongs to the public. Riches and honors shall not forget the myriad of deities. I, Wang Hu, County Magistrate of Taohua County, shall today summon the local fortune to suppress external foes and protect my people." Wang Hu declared sternly, for he was also a practitioner of the refining law realm. The official seal in his hand emitted waves of white light, seemingly responding to his call, beginning to tremble violently. In that moment, it felt as though the entire county of Taohua resonated, with the populace turning their gazes toward the direction of the county office. Yet, it was but a fleeting moment. Soon, they returned to their own affairs without further regard. Countless beams of fortune surged from every corner of the county, converging upon Wang Hu, augmenting his strength. This scene, witnessed by Li Yu, filled him with astonishment. So this is fortune? To his spiritual perception, this fortune bore a striking resemblance to his incense offerings. Seemingly tied to the faith of the common folk, countless fortunes coalesced at a single point, ultimately merging into Wang Hu's body, instantaneously elevating his cultivation to the pinnacle of the third-tier Xian realm. Li Yu watched in shock. The ability of fortune to temporarily enhance an individual's cultivation explained how so many counties could endure demonic assaults, had the magistrate of Feng County not fled, but instead wielded the court's fortune. That third-tier great demon would likely have been unable to do anything against Feng County. With his realm elevated to the pinnacle of the Xian realm, Wang Hu's entire demeanor surged with an overwhelming aura, his complexion slightly flushed. Fortune is enigmatic and powerful, yet it is not without its drawbacks. Such an abundance of fortune is beyond what an average person can bear. Even if one can withstand it, their foundation will inevitably suffer afterward. Thus, it is rarely invoked unless absolutely necessary. You rogue official, the fortune of the court is meant to combat demons. How dare you recklessly wield it against us? Your own kin? Do you comprehend the consequences? Qing Qiu seethed with fury, never having imagined that someone would employ the court's fortune against their own kind. Consequences? I fear that if I do not take action this time, I shall never have the opportunity to learn what those consequences are. Feeling the surge of vitality coursing through him, Wang Hu laughed heartily toward the heavens. Now, he and the monk San Gue were akin to grasshoppers on the same string, thriving together or perishing together. Should the conspiracy of nurturing the Buddha seed be unveiled, he would have no path to survival. Thus, the only course before him was to press on, regardless of whether the road ahead was a mountain of blades or a sea of flames. The white fire from the oil lamp surged forth, aiming to engulf the monk San Gue. Now at the pinnacle of the Xian realm, Wang Hu snorted coldly, brandishing the official seal to shield against the white fire. The white radiance erupted, forming a protective barrier against the flames, which relentlessly surged forth, attempting to breach the shield. Yet, as soon as a breach appeared, the white light swiftly filled the gap, restoring the barrier. The extreme chill emanating from the white fire rendered Wang Hu's official robe stiff, but ultimately, he managed to stave off the advancing flames. As Qingqiu, Qingtian, and Qingchuan beheld the scene. Their expressions turned profoundly grim. "Ha! Now, it is my turn to intervene." The monk Sangua let out a hearty laugh, rotating the hand that grasped the alms bowl, which he then inverted over Qingqiu's head, conjuring an illusory bowl that appeared above her. Before Qingqiu could react, the spectral bowl descended rapidly, forcefully striking her body. A piercing scream erupted, blood splattered everywhere, and Qingqiu perished on the spot. "No, senior sister." The remaining Qingtian and Qingchuan shouted in despair. With their senior sister's demise, their chances of victory vanished. Qingtian's expression fluctuated, and he shouted towards Qingchuan, "Junior sister, let us fight back for our senior sister's vengeance." Tears streamed down Qingchuan's face, yet upon hearing her brother's words, her gaze hardened with resolve again. She used her sword to slice her wrist, and this time, blood gushed forth, cascading onto the oil lamp, causing the white flame to surge upward by several inches, burning even brighter. At the very moment Qingchuan made her move, Qingtian hurled a talisman, which detonated, causing his figure to vanish without a trace. Trying to flee? The monk Sangui sneered at this sight. The alms bowl was once again inverted. Locking onto Qingtian's location, the peach would soared into the air, attempting to sever the golden light emitted by the bowl. Yet this time, the monk Sangui was prepared. He swiftly struck out with his palm, sending the peach wood sword flying. Upon witnessing her brother abandon her to escape, Qingchuan's complexion turned ashen, her spirit faltering. Wang Hu seized the opportunity, channeling his entire energy against the white flame, and charged behind Qingchuan, delivering a forceful blow to her back, sending her hurtling away in midair. Qingchuan coughed up a mouthful of blood. Having already lost a significant amount to fuel the lamp, this additional loss left her even more pallid. Devoid of color, Qingtian's attempt to flee was thwarted, and as he sought mercy, the monk Sangui granted him no reprieve, directly seizing his throat and choking him to death. In less than a quarter of an hour, 2 of the 3 from Xianqing Temple lay slain, leaving one gravely injured on the ground. After defeating Qingchuan, Wang Hu's aura gradually diminished, swiftly retreating to his original state, even slipping slightly. His visage appeared weak. The side effects of utilizing the court's fortune were too great, and he would need time to recuperate while you witnessed the entire battle unfold. Frankly, the trio from Xianqing Temple proved to be quite inept. With such scant strength, they dared to seek fortune. Did they truly believe they could safeguard themselves through external means? Nevertheless, Wang Hu's performance also surprised him. The enhancement brought by the court's fortune was substantial. Yet the cost was equally significant. He could clearly discern that Wang Hu's foundation had been compromised by 30%, and his realm had fallen to the early stage of the refining law realm. Moreover, and most crucially, this mobilization had drastically diminished the court's fortune in Taohua County. Should he call upon the court's fortune again, he would be unable to achieve today's results, at best barely reaching the strength of the profound realm. The court's fortune is indeed subject to depletion. Chapter 56. Nurturing the Buddha Seed. The Harvest. From his vantage point in the sky, Liu could distinctly observe the waning fortune enveloping Taohua County. Unlike his incense merits, the current Dechu court experienced only a decline in fortune, with every expenditure resulting in a corresponding loss. This was largely due to the populace's waning trust in the court. Their faith in it eroded, leading to a loss of public credibility. Without the populace's belief, fortune could not flourish. Of course, this was merely one part of the reason. The court was rife with corruption, plagued by petty factions and disarray. Dechu had begun to show signs of decay, teetering on the brink of extinction, which was also a factor contributing to the weakening of its fortune. At that moment, before the county office, Qingqiu and Qingtian lay lifeless. The remaining Qingchuan, gravely injured on the ground, was met with a cold glance from the monk Sangui, who casually commanded, "Take her to the heavenly prison. We shall use her to awaken the Buddha seed tomorrow." 2 constables stepped forward, dragging the ashen-faced Qingchuan away. Wang Hu, utterly weakened, approached the monk Sangui, gasping, "Master Sangui, I have truly exhausted all my strength. My foundation has suffered injury. Do not fret, County Magistrate Wang, the Buddha seed is immensely profound. This minor foundation damage can be easily restored. Tomorrow, when the Buddha seed matures, County Magistrate Wang will gain an additional ear." The monk Sangui replied with a faint smile. This time, Wang Hu indeed exerted considerable effort. Had he not invoked the court's fortune, he might have truly fallen to the hands of these young disciples from Xianqing Temple. "Thank you, Master." Wang Hu sighed in relief, feeling that this gamble was not in vain. So long as he could acquire the Buddha seed, both his foundation and talent could experience a qualitative leap, and his lifespan would be extended. He would no longer be constrained by the refining law realm. Min Qianyue will arrive with the blood elixir tomorrow. Coupled with the blood elixirs we have collected and the offerings, we should be able to awaken the Buddha seed. The monk Sangui remarked, his eyes filled with anticipation. This secret method of the Buddha sect is being employed for the first time. He was uncertain of the final outcome. Subsequently, he shifted his gaze to the treasures brought by the trio from Xianqing Temple. "Ha ha! Did you ever anticipate this, Qian Kuan? The 3 young disciples you sent have turned into fortune-bearers before me. These 3 magical artifacts I shall graciously accept." With a flick of his wrist, the 3 artifacts fell into his grasp. He merely glanced at the peachwood sword and dust brush before setting them aside. His gaze then fell upon the bronze oil lamp, and he was taken aback. "So, it is a fragmented Yang God realm spirit tool. No wonder it possesses such power. His heart swelled with joy at this unexpected find. A 6th-tier spirit tool, this is already a fine item nearing the 7th-tier sacred artifact. Although the oil lamp is incomplete, it currently wields the might of a peak 3rd-tier to 4th-tier artifact. It may yet be restored. Even if it cannot be perfectly repaired, should it manage to exhibit the power of a 4th or 5th-tier spirit tool, it would still be remarkably formidable. The lamp was promptly stowed away, igniting envy in Wang Hu's eyes. Though he was a court official, he possessed only a mundane 1st-tier artifact. Oh, not be misled by the fact that Qingqiu and her companions each wielded a 3rd-tier artifact. That was merely because they were disciples of Xianqing Temple, belonging to the direct lineage of the Qing character generation. Thus, they were qualified to possess 3rd-tier artifacts. Liu silently observed from above. Already considering these artifacts as his own, allow the monk to safeguard them for now. The time to act has not yet arrived, so he must bide his time. He longed for these artifacts. However, the current situation of the Divine Mountain, though seemingly vibrant, was in fact quite impoverished. Putting aside the material conditions of ordinary villagers, even the 2nd-tier cultivator, Wu Zhe, lacked a single artifact, relying instead on a tattered military knife. Moreover, other cultivators, to varying degrees, possessed cultivation resources that expedited their progress. Yet both Wu Zhe and Bai Liang were bereft of such resources, depending solely on absorbing the spirit energy of heaven and earth for their training. They had no relation to any heavenly treasures or spiritual materials. Thus, Liu contemplated acquiring these artifacts to provide Wu Zhe and the others with a significant boost in combat power. Meanwhile, in Tianyue County, at the western city gate, the armored elder, Minjiu, wiped the blood from his blade and spoke coldly. Who gave you the audacity to venture into Tianyue County? On the ground, a man in official garb, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, retorted angrily, I am an envoy under the jurisdiction of the provincial governor. Do you not fear the governor's wrath for slaying me? Kill you, and who would ever know? Minjiu's gaze was icy as he replied, the vicinity of Tianyue County is rife with demons. Feng County has been slaughtered, and the death of an envoy on the road is hardly surprising. You? The envoy's eyes widened in disbelief that Minjiu would dare to kill him. In the next instant, a flash of the blade severed his head. Clean this up. Should any officials from the provincial governor arrive, inform them that the envoy never set foot in Tianyue County, Minjiu said succinctly before turning to leave. The constables behind him began to dispose of the corpse with remarkable efficiency, as if they had performed this task numerous times before. Upon returning to the county office, Min Qianyue was already waiting for him. Cousin, everything has been dealt with, Minjiu stated. Min Qianyue nodded and then rose, saying, there have been developments in Taohua County. The monk Sangue aims to conclude matters early, and we must head there tomorrow. The 10,000 laborers must not be lost. You need to supervise the situation. The blood elixir is crucial. Without sufficient quantities, awakening the Buddha seed will be impossible. Minjiu nodded and turned to leave. Watching his cousin's departing figure, Min Qianyue took a deep breath. I hope this time the gamble is correct. If it fails, it could lead to the annihilation of our clan. In the tavern, Wu Zhe and Chen Jianqi stood by the window, observing the throngs of common folk streaming toward the recruitment of laborers. Their brows tightly furrowed. They were beginning to exit the city. What should they do now? Chen Jianqi felt a sense of urgency. Leaving the city signified that Min Qianyue was about to take action. And these 10,000 laborers were destined to become offerings for the demons. Just as Wu Zhe was about to speak, a tremor coursed through the divine talisman within him, delivering a message into his mind. His expression brightened as he exclaimed, the mountain god has issued an order for us to follow the laborers' procession to the mountain forest. Chen Jianqi was taken aback, although he did not understand the purpose. He complied, and together with Wu Zhe, they subtly concealed their presence before mingling into the laborers' ranks, making their way outside the city. The procession of 10,000 laborers marched forth majestically, flanked by numerous county soldiers maintaining order. Led by none other than the county soldier commander, Minjiu. Upon seeing this individual, Chen Jianqi's eyelids twitched, and his heart sank to the depths. This time, it is he leading the team. We are likely out of options. Chen Jianqi spoke in a low voice that Wu Zhe furrowed his brow and inquired, what is it? Do you see that person at the forefront? That is Minjiu, the commander of Tianyue County soldiers. A cultivator at the 3rd-tier entry level of the profound realm, Chen Jianqi replied. Chapter 57. The Manifestation of the Body. Wielding the Mountain Seal. Hearing Qian Jianqi's words, Wu Zhe regarded Minjiu with a furrowed brow. Yet his heart harbored little concern. Rest assured, Brother Qian, it is merely an entry into the profound realm. Wu Zhe chuckled, recalling vividly that fateful night when even the mountain god had yet to make a move. And the bald monk of the profound realm had been frightened away. Brother Wu Zhe. Qian Jianqi felt a growing unease within, wanting to speak yet ultimately sealing his lips, for Minjiu's gaze had just swept over them. Lingering for a brief moment. Has he discovered us? A chill of dread enveloped Qian Jianqi as he feared that this time, not only would they fail to save the people, but he might also lose his own life in the process. Yet, having come this far, there was no turning back. They could only press forward into the abyss with grim determination. May the mountain god that Brother Wu Zhe spoke of truly manifest his divine presence. With matters having reached this point, he could only place his hopes upon the mountain god. The vast throng of 100,000 souls set forth towards their destination with Minjiu's commanding shout. A tide of humanity surging forth. Among the laborers, nearly every face was alight with excitement and anticipation, their eyes glimmering with dreams of a better future. Alas, the ultimate outcome would only lead them into despair. At the Divine Mountain, after retracting his consciousness from Taohua County, Liu immediately sought to comprehend the situation in Tianyue County through the divine talisman within Wu Zhe's body, while also allowing Wu Zhe to blend into the throng of 100,000 laborers. Judging by the current circumstances, the Buddhist seed plan of the monk Sangue was nearing completion. If action were to be taken tomorrow, it would present the optimal opportunity. However, he could not afford to wait until tomorrow. For the 100,000 souls of Tianyue County were about to be delivered into the jaws of the wolf demon. Tio, save these people. Action must be taken at once. Yet Tianyue County lay over 70 miles from the Divine Mountain. And even the mountainous terrain they were to traverse was still over 60 miles distant. Liu's consciousness could only extend 50 miles, rendering direct intervention impossible. Nevertheless, he possessed other means to address this predicament. A beam of golden light streaked across the Divine Mountain, and in the next moment, a figure materialized halfway up the slope, exuding an ethereal aura. It was his manifested form. Liu transformed into the guise of the celestial micro-Taoist, embodying the presence of a celestial being, quite extraordinary indeed. Yet, this manifestation was feeble. Despite having ascended to the third stage of the Spirit Mountain, the manifested form possessed only the strength of a first-stage refined method practitioner. Such power was hardly sufficient to contend with a third-stage cultivator. Yet Liu had other stratagems. He extended his hand, and in the next instant, a grand seal appeared within his grasp. Its earthy hue bore engravings of towering mountains, resembling the Divine Mountain itself. The mountain-suppressing seal. It was the first magical artifact he had obtained, the second being the heart mirror. He had already utilized the heart mirror, which served as a supportive artifact. The mountain-suppressing seal, however, had never been employed, though he had perused its description and discerned its formidable nature. The mountain-suppressing seal. It harbors the power of 1,000,000 mountains. Capable of suppressing all malevolence across the realm, it possesses a restraining effect on demons and malevolent entities, allowing them to be subdued and refined into harmless energy. Note: the potency of the mountain-suppressing seal correlates with the strength of its wielder. The more powerful the wielder, the mightier the seal. It specifically mentions suppression of demons and malevolence, but does not categorize the seal by rank. It merely notes that the wielder's strength enhances its efficacy. Thus, Liu surmised that the mountain-suppressing seal was an artifact without limits. As the wielder's strength grows, so too does the seal's might. The manifested form was a product of his magical conjuration. And here he had found a loophole. The mountain-suppressing seal did not recognize the manifested form as its wielder. Thus the current holder was Liu himself at the third stage of the Spirit Mountain. In this case, the seal would wield at least the power corresponding to a third stage. Moreover, this third stage pertains specifically to Liu of the Spirit Mountain, not an ordinary third-stage cultivator. Armed with this knowledge, Liu felt confident in his ability to save the 100,000 souls of Tianyue County. Soon after, Liu's figure vanished from the halfway point of the Divine Mountain and raced towards Tianyue County. His speed was remarkable, rivaling that of Wu Zhe, who possessed the talisman of divine movement. In nearly half an hour, he would arrive at the mountainous terrain. At this moment, the 100,000 laborers led by Minjiu had already reached the mountainside. Upon witnessing the undulating terrain, littered with wild overgrowth, their expressions turned to shock. What kind of landscape is this? It is utterly mountainous, entirely unsuitable for farming. Indeed, and the dense thickets are nearly impossible to clear. One would have to dig 3 feet deep to uproot the roots. What a wretched place. Did we come to the wrong location? This land is not arable. Those who signed up for the reclamation effort were largely seasoned farmers. Well-versed in agricultural practices, a mere glance was sufficient to ascertain whether the land was suitable for cultivation. The laborers erupted into a cacophony of protest, all eyes turning to the leader, Min Jio. Someone shouted, "Commander Min, did you lead us astray? This place cannot support crops. Even if we were to clear it, it would be futile. Indeed, this blasted mountainous terrain is utterly unfit for farming. It would serve better as a burial ground." The crowd clamored, yet they remained oblivious to the deception they were ensnared in. Among them, Wuza and Chen Jianqi observed the scene unfold. "Brother Wuza, has the mountain god not yet manifested?" Chen Jianqi's anxiety mounted. If the divine presence did not reveal itself soon, it would be too late. "Oh, not worry. The mountain god shall save us all," Wuza replied calmly, his faith in the mountain god unwavering. Amidst the uproar of the laborers, Min Jia's expression remained unchanged as he spoke hoarsely. "Everyone, I assure you, I have not led you astray. This is indeed the location, but this land is unfit for farming. If we are to reclaim it here, then I refuse to stay. I will return to the city," someone exclaimed, having realized the gravity of the situation and wishing to leave. "Yes, we should leave, back to Tianyue County." A faction of the crowd began to turn away, intent on departing. "Want to leave? It is already too late," Min Jio replied coolly, his gaze sweeping across the 100,000 souls with an icy indifference. As his words fell, a resounding wolf howl reverberated through the air. The ground trembled slightly, leaves cascading down in a shower. Upon hearing the howl, the crowd's expressions shifted to one of stark terror. Is that a demon?" Someone caught sight of something, their face stricken with fear as they gazed in a certain direction. The crowd turned to behold a wolf demon, its entire form drenched in blood, with a gaping maw and eyes of a ghastly white-red hue, towering 3 to 4 zhang tall, exuding an aura of dread as it approached them. "Hiss! This is a great demon!" Everyone inhaled sharply. "A great demon! Commander Min, quickly, stop this wolf demon!" In their overwhelming panic, the crowd cast their hopes upon the sole third-stage practitioner present, Min Jio. Yet in the next moment, Min Jio's actions plunged them into despair, draining the color from their faces. With a cold smile, Min Jio retreated 500 meters with the county soldiers before bowing respectfully to the wolf demon. "Brother Wolf, the humans have been brought to you. Please enjoy." Chapter 58. The Great River Blade Technique, He Li Yuan. The colossal third-stage wolf demon ambled forth, casting a cold glance at Min Jio and the county soldiers as it passed. Those whose eyes met its gaze trembled involuntarily, fear etched upon their faces as they recoiled. The commander, Min Jio, maintained an air of calmness, yet he was exceedingly courteous in the face of the wolf demon. "Wolf brother, 100,000 blood offerings are here. Please indulge. We only require half the blood pills. The remainder is yours," Min Jio rasped, his voice resonating just loud enough for those nearest to hear. In that moment, despair washed over the laborers as reality dawned upon them. They had all been betrayed by Commander Min, sold to the demon as mere sustenance, and they remained oblivious, believing they had truly come to reclaim the land. "Min Jio, you conspire with demons, and you shall meet a deserved end. The court will not spare you," a laborer cried out in anguish, only to be seized by Min Jio, who with a swift motion snapped his neck with a sickening crack. "The court? If the court could intervene, would there still be demons within the realm of Dechu?" Min Jio sneered, his gaze chilling and devoid of emotion. "All of you stand still. Should anyone dare to flee, this shall be your fate." He cast the headless corpse aside, his gaze sweeping over the nearly 100,000 laborers before settling on the 2 figures at the forefront. "You two, how long do you intend to remain hidden? One in the refined method realm, the other in the cultivation realm. Do you truly believe you can make a difference here? I offer you a chance. Each of you must slay 1,000 laborers. Then come to my side, and I shall spare your lives." Min Jio spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if everything lay within his grasp. Upon being named, Wuza and Chen Jianqi exchanged troubled glances, realizing they had been seen through by Min Jio, who regarded them with contempt. The surrounding laborers heard Min Jio's words and, filled with terror, began to distance themselves from Wuza and Chen Jianqi, their eyes wide with fear. "How dare you, Min Jio? You disgrace your position as a court official, consorting with demons and betraying the common folk. How can you face the people of this realm?" Chen Jianqi felt a surge of indignation, stepping forward to voice his outrage. Min Jio narrowed his eyes, recognizing Chen Jianqi, and coldly chuckled. "Ah, it is the bodyguard of Li Yuan Escort Company. Young man, you are filled with righteous fervor. But how naive you are, overestimating your own capabilities. You wish to stand for the common people, yet you should take a moment to assess your own strength. A mere refined method practitioner dares to meddle in this affair? You seek death." Chen Jianqi's face flushed with anger, yet he found himself at a loss for words in rebuttal, for indeed, he had overestimated himself. As a refined method practitioner, he could not even contend with a single squad of county soldiers, let alone save anyone. Min Jio then turned his gaze to Wuza, coldly interrogating, a second-stage cultivator, a refined method practitioner from Tianyue County. "I recognize the former, yet I have never seen you before. An outsider, are you? To draw your sword against injustice while consorting with demons. Such treachery merits extermination." Wuza replied calmly, undeterred by Min Jio's imposing presence. This display of fortitude surprised Min Jio, yet he responded with a cold laugh. "You possess some spirit, but your words are still quite bold. The strength of the Tongfa realm seems to be akin to drawing one's sword to assist. Youngster, perhaps you should first contemplate whether you can survive." "You may attempt it." Wuza, undaunted, met Min Jio's gaze. With the divine talisman in hand, even when faced with an opponent in the entry to the profound realm, he would not be ensnared in peril. "Well done, showing spirit." Min Jio's eyes turned utterly frigid as he summoned a long spear into his grasp, his toes lightly touching the ground, propelling him directly towards Wuza. Taking a deep breath, Wuza realized that he could not confront the fierce assault of the entry to the profound realm head-on. He could only rely on the speed granted by the divine talisman to evade. Grasping Chen Jianqi's arm, the next moment, the two vanished from their original position. "Huh?" The spear sliced through the air. Yet before it could penetrate Wuza, the two had already disappeared. This poses a problem. As an experienced veteran, Min Jio reacted swiftly, retreating immediately after his spear struck nothing but air. Looking around the battlefield, Wuza and his companion had already appeared 50 meters away. Such astonishing speed! Min Jio's expression was a mix of suspicion and clarity, but he quickly regained his composure. No wonder he exudes such confidence. It turns out he has a reliable support. Nevertheless, regardless of your backing, in the face of the entry to the profound realm, it ultimately amounts to mere tricks. Subsequently, Min Jio launched several more attacks, all of which were deftly evaded by Wuza, thanks to the speed afforded by the divine talisman. Wuza remained entirely alert, unwilling to underestimate the situation. Although the divine talisman was swift, it demanded an immense expenditure of energy, especially since he was also bearing Chen Jianqi, thus amplifying the toll. At this moment, Chen Jianqi felt somewhat dazed. He had not anticipated that Wuza could maneuver around an opponent of the entry to the profound realm, especially while carrying him as a burden. Was this really the capability of someone in the Tongfa realm? He could hardly believe it, feeling as though his understanding had been utterly upended. After several attempts to probe, Min Jio discerned that Wuza's only means lay in his remarkable speed, lacking any offensive strength. "Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. I wonder how long you can run." He laughed heartily, shifting his focus to Chen Jianqi, intending to compel Wuza to expend even more energy to protect him. Damn it! Under Min Jio's relentless onslaught against Chen Jianqi, Wuza began to sweat profusely, the exertion multiplying exponentially. Chen Jianqi, aware of the precarious situation, gritted his teeth, ready to urge Wuza to put him down. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, "Old thief Min, prepare to meet your end." With the voice echoing, a circular-bladed great knife followed suit, cutting through the sky with a brilliant blue blade aimed at Min Jio's neck. The great river blade technique? He Li Yuan? Min Jio's expression shifted dramatically, hurriedly redirecting the spear, channeling his energy to strike back against the incoming blade. With a resounding crash, the spear's glow collided with the blade's radiance. emitting a dazzling brilliance. Minjio was sent reeling backward, landing several paces away before barely regaining his footing. He lifted his gaze to see the figure approaching in a leisurely stride. A middle-aged man with silver hair ambled forward. Wielding the circular-bladed great knife, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, evidently having fared poorly in their earlier confrontation. "Boss?" Chun Jianqi was momentarily taken aback at the sight of the newcomer. His expression shifting to one of emotion. "Leader, did you not say you wouldn't come?" Li Yuan glanced at Chun Jianqi, chuckling. If the little rascal has the courage to stand up, how could this old man back down? "But what about sister-in-law and the others?" "Rest assured, since I have come, I have already made arrangements and secured a retreat for them." Li Yuan interrupted Chen Jianqi, then turned to Minjio, his expression grave as he regarded the wolf demon lurking behind. Watching the conflict unfold, Minjio regarded Li Yuan with an exceedingly grim countenance. "Li Yuan, you have truly become senile. Having been in Tianyue County for so many years, now you turn your back. And I still considered you one of our own." Li Yuan chuckled heartily, decisively shaking his head. "Old thief Min, I have lived a pitiful existence in Tianyue County for the past 5 or 6 years. Chapter 59. Ethereal and unfettered, subduing with a flip of the hand. Pitiful. I have indeed lived far too pitifully." Li Yuan chuckled self-deprecatingly, as if reminiscing about the past. "The common folks suffered oppression while I turned a blind eye and deaf ear. Countless times I was unable to suppress my impulse, yearning to draw my blade and eradicate injustices, yet reality crushed me. Concern for my wife, for my children, for the brothers of the escort, I was constantly hesitant, fearful, my thoughts unrefined, and my cultivation stagnant. Upon learning of your collusion with demons, old thief Min, intending to harm 100,000 commoners, my first instinct was to escape. The chivalry I once held vanished without a trace. Eventually, I awakened to the realization that rather than live in such a pitiful manner, it would be better to take a bold stand. For what is death? To wield my blade in one swift motion. I shall not betray my youthful spirit." With this newfound clarity, Li Yuan beamed with valor, advancing with his blade drawn, his gaze fiercely fixed upon Minjio. Minjio's expression softened, seemingly reflecting on past events. Yet it swiftly turned frigid once more. "Heh, such gallant chivalry indeed lives up to youthful spirit, but Li Yuan, even if you die heroically, it cannot alter the outcome, even if it cannot be changed. It proves that I have made the effort." Li Yuan's tone was resolute. Nearly 100,000 laborers bore witness to this scene, their hearts stirred with excitement. Some were hopeful for their own salvation, while others were inspired by Li Yuan's spirit. "Boss." Chun Jianqi felt a lump in his throat. Moments ago, he had been angry at Li Yuan for his avoidance, but now, seeing him arrive with the determination to face death, he felt conflicted, unsure whether to rejoice or grieve. "Young Qian, as wanderers of the rivers and lakes, there is no need for sorrow. I have come to terms with it, to achieve clarity in thought and to release the pent-up frustrations I have harbored for 8 years. Li Yuan spoke, a sense of uncontainable exhilaration swelling within him. "Very well, since you seek clarity, I shall send you on your way first," Minjio replied coldly. He wished to end the confrontation swiftly. Turning to the wolf demon, "Brother Wolf, I implore you to take action alongside me to eliminate this nuisance, lest we prolong the night with dreams." As Wuza and Chen Jianqi emerged, Li Yuan suddenly appeared, which vexed Minjio, instilling a sense of urgency within him to resolve matters quickly. However, the wolf demon uttered a single word before rising from the ground. Its massive wolf form shook, and it opened its maw to unleash a deafening howl. A whoa! The atmosphere surged with overwhelming ferocity, a brutal aura emanating that weighed heavily upon Li Yuan. "Make your move!" In the next instant, Minjio struck, his spear whipping around in a circular arc, crashing towards Li Yuan's face. The wolf demon acted with remarkable swiftness, lunging forward with its razor-sharp claws slashing through the air with explosive force. "Humph!" Li Yuan inhaled deeply, wielding the circular-bladed great knife with unparalleled skill. The blade's brilliance erupted, the azure light scattering in all directions as it clashed against Minjio and the wolf demon's assault. Yet, facing 2 opponents was inherently disadvantageous, and with the wolf demon being a formidable 3rd-tier pinnacle beast, just a step away from 4th tier, the disparity proved overwhelming. After just one exchange, He Liyuan was sent flying several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Qian Jianqi, witnessing this, felt a surge of urgency, yet found himself powerless to intervene. A third-tier human, it has been ages since I have savored such delectable blood. The wolf demon proclaimed, its eyes glinting with greed. It leapt towards He Liyuan, its gaping maw poised to swallow him whole. He Liyuan gritted his teeth, staring into the cavernous mouth that loomed near, hastily rising to defend himself. After several rounds of combat, he found himself at a disadvantage, numerous wounds adorning his body, bloodied and ghastly. Pooh! He coughed out a mouthful of blood, planting the circular-bladed great knife into the ground for support, gasping for air. He could no longer hold on. The wolf demon was inherently stronger, and with Min Jiao backing it, he found himself unable to gain any advantage, enduring a barrage of attacks. Watching the wolf demon approach with its blood-soaked maw, He Liyuan could only bitterly smile. He had hoped to make a difference. Yet in the end, he had changed nothing. What a pity! With a heavy sigh, he resigned himself to the prospect of death. The laborers witnessing the scene were filled with despair. If He Liyuan fell, they would lose all hope, relegated to becoming mere prey for the demons. Qian Jianqi's eyes widened in anguish, yearning to rush forth and save He Liyuan, but he was halted by Wuzi, though not fret. The mountain god has already arrived, Wuzi calmly stated. His divine talisman had just sensed the approach of the mountain god's divine power. About 500 meters away, a figure exuding an ethereal aura stood vigil. Observing the events unfolding in the mountains and marshes, Liu had just arrived, and was met with the sight of He Liyuan being besieged by Min Jiao and the wolf demon. It was quite a tragic scene, as He Liyuan had been thoroughly beaten, yet thankfully, he was resilient enough to only spit blood. Fortunately, I am not late, Liu remarked calmly, his voice resonating and quickly capturing the attention of both the wolf demon and Min Jiao. The wolf demon turned its head, its gaze fierce, radiating murderous intent. "Who goes there?" Min Jiao exclaimed, on high alert, gripping his spear as he scanned the direction from whence the voice came. However, Liu had no time for trivial exchanges. Two third-tier nuisances could easily be subdued with a flick of his hand. He produced the mountain-suppressing seal, swiftly casting the incantation. In the next moment, the mountain-suppressing seal radiated with golden light. Soaring into the sky, rapidly expanding in size. From its initial box-like form, it gradually transformed into a small mountain. As the mountain-suppressing seal grew, the contours of the divine mountain became increasingly distinct. Resembling a miniature divine mountain from a distance. "Suppress," Liu commanded, and the mountain-suppressing seal, imbued with divine might, surged towards the wolf demon to subdue it. Observing the mountain-sized seal descending, the wolf demon's crimson fur bristled. Sensing the oppressive pressure emanating from the seal, causing its body to tremble, rendering it immobile, the wolf demon yearned for escape, exerting every ounce of its strength, yet its body felt ensnared in a quagmire, making even the slightest movement a Herculean task. Thus, the wolf demon could only gaze in terror as the town mountain seal loomed above its head, before descending to deliver a final, crushing blow. With a resounding thud, the seal suppressed the demon, silencing its cries, rendering it into a mere puddle of flesh, its breath extinguished. All present stared in wide-eyed disbelief at this spectacle, their faces painted with incredulity. In their eyes, the once imperious wolf demon had been so effortlessly vanquished. From whence had this mountain-sized seal emerged, possessing such formidable power? Qian Jianqi gasped, his expression one of shock. He recognized the contour of the divine mountain depicted on the seal. Was it not a scaled-down version of the majestic mountain that the Qianshan manor relied upon? The mountain god. Wu Zhe had not been lying. The mountain god he spoke of had indeed manifested. Chapter 60. The dust settles. Pure energy. What is this? The mountain-sized seal crashed before He Liyuan, leaving him dumbfounded, his disbelief palpable as he observed the scene. What had become of the colossal wolf demon? Just moments ago, it had been a fearsome creature, its gaping maw eager to devour the heavens and the earth, and now it had vanished without a trace. The immense seal loomed before him, exuding a tremendous pressure and an overwhelming aura that made He Liyuan gasp in astonishment. He immediately surmised that a high-ranking practitioner must have intervened. Jiu vanquish a peak 3rd-tier wolf demon with a single strike indicated a strength of at least 4th tier in the enlightened god realm. However, Li Yuan suspected it was even more than that. Based on the overwhelming aura just displayed, it likely belonged to a 5th-tiering god. This revelation filled him with excitement. If a powerful being had intervened, then they were surely saved. In stark contrast, Min Jia's expression was one of sheer terror. Standing beside the wolf demon, he realized that had it not been for his quick reflexes, and if the seal had targeted him, he too would have been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh alongside the demon. "Who are you? What manner of being are you?" Min Jiao shouted in panic, overwhelmed by the strength that had far exceeded his own. He retreated quietly, preparing to flee, but Li Yu had already taken action. How could he allow Min Jiao to escape? Standing at the periphery, he raised his right hand gently, causing the town mountain seal to ascend slowly, radiating a faint golden glow. Upon witnessing this, Min Jiao's face paled dramatically, and without hesitation, he turned to flee. Could he really escape? Li Yu remained unfazed. The might of the town mountain seal was beyond doubt, even though he was currently only manifesting a fraction of his true self. However, the seal corresponded to the realm of his true form, making Min Jiao a mere practitioner of the entry into the profound realm. An easy target. No. Feeling the terrifying pressure behind him, Min Jia's expression turned to one of despair. Despite nearing his twilight years and having enjoyed life's pleasures, he still harbored a strong desire to live. Yet, the town mountain seal showed no mercy, descending upon him like a heartless mountain. A dull thud echoed as Min Jiao was silenced before he could even utter a cry, meeting his demise in an instant. As the dust settled, within the span of a single tea break, 2 practitioners of the entry into the profound realm had perished without the chance to resist. The impact of this scene was overwhelmingly intense, leaving even Li Yuan, a fellow practitioner of the same realm, struggling to regain his composure. With the leader fallen, the remaining county soldiers were thrown into disarray, their faces pale with fear, dreading the moment the mountain-sized seal would descend upon them. Realizing the peril they were in, they turned to flee, employing every ounce of strength to escape. Most fled towards Tianyue County, while a few astute individuals, understanding that returning there might not guarantee safety, veered in the opposite direction. Liu did not pursue. These county soldiers were not worth his time. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? After dispatching both the wolf and the man, he retracted the town mountain seal. The mighty seal gradually diminished in size before finally resting in his hand. This magical artifact was indeed impressive, a true treasure. He marveled silently. The first use of the town mountain seal had exceeded his expectations, proving immensely powerful. After subduing the wolf demon, the seal extracted a pure white energy from its lifeless form. Liu recognized this as the harmless energy described in the panel. The failure to extract harmless energy from Min Jiao was due to him being human. The town mountain seal could only refine and extract harmless energy from the slain demons and malevolent beings. As for how to utilize this harmless energy, he had yet to ascertain its application. Nor did he have time to explore it now. With the wolf demon and Min Jiao dealt with, the county soldiers had all fled, successfully rescuing the 100,000 laborers of Tianyue County. Those who had narrowly escaped were filled with excitement, some even weeping tears of joy. They knew that someone had intervened to save them. The mountain-sized seal had descended like a divine blessing, delivering them from peril. Yet, the savior remained elusive. As the seal shrank, it disappeared into a thicket. The crowd understood that the one who had acted was nearby, yet none dared approach, instead kneeling in gratitude towards the forest. The common folk expressed their thanks to the celestial master for his assistance, acknowledging his immeasurable merits. The crowd was in turmoil, with countless individuals kneeling in gratitude, while others hastily departed this ominous place, eager to return to Tianyue County. They had originally ventured out to clear new land, but now aware of the conspiracy, who would dare linger here after escaping death? Wu Zhe observed the throngs returning to Tianyue County. His expression complex. The decree to conscript laborers had been issued by Min Qianyue, and Min Jiao happened to be Min Qianyue's cousin. Though these individuals knew Tianyue County was a trap, they had no choice but to leap into it. It was not that they were foolish, rather, the only path before them led back to the county town. Camping outdoors? No one dared to do that. Those who stayed outside today would surely face demon attacks tomorrow. Seeking refuge elsewhere? No one was willing to take the risk. Times were tough, and the court was corrupt. Officials were the same everywhere. Thus, even when they suspected that the one who had sent them out of the city to fall into the hands of demons was likely Min County Magistrate, they felt powerless. They had to return to the county town, for survival was uncertain. Otherwise, one path offered a chance at survival, the other guaranteed death. Even a fool would know how to choose. Wu Zhe, has the mountain god manifested? Has he come? Chen Jianqi asked Wu Zhe, his eyes filled with excitement. This was his first time witnessing the manifestation of a divine being. He had only heard tales before. Wu Zhe hesitated before responding. The mountain god has indeed come, but after his intervention, he departed. After Minjio was subdued, he received a message from the mountain god, instructing him to complete matters in Tianyue County before returning to Qinshan Manor. Hearing this, Chen Jianqi felt a twinge of regret. That was a true deity. To meet him would be an immense honor. An elderly man with silver hair approached. Chen Jianqi quickly stepped forward to assist him. Old master, you have endured much. Chen Jianqi pursed his lips, gazing at the weary, injured middle-aged man, feeling a pang of guilt. This is nothing. I am not even seriously wounded. He Liyuan waved his hand dismissively. Having worked as a bodyguard for many years, he was accustomed to injuries. As long as it wasn't a severe wound that required months of recovery, it was merely a minor inconvenience. Master Wu Zhe said politely, bowing slightly. He held a deep admiration for Master He, who had bravely confronted Minjio at a critical moment. Yes, you are the master of Qinshan Manor that little Qin encountered while escorting the goods. Correct? He Liyuan assessed Wu Zhe, speaking slowly. He had heard a mention or two about Wu Zhe from Chen Jianqi before but hadn't paid it much mind. Today, however, he viewed him in a new light. Wu Zhe's skills, particularly his speed, were astonishingly swift, far beyond what a practitioner of the entry into the profound realm could achieve. Chapter 61. Directly targeting Tianyue County, acting decisively. In response to He Liyuan's inquiry, Wu Zhe nodded naturally. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Your skills are commendable. He Liyuan praised that Wu Zhe humbly accepted the compliment, and the two exchanged pleasantries. Then, He Liyuan got straight to the point, asking, Wu Zhe, I heard from Little Chun that it was one of your Qinshan Manor's people who acted just now? Not a person, but a god. Wu Zhe replied solemnly. A god? He Liyuan exclaimed, astonished. He held no doubt regarding Wu Zhe's words. In fact, he was inclined to believe them. The oppressive force of the seal's descent had felt otherworldly. Unlike anything a mere practitioner could muster. There was even a hint of the aura found in temples. The mountain god? He Liyuan inquired further. Wu Zhe nodded, affirming, indeed, it is the mountain god we worship at Qinshan Manor. Upon hearing this, He Liyuan's expression turned serious as he clasped his hands in respect, stating, Today, I have been graced by the mountain god's divine protection. It is truly a stroke of fortune for he to have survived this day. I shall bring my entire family to pay respects and offer incense to the mountain god. His tone was sincere. Surviving today was entirely thanks to the mountain goddess' intervention. I in the world of martial arts. The value of gratitude was paramount. The debt of life-saving grace was greater than that owed to heaven itself. Thus he was determined to visit Qinshan Manor to express his thanks to the mountain god. However, many matters awaited his attention, and preparing for a proper visit to honor the mountain god would take time, so he could only defer until another day. Moreover, he felt a sense of curiosity about this manifested deity. Within the Great Chu territory, countless deities were worshipped, yet few could manifest themselves. Even the so-called greatest of the Tao and Buddhist sects, whose deities had long faded into obscurity, had not appeared for ages. This was a reflection of the trend of the world. The divine and mortal realms were no longer in communion. Then I shall await your visit, Master He, Wu Zhe said, bowing with a smile. Subsequently, the three of them took a moment to organize themselves before following the throngs of laborers back to Tianyue County. He Liyuan and Chen Jianqi had to address the affairs of the escort while bracing themselves for the potential backlash from Min Qianyue. The mission to Tianyue County has been accomplished, with 100,000 laborers rescued. Min Qianyue and his associates' plans have been thwarted, leaving little for him to do henceforth. However, he cannot shake the feeling that having come this far, it would be a shame not to engage in some endeavor. He contemplates recruiting individuals in Tianyue County, hoping to entice a few to join Qianshanzhuang. As the lord of the manor, Wu Zhe has always been mindful of the development of Qianshanzhuang. After slaying the wolf demon in Liyue town alongside Minjiu, Liu opted not to reveal himself but rather retreated alone. Subsequently, he blended into the throng of laborers, entering Tianyue County alongside them. Behind Minjiu stands the county magistrate, Min Xianyue. With the decision to take action made, Liu is determined to eliminate any potential future threats. Min Xianyue, a court official, governs a county of over 700,000 inhabitants and wields the official seal. The fortune of Tianyue County is significantly more robust than that of Taohua County, offering greater potential for mobilization. Despite Min Xianyue currently being an elderly practitioner of the Tongfa realm, should he harness this fortune, his power would likely surge dramatically. Wu Zhe cannot contend with this, nor can he Li Yuan. Hence, Liu chooses to act independently, infiltrating the county to subdue Min Xianyue directly. Upon entering Tianyue County, the gatekeepers are already at a loss, unable and unwilling to stop the influx of 100,000 laborers. Thus, Liu easily gains entry. Tianyue County dwarfs Taohua County in size, boasting far grander architecture, bustling commercial streets filled with taverns and brothels. Creating a lively atmosphere in a secluded alley, Liu employs a spell to alter his appearance to resemble Minjiu. He then strides confidently towards the county office, moving swiftly to avoid being seen by the returning guards. Otherwise, complications would arise. At this moment, within the county office, Min Xianyue sits in the main hall sipping tea. The aroma of the tea wafts through the air, accompanied by delectable pastries on the table. Yet, he finds himself lacking appetite, unable to drink or eat. Agitation brews within him, heightened by the unease that emerged when Minjiu led the laborers out of the city. Suddenly, an inexplicable anxiety washes over him. As if foreboding an imminent calamity, "Steward, has Minjiu returned?" Min Xianyue inquires. The steward, sporting a mustache, flatteringly responds, "My lord, Commander Min has only just left the city. It is unlikely he will return so soon." As he speaks, his eyes dart nervously, and upon noticing Min Xianyue's grim demeanor, he hastily adds, "If it is urgent, I can send someone to summon Commander Min back at once." Hearing this, Min Xianyue's expression softens considerably, and he nods affirmatively. "Very well, do so." The steward acknowledges the command and departs to carry out the task. Min Xianyue takes a sip of tea, and as he raises his gaze once more, he is startled to see Minjiu standing before him. He pauses momentarily before exclaiming, "Jiu, you have returned so swiftly?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than he sensed something amiss. How could he have returned so quickly? He had just dispatched the steward to notify him, and now he appears. Could it be mere coincidence? Yet, this Minjiu seems somewhat different from usual. A sense of wariness arises within Min Xianyue as he stands, furrowing his brow, and fixes a piercing gaze upon Minjiu, coldly stating, "Jiu, your brother is inquiring of you." Liu raises his head, meeting the gaze of the nearly 70-year-old county magistrate. It is difficult to fathom that such an elderly man harbors such malevolent intent. A single command from him could condemn 100,000 lives to the jaws of demons. If the court of the Great Chu is filled with such corrupt officials, its demise is not far off. "I have come to take your life," Liu declares bluntly, raising his hand as the Zhenshan seal flies forth unexpectedly, striking towards Min Xianyue, denying him the opportunity to wield the court's fortune. While he is confident that even if the magistrate were to invoke the court's fortune, he could easily suppress him with the Zhenshan seal, that would be overly troublesome. He prefers to avoid complications, opting for a decisive strike to eliminate him before he can mobilize any fortune. You are not Minjiu?" Min Xianyue's expression shifts dramatically as he retrieves the white jade official seal from his sleeve. But the Zhenshan seal has already reached him, leaving him no chance to react, crashing against his forehead with a resounding bang. Min Xianyue is sent flying, blood mixed with fragments of his brain spewing forth. As he crashes against the screen behind the hall, splitting it in two and collapsing atop him, breathless and lifeless, he perishes on the spot. Liu's strike this time is devoid of restraint. Although the Zhenshan seal does not expand, the might contained within it has only intensified. How could an elderly practitioner of the Tongfa realm, such as Min Xianyue, withstand such an onslaught? Liu retrieves the white jade official seal from the ground. Feeling the immense fortune it embodies, and a sense of satisfaction blooms within him. He had not anticipated this additional gain. Chapter 62. Acquiring the official seal, the secret passage beneath. During the assassination of Minjiu, Liu had already resolved to eliminate Min Qianyue as well. Court officials are typically challenging adversaries, thus a surprise attack is imperative. He employed stealthy tactics, ensuring Min Qianyue had no chance to utilize the official seal. After slaying Min Qianyue, Liu does not linger to tidy up the scene, but instead turns to leave. By the time the county office personnel discover Min Qianyue's corpse, his transformed self has already departed Tianyue County. Returning to Shanshan, holding the white jade official seal in his hand, he examines it closely. Setting aside other considerations, the craftsmanship of this seal is truly remarkable, exquisitely made, a work of a master artisan. Inside the official seal lies a thread of court fortune, not abundant but exceedingly pure. Liu delves into it with his spiritual awareness, discerning that this court fortune, while overall similar to his own incense merit, possesses subtle distinctions, it perhaps the difference between innate and acquired. He ponders, noting that this fortune is far more complex than his incense merit. This official seal can essentially be regarded as a magical artifact. Albeit of only first-tier rank, its sole function being to mobilize the fortune of its corresponding jurisdiction. By taking the official seal, should a new magistrate arrive in Tianyue County, they would be unable to harness its fortune, unless they could reclaim it from Liu. Stowing the official seal away, Liu retrieves the Zhenshan seal, probing its depths with his spiritual awareness. Following the slaying of the wolf demon, the harmless energy extracted during its refinement is stored within the seal. This harmless energy appears pure white, coalescing into a sphere, exuding a spiritual essence that is exceedingly refined. He attempts to absorb this harmless energy directly, but ultimately finds it impossible, feeling a pang of regret. It seems that if he wishes to grow stronger, he must pursue the path of accumulating incense merit alone. Contemplating this, Liu resolves that since he cannot absorb the harmless energy himself, it must be left for his subordinates. It is time to take action in Taohua County as well. He casts his mind towards Taohua County, where the Min brothers have perished, leaving only the likes of the monk Sangue and a few others. At this moment, Sangue remains unaware of the events unfolding in Tianyue County. He, along with Wang Hu and Cheng Qianfang, have gathered at Jinlong Temple. Upon their meeting, Wang Hu directly inquires, "Master Sangue, have you summoned us to finalize our plans?" Sangue nods, his gaze solemn. "We must prepare ourselves. Once the blood elixir from Tianyue County arrives, we can awaken the Buddha seed." Upon hearing this, excitement flickers across Wang Hu and Cheng Qianfang's faces, anticipation building within them. After plotting for such an extended period, they are finally on the brink of reaping their rewards. Subsequently, led by Sangue, the three make their way to the center of the Buddha Hall. Behind the statue of Buddha, a concealed door awaits. Sangue steps forward and gently pushes it open. A faint creaking sound resonates as the hidden door reveals itself to the trio. Without hesitation, they proceed downward. To their astonishment, a hidden underground chamber lies before them, explaining why it had previously gone unnoticed. In the shadows, Liu's spiritual awareness follows closely, observing as the three enter the secret chamber. The passage within the chamber stretches long, intricately designed with several barriers to isolate spiritual senses, indicating considerable effort has been invested. There are magical restrictions and various physical traps, creating a labyrinthine complexity that even the trio must navigate with care. After several twists and turns, they finally arrive at the heart of the chamber. The center of the chamber stands an altar, surrounded by a pool of dark red blood, bubbling and steaming ominously. Atop the altar, a childlike figure sits cross-legged, with pale skin, devoid of hair, hands clasped together in a pose reminiscent of Buddha. Is this the Buddha seed? Cheng Qianfang, entering the chamber for the first time, gazes upon the altar's Buddha seed with uncertainty. The eyes of Sangue glimmer with fervor as he utters a Buddhist chant before exclaiming, "Indeed, this is the Buddha seed, which I have nurtured for 100 days. It possesses innate Buddha nature, comparable to a heavenly elixir." Upon hearing Sangue's words, the expressions of Wang Hu and Cheng Qianfang ignite with fervor, their anticipation palpable. The Buddha seed at the altar seems almost alive, its nostrils flaring with breath, its chest rising and falling, indistinguishable from that of a living child. Soon, the Buddha seed has already birthed life. We are merely a step away from awakening its spiritual essence. Only by awakening its consciousness can the Buddha seed achieve perfection. The more Sangue speaks, the more animated he becomes, envisioning a future where his long-damaged foundation is restored. advancing his realm and ultimately reaching the realm of God. Wang Hu and Cheng Qianfeng, equally excited, rely heavily on this entity for their continued existence. Yet, as Liu enters the underground chamber and gazes upon the Buddha seed, a shock reverberates within him. Previously, when he heard of San Gui's conspiracy to nurture the Buddha seed, he assumed it to be some rare treasure. However, he is horrified to discover that it is, in fact, a living child. Consuming the Buddha seed? Are they planning to eat a human? In that instant, Liu is overwhelmed with disgust. They truly are inhumane, willing to resort to any depraved act in their pursuit of power. A chill enveloped his heart as he surmised that this Buddha seed was not a genuine human, but rather a creation of the San Gui monk, birthed through some arcane means. Nevertheless, its appearance was indistinguishable from that of a true human. If endowed with sentience, it would indeed be a living being. The thought of humans consuming one another revolted Liu even more than the notion of demons devouring humans. At that moment, the three were gathered in one place, leaving no room for escape. They could be ensnared in one fell swoop. Just as the three San Gui monks fixated on the Buddha seed with fervent gazes, the underground chamber suddenly trembled violently. Their expressions shifted as they swiftly turned, eyes widening with caution. "Who goes there?" The San Gui monk spoke coldly, summoning his alms bowl and several newly acquired artifacts into his hands. A wave of dread washed over him. The underground chamber was his most secure sanctuary. Previously, even Cheng Qianfeng had never been brought here. Only Wang Hu had entered. To think someone could infiltrate it without his knowledge filled him with trepidation and furious indignation. The awakening of the Buddha seed was imminent. It was his cornerstone for recovery, and he could not allow anyone to seize it. In response to the San Gui monk's shout, Liu remained silent. He conjured the Dharma realm and manifested a towering golden giant over 10 feet tall within the underground chamber. The moment the golden giant appeared, it dominated half the space, exuding an overwhelming pressure that left the three utterly astonished. Is this creature? Wang Hu's eyelids twitched. After years of service, he had encountered many demons. Yet this scene was unprecedented. The eldest, Cheng Qianfeng, was so taken aback that he collapsed to the ground, his face pale and eyes wide with terror. He could sense that against this golden giant, he had no means of retaliation, and the thought of resistance fled from his mind. Meanwhile, the San Gui monk's demeanor shifted upon feeling the unfathomable pressure. His expression morphed drastically. Chapter 63. The dust settles. The placement of the Buddha seed. It's you, the shadow god realm behind the divine movement? The San Gui monk gritted his teeth, fear etched across his features, his rage boiling within. The last time he had sought trouble with Qian Ku at Qianshan Manor, he had been outmaneuvered, resulting in the destruction of the relics left by the founder. His sole means of survival had vanished, leaving him heartbroken. He had assumed this individual was a rogue cultivator and thought that as long as he did not provoke him again, all would be well. Yet, unexpectedly, even without provocation, this person had come knocking. "Senior, my previous offense was inexcusable. I apologize for my past actions. Should you be displeased, I can offer a portion of the Buddha seed as a token of goodwill." The San Gui monk composed himself, realizing that they were no match for the shadow god realm and could only reluctantly relinquish some benefits. "What if I refuse?" Liu replied coolly. The pressure intensified, causing cold sweat to bead on the San Gui monk's forehead. It was an oppressive force he could hardly bear. Was this truly merely the shadow god realm? Surely, even the yang god realm would not possess such might. In that instant, the San Gui monk understood he had provoked a formidable adversary. His mind was clear. No benefit was worth sacrificing his life. As long as he lived, there was still hope, but if he perished, he would lose everything. He hastily bowed his head, his tone respectful. "If the senior desires it all, we shall willingly present it to you." Yet Liu paid him no heed. After a lengthy pause, the San Gui monk gritted his teeth and produced all 4 of his artifacts, along with some treasured manuscripts. "Senior, this constitutes all that I possess. I implore you to overlook my past transgressions and grant me a chance at survival." Considering I am a disciple of the Golden Dragon Temple, he emphasized the words disciple of the Golden Dragon Temple to remind Liu of his esteemed background. This statement elicited a chuckle from Liu. The so-called foremost Buddhist sect was of little concern to him. Although killing the San Gui monk might invite complications, Sparing him would not alleviate any troubles. What of the Golden Dragon Temple? He had come today to claim their lives, and any struggle would be futile. Li Yu's voice was cold as he declared, having already marked the three for death. Upon hearing this, despair surged within the Sangui monk. As a practitioner of the profound realm, he stood no chance against the Shadow God realm, let alone an even more powerful presence. His expression hardened as he shouted furiously, "I am a direct disciple of the Golden Dragon Temple. If you kill me, they will not let this rest. No matter where you hide, they will hunt you down to annihilate you, and your primordial spirit shall be cast into the soul-refining lamp, doomed to reincarnate eternally." As he spoke, he pressed a drop of blood from his palm and retrieved a small Buddhist bell, intending to send a message before his demise. However, Li Yu was not foolish enough to allow him to contact the Golden Dragon Temple. Before the Sangui monk could toll the bell, Li Yu acted decisively. The Golden Giant's hand reached out, snapping the Sangui monk's neck as easily as crushing an ant, simultaneously shattering the bell. The Sangui monk fell lifeless to the ground, his body thudding heavily. Wang Hu and Cheng Qianfang were left utterly stunned. They hastily knelt, pleading for mercy, tears streaming down their faces. "Senior, spare us. We were coerced into this by the Sangui monk. We are victims, he is the true villain." Wang Hu blubbered, his performance alarmingly genuine. Cheng Qianfang wept openly, begging for clemency. Li Yu observed their theatrical display with a cold gaze. Had he not been privy to the truth? He might have been deceived by their act. Without any hesitation, both met the same fate as the Sangui monk. Their necks snapped, and they fell lifeless in a single day. 3 county magistrates had been slain. At last, the dust had settled. The mastermind behind the Buddha Seeds conspiracy, the Sangui monk, lay dead, and his accomplices had followed suit, bringing this matter to a close. Though the magistrates of Taohua County and Tianyue County were deceased, leading to a likely period of chaos, Li Yu could not intervene in Tianyue County, which was beyond his reach. However, Taohua County fell within his domain, and he could devise a plan to incorporate it into his influence. This required careful consideration, as there were more pressing matters to address. Li Yu turned his attention to the Buddha seed at the altar. He had not noticed earlier that, following the deaths of the Sangui monks, their blood flowed into the blood pool, causing the liquid to bubble and churn. The Buddha seed began to exhibit changes, its skin shimmering as if on the verge of awakening. Yet, it seemed to lack that final nudge. Ultimately failing to awaken, Li Yu felt a sense of curiosity. Upon probing with his spiritual sense, he discovered that the Buddha seed had indeed developed sentience. However, this sentience was flawed and incomplete, which explained its failure to awaken. The Buddha seed upon the altar was akin to a colossal medicinal entity, birthed through the Sangui monk's secret arts, utilizing various precious materials and the lives of over 100,000 individuals. It could be said that from its inception, the Buddha seed bore the weight of countless lives. An enticing fragrance emanated from the Buddha seed, drawing in any ordinary person who caught a whiff. Inciting an uncontrollable desire to take a bite. In simpler terms, it was akin to the flesh of Tang Song, possessing considerable allure. Yet, Li Yu felt no such temptation. After all, he was now a mountain. Gazing upon the Buddha seed, he found himself in a dilemma, uncertain how to proceed. Like the Sangui monks, he could not treat the Buddha seed as a mere medicinal entity to consume. Nor could he bestow it upon his subordinates. The Buddha seed was not human, yet it had become indistinguishable from one. It possessed organs, blood, skin, and sentience. It merely lacked that final spark to awaken it. After some contemplation, Li Yu ultimately resolved to transport the Buddha seed to the sacred mountain for safekeeping. This was the most prudent course of action. Leaving it unattended could result in a horrific scene should it be discovered by others. Paying no mind to the 3 corpses on the ground, Li Yu directly retrieved the Buddha seed and returned to the sacred mountain. He did not entrust the Buddha seed to Bai Liang and his associates at Qianshan Manor. Instead, he ascended to the mountainside and found a cave to secure it. Fortunately, the Buddha seed was inherently extraordinary and could sustain itself without food or water, merely requiring ample spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth. This was not a concern for Li Yu, as the sacred mountain was rich in such energies. The spiritual essence was far denser here than in other locales, and since his ascension to the 3rd-tier spirit mountain, the concentration of spiritual energy had increased significantly, elevating it to a new level. Even Bai Liang and Li Shui had experienced accelerated cultivation, while ordinary villagers felt the air around the sacred mountain had become invigorating, enhancing their vigor for work. Once the Buddha seed was secured and all matters settled, Liu instructed Bai Liang to dispatch individuals to Taohua County to wrap things up. Chapter 64. A monthly salary of mere several taels. What are we fighting for? While busily managing affairs at Qinshan Manor, Bai Liang was momentarily taken aback upon receiving the message. Dispatching people to Taohua County? He quickly realized, his expression shifting to one of excitement. If the mountain deity commanded him to go, it meant the matter had been entirely resolved. Bai Liang held unreserved trust in the mountain deity. Since the mountain deity instructed him to head to Taohua County, he would not hesitate. Setting aside his current tasks, he exited the shrine and selected some capable individuals from Qinshan Manor, including Qing, Shangguan Xiuyu, and Du Tiandao, among others. Bai Zhuangzhu, what is the purpose of this grand mobilization? Qing inquired, glancing around at the assembled comrades, a look of confusion on his face. All those summoned were skilled members of Qinshan Manor, and his first instinct was that there must be an enemy threatening the village. We are bound for Taohua County, as per the mountain deity's edict. You will understand once we arrive. Bai Liang offered no further explanation, knowing that Qing and the others were unaware of the Sangue monks' conspiracy. Elaborating would be a waste of time. They only needed to know it was the mountain deity's command. Upon hearing it was the mountain deity's directive, the expressions of Qing and the others grew serious, and they ceased their inquiries. Subsequently, Bai Liang led the team of over a dozen individuals toward Taohua County to at that moment. Taohua County had not yet descended into chaos, as Wang Hu had vanished only recently, and the townsfolk remained oblivious to the events unfolding. The guards stationed at the city are merely ordinary individuals, albeit with slightly better skills. Sai, have you noticed that Captain Wang has been absent these past few days? No one has seen him around at the city gate. Several guards are idly chatting. Who knows? He has probably lost in some brothel, indulging in the company of women. Ha ha ha, that is true, given Captain Wang's nature. As they jest and laugh, they suddenly catch sight of a formidable group approaching in the distance. One guard's expression changes, and he steps forward, shouting, "Halt! This county is under lockdown. No one is allowed to enter." His voice carries far, yet the approaching party shows no sign of stopping, continuing relentlessly towards the county gate. The guards grow anxious. They are ordinary folk who typically take advantage of the weak. But to confront this intimidating group of suspected refugees is beyond their courage. The court grants them only a meager stipend of 12 taels a month. What reason do they have to risk their lives? Sound the alarm, close the city gates. The guards execute these orders with haste. Quickly, summon Captain Wang. One guard cries out, realizing that only the second-tier cultivator, Captain Wang, can handle this situation. Outside, Bai Liang and his companions arrive. Gazing at the tightly shut city gates, a frown creasing Bai Liang's brow. Let me handle this. At that moment, Du Tiandao, a robust man resembling a small giant, steps forward. Bai Liang turns to him, asking, that gate is made of solid wood and is exceedingly heavy. Do you think you can manage it? Du Tiandao grins broadly and replies, Bai Zhuangzhu, you should be asking how long that gate can withstand my strength. With that, he strides out of the formation and stands before the gate. The gate towers 2 zhang high, crafted entirely from thick, solid wood. Its edges are reinforced with iron sheeting, making it resistant to cracking. The guards watch in astonishment through a small window, questioning Du Tiandao's intentions. Is he truly attempting to break down the gate with sheer brute force? Insanity. That gate weighs 1,000 jin. No ordinary strength could shatter it, unless one were a cultivator of significant skill. The guards dismiss the idea that Du Tiandao could breach the gate, for he appears to be nothing but an ordinary man. The thought of an ordinary person attempting to force open a gate weighing several thousand jin is nothing short of a fool's dream. Yet, the ensuing spectacle leaves them utterly astounded. Du Tiandao positions himself before the gate, pressing his palms against it. He inhales deeply and bellows, expending all his might in a powerful thrust. The sound of creaking fills the air as the gate emits a resounding noise. The wooden stakes securing the gate begin to crack, and the guards watch in horror as the situation unfolds. By the time they realize they should reinforce the stakes, it is already too late. With a thunderous crash, the stakes splinter apart, and the gate is flung open. Bai Liang and his party, witnessing this, break into smiles and quickly follow through, successfully entering Taohua County. The guards stationed at the gate have long since fled. Not that they care whether the county magistrate will hold them accountable later. Survival is their immediate concern. With a group so aggressive, who knows what might happen if they cross paths? After all, with a monthly stipend of merely a dozen taels, why risk one's life? Upon entering the county, Du Tiandao inquires, by Zhuanzhu, where are we headed? To the prison. Bai Liang responds directly. The message from the mountain deity instructed him to first rescue Qian Ku from the prison. Du Tiandao nods, and the group marches towards the prison with great determination. The guards assigned to this location have already received word from their colleagues about the impending arrival, and they have promptly fled without a trace. By the time Bai Liang and his party reach the prison, it stands empty, save for the prisoners still confined within. Upon entering, Bai Liang soon spots Qian Ku, who appears as if he has been rendered a mere shell of a man. Qian Ku lies on the floor of his cell, staring blankly at the ceiling. As Bai Liang approaches, he does not even recognize him. Qian Ku, what has happened to you? Are you still alive? Bai Liang asks, his brow furrowed in concern. He never anticipated Qian Ku would suffer to such an extent. What kind of torment had he endured? Hearing Bai Liang's voice, Qian Ku slowly comes to his senses. Recognizing Bai Liang, a flicker of light returns to his eyes. You finally came. With immense weakness, he utters these words, and as if a weight has been lifted, he promptly faints. Oh, not worry. The mountain deity will heal you. Bai Liang murmurs gently, instructing his companions to carry Qian Ku out. As they exit the cell, Bai Liang suddenly catches sight of a familiar figure in the adjacent cell. Upon closer inspection, he realizes who it is. You, the Taoist from Xinqing Temple? Bai Liang exclaims in surprise, never expecting to encounter this individual here. The figure in the cell slowly turns, her complexion pale. Upon seeing Bai Liang, she appears taken aback, yet recalling the hidden power behind Qian Shan Manor. It seems quite reasonable. Free me, please. I am in dire straits. She speaks, her voice frail, as if a mere gust of wind could topple her. Bai Liang frowns but ultimately instructs Du Tiandao to break open the cell door, freeing her. Once outside the prison, Bai Liang heads straight for the county office. The mountain deity has just sent him a message detailing the current state of Taohua County. The Wang family has perished, and both Monk Sanggu and Chang Qianfang have met their end as well. The only combatant among the guards, Captain Wang, had long since been sacrificed to nourish the Buddhist seed. At this moment, Taohua County is devoid of a backbone, a prime opportunity for takeover. Upon arriving at the county office, the clerk, still oblivious to the situation, is about to scold them when Erqing swiftly steps forward, subduing him without hesitation. Stop! What are you doing? Are you staging a rebellion? The clerk, irate, glares at Bai Liang and the others. Oh, we are not the ones rebelling. It is you who wishes to rebel, Bai Liang retorts coldly. And after seizing control of the county office, he leads his companions to Jinlong Temple. Following the mountain deity's guidance, they quickly locate the underground chamber, where they discover the corpses of Monk Sanggu and his companions. The sight within the underground chamber shocks Bai Liang and the others. A vast pool of blood fills the space, the stench overwhelming as they step inside, nearly causing them to retch. They pull the bodies from the chamber and set them aside in the temple before returning to the county office to assess the situation in the county. Though Bai Liang is a scholar, he is not particularly adept at managing a county, and he can only rely on the clerk to answer his questions. If you answer well, you need not suffer any physical punishment. Bai Liang states to the clerk, a shrewd man in his 40s, grimaces in pain while nodding vigorously. I will cooperate. I will certainly cooperate. I will tell you everything I know. Ask away. The clerk understands the wisdom of being pragmatic and quickly changes his demeanor. Satisfied, Bai Liang nods and asks, how much do you know about the secret schemes of Wang Hu and Monk Sanggu? I have some guesses, but I do not know much. They would not discuss such matters with me. The clerk replies, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. What led you to your conclusions? Bai Liang presses further. I have read for a few years, and my promotion to clerk was based on my genuine abilities. I have been by County Magistrate Wang's side day and night. If I could not deduce this, how could I call myself a clerk? The clerk boasts with a hint of pride in his tone. Confident in his own capabilities, then why did he not kill you? Bai Liang suddenly inquires. The clerk hesitates, then falls silent for a moment before responding. He did not kill me simply because the time was not right. Once County Magistrate Wang's plans come to fruition, my time will be up. This revelation surprises Bai Liang, who chuckles, "You possess a degree of self-awareness. But why not flee?" The clerk immediately offers a bitter smile. "Flee? In this world, where can one escape to without being devoured? Where could I possibly go?" Having navigated the dark dealings of the officialdom, the clerk is all too familiar with the grim reality of survival. Initially filled with anger and disgust, he has long since succumbed to numbness. For now, remain here in the county office, fulfill your duties, and maintain order in Taohua County. Bai Liang nods, tentatively acknowledging the clerk's worth. "Thank you, my lord, for your mercy." The clerk bows deeply, his rapid change of allegiance weighing lightly on his conscience, for he is driven by the instinct to survive. Subsequently, under Bai Liang's watchful eye, the clerk begins to rectify the affairs of Taohua County. Starting with the guards, fortunately, with Captain Wang's demise, dealing with the guards becomes considerably easier. Among them are 2 first-tier cultivators, yet these 2 are quite cautious and prefer to stay low profile. They simply wish to continue their lives in Taohua County, indifferent as to who becomes the county magistrate, as long as their positions remain unchanged. True to his experience in the bureaucratic realm, the clerk first offers these 2 a raise in their stipend to win their favor. Quickly earning their goodwill, he then instructs them to lead the charge in apprehending the disobedient guards. Those who resist will be subdued, and if they remain unyielding, they will be imprisoned. Through this strategic maneuvering, the problem with the guards is decisively resolved. Next, the focus shifts to the wealthy merchants and influential families within the county, many of whom have strong ties to County Magistrate Wang. Fortunately, these connections are rooted in mutual interests. The clerk tactfully concedes ground, generously relinquishing benefits, as they are ultimately Wang whose interests, not his own. The issue is swiftly resolved, and the clerk engages in jovial conversation with several wealthy merchants, appearing as if they were old acquaintances. "From now on, we look forward to your guidance, Clerk Zhang." "Oh no, I mean County Magistrate Zhang." One merchant raises his cup, testing the waters. "Let us not get ahead of ourselves. Still call me Clerk Zhang." The clerk replies, raising his own cup in response. This exchange reassures the merchants and noble families, instilling in them the understanding that Clerk Zhang has backing, serving merely as a figurehead. However, they were also disinclined to delve into the identities of those behind the scenes. Since the figure behind had chosen to present Zhang Shiya, his words would thus reflect the intentions of that individual. Life continued as usual, and all remained peaceful. After bidding farewell to the wealthy merchants and affluent families, Zhang Shiya proceeded to the rear hall, where he found Bai Liang. "Sir, the matters have been concluded, and now Taohua County is firmly under control," Zhang Shiya reported with his head bowed. Bai Liang nodded, surprised at how smoothly everything had transpired. Zhang Shiya's every action was justified by the fact that the Wang family was gravely ill and unable to attend to affairs, allowing him to step in as their representative. Taohua County falls under the jurisdiction of the Great Chu dynasty, where county magistrates must be appointed by the court. Thus, a direct replacement of the magistrate would amount to rebellion. The consequences of rebellion are dire. Despite the current hesitation of the Great Chu court regarding demons and monsters, should it come to dealing with its own people, it would strike with overwhelming force. The current emperor is exceptionally wise and benevolent, governing with compassion, resulting in a harmonious and prosperous populace. Therefore, how could rebellion possibly occur? If one were to commit murder and arson in the county, colluding with demons, the court would typically turn a blind eye. However, should one openly rebel and the news reach the capital, the emperor would be enraged, condemning the governor for a grievous error, marking it as a blemish on their political achievements. The internal strife within the court had already reached a pathological level. Such a blemish would provide enemies with the opportunity to impeach the governor as a criminal. In such a dysfunctional political environment, a governor would never allow the specter of rebellion to arise in their jurisdiction. Should it occur, they would surely unleash a thunderous reprisal. Thus, for the time being in Taohua County, Zhang Shiya must serve as a stand-in, publicly declaring that the Wang family is gravely ill as long as rebellion remains concealed. The governor's office would generally not intervene. Bai Liang felt a sense of sorrow. With such a court in power, how much suffering must the common people endure? He sighed softly, realizing there was little he could change, and could only hope for a gradual improvement in the court's conduct. He entrusted the affairs of Taohua County to Zhang Shiya, instructing Du Tiandao and a few others to monitor him closely to prevent any underhanded actions. Bai Liang, along with the others, carried the unconscious Qian Ke back to Qianshan Manor. Qian Ku was gravely injured, his foundation severely compromised, his entire body rendered incapacitated. He was left with just a breath of life. Without effective treatment, he would not survive for long. Upon returning to Qianshan Manor, they entered the temple and placed Qian Ku on the ground. Bai Liang lit incense and knelt in reverence. Disciple Bai Liang, in accordance with the mountain deity's decree, has brought Qian Ku to the temple. Chapter 66. Divine Techniques, Transmission of Tao. Li Yu's divine consciousness arrived at the temple, observing Bai Liang kneeling below, alongside the gravely injured and unconscious Qian Ku. Qian Ku had been brought back at Li Yu's behest for the purpose of healing. The third divine ability, Revival of Incense, could revive the dead and restore flesh and bone. Qian Ku's injuries were trivial in comparison and could be easily remedied. However, this would require a certain expenditure of merit points, which Li Yu had yet to utilize and was uncertain of the exact cost. Glancing at the panel, having recently upgraded to the third-tier Ling Shan, his remaining merit points were limited. Realm, third-tier Ling Shan merit points, 3513-100-0000 Divine Abilities. Blessing of the Mountain Deity, Law Manifesting Heaven and Earth, Revival of Incense Spells, Manifestation Magical Artifacts, Mountain Suppression Seal. Heart Mirror. With only 3,000 merit points left, it should suffice to perform the revival of incense once. After all, Qian Ku was merely a first-tier practitioner. The higher the realm of the target, the greater the consumption of merit points would be. Li Yu invoked Revival of Incense, and in an instant, white light enveloped the area, transforming into raindrops that gently fell like spring rain nourishing all things, covering Qian Ku's entire body. Bai Liang, witnessing this, felt a surge of excitement. Simultaneously, he sensed that this miraculous rain, which appeared out of thin air in the temple, contained vibrant life force, igniting a longing for life within him. He understood that this was the mountain deity's power. Only a deity could revive the dead and restore flesh and bone. As the rain nourished him, Qian Ku's wounds began to heal rapidly. Broken bones reconnected and closed, and the gaping wounds on his skin began to mend, expelling dark bruises from his body, which dissipated as his condition swiftly improved. Before long, Qian Ku emitted a comfortable groan and gradually awakened. Rising from the ground, he looked around in confusion, recognizing the familiar surroundings of Qianshan Manor's temple, slowly realizing his present situation. Brother Qian, how do you feel now? Bai Liang approached and helped Qian Ku to his feet. His gaze filled with curiosity. He had witnessed Qian Ku, on the brink of death, restored to health in the blink of an eye by the rain. This scene was simply astonishing, akin to divine intervention. I feel quite well, though my head is a bit heavy. Perhaps I slept for too long, Qian Ku replied, assessing his physical condition, his face reflecting disbelief. He was all too aware of his previous state. His bones shattered, multiple internal and external injuries, and a ruined foundation, leaving him a veritable waste, with no hope of recovery. Yet now, he felt invigorated, his injuries seemingly non-existent, aside from a slight heaviness in his head. Even more astonishingly, his previously damaged foundation not only restored itself but seemed to have improved slightly. Previously, his cultivation could only be described as that of an ordinary person, but now he felt himself surpassing that standard. This was truly an unexpected delight. Do not underestimate this slight enhancement in your foundation. It might just enable you to break through the long-standing barriers and advance to the second-tier Tongfa realm. Qian Ku thought with immense joy. After the initial excitement, he quickly knelt in gratitude to the mountain deity. Disciple Qian Ku, I thank the mountain deity for your divine grace. He bowed respectfully, prostrating himself 9 times. Brother Qian, this could be viewed as a blessing in disguise, Bai Liang remarked with a smile. Hearing that Qian Ku's foundation, or rather, his cultivation talent had improved somewhat, he too was astonished. It seemed the mountain deity held Qian Ku in high regard, granting him additional benefits. Li Yu, having completed the invocation of Revival of Incense, watched Qian Ku's transformation with interest. He had not anticipated that Revival of Incense would also enhance one's foundation, although the improvement was modest. It was nonetheless significant. The expenditure of 3,000 merit points was neither excessive nor insufficient, and it was a worthwhile investment, considering Qian Ku was a practitioner. If he were an ordinary person, the cost would have been even less. Now that acquiring merit points was relatively easier, Qianshan Manor could consistently yield nearly 2,000 points daily. In 10 days, that would total 20,000. In a month, 60,000 over the course of a year. That would amount to over 700,000 merit points. This was still at the current population level of Qianshan Manor, and should the population increase, the merit points would only grow further. However, the merit points required for his own advancement were considerable. Currently, he needed an astounding 1 million merit points to progress to the 4th tier. At the current rate of accumulation, it would take a year and a half to reach that goal. Nevertheless, with Taohua County indirectly under Qianshan Manor's control, incorporating it into the Divine Mountain sphere of influence would not be difficult, if over 100,000 individuals were to become his followers. The merit increase would be formidable. However, this is no simple task. Gaining followers is not merely a matter of superficial worship, but requires genuine faith from the heart, which would gradually enhance his merit value. Thus, time is essential for development. 100,000 followers must be cultivated slowly. It is not something that can be easily acquired, Liu mused silently. Fortunately, the 10,000 people in Taohua County are self-sustaining, so they would not burden Qianshan Manor, as long as individuals are sent to Taohua County to spread the doctrine and promote the Divine Mountain. The residents will gradually become his followers. This requires a slow and steady approach. There is no need for haste. In contrast, regarding the 10,000 laborers in Tianyue County whom Liu had saved, he had contemplated revealing his divine power publicly to incorporate them as his followers. However, that would amount to an overwhelming number, far beyond what Qianshan Manor could accommodate. Given the current scale of Qianshan Manor, it could only manage an additional 1,000 individuals. Any more would lead to issues concerning food, housing, and management, becoming a burden. Instead, Liu himself did not feel an urgent need to elevate his realm, as he had yet to encounter a worthy opponent at the 3rd tier Lingshan. Thus, he was not in a rush for the Divine Mountain's development. Progress should be made step by step, as taking too large of a leap could yield undesirable consequences. The ideal scenario would be for the residents of Qianshan Manor to venture out, spreading the doctrine and promoting the Divine Mountain. This would not only prevent any burden on the newly established Qianshan Manor, but would also facilitate the development of followers and the acquisition of merit. However, Qianshan Manor currently lacked the talent for this endeavor, which would need to be nurtured slowly over time. In the temple, after expressing his gratitude to the mountain deity, Qianku stood and conversed with Bai Liang. Upon hearing that the Wang family had perished, including the monk San Gui and Cheng Qianfang, who had been vanquished by the mountain deity's divine manifestation, Qianku was left momentarily stunned. After a long pause, he exhaled heavily. Good riddance. Those wretched beings, how could I have once served the Wang family? The thought filled him with deep shame. Bai Liang, however, comforted him, saying, recognizing one's mistakes and seeking to amend them is of utmost importance. Qianku was not a malevolent individual. His previous opposition had merely stemmed from differing positions. Now that he had allied with Qianshan Manor, he had become one of them. Chapter 67. Spiritual Fruits. Technical Professions. I must return to Taohua County to fulfill my promise to the mountain deity, Qianku suddenly declared with solemnity. Upon hearing this, Bai Liang recalled Qianku's earlier intention to establish a temple in Taohua County to spread the teachings of the mountain deity and promote the faith. That is feasible. Now that we control Taohua County, if you go, I will ensure Zhang Shiya fully cooperates with you. Bai Liang nodded, wholeheartedly supporting Qianku's plan. The grace of the mountain deity is boundless. How could the incense offerings be confined to merely the Qianshan Manor? It must be widely propagated, allowing more individuals to venerate and believe in the mountain deity. Qianku expresses profound gratitude to Master Bai, clasping his fists earnestly. There is no need for thanks among us. We are all working for the mountain deity, Bai Liang replies with a faint smile. Qianku nods in agreement, his demeanor respectful. Indeed, it is all in service of the mountain deity. The two continue their discussion for quite some time. Eventually, Qianku exits the temple and heads towards Taohua County. The villagers who had been waiting outside are struck with astonishment upon seeing Qianku emerge. They had witnessed him on the brink of death, yet now he appears lively and vigorous. Connecting this miraculous recovery to his visit to the temple, they begin to accept it as a natural occurrence. The mountain deity has manifested, capable of reviving even the deceased. What is it to save a seriously injured person? Soon, the villagers return to their own affairs. The development of Qianshan Manor has been steadily progressing. Despite its population being under 1,000, it is teeming with vitality. The sacred mountain is immense, towering over 1,000 zhang and stretching for thousands of meters. Qinshan Manor occupies but a small corner of the sacred mountain. With vast regions still unexplored, on this day, Xiaohu leads several children from the village, frolicking deeper into the sacred mountain, venturing farther from Qinshan Manor. Quick! There's a fruit tree here, laden with many fruits. One child exclaims, his voice brimming with excitement. Hearing this, Xiaohu and the others rush over, discovering a fruit tree over a meter tall, its branches adorned with 4 or 5 crystalline fruits. The fruits emit a tantalizing fragrance, stirring appetites and causing mouths to water. Brother Hu, this smells delightful. Can we eat it? The child who found the tree asks, unable to suppress his desire as he swallows hard. Xiaohu, equally tempted, exercises caution and suppresses his cravings. We've never seen this fruit before. We can't eat something unfamiliar. Uncle Bai taught us that. Let us take it back to the village and have Uncle Bai identify it. Hearing that they cannot eat the fruit, the children's expressions fall, but they comply. They pick the fruits from the tree and wrap them in their clothing, stowing them away. They even remember to uproot the tree and bring it back to the village. By the way, Brother Hu, have you noticed how splendid the environment is here? Everyone feels invigorated. I noticed long ago. What is so strange about it? This is the sacred mountain. It naturally differs from the outside world. Oh, it seems more apparent than before. I think it's the mountain deity manifesting, specially watching over us, ensuring we sleep more soundly. Meanwhile, not far from Qinshan Manor, Wu Zhe sits atop a horse-drawn carriage. Behind him a convoy of dozens of carriages filled with people. Oh, young Master Wu, are we not yet at the Qinshan Manor you mentioned? A sultry voice calls from a nearby carriage. Wu Zhe peers through the window, meeting the gaze of a captivating woman in her 30s, her eyes alluring and her lips slightly bitten, exuding an irresistible charm. Wu steadies himself, diverting his gaze as he replies, Miss Long, we shall arrive shortly. There's no need to hurry. Internally, he feels a sense of helplessness. Initially, he intended merely to gather some people from Tianyue County to bring to Qinshan Manor, but unforeseen events transpired. This Miss Long is the proprietress of a brothel in Tianyue County, and Wu Zhe recalls the suggestion made by Shangguan Xiuyu. Thus, while in Tianyue, he had thought to inquire about the prices for redeeming a girl from the brothel. However, upon asking, he was taken aback by the exorbitant costs. The lowest price for the most ordinary courtesan started at 50 taels of silver, far beyond his initial expectations. Upon learning of such high prices, Wu Zhe intended to slip away. Just then, he was encountered by He Liyuan of the Liyuan Escort Agency. After understanding the situation, He Liyuan, with a grand gesture, purchased the entire brothel as a gift for Wu Zhe. Wu Zhe repeatedly declined, insisting that it was not as He Liyuan perceived, and after much discussion, he managed to clarify the situation. However, once He Liyuan made the gesture, it became unreasonable to retract it. Ultimately, with no other choice, Wu Zhe called upon all the women from the brothel to inquire if they wished to accompany him to Qinshan Manor. Only a handful expressed interest, totaling no more than 30 individuals. The rest he did not force, allowing them to depart. Apart from those 30-odd courtesans, the remaining individuals comprised artisans he had recruited from Tianyue County. These artisans were among the 100,000 laborers and were familiar with Wu Zhe, aware of his status as a practitioner. Thus, they agreed to join him. Those chosen were all skilled craftsmen, blacksmiths, embroiderers, and physicians. Among others, these artisans were precisely what Qinshan Manor lacked at that time. Wu Zhe's recruitment of these craftsmen perfectly filled the void in Qinshan Manor. The carriage soon arrived at Qinshan Manor, where the villagers on lookout rushed forward to inquire about the situation. Upon seeing Wu Zhe disembark, their faces lit up with joy. Master, you have returned. Wu Zhe smiled and said, please help guide the carriages. We are all brothers and sisters now, and we shall be one family from henceforth. Following Wu Zhe's instructions, several villagers helped guide the carriages into Qinshan Manor. Soon, the occupants began to disembark, starting with the 30-odd women from the brothel, who left the villagers utterly astonished. They then turned to Wu Zhe, their gazes filled with intrigue. Feeling slightly uncomfortable under their scrutiny, Wu Zhe cleared his throat and stated, these are our fellow villagers from Tianyue County. We are now one family, and I hope you will extend your kindness to them. He refrained from mentioning that these women were courtesans, as it was an awkward matter. And eventually, everyone would come to know. Fortunately, in this chaotic world, no one seemed to care about the status of courtesans in this age of turmoil and demons. being alive was a blessing, so what did it matter about purity? Next came a group of artisans, numbering over 60, a mix of men and women, though men were in the majority. Bai Liang also emerged and, upon learning the situation, instructed someone to arrange housing for the newcomers, allowing them to settle in. The carriages belonged to the Liyuan escort agency, and after delivering the people to Qianshan Manor, the escort team returned to Tianyue County. When all had departed, leaving only Bai Liang and Wu Zhe, Bai Liang directly inquired, "Did you truly go and purchase courtesans?" Wu Zhe, looking resigned, recounted the entire sequence of events, concluding with a wry smile, "Head escort, he was simply too enthusiastic. The mountain deity once saved his life, so he feels compelled to repay this debt of gratitude." After some time, he even prepared offerings to express his gratitude to the mountain deity. Bai Liang expressed surprise, then nodded. "It seems head escort he is a decent man, one who values loyalty. During that situation, Li Yuan could have easily extricated himself, yet he chose not to. Instead, he faced danger head-on, confronting Min Jiao and the wolf demon alone. Such courage and resolve are exceedingly rare in these times. What is the situation like in Tianyue County? Has Min Qianyue truly perished? Bai Liang inquired further. Wu Zhe nodded, recalling for a moment before saying, "Indeed, he has died. The official seal of the county magistrate has also gone missing. The county office is in chaos, and head escort he went to stabilize the situation, preventing any violence from breaking out. Min Qianyue's death was sudden, and no one knew the circumstances surrounding it. All that was known was that he was killed in the main hall of the county office. According to the testimony of the guards on duty, Min Jiao, the commander, had entered the county office that day. Yet, by that time, Min Jiao had already died. How could he have appeared in the city? Thus, rumors began to circulate that Min Qianyue had been slain by a demon. After all, only demons could stir the hearts of men and ensnare them in illusions. Yet, Wu Zhe believed that the mountain deity had intervened to eliminate that corrupt official, Min Qianyue. Death was a relief, thus, everything would come to rest. Bai Liang slowly spoke, informing Wu Zhe about the events in Taohua County. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhe's face brightened, and he could not help but exclaim, "Truly, the mountain deity is remarkable. When they act, they do so decisively, leaving no room for future troubles." He then learned that 2 of the 3 from Xianqing Temple had perished, leaving only 1 imprisoned. Wu Zhe expressed his astonishment. Who could have anticipated that those 3, once brimming with vigor, would meet such a fate? Were they coming to subdue demons, or what? Wu Zhe inquired. Bai Liang shook his head, scoffing. According to Elder Zhang, those 3 from Xianqing Temple were not virtuous. It is said they sought to seize the opportunity of Sangue monk, only to meet with a disastrous downfall, losing their lives in the process. I see, Wu Zhe mused internally. Previously, he had found it strange that such a remote border area would attract individuals from Xianqing Temple. It turned out they were after the so-called opportunity. But what that opportunity entailed was beyond Wu Zhe's comprehension. Bai Liang speculated, perhaps it concerns the Buddhist seed devised by Sangue monk. That seems plausible. Wu Zhe nodded. In such a remote and desolate place, what opportunities could exist? It is likely that only the sinister methods of Sangue monk, seeking to cultivate a Buddhist seed nourished by the lives of hundreds of thousands of common folk, would be deemed worthy of attention. Wu Zhe then inquired about the current state of Taohua County. Bai Liang elaborated, explaining that Taohua County was now under the management of Elder Zhang, with Erqing and Du Tiandao keeping a close watch on him. Qianku had sustained severe injuries but was healed by the mountain deity and had since returned to Taohua County, intending to spread the teachings and encourage more people to believe in the mountain deity. Brother Qian's intentions are indeed commendable. Wu Zhe nodded. Having had several dealings with Qianku, they had formed a tacit understanding. Just as they were conversing, a group of children led by Xiao Hu returned. Upon arriving in the village, they dashed into the temple, carrying a basket filled with items. "Uncle Bai, look what I've discovered," Xiao Hu exclaimed while running. Upon noticing Wu Zhe's presence, he paused momentarily before joyfully exclaiming, "Brother Wu, you're back?" Wu Zhe's expression darkened as he tapped Xiao Hu's head, admonishing, "What kind of address is that? You should call Bai Liang Uncle Bai, yet you refer to me as brother? Aren't you thereby relegating me beneath Bai Liang?" Xiao Hu grimaced, covering his head, and repeatedly apologized for his mistake. Bai Liang chuckled nearby, coming to Xiao Hu's defense. "Xiao Hu calls you brother out of affection." Hearing this, Wu Zhe's expression softened slightly. Bai Liang then turned his attention to the contents of Xiao Hu's basket. Puzzled. What are these? Where did you find them? The items in the basket resembled fruits, but were unlike any he had seen before. They were translucent, resembling jade, and appeared almost otherworldly. These are fruits I picked from the other side of the sacred mountain, Xiaohu announced, placing the basket on the ground for the two to see. Wuza picked up one of the fruits for inspection, his eyes widening in astonishment. This is a spirit fruit? Upon grasping the fruit, he immediately sensed the rich spiritual energy within, abundant and pure, accompanied by a subtle, enticing fragrance. Bai Liang also examined a fruit, and to his astonishment, he too detected its rich spiritual energy. Indeed, it is a spirit fruit. What an unexpected find, Bai Liang smiled, being well aware of the significance of spirit fruits, having come from the capital. Unlike ordinary fruits, spirit fruits only flourish in places abundant with spiritual energy or in blessed lands. Their rarity is notable. Although they can be cultivated, the process is lengthy, requiring years before harvest. The benefits of spirit fruits are immense. They assist practitioners in their cultivation and can prolong life and promote health in ordinary people. A single spirit fruit can equate to a month of arduous training for a practitioner. Well done. You've truly achieved something this time. Wuza praised Xiaohu, eliciting a broad smile from the latter. By the way, Uncle Bai, I also dug up a tree. Do you think it can be planted in Qinshan village? If so, wouldn't that mean a continuous supply of spirit fruits? Xiaohu eagerly presented the small tree from his basket to Bai Liang. Bai Liang accepted it, scanned it with his consciousness, and shook his head. This tree has already died upon being uprooted. It cannot be replanted. Xiaohu was taken aback, feeling regretful, having thought it could be saved. Now, not only could it not survive, but he had also inadvertently killed the spirit tree. Bai Liang added, nevertheless, it is not entirely your fault. This spirit tree belongs to a lower grade, and it would have withered after its fruits ripened. Even if you hadn't uprooted it, it would have perished in a few days. Hearing this, Xiaohu felt somewhat relieved. At least he hadn't caused its demise. In the end, Bai Liang distributed the spirit fruits to Xiaohu and a few other children who had found them. Giving each one a fruit, a portion was sent to the young girl Li Shui, while the remaining fruits were divided between the two men. Of course, the most significant aspect was not the spirit fruits themselves, but the information that spirit fruits existed on the sacred mountain. The emergence of one meant the potential for more to follow. The presence of spiritual energy on the sacred mountain hinted at the possibility of rare treasures and resources. Bai Liang resolved to organize a search party to explore the nearby sacred mountain. Perhaps they could discover more spirit fruits. Chapter 69. Changes on the sacred mountain, abundant spiritual energy. With matters settled, Qinshan village returned to its tranquil state. Wuza and Bai Liang resumed their previous routines, focusing on the development of Qinshan village. The issue of population remained unresolved, with an imbalance between genders. However, addressing this problem in the short term was challenging. Bai Liang estimated that the village could accommodate at most 2,000 additional residents. Beyond that number, resources for food and shelter would be insufficient, and management would become increasingly difficult. Currently, with over 600 inhabitants, managing the village was already a considerable headache for him, and adding another 2,000 would exacerbate the situation. The primary reason lay in the fact that the order within Qinshan village had yet to be properly established. The management system was still akin to its nascent stage, rather lax, with decisions being made solely by Bai Liang and Wuza. Although 5 captains had been added to lead their respective teams, this was still insufficient. Particularly concerning was the aspect of maintaining law and order. Some refugees, initially docile upon joining Qinshan village, began to exhibit troubling behaviors as they became accustomed to their surroundings, leading to several incidents. There were fights, thefts, and even an attempted sexual assault. For those who displayed such undesirable traits, Bai Liang showed no mercy. Those involved in fights and thefts were swiftly punished with severe beatings and expelled from Qinshan village. In the case of the attempted assault, Bai Liang personally intervened, executing the perpetrator. Such actions served as a warning to the villagers that Qinshan village upheld order and that anyone who dared to disrupt it would face dire consequences. This approach instilled a sense of solemnity among the villagers, curbing their recklessness, and simultaneously fostered a sense of fear towards Bai Liang. Previously, Bai Liang had been amiable and approachable, but no one had anticipated that this seemingly scholarly individual could exhibit such decisiveness and ruthlessness. Ultimately, Bai Liang and Wuza conferred and established a patrol team responsible for ensuring the safety of Qinshan village. Their duties would be akin to that of constables, maintaining order, safeguarding the villagers, and patrolling the outskirts to prevent enemy attacks. The patrol team would be led by the robust Du Tiandao, with Qing as the deputy. The two had returned from Taohua County, where others had taken over their previous responsibilities. Tiandao, Qing. Henceforth, the order of Qianshan village rests in your hands, Bai Liang declared solemnly. Both Du Tiandao and Qing nodded gravely, pledging to exert every effort to uphold the village's order. The patrol team was initially set at 30 members. With Du Tiandao personally selecting the personnel, Qianshan village had also acquired a blacksmith, brought in by Wuza from Tianyue County. They would prioritize forging iron weapons for the patrol team to maintain order. During this time, Wuza had been diligently cultivating. The benefits he gained from consuming the spirit fruit exceeded his expectations. This may have been due to it being his first experience with spirit fruits, significantly accelerating his cultivation progress, and he could now be considered at the mid-stage of the Tongfa realm. Besides the advantages afforded by the spirit fruit, another reason for his progress was the increasingly rich spiritual energy of the sacred mountain. This change had occurred since Wuza's return from Tianyue County, and Bai Liang had also noticed it. The sacred mountain had previously possessed abundant spiritual energy, superior to other locations, making it a suitable place for cultivation. Though not quite a paradise for cultivation, however, the current state of the sacred mountain saw the spiritual energy nearly double, making cultivation far more efficient. This transformation was astonishing and left Wuza and Bai Liang feeling somewhat incredulous. They could not ascertain the cause of this change and ultimately attributed it to the influence of the mountain deity. They pondered what the mountain deity's intention was in enhancing the spiritual energy of the sacred mountain. Wuza found it difficult to conjecture, while Bai Liang speculated that perhaps the mountain deity desired them to cultivate more rapidly, to elevate their realms and strengths swiftly, allowing them to stand on their own. This way, they would not need to rely on the mountain deity's intervention for every little matter, which might portray them as ineffectual followers. Upon hearing Bai Liang's conjecture, Wuza found it quite reasonable. A sense of guilt washed over him, prompting him to embark on an unceasing path of cultivation. He was determined to elevate his strength swiftly, so that in the future, he would not have to constantly depend on the mountain deity's divine intervention. Bai Liang was equally aware of this principle. The mountain deity had bestowed upon them the divine talisman, signifying faith in them, and they could not afford to disappoint the mountain deity in the ensuing time. The two lords of Qianshan village plunged into a fervent state of cultivation. Bai Liang would only emerge to make decisions when significant matters arose. In contrast, the young girl Li Shui, who was also cultivating, found her days to be far more leisurely. Although she was still monitored during her training, Bai Liang ensured she had ample time for relaxation. After all, she was still a child, and it would be unwise to overburden her with constant training that might stifle her personality. There's nothing much to do today. I think I'll go chat with Grandfather Mountain Deity, the little girl mused as she skipped out of her home, heading toward the temple. Upon reaching the temple, she expertly knelt and bowed, lighting incense. Then, she glanced around to ensure no one was watching before beginning to softly murmur, sharing her recent amusing and embarrassing tales with Grandfather Mountain Deity. Liu's spiritual sense was present, and he found the little girl's whispers quite entertaining. Presently, Li Shui's cultivation progress was no longer slow. Despite lacking a divine talisman, her innate talent had allowed her to reach a level comparable to Wuza before he received the talisman. Remarkably, this progress had been achieved in just a few months. In contrast, Wuza had toiled for over a decade without making any advancements. This underscored the paramount importance of innate talent in the path of cultivation. Without talent, one could toil endlessly without catching up to those naturally endowed. However, now that Wuza and Bai Liang had developed their talents and had the divine talisman's support, they were no longer significantly behind the geniuses. What remained was to utilize time, effort, and resources to bridge the gap. A few days prior, when Xiaohu and the other children discovered the spirit fruits on the sacred mountain, it was Liu's first encounter with them. Ultimately, he realized that the changes stemmed from his ascension to the third-tier spiritual mountain, affecting the essence of the sacred mountain itself. The spiritual energy had surged, and some plants, nourished by the spiritual energy, underwent mutations, naturally becoming spirit plants. Such transitions were also how the treasures of blessed lands were formed. This unexpected change had taken Liu by surprise. He had not paid much attention to the previous subtle changes when he ascended to the second-tier spiritual mountain. After ascending to the third tier of the spirit mountain, the changes that ensued were profound and immediately perceptible. This transformation prompted Liu to recall the white crystals nestled within the heart of the sacred mountain. Previously mere rock strata, these layers had metamorphosed into crystals following his 2 ascensions, resembling jade yet far more lustrous and transparent. Upon probing with his spiritual consciousness, he suddenly discerned that these crystals harbored an immeasurable abundance of spiritual energy, remarkably pure in nature. Chapter 70. Spirit Veins, a Sanctuary for Cultivation, Spirit Stones or Spirit Veins. Liu speculated internally, unable to ascertain precisely what these crystals were at that moment. However, one thing was certain. The crystals were valuable and would greatly benefit cultivation. He could distinctly feel that the spiritual energy contained within these white crystals was the purest form, capable of being directly absorbed by cultivators to enhance their prowess. Even merely standing nearby and absorbing the ambient spiritual energy that wafted from the crystals would accelerate cultivation several-fold compared to practicing outside. If a cave were to be excavated from halfway up the mountain, it would serve as an unparalleled sanctuary for cultivation. The density of spiritual energy within was 7 to 8 times greater than that found outside. Liu hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to carve out a cave immediately to create a highly efficient cultivation venue. This would undoubtedly enable Wu Zhe and the others to cultivate with remarkable efficacy. After pondering briefly, he resolved to proceed with the excavation. The cave previously designated for the Buddha seed was perfectly situated. It merely required extending a short distance to connect with the white crystals. There was no need to penetrate deep into the mountain. Proximity to the white crystals sufficed. The primary source of assistance for cultivation would stem from the spiritual energy exuding from these crystals. Once determined, he enacted the required incantation, and the mountain resonated with a thunderous rumble as the rocks in the cave's depths began to dislodge spontaneously. Soon, a brand new space was unveiled. The concentration of spiritual energy within was extraordinarily rich. Cultivating here would yield far more significant benefits. Liu surveyed his handiwork, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. The Buddha seed remained in place, and with the heightened spiritual energy, it appeared to be gradually nourished, exhibiting signs of transformation. Upon probing with his spiritual consciousness, Liu discovered that the Buddha seed had developed a trace of sentience, which was steadily expanding. Once this sentience matured, the Buddha seed would likely awaken, becoming a living being. The Buddha seed, inherently extraordinary, was birthed through the secret arts of the San-Gui monk, yet fundamentally, it belonged to the realm of naturally bestowed spiritual entities. A notable characteristic of such entities is that upon awakening, they forge a bond with their birthplace. This implies that if the Buddha seed were to awaken, it would establish a connection with the spirit mountain, henceforth belonging to its lineage. This knowledge was gleaned by Liu after vanquishing the San-Gui monk through the secret tome he obtained from him. Therefore, he harbored no concerns about nurturing the Buddha seed to maturity, fearing it might become an ungrateful creature. With the bond established, the Buddha seed would likely demonstrate greater loyalty than even Wu Zhe and his companions. However, it was evident that the Buddha seed would require some time to awaken, as cultivating sentience is no trivial endeavor. Liu eagerly anticipated the formidable prowess that the awakened Buddha seed might exhibit. After crafting the cave, he chose not to inform Wu Zhe and Bai Liang, preferring that they discover it themselves or await an opportune moment to reveal it. After all, he was regarded as the mountain deity, and it was essential to maintain an air of mystery. Frequent displays of divine favor might render it somewhat commonplace. He preferred to quietly observe the development of his subordinates, intervening occasionally, while ultimately allowing them to confront challenges independently. The over 100 new members who had recently joined Qianshan Manor began to acclimatize to their new life after a few days of adjustment. The artisans exhibited remarkable adaptability. Upon learning that the area was secure under the protection of the mountain deity, they diligently commenced their work without fear of demons or monsters. In contrast, the women brought from the brothel, having long been confined to their chambers and unaccustomed to physical labor, found the transition rather challenging. Moreover, they encountered a degree of ostracism from the village women. The prostitutes, each possessing a fair degree of beauty, had inadvertently captured the attention of many men upon their arrival at Qianshan Manor, which led to discontent among the local women. When Bai Liang became aware of this situation, he promptly intervened, admonishing such behavior and enlisting Li Shi to mediate the conflict. Ultimately, both parties reached an understanding, transforming hostility into camaraderie. After all, it was merely a conflict between the old and the new. easily resolved through communication. Baliang further advised everyone that Qinshan Manor would welcome more newcomers in the future, urging them to embrace inclusivity and acceptance, warning that any recurrence of such incidents would not be tolerated. The villagers heeded Baliang's words with utmost respect. Unlike other villages, the manor's lord represented the will of the mountain deity, and no one dared oppose such divine authority. This was an inviolable boundary. Even the most unruly ruffians among the villagers held the mountain deity in profound reverence. Long Mama, this village seems quite delightful. A few newly arrived women at Qinshan Manor conversed among themselves. The matronly figure known as Long Mama nodded slightly upon hearing this. Indeed, it was quite different from her preconceived notions of a village. Long Qianqian chimed in, her voice alluring. Although the initial conflicts had been somewhat unpleasant, the manner in which Lord Bai handled the situation was commendable, and the villagers were all compliant, raising no objections. It seemed that the mountain deity's presence commanded unwavering devotion among the people here. The young women, glancing towards the direction of the temple, were filled with curiosity. Unlike the artisans, who had been selected from a vast pool of laborers and had witnessed the mountain deity's manifestations, vanquishing wolf demons and Minjiao, these women had come to Qinshan Manor primarily to sever ties with their previous lives as fallen courtesans, in this chaotic world, where divine protection was granted. They perceived this place as a sanctuary. Long Qianqian expressed her faith in the mountain deity. After all, how else could one explain the tranquil development of Qinshan Manor? The villagers appeared relaxed, reminiscent of the prosperous days 8 years prior when demons were not as rampant. And the great Chu dynasty thrived. Long Mama, have we made the right decision? Another young woman inquired. Long Qianqian, regaining her composure, surveyed the industrious villagers bustling about, and with a smile, she affirmed, indeed, coming to Qinshan Manor may very well be the wisest choice we have ever made. Let us not linger. We should pay our respects to the mountain deity and lend a hand, she declared, leading her group of young women towards the temple to offer incense. After their prayers, they proceeded to the newly established mulberry grove, tasked with gathering leaves to feed silkworms, a light duty, as heavier labor was beyond their capabilities. Qinshan Manor's task assignment was judiciously structured, adhering to the principle that those capable should contribute more, with the diligent naturally receiving greater rewards. Chapter 71. The Third Blessing, Li Shui's Breakthrough. More than 10 days had elapsed. During this period, Qinshan Manor had not encountered any significant events, merely facing minor annoyances that did not hinder its growth and development. Du Tiandao's patrol team had been organized, comprising 30 members, each armed with a short blade. Although the blades were freshly forged and somewhat crude, they were entirely adequate for their purpose, as the patrol's role was to maintain order within the manor rather than confront foes. In the event of an actual encounter with enemies, it would still require the intervention of cultivators Wu Zhe and Bai Liang. Though Du Tiandao possessed innate strength, he was still lacking against practitioners. After consuming spirit fruits, both Wu Zhe and Bai Liang had made notable progress in their cultivation. Bai Liang advanced from the early to the late stages of the refinement realm at a remarkable pace. Wu Zhe, though slightly lagging, progressed from the mid to late stages of the enlightenment realm, which was reasonable considering he was a tier above Bai Liang. Comparisons between the enlightenment and refinement realms were unfounded. The most astonishing development was that of the young girl, Li Shui. Possessing innate talent, coupled with Bai Liang's guidance in her training and daily practice, she eventually consumed a spirit fruit, which propelled her to break through to the refinement realm. Becoming a first-tier practitioner, a girl under 10 years old in the refinement realm, Wu Zhe felt a complex array of emotions while Bai Liang looked on with envy. It was undeniable that Li Shui's talent was exceptional. Combined with the abundant spiritual energy of the sacred mountain and the enhancement from the spirit fruit, the amalgamation of these factors allowed her to break through to the refinement realm in just a few months. A pace that seemed almost absurd. Wu Zhe reflected on his own arduous journey, spending over a decade striving for the same breakthrough, only to see a girl barely 10 surpass him in mere months. And he felt a pang of regret. Bai Liang shared a similar sentiment, but his thoughts ran deeper. With Li Shui now at the same realm as him, it signified that she would soon eclipse him. The notion of being a deputy lord with a lower cultivation level than a young girl was quite humiliating. He silently vowed to dedicate more time to his own cultivation, lest he be left behind. Li Shui, elated at her newfound identity as a practitioner, began to test her abilities. The strength of the refinement realm was already significantly beyond that of an ordinary person. Even the robust Erqing could not withstand the force of Li Shue's petite fists. He was sent staggering back several steps, nursing a sore palm and bitterly laughing at the absurdity of being bested by a child. Li Shue's face radiated with joy as she savored her first taste of a practitioner's might. The villagers of Qianshan Manor soon learned of Li Shue's ascension to the practitioner ranks, their faces reflecting awe and admiration. It was only when Li Shue spoke of receiving the blessings of the mountain god that the crowd finally understood, their hearts easing into acceptance. The mountain god, an omnipotent deity, bestowing the gift of cultivation upon Li Shui was hardly a daunting feat. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhe and Bai Liang felt a surge of relief. It was no wonder her progress in cultivation was so rapid, having been graced by the mountain god. Bai Liang then inquired about the nature of the divine talisman that Li Shui had received. Li Shui tilted her head, unable to articulate her thoughts. Without a clear answer, Bai Liang hesitated to press further. After all, a blessing from the mountain god could only be a good thing. With a serious demeanor, Bai Liang cautioned Li Shui, "Little Shui, you must not disclose the matter of your talisman to anyone, not even to your mother, do you understand?" Upon hearing that she could not tell her mother, Li Shue's face reflected a moment of difficulty, but she ultimately nodded in agreement. "All right, Uncle Bai, I won't tell anyone else, including my mother." Hearing this, Bai Liang's worries dissipated. The revelation of the talisman could indeed provoke an uproar. The notion of a direct path to the 9th tier of cultivation, devoid of any bottlenecks, was nothing short of miraculous. With diligent practice and sufficient resources, one could ascend to the realm of the 9th tier sage. Such a method was not only rare but practically non-existent. Cultivation techniques that could lead to the 9th tier were treasured by the most formidable of practitioners, with very few in existence. After reassuring Bai Liang, Li Shui skipped joyfully towards the temple. Upon entering the grand hall of the temple, she adeptly lit incense and offered her prayers, her voice filled with delight as she whispered, "Thank you, Grandfather Mountain God, for allowing Shui Shui to become a cultivator. When I grow up, I will take care of you in your old age, good child. Taking care of me is acceptable, but let us skip the part about seeing me off in death." Li Yu replied, somewhat speechless. Presently, he was a mountain, without any limitations of lifespan. Even if the sky were to collapse, as long as it did not fall upon him, he would not perish. Nonetheless, he was quite pleased with Li Shue's filial sentiments. Feeling that his care for the little girl was worthwhile, upon witnessing her exceptional talent for cultivation, he felt compelled to bless her. He was curious to see if the effects of the talisman would be amplified under such promising circumstances. Thus, he conducted a small experiment, but the results indicated no enhanced effect. The talisman was designed to elevate the innate talent of the recipient to its utmost potential. Li Shue's talent was commendable. Yet every talent has its limits, and the talisman could not transcend these boundaries. It could only enhance her abilities to the peak level. Thus, when everyone's talents reached their zenith, no one could claim to be superior. For instance, if the maximum talent level were 100 points, both Wu Zhe and Bai Liang, with their initial 10 points, would find their talents elevated to 100. Conversely, with Li Shui starting at 60 points, the talisman could raise her to the maximum of 100, yet it could not surpass that limit. The peak cultivation talent was already considered nothing short of extraordinary. Such a gift would likely be scarce even in the capital city. However, as long as he wished, the mountain goddess blessings could infinitely create such prodigious talents. Yet, he had no intention of doing so. Having recognized the immense power of the mountain goddess blessings, he would henceforth evaluate his choices meticulously, refraining from bestowing blessings indiscriminately. Li Shue's emergence as a cultivator brought a flurry of activity to Qianshan village for several days before returning to its usual tranquility. In Taohua County, Master Zhang sent news every few days, along with supplies of grain and cloth. Qianku had prepared for the propagation of the teachings in Taohua County, and was ready to transform the Jinlong Temple into a temple dedicated to the mountain god. Master Zhang was exceedingly cooperative, providing whatever was requested and even allocating funds to assist. This made Qianku's work smooth, and he quickly revamped the Jinlong Temple into a new temple. The mountain goddess temple in Taohua County, like that in Qianshan village, did not feature a statue of the deity. However, while the Qianshan village temple was completely devoid of any representations, the Taohua County temple could not afford to be entirely empty. Given that Qianshan village lay at the foot of the sacred mountain, paying homage to the actual deity. After contemplating several options, Qianke ultimately decided to invite a master artist to create a painting of the sacred mountain. Chapter 72. Unrest, a decisive suppression. Once the painting of the sacred mountain was completed, Qianke meticulously compared it several times, prompting the artist to refine it multiple times before finalizing it. The finished artwork stood 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide. Framed in ebony, the mountain depicted in the painting loomed majestically, piercing the clouds, shrouded in mist, exuding an air of ethereal mystery. At first glance, one would feel the overwhelming presence of the sacred mountain. The newly established mountain goddess temple, following the transformation of Jinlong Temple, was far more impressive than that of Qinshan Village. The original sign of Jinlong Temple had been removed and replaced with a new one, Mountain Goddess Temple. Upon learning of this change, the local residents were puzzled. How could the renowned Jinlong Temple, the foremost Buddhist establishment in the world, be replaced by an unheard-of Mountain Goddess Temple? How could this be acceptable? Without the Buddha's protection, how could Taohua County remain safe? Soon, a group of citizens gathered outside the new Mountain Goddess Temple, protesting and demanding the return of their Jinlong Temple. Qianke stood at the entrance, observing the crowd with a hint of disdain. The so-called Jinlong Temple these individuals spoke of had never regarded them as human. Rather, they were viewed as mere fodder to nourish demons. Now, they sought to expel the very mountain god who had saved them. He decided to consult Master Zhang. He would handle these unruly individuals. Qianke felt no desire to engage in explanations or debates with them. Taohua County was under their control, and when confronted with such ignorant folk, it was necessary to enforce the law with vigor, provided it did not become excessive. Yes. His subordinates nodded before departing for the county office. After a brief interval, a contingent of constables arrived. Upon seeing them, the protesters scattered in fear. The constables, brimming with authority, had no intention of returning empty-handed. With a few leaps, they apprehended the ringleaders of the protest and brought them before Qianke. Looking at these individuals, all commoners from the county dressed in simple clothes, Qianke questioned, "Why are you causing a commotion? Who sent you here?" The individuals struggled against the grip of the constables, but the leader ultimately conceded. "No one sent us. We came of our own accord. Jinlong Temple is the foremost Buddhist establishment in the world. Taohua County has remained safe amidst chaos due to the Buddha's protection. You have demolished Jinlong Temple and replaced it with a Mountain Goddess Temple. Without the Buddha's blessing, calamity will surely befall Taohua County." The man's expression was one of despair, as if Qianke had committed an unforgivable crime. Qianke found this notion amusing and replied with derision, "Ah, the world's foremost Buddhist establishment, the Buddha protects all beings. Since you have such faith in the Buddha, then I shall escort you out of Taohua County, so you may seek out your Buddha." These individuals had been thoroughly indoctrinated by the Buddhist teachings, rendering them immune to reason. There was no point in expending further time on them. Remaining in Taohua County would only influence others, obstructing his mission of spreading teachings. Thus, the most effective course of action was to expel them. Upon hearing this, the protesters were momentarily taken aback, then frantically shouted, "No! On what grounds do you expel us from the county? My family has resided in Taohua County for 3 generations. We have committed no crime. You have no right to cast us out. I demand to see County Magistrate Wang. He will advocate for us." Qianke turned his back on the group, coldly stating, "You will not have the opportunity to meet County Magistrate Wang if you believe in the Buddha. Then I will ensure you leave the county. After all, with the Buddha's protection, you should not fear demons. The world is vast. Where could you not go?" With a wave of his hand, he signaled the constables to escort the ringleaders out of the county. This display left the onlookers in shock. Many in the county were devoted to the Buddhist faith, and Qianke's dismantling of Jinlong Temple had already sparked discontent among the populace. However, with Master Zhang's backing, there had been no immediate repercussions. This protest was merely a test. Had Qianke shown any sign of weakness or hesitation, they would have united against him. Unfortunately for them, the outcome did not unfold as they had hoped, for Qianke provided them no opportunity whatsoever. Master Zhang was an ally. His actions would face no resistance. When the protest began, Qianke swiftly suppressed it with a decisive hand. Following this incident, those harboring discontent towards Qianke quickly retreated, fearing further repercussions. The ringleaders were expelled from the county, and they would never again set foot in Taohua County. Their only destination was Tianyue County, over 70 miles away. While the distance was not great, the journey would prove challenging, especially for ordinary folk. Thus, Taohua County was left without Jinlong Temple, replaced instead by the newly established Mountain Goddess Temple. Many were intrigued by this temple, eager to uncover the mystery of how it had usurped the place of the world's foremost Buddhist establishment. Some speculated that the Mountain Goddess Temple had taken the place of Jinlong Temple due to Master Zhang's considerable support. Without it, Qian Ku, a mere practitioner of the refining methods realm, would not have achieved such a feat. However, what piqued the curiosity of even more people was the whereabouts of Master San Gue. With the dismantling of Jinlong Temple and its replacement by the Mountain Goddess Temple, how could Master San Gue, a disciple of Jinlong Temple and a practitioner of the third tier, not intervene to halt these events? This was utterly unexpected for everyone. Speculation began to spread. Was it possible that Master San Gue had departed, leaving Taohua County behind? This thought sent ripples of anxiety through the populace. Master San Gue was a practitioner of the profound realm, and his presence in the county provided the citizens with a sense of security. Should he leave, what would become of Taohua County's safety? However, a proclamation soon emerged from the county office, which left all the citizens in utter shock. The announcement, represented by Master Zhang, was issued in the name of County Magistrate Wang. Among the flowing words, several hundred characters unveil the myriad transgressions of monk Sanji Yui in pursuit of a certain esoteric technique. He conspired in secret with demons, leading to the massacre of 100,000 innocent souls in Feng County. With the county magistrate, Chang Qianfeng, complicit in the heinous act, such egregious sins are utterly unforgivable. Subsequently, monk San Gue shifted his malevolent focus onto the denizens of Taohua County. Fortunately, he was ultimately discovered by the mountain deity of the sacred mountain, who intervened with decisive force, thwarting the calamity that loomed. With the announcement posted, the corpses of San Gue and Chang Qianfeng were also displayed for all to see. Upon encountering this proclamation, many citizens in the county town initially reacted with disbelief. How could the disciples of Jinlong Temple possibly collude with demons? Yet, they were compelled to confront the overwhelming evidence laid before them. The body of monk San Gue was irrefutably presented. It was indeed a case of knowing a person's face, but not their heart. The esteemed disciples of the world's foremost Buddhist sect had engaged in such vile dealings with demons. The lives of 100,000 people were sacrificed as mere offerings to malevolent forces. This bald monk has truly lost all sense of morality. His death is a mere trifle compared to his crimes. In an instant, many began to curse monk San Gue, and by extension, Jinlong Temple found itself the target of scorn. Chapter 73. He Li Yuan expresses gratitude. The current state of Tianyue County. The populace, often blindly following, felt disillusioned with the court, yet generally maintained their trust. Given the court's public denouncement of monk San Gue as a villain, they joined in the chorus of condemnation. Many, who adhered to the Buddhist faith, dismissed the court's announcement, feeling outraged at the Wang family for slandering Master San Gue and condemning the actions of Jinlong Temple. Though they had cursed the Wang family in their hearts countless times, they dared not take any real action. The officials might falter against demons, but they were quite adept at dealing with common folk. Should the citizens dare to cause a disturbance, the officials would readily demonstrate the 68 tortures of the Great Chu, a torment no one could endure. At this moment in the county office, Master Zhang and Qian Ku sat in the main hall, sipping tea and discussing matters. Brother Qian, I appreciate your vigorous support in spreading the teachings within the county, but do tread carefully around the interests of the wealthy merchants. Otherwise, it could lead to considerable trouble, Master Zhang earnestly advised. Qian Ku nodded, fully aware of this reality. I shall be cautious, confining my teachings to the county and avoiding entanglements with the affluent merchants. Master Zhang, upon hearing this, nodded in approval, expressing his relief. The two then turned their conversation to the current state of Taohua County. Following Qian Ku's various endeavors, the remnants of Jinlong Temple had been entirely eradicated. Master Zhang, acting under the orders of the Wang family, had publicly branded monk San Gue as a deeply sinful figure allied with demons, directly undermining the image of Jinlong Temple in the hearts of the people, which would facilitate Qian Ku's subsequent teachings. However, this course of action could lead to complications later on. Jinlong Temple, claiming the title of the world's foremost Buddhist sect, had not earned it lightly. Their strength was indeed formidable. Master Zhang disseminated all the transgressions of monk San Gue, thereby tarnishing the reputation of Jinlong Temple. Should the members of Jinlong Temple learn of this, they would undoubtedly seek retribution. Yet, he could not afford to worry about such matters. Having already committed to the assassination of the county magistrate and usurping authority in the county, he had little reason to fear further antagonizing Jinlong Temple. When one has too many lice, one ceases to care about the itch, he mused. Having embarked on this perilous path, he could only press onward resolutely. Master Zhang could only hope that Qianshan Manor would not disappoint him. News from Taohua County reached Qianshan Manor, and upon learning of the situation, Bai Liang nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "This Master Zhang possesses discernment. He recognizes the situation at hand. Qianke's actions are also commendable, decisive, and efficient." Without hesitation, Wu Zhe, observing the correspondence, chuckled wryly, "Qianku and Master Zhang are far more decisive in their dealings than I. I would likely hesitate for quite some time." Bai Liang replied, "Brother Wu, do not say that. Everyone has their own areas of expertise. At present, you are the strongest in Qianshan Manor. Your cultivation level is the foundation of everything, and we rely on you to support the manor." Wu Zhe nodded in agreement. In times of chaos wrought by demons, strength was paramount. All else was secondary. As long as one possessed sufficient power, no one could impede their ambitions. His cultivation had progressed significantly over the past few days, and with another month of seclusion, he would be able to attempt to break through to the third stage of the Xian realm. Wu Zhe smiled as he spoke. "I, too, am nearing a breakthrough into the Tongfa realm," Bai Liang remarked. With the spiritual energy around the sacred mountain becoming increasingly potent, their training speed had markedly accelerated, surpassing previous rates. By the way, I've recently noticed that the closer one is to the sacred mountain, the more concentrated the spiritual energy seems to be. Wu Zhe suddenly interjected, a realization that had come to him inadvertently. "I've noticed that as well," Bai Liang affirmed, having discerned it himself. "The sacred mountain possesses spirit. It is extraordinary. Perhaps there are even more suitable places for cultivation within the mountain," Wu Zhe hesitantly suggested. Bai Liang understood this principle, yet the sacred mountain held an unparalleled status in their hearts. They revered the mountain, which was why Qianshan Manor had remained at its foot for so long without exploring the mountain itself. They believed such actions could be seen as disrespectful to the mountain deity. Thus, an unspoken rule prevailed in Qianshan Manor. Activities were to be confined to the base of the sacred mountain, with no ascension allowed, and absolutely no acts of disrespect toward the mountain. "Let us wait a bit longer. If the opportunity arises, we shall seek the mountain deity's permission. Should the mountain deity consent, we will ascend the sacred mountain," Bai Liang proposed. Wu Zhe nodded. Without the mountain deity's approval, they would indeed hesitate to climb. Looking up at the towering sacred mountain, both men were curious about what lay atop it. Suddenly, a figure dashed in from outside. Upon seeing the newcomer, Bai Liang greeted with a smile. "Xiao Hu, why the rush? Is there something amiss?" "Brother Bai, there are visitors from outside the village. It seems to be the escort team that came last time," Xiao Hu exclaimed. Wu Zhe rose from his seat and inquired. "Li Yuan escort?" Yes, it's the Li Yuan escort." Xiao Hu nodded vigorously. Wu Zhe and Bai Liang exchanged glances, then promptly exited the temple together, making their way to the village outskirts. Upon arrival, they found a group of people waiting. Spotting a middle-aged man with silver hair at the forefront, Wu Zhe quickly approached, cupping his hands in greeting. "Ah, it is head escort He. I apologize for not welcoming you properly." Li Yuan returned the gesture, saying, "Not at all, Brother Wu. You are too kind. Brother Wu, Brother Bai." Chan Jianqi, who followed closely behind, also greeted them with a bow. Wu Zhe then introduced Bai Liang to Li Yuan, and upon learning that Bai Liang was the deputy head of Qianshan Manor, Li Yuan acknowledged him with a nod. Li Yuan, please have everyone come in," Wu Zhe suggested. Li Yuan nodded, gesturing for the escort team to enter Qianshan Manor. As the group stepped into the manor, Li Yuan began to survey his surroundings. The more he observed, the more astonished he became. The villagers of Qianshan Manor exuded a vitality that starkly contrasted with the common folk outside. It was a curious sensation. As if they were brimming with life. In Li Yuan's view, there was a distinct sparkle in the eyes of these villagers. Wu Zhe led Li Yuan and his entourage to the reception hall of Qianshan Manor. After inviting the guests to take their seats, he poured tea for them. Li Yuan took a sip and, after exchanging pleasantries, eventually broached the main topic. "Brother Wu, I have come to express gratitude to the mountain deity on behalf of the He family. I cannot forget the life-saving grace extended to me during our last encounter. Therefore, I have prepared 3 livestock, pigs, cows, and sheep, along with 100 pounds each of incense and gold paper, and a 500-pound bronze furnace. To offer my thanks to the mountain deity, He Liyuan stood, his demeanor solemn. He then exchanged a knowing glance with Chen Jianqi, who promptly instructed the others to bring in the offerings and arrange them in the center of the hall. Chapter 74. A Paradise Beyond the World, Unafraid of Demons. Prior to coming, He Liyuan had done his homework regarding the rites for worshipping deities. Initially, he had intended to present wealth, but he realized that such mundane offerings would hardly impress the divine. Thus, he opted for the traditional 3 livestock and bronze furnace, intending to personally light incense and express his gratitude. The offerings were arranged in the hall's center. The livestock were still alive, to be slaughtered during the ceremony. The incense and candles were of the finest quality sourced through the escort's connections. The gold paper, crafted by a skilled artisan, glittered as if it were real gold. The bronze furnace was the Paisida Arsistance. Weighing a staggering 500 pounds, it required 4 men to carry, and when placed on the ground, it emitted a dull thud, causing the floor to tremble slightly. The furnace, round in shape, featured 3 legs and 2 ears. With a layer of gold plating adorning its exterior, Wu Zhe and the others were taken aback by the grandiosity of He Liyuan's preparations. He truly lived up to his reputation as a man of the martial world. Valuing loyalty and repaying kindness, He Liyuan smiled and asked, "Esteemed lords, what do you think of my humble offerings? Have I offended the mountain deity in any way?" Bai Liang shook his head, replying, "No, head escort he. Your preparations are exceedingly thorough. If these are to express gratitude to the mountain deity, I am confident the deity will be pleased. Then I shall rest easy," He Liyuan said, relieved. He had genuinely worried about inadvertently offending the deity. Different deities had varying taboos. Most of them had their restrictions. To offend a taboo could be seen as an affront to the divine, which, at best, signified disrespect, and at worst, amounted to blasphemy, an egregious offense. Originally, he had intended to hunt down a few demons to replace the livestock for the offerings. However, inexplicably, ever since the death of the wolf demon, the nearby demonic entities had seemingly vanished, making them impossible to locate even with active searches. Moreover, many deities were averse to demons, so to err on the side of caution, he ultimately chose the conventional offerings of pigs, cows, and sheep. Since He Biao has made all the necessary preparations, let us proceed directly to the temple. Wu Zhe stated as he rose. He Liyuan nodded, as he had the same intention. The 3 sacrificial animals still needed to be slaughtered, so Bai Liang called upon the villagers to take the pigs, cows, and sheep outside for the ritual. The copper furnace, along with incense, candles, and gold paper, were to be taken to the temple. This was the first occasion the temple had welcomed outsiders, and as He Liyuan and his companions stepped inside, they were captivated by the scene before them. Unlike other temples or Taoist shrines, the mountain god temple lacked idols. Instead, it featured a large offering table in the main hall, which was adorned with a wealth of incense offerings. As villagers came daily to pay their respects, the scent of incense permeated the temple. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but upon entering, He Liyuan felt an overwhelming, supreme presence watching over them. This enigmatic force instilled an involuntary sense of reverence within him, a pressure that felt insurmountable. He Liyuan was taken aback. He had never experienced such an oppressive sensation before, even during his distant observations of powerful beings in the realm of the sun god. He had not felt this intangible weight. Is this truly a deity? He Liyuan's heart raced with astonishment, and his gaze toward the mountain god temple brimmed with increased reverence. It was highly likely that this was a genuine divine entity, transcending the mortal realm, far surpassing the ranks of any practitioner. Before a true deity, what do demons, malevolent beings, or practitioners even amount to? Chen Jianqi, who trailed behind, was of a slightly lower realm and did not perceive the invisible pressure. Yet he sensed the uniqueness of the mountain god temple. It was an indescribable feeling, distinct from anything he had encountered at the Xinqing temple of Jinlong. After a moment of reflection, He Liyuan turned to the 2 brothers and inquired, "May I ask how long Qinshan village has been established?" Wu Zhe pondered briefly before responding. "It has been approximately 8 months. 8 months. He Liyuan was taken aback. The development of Qinshan village did not seem like something that could be accomplished in such a short time. Indeed, It has been 8 months, Bai Liang remarked, noticing He Li Yuan's surprise. This place lies at the foot of the sacred mountain, shielded from demon incursions, thus ensuring safety. Consequently, everyone has been dedicated to building their homes, resulting in rapid development. Upon hearing this, He Li Yuan's expression shifted to one of envy as he remarked, that truly is a veritable paradise. The significance of being untroubled by demons is immensely profound. In this day and age, it seems only the capital has the privilege to utter such a phrase. Other locales, such as the heart of Ezhou, dare not make such claims easily, especially considering that over a dozen prefectural cities have fallen to demon attacks. We owe our peaceful existence to the protection of the mountain god. Otherwise, where would we find such tranquility? Bai Liang spoke with deep respect. The process of paying homage to the deity resembles that of offering gratitude at a temple, albeit with more solemnity. Once the preparations at the temple were complete, the 3 sacrificial animals were brought forth, freshly slaughtered. The copper furnace was set up first, filled with the prepared incense ashes, and the 3 sacrificial animals were placed atop it. With gold paper set aside and candles lit, Wu Zhe and Bai Liang, the 2 village heads, stood at the forefront, igniting the incense and inserting it into the furnace. They then stepped aside, allowing He Li Yuan to approach. Taking a deep breath, He Li Yuan advanced to light the incense, kneeling and bowing deeply before placing the incense in the copper furnace. I, the humble He Li Yuan, am eternally grateful for the mountain goddess' life-saving grace, for which I can offer no adequate repayment today. I present 3 sacrificial animals, pigs, cows, and sheep, along with 100 pounds each of incense, candles, and gold paper, and I have come to express my heartfelt gratitude. As he knelt upon the ground and concluded his offering with several resounding bows, the entourage from Liyuan Biaohang, led by Qian Jianqi, began to kneel in reverence, thanking the mountain god. Above the temple, Liu observed the scene while noting the increase in his merits on the panel, feeling a twinge of surprise. He had not anticipated that this act of gratitude would also enhance his merits. And significantly so, with an increase of over 20,000, his merits had now reached over 80,000 points. Realm, 3rd Stage Ling Mountain Merits, 8356710000000 Divine Powers, Blessing of the Mountain God, Manifestation of Heaven and Earth, Rebirth of Incense Spells, Manifestation of the Body Magical Artifacts, Mountain Suppressing Seal, Heart Mirror. It appears that saving He Li Yuan was not in vain. Observing the growth of his merit points, Liu felt a sense of satisfaction. Subsequently, he gently directed his divine consciousness, sending a beam of golden light sweeping across the temple, a response to He Li Yuan's gratitude. Just as He Li Yuan rose from the ground, he caught sight of a divine light passing before him, accompanied by an intangible pressure. He paused for a moment, then felt a surge of shock. Is that the mountain god responding to me? He Li Yuan spoke uncertainly. Bai Liang approached, his tone grave. Yes, He Biao, you are not mistaken. That was indeed the manifestation of the mountain god. With the affirmation, He Li Yuan took a deep breath, his eyes reflecting deep respect as he bowed once more. As the expression of gratitude concluded, the group gradually exited the temple. The gold paper was placed in the furnace and ignited, flames roaring high, reaching 4 to 5 meters. Chapter 75. The Trusted Confidant of the Prefectural Government. Qiu Zhenhe. Upon leaving the temple, He Li Yuan gazed up at the sacred mountain looming behind Qianshan village. Majestic and imposing, it towered into the clouds, its peaks shrouded in mist, exuding an air of mystery. The sacred mountain stood over 1,000 zhang high, one zhang being approximately 3.3 meters, amounting to over 3,000 meters. While this height may not be considered exceedingly high, it nonetheless grazed the clouds. As the saying goes, a mountain is not defined by its height. Where there are immortals, it becomes sacred. In He Li Yuan's mind, the sacred mountain was the tallest he had ever seen, for it possessed spirit. At that moment, he even felt a tinge of envy for the villagers of Qianshan village. Living in such a place, protected by the sacred mountain, they would never have to fear the threat of demons. In all the world, perhaps only the capital could rival the safety found here. He even contemplated relocating his entire family to Qianshan village, but that was not feasible at present. The roots of Liyuan Biaohang were in Tianyue County, and all his business was situated there. If he were to truly settle in Qianshan village, his business would come to an end. He himself was indifferent. He had long since transcended the age of valuing wealth. Yet, He had to consider his brothers. Each member of his escort was a pillar of support for their families, and losing their income would spell hardship for them all. Even if he could persuade his brothers to join him in seeking refuge in Qianshan village, how many would genuinely agree? Even if they consented, would their families support such a decision? Thus, he could only harbor regret in his heart. Perhaps in the future, he might seize an opportunity to align himself with Qianshan village. He Biao, do not rush to leave. Please stay a while longer, Bai Liang interjected, eager to learn more about the situation in Tianyue County. I cannot linger, He Li Yuan replied. I must return before nightfall. However, he understood Bai Liang's intentions and added, would you like to know about Tianyue County? I can share that with you now. Seeing He Li Yuan's willingness to divulge information, Bai Liang refrained from further inquiries and patiently awaited his words. After Min Qianyue's demise, the higher authorities quickly became aware. Previously, they had sent envoys to inquire, but there had been no news. This time, it was a trusted confidant of the prefectural lord who personally brought skilled guest officials. When the prefectural lord's confidant arrived in Tianyue County and discovered that Min Qianyue had died, he flew into a rage, declaring his intent to apprehend the murderer. Even I was summoned for questioning. Fortunately, I was not in the county that day, so I was unharmed. He Li Yuan spoke slowly, leaving Bai Liang in a state of astonishment. The prefectural lord? Why would he directly send a confidant to Tianyue County? Wu Zhe, somewhat puzzled, asked, shouldn't they have first received news about Min Qianyue's death before sending someone to Tianyue County? How did it happen in reverse? He Li Yuan scoffed, because that old rascal Min Qianyue was already under scrutiny. The higher-ups had long wished to deal with him. However, previous envoys sent to investigate him had all been killed, which delayed matters, so the prefectural lord directly sent his confidant down and fortuitously stumbled upon the situation? Bai Liang interjected. Yes, that appears to be the case, He Li Yuan affirmed, continuing, the confidant sent by the prefectural lord is named Qiu Zhenhe. He was originally a guard beside the prefectural lord, but after achieving several merits, he was promoted to a trusted position. Moreover, he is a practitioner at the third stage of the entrance realm. He Li Yuan had more to say, specifically regarding Qiu Zhenhe's capabilities, which stemmed not just from his status and cultivation level, but from his cunning methods. Upon arriving in Tianyue County, he had not yet grasped the county's situation, but boldly entered the county office alone to seek trouble with Min Qianyue. After learning of Min Qianyue's death, he decisively occupied the county office under the guise of being the prefectural lord's confidant, temporarily taking control of Tianyue County. Subsequently, he employed various decisive measures to suppress the restive clerks and seized control from the deputy commander of the county militia. With such maneuvers, Tianyue County had effectively changed hands. He Li Yuan held a deep admiration for this individual, acknowledging that it was no surprise he was a trusted confidant of the prefectural lord. Possessing both capability and guile, what is Qiu Zhenhe's attitude toward us at Qianshan village? Wu Zhe suddenly inquired. He Li Yuan shook his head in response. He likely remains unaware of Qianshan village. While you were present that day, Brother Wu, no one knew your identity, and it was not disclosed afterward, so Qiu Zhenhe should be oblivious. Pausing for a moment, he added, however, Qiu Zhenhe is very interested in the mysterious expert who subdued the wolf demon alongside Minju. Qiu Zhenhe had interrogated him, but it was impossible for him to reveal the existence of the mountain god, so he consistently stated that he did not know who the individual was. Bai Liang pressed for a few more questions and, having obtained the information he desired, expressed his gratitude to He Li Yuan. Thank you, He Biao, for the valuable information. Think nothing of it. It was merely a casual remark. He Li Yuan waved his hand and then clasped his fists toward the two, saying, I shall take my leave for now, and when time permits, I shall personally visit again. Safe travels, He Biao. Yuz and Bai Liang clasped their hands in greeting. Chun Jianqi also approached to bid farewell, casually handing the two men a jug of wine, proclaiming it to be a fine spirit from Tianyue County, one that could not be found in Qianshan Manor. Subsequently, He Li Yuan led the escort team back to Tianyue County. After watching the convoy depart, Yuz and the others returned to their village. Yuz and Bai Liang's current task was to cultivate their skills, one aiming to break through to the third tier of the Xin realm by next month, while the other sought to attain the second tier of the Tongfa realm. Aside from the two, the only remaining practitioner in Qianshan Manor, Li Shui, was also diligently training. Ever since receiving her talisman, the young girl's pace of cultivation had accelerated tremendously, to the point where it could be described as making rapid strides. Days passed swiftly. One day, An unexpected event jolted the village, startling both Bai Liang and Yuz. What had transpired? As Bai Liang stepped out of the temple, he furrowed his brow at the approaching Du Tiandao. With a grave expression, Du Tiandao felt a slight relief upon seeing Bai Liang emerge and quickly spoke. Master Bai, someone has ascended the sacred mountain. Bai Liang's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. Yu's countenance similarly darkened, his tone laced with anger as he exclaimed, Haven T, we issued numerous warnings. No one is permitted to ascend the sacred mountain. How could anyone dare to venture up there? The sacred mountain was imbued with spirit. To ascend it recklessly was tantamount to disrespecting the mountain deity. Such actions were strictly forbidden in Qianshan Manor, and anyone who dared to transgress would face severe punishment and expulsion from the manor. Du Tiandao lowered his head, shame etched across his face. Their patrol team was responsible for maintaining order in the village, and someone ascending the sacred mountain was a grave oversight on their part. The issue, however, was that by the time they discovered it, the individual had already reached the summit, and they did not dare to follow. Thus, they had no choice but to inform the two masters in the temple and leave the matter to them. Bai Liang tightened his brow and immediately inquired, Take us to the location where that person ascended the mountain, and recount the events leading up to this. Yes, master. Du Tiandao nodded and prepared to lead Yuz and Bai Liang to the scene of the incident. Before setting off, the group knelt in the temple hall to worship and plead for forgiveness from the mountain deity. They also sought the deity's permission, acknowledging that in order to capture the traitor, they would need to ascend the sacred mountain, and earnestly requested the deity's consent. A ray of golden light flickered, granting their request. A slight relief washed over Bai Liang and the others. The mountain deity's response indicated that there was no great anger over this incident. There was still a chance to remedy the situation, provided they could apprehend the traitor. Along the way, Du Tiandao recounted the events leading up to the incident, concluding with, These are what the villagers associated with Zhao Yihe reported. I cannot vouch for their truthfulness, but it is likely close to the mark. Zhao Yihe was the villager who had ascended the sacred mountain without permission. After the occurrence, Du Tiandao had gathered all those connected to Zhao Yihe and had managed to extract most of the relevant information. Bai Liang's anger simmered upon hearing this, while Yu's was furious, cursing vehemently. That ungrateful wretch! Qianshan Manor welcomed him, provided for him, and shielded him from the threats of demons, yet he harbors greed and sets his sights on the sacred mountain. He trembled with rage, still unable to believe that a villager could betray them by ascending the sacred mountain. More importantly, Zhao Yihe was not just any newcomer. He had originally fled from Feng County alongside Yuz to the sacred mountain, making him one of the elder villagers. He had participated in the establishment of Qianshan Manor from the ground up, and Yuz had never anticipated that Zhao Yihe would act in such a manner. Bai Liang's expression darkened. As the actual administrator of Qianshan Manor, he had issued countless warnings against ascending the sacred mountain. Yet, there were still those who disobeyed, and this individual was an elder no less. Upon initially receiving Du Tiandao's message, he had assumed it was a new villager, but the outcome filled him with disappointment and fury. He recognized Zhao Yihe, having conversed with him a few times and worked alongside him during the early days of Qianshan Manor's establishment. Before long, the three arrived at the scene of the incident, which was situated less than 500 meters from the newly constructed ceramic kiln. At this moment, a crowd of villagers had gathered. Ernyo, responsible for the ceramic production, rushed forward upon seeing the two masters. Masters, you've finally arrived. That rascal Zhao Yihe has been on the sacred mountain for nearly a quarter of an hour. Ernyo's expression was frantic and filled with rage. All the villagers of Qianshan Manor held the mountain deity in the highest regard, and would not tolerate anyone offending the deity. Zhao Yihe's actions had turned him into a public enemy among the villagers. Moreover, Ernyo was deeply worried. If Zhao Yihe had truly angered the mountain deity, what would happen to their protection in the future? This concern weighed heavily on the hearts of all the villagers. Losing the mountain deity's protection would render even the most prosperous Qianshan Manor useless. Do not panic. Where exactly did he ascend the sacred mountain? Yuz grasped Ernyo's arm, frowning as he inquired. Ernyo promptly pointed to a location, saying, It was right over there. Just now, my brothers and I were moving clay bodies when I spotted a figure sneaking around. By the time I realized it was Zhao Yihe, he had already ascended the sacred mountain. Bai Liang and the others turned to follow Ernyo's indication. There lay an opening overgrown with wild grass, marked by footprints. Let us ascend and capture him, Bai Liang declared to Yuz, who nodded in agreement. Turning to the villagers, Yuz instructed everyone, I and Bai Liang will ascend the sacred mountain to apprehend Zhao Yihe. You must remain here and guard the foot of the mountain. If he descends, seize him immediately. The villagers responded in unison, their voices laced with anger. Rest assured, Master, if that wretch dares to show his face before me, I will not hesitate to bring him down. Zhao Yihe, the traitor who jeopardizes the entire Qinshan Manor, shall face his punishment. Du Tiandao assured with a grave expression, Masters, do not worry. Our patrol team will steadfastly guard the mountain's foot. Should he appear, we will surely capture him. Bai Liang nodded, refraining from further words, and together with Yuz, they entered the opening where Zhao Yihe had ascended the sacred mountain. As they began their ascent, Bai Liang and Yuz, while curious about the environment atop the sacred mountain, were compelled by their mission and had no time for sightseeing. Zhao Yihe was an ordinary man, and his ascent would leave traces behind. Bai Liang, utilizing his mental talisman, expanded his awareness and meticulously searched for Zhao Yihe's tracks. After about a quarter of an hour of following the traces, they finally caught sight of Zhao Yihe's figure. Zhao Yihe, do not move, Yuz bellowed, the pent-up fury within him finally erupting upon spotting Zhao Yihe. He and Zhao Yihe were old acquaintances, and the turn of events left him feeling both hurt and enraged. Struggling up the mountain, Zhao Yihe trembled at Yuz's furious shout, turning around with a panicked expression to face Yuz and Bai Liang. You brother you. Zhao Yihe stammered. Do not call me brother you. I have no brother like you. Hurry down. Yuz continued to bark angrily. Zhao Yihe hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth, resentment flashing in his eyes. No. Why should I listen to you? Just because you are the master? Ha ha. I too have contributed to the growth of Qinshan Manor from nothing to what it is today. Why should I be compelled to obey you? His eyes reddened, glaring at Yuz with palpable malice. Yuz's expression faltered as though he scarcely recognized the Zhao Yihe before him. Yet his demeanor soon turned icy, and he coldly declared, Zhao Yihe, you have lost your way. I will give you one last chance. Come down. Otherwise, I shall not remember our past friendship. Ha ha ha, Zhao Yihe scoffed. Remember our past friendship? When have you ever shown me any? Was it when you appointed an outsider as the deputy master? At this, Zhao Yihe turned his head, his eyes aflame, glaring at Bai Liang. Why? Why does an outsider like you get to be the deputy master? That is forgivable, considering you are a scholar. But when it came to selecting the team leader, why was I excluded? Why? Bai Liang, with a cold expression, observed Zhao Yihe's near-manic demeanor and retorted, Why? Simply because of your current state. Your disposition is poor, your jealousy runs deep, and you lack the ability. Why should you be allowed to be the team leader? You know your own capabilities better than anyone else, don't you? Are you truly cut out for it? Given your status as an elder, you have received privileges that many others have not. Yet, you remain unsatisfied, leading to this situation today. Zhao Yihe vehemently countered. I've become this way because of you all. Yuz, you look down on me, giving the deputy master position to this outsider. Then, Bai Liang, you also look down on me, denying me a spot among the 5 team leaders. I have endured all of this, but why should you be the ones to receive the mountain deity's favor? Just because you are the masters. That girl is not even 10 years old. Why should she also receive the mountain deity's blessing? What about me? What about me? Why can't I be the one favored by the mountain deity? Why can't it be me? Zhao Yihe screamed in a fit of hysteria, completely unraveling. Deep within, he felt an injustice. All of them were elders of Qinshan Manor. Why were Yuz and Bai Liang favored by the mountain deity while he was not? He too yearned for the mountain deity's blessing, to become a practitioner, to truly rise above others. For the sake of Qinshan Manor, how much effort and toil had he invested? Wasn't he all of this meant to earn the mountain deity's favor and blessings? However, everything changed after the young girl Li Shui, not yet 10 years old, received the blessings of the mountain deity. Zhao Yihe finally erupted. He could no longer wait. Since the mountain deity did not favor him, he would take matters into his own hands. The sacred mountain loomed before him, and perhaps by ascending it, he could attain fortune and henceforth become a cultivator. Seizing the opportunity during the patrol team's shift change, he made his way up the sacred mountain. Yet, before he had even reached the halfway point, he was confronted by Wu Zhe and Bai Liang in a fit of rage. He unleashed the resentment he had harbored for 10 long months upon the two. Completely losing his sanity, Wu Zei's face darkened ominously. Unable to fathom that a former brother would utter such words, a pang of sorrow struck him, but it was overshadowed by a surge of anger. Bai Liang, his expression cold, gazed at Zhao Yi, who resembled a madman. Your discontent and resentment towards us are inconsequential. Such matters can be discussed within the village, and solutions can be negotiated. The desire for the blessings of the mountain deity is shared by all. And there is nothing inherently wrong with that. Bai Liang spoke slowly, then his tone intensified as he coldly declared, however, you have gravely erred by ascending the sacred mountain without permission, thus provoking the mountain deity and committing an unforgivable sin. Have you considered the consequences? Zhao Yi, chastised by Bai Liang's reprimand, instinctively took 2 steps back. In truth, he had regretted his decision the moment he set foot upon the sacred mountain. Yet, the deed was done, and there was no turning back. He could only forge ahead. Either he would indeed obtain fortune upon reaching the summit, or he would incur the wrath of the divine and be shattered to pieces. Or perhaps he would be captured and face punishment. The outcome was now laid bare before him. He was to be apprehended. No, I must become a cultivator. My fortune lies upon the sacred mountain, and no one shall impede me. Zhao Yi's eyes blazed red, entirely devoid of reason, as he turned and scrambled up the mountain with all his might. Halt! Do you believe you can escape? Wu Zei bellowed, then leaped effortlessly to Zhao Yi's side, seizing him by the nape of his neck and lifting him off the ground. Release me! I seek fortune. I wish to become a cultivator. Let me go! Zhao Yi screamed, his visage twisted in fury as he struggled desperately. But Wu Zei would not permit him to break free. He swiftly bound Zhao Yi with the rope he had brought and, alongside Bai Liang, began the descent down the mountain. What followed was the trial of Zhao Yi. From the moment Zhao Yi set foot on the sacred mountain, Li Yu, who was idly observing, had taken note. He understood that Zhao Yi was an elder of Qinshan village and initially wondered what he was attempting to accomplish. Only under the scrutiny of his heart's mirror did Li Yu grasp Zhao Yi's frenzied intentions. He held no particular thoughts on the matter. Although the sacred mountain was his essence, there was little of significance atop it, merely resembling an ordinary mountain, apart from the white crystals within its core. He had never prohibited the villagers of Qinshan from ascending the sacred mountain. Such restrictions were merely products of Wu Zei and Bai Liang's own imaginations, leading the villagers to refrain from climbing. Li Yu observed the unfolding drama, allowing the villagers to adhere to this self-imposed rule. Zhao Yi's actions, in truth, were quite normal. Over time, human hearts inevitably cultivate various thoughts, particularly envy, which is the most potent catalyst for psychological distortion. Of course, the primary reason lay in Zhao Yi's flawed character. A person of good character might experience jealousy, but would be capable of managing or suppressing that sentiment effectively.